The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 960 to Chapter 1008. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all here. After Xianxia ascended the throne, she changed the name of the emperor's bedroom to Fenglin Palace. The peak of April was the mildest time of the year, neither hot nor cold, neither dry nor humid. Xianxia was sitting in the study room of Fenglin Palace, reviewing memorials. On her desk, there were 2 picture frames that Gu Jiao asked the Shadow Division to bring from Zhao country. Inside, there were portraits of twins. Every time she was mentally and physically exhausted by the matters of the imperial court, she only needed to look at the portraits of the twins to feel all of her fatigue vanish into thin air. She looked at the twins, and her eyes flashed with a touch of doting and longing. She was born for so long, but she still hasn't seen the 2 little guys. She heard that Jiao and Aheng were coming to Yan country, but the twins were still small and couldn't stand the long distance. They should stay in Zhao country. It was really regrettable that she couldn't see them when they were young. Xianxia sighed. Suddenly, Wu Cixi walked in with small steps and bowed, "Your Majesty." Xianxia looked at his expression and knew that someone else came. She helplessly said, "Who is it this time?" The beauties in the harem were really restless. Every night, they would make all kinds of chance encounters, or they would recommend themselves to the bed. When she was the Empress Dowager, she thought that only women were difficult to deal with. When she became the emperor, she found that men were enchanting and there was basically nothing for women to do. There were a few little demons who looked very attractive. Wu Cixi smiled and said, "It's State Preceptor." Xianxuan's pen movement paused. "Yi Qing?" A quarter of an hour later, Yi Qing came to Xianxuan's study with a baby in his left hand and a baby in his right hand. Those who knew said that he had something to do, but those who didn't know thought that he brought the baby to the door and called Xianxuan to be responsible for him and the baby. Everyone in Fenglin Palace was dumbfounded. No wonder Her Majesty was indifferent to all kinds of handsome men in the harem. It turned out that State Preceptor Yi, this coquettish bitch, got there first. "Yi Qing, what are you doing?" Xianxuan expressed that she was also very confused. In the middle of the night, a man came looking for her with a child, and even showed an indescribable expression. No matter how she thought about it, it was so scary. "I won't really do anything to you, right? You gave birth to the child, you went to the Dark Night Island and didn't come back for so long. Were you hiding for 10 months to give birth alone?" Xianxuan's mind flashed with an absurd conjecture and she couldn't help but be shocked. She shook her head like a rattled drum, waiting for Yi Qing to give her a reasonable explanation. Yi Qing gently put the child on the table, took out the small medicine box from the basket, and put it on the table. Then Xianxuan was dumbfounded again. First of all, she had a portrait of the twins. She looked at it day and night and had long imprinted their appearance in her mind. Of course, there was a difference between a portrait and a real person, but the difference between people was not that big. 2 little guys. One was a replica of little Jiao, and the other was a replica of little Aheng. They were the biological ones, right? Looking at the small medicine box again, it was clearly Gu Jiao's. There was no mistake, right? Jiao and Aheng came? Xianxuan excitedly asked. Yi Qing was scared. He hated that half of his soul had not returned to his body. He expressionlessly said, "No, only the 2 of them came." Xianxuan, Zhao country. Princess's manor. Gu Jiao's murderous aura filled the entire manor. Even Xiaoheng did not dare to provoke her. Her small fists were clenched. "I think you want to be chopped up and burned as firewood." There was no need to guess where the small medicine box took the child. The State Teacher Hall's operating room, bet a pack of spicy strips, she was not worried that no one would find out. The operating room was guarded by deaf soldiers. When the child cried inside, Yi Qing would be called. This small medicine box is getting more and more naughty, and its ability is getting bigger and bigger. Clearly, it could only teleport itself in the past, but now it can carry the twins. Does this mean that its energy is also recovering little by little? The reason for this doubt was that Gu Jiao began to suspect a long time ago that tearing space was not an easy task for the small medicine box. It may consume all of its energy. This was probably why she had seen a small, tattered medicine box when she had first arrived. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and muttered, "So, what is the origin of the small medicine box? How many surprises will there be after it recovers to 100%? Oh, it could also be a scare." Because the twins set off early, the original departure 3 days later was changed to early morning. "Mother, don't worry about me too much, I will soon." Xiaoheng had not finished his reluctant farewell when Princess Xianxia threw his bag into the carriage. "When you return to Zhao country, remember to bring Yan and Song'er back." "Xiaoheng, am I still the most beloved son in your heart, so love will disappear, right?" On the other side, Chongquan and Chongjing also planned to set off. Chongquan and Marquis Xianping fought. The reason was that Marquis Xianping asked Chongquan to bring back the betrothal gifts. He did not have a daughter to marry Chongjing. Chongquan said that the Dark Night Island did not mind waiting for Xiaoyi to grow up. Then he was beaten by Marquis Xianping. Chongquan limped out with a big bump on his head. His face was bruised and swollen as he said to Chongjing, "Your father, for your marriage." "I didn't even fight back," Chongjing said unjustly. "I didn't say I was going to marry her, didn't I lie to you? I just wanted to leave the island." The next second, Chongjing was also beaten. After growing up, he finally got beaten by his old father. The father and son sat face to face in the carriage, each holding a piece of ice wrapped in a handkerchief and sticking it to their swollen faces. Xiaoyi, who was 1 year and 4 months old, was held in Princess Xianyang's arms. She waved goodbye to them. "Uncle Chong, see you. Brother Chong, Jing, see you." She wanted to say goodbye, but she was still young and could not express herself properly. The two of them also waved goodbye to her. Xiaoyi liked Chongjing very much, but Chongjing was too ugly after being beaten up. Xiaoyi cried because of his ugliness. Not long after, Dukan's carriage also arrived. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the carriage and clattered onto Gu Jiao's carriage. "Jiao. I brought Daddy over." The way he addressed her changed according to how Gu Jiao addressed him. After Gu Jiao called Dukan father, little Jing Kong also changed the way he addressed him. Gu Jiao looked at the handsome little face in front of her and smiled. "Jing Kong is great." "Xiaoheng, haha. You're almost 8 years old. It's shameful to act cute." Xiaoheng asked indifferently, "You're going to the Yan kingdom too?" Little Jing Kong said with arms akimbo, "Of course I'm going." "Where did Jiao go?" "I'm going there." Xiaoheng said indifferently, "Don't you need to study?" Little Jing Kong said, "You're there." Xiaoheng's mouth twitched, "Don't you need to practice martial arts?" Little Jing Kong spread his hands and smiled, "Long Yi is there." Xiaoheng was speechless. His whole family was full of big shots and had great resources. Little Jing Kong still akimbo and said arrogantly, "Humph. Don't you think you can monopolize Jiao?" Xiaoheng didn't argue with him, but said calmly, "Little Shi." The horse king rushed over like lightning and made a sharp turn at the gate of the mansion. The horse's hooves were split. Little Jing Kong's attention was successfully attracted. "Eh? Little Shi is here. Jiao, can I ride Little Shi?" "Okay." Gu Jiao replied. Someone who didn't know that he was tricked by his bad brother-in-law valiantly rode Little Shi. The Black Wind King led the entire convoy. His eyes were cold, and his aura was powerful. Even though he wasn't going to war, he was still exuding a murderous aura even though he was just strolling through the busy streets. It was 17 years old. Fortunately, it hadn't aged and could create more legends. Gu Jiao didn't allow the horse to ride on the street. Little Jing Kong and the Horse King couldn't bear it anymore. They finally got out of the capital city. 1 man and 1 horse decisively galloped on the open and flat official road. "Little Shi. Just a little faster. Faster. Waha. I'm flying. Ha ha ha. Bad brother-in-law can't catch up." The whole official road was filled with his little demonic voice. "Horse King, Zhen wants to remind you, Jiao can't catch up either." Little Jing Kong didn't show off for long. It rained heavily and 1 man and 1 horse were drenched. This year, the rain was especially heavy. After it rained in Zhao country, it rained in Yan country, and after it rained in Zhongzhou. Even manager Zheng's old legs were getting cold. Just as the group of people were bitterly rushing on the road, the twins were comfortably lying in Yan country's most magnificent Fenglin palace. They slept on soft and warm mattresses, covered with light and smooth quilts, and enjoyed the super luxurious treatment of 10 wet nurses. It's just that they were used to drinking milk powder and refused to drink breast milk. The wet nurses were only responsible for coaxing them to sleep. Originally, Shang Guanyan and Yi Qing were worried about the children's rations. Who would have thought that Yi Qing accidentally knocked the small medicine box off the table? The small medicine box fell to the ground and spat out a can of milk powder. Then, it smacked its lips and spat out 2 milk bottles. The stunned Yi Qing, digression at 6 in the evening, after eating a bowl of white rice, a plate of stir-fried pork with vegetables, and 20 Arctic sweet shrimps. I was hungry in less than 2 hours. Oh, I want to eat braised pork knuckles. Steaming, soft, and the kind that melts in the mouth. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/10444939. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. More novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. After Shang Guanqing returned to the Yan kingdom, Shang Guanyan conferred him the title of the eldest son of the emperor. The people had never seen the former eldest son of the emperor, so they didn't know the change in his appearance. Therefore, they didn't have any doubts about the imperial edict. As for the people who had seen him, the enemies like Gong Sun Yu were already dead. As for the people who were on his side like Wenren Chong, they were all the confidants of the Shanyuan family and the State Master Hall. They wouldn't spread the news that was unfavorable to Shang Guanqing. As for Taoist Qing Feng and Wang Su, the former was face-blind and couldn't remember his appearance. As for the latter, Shang Guanqing chose to tell the truth. That's about it. My mother was worried that the State Master Hall wouldn't treat me if my identity was exposed. So, she asked me to wear my brother's face. On a black awning boat in the Imperial Palace's supreme liquid pool, Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his head and looked up at the starry sky. Wang Su sat beside him. After hearing the whole truth, he couldn't calm down for a long time. So, the eldest son of the emperor I saw in the State Master Hall was not you? Shang Guanqing held a green foxtail in his mouth and said casually, "It was my brother." Wang Su stood up with a swoosh. His movement was so big that the whole boat shook. Shang Guanqing looked at him in astonishment. He said sadly, "How could you do this?" Huh? Shang Guanqing was stunned. "It's my fault for hiding it from you." Wang Su said bitterly, "You betrayed me. You told your brother our secret signal." Shang Guanqing was speechless. "Isn't your point a bit off?" He wanted to say that he didn't tell them. These secret signals were all guessed by themselves. Besides, it wasn't their secret. He learned it from the State Master. He couldn't guarantee that the State Master didn't tell others. He looked at Wang Su embarrassedly. "Old Wang, you've changed." Wang Su clenched his fists tightly and turned his face away. "You used to call me Old Wang next door." Shang Guanqing was speechless. Lao Wang was too difficult to coax. After coming ashore from the supreme liquid pool, Shang Guanqing felt that his vitality was severely overdrawn. He didn't even want to walk. He ordered the palace servants to bring a sedan chair and sat on it to Fenglin Palace. In the Yan Kingdom, adult princes had to leave the palace and build another mansion. This was a rule set by the ancestors and also to avoid suspicion with the concubines in the harem. However, the beauties in this harem were all men. What was there for Shang Guanqing to avoid? He settled down in the palace. He planned to first go to his mother's place to pay his respects and freeload a midnight snack on the way. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered Shang Wanyan's bedroom, he smelled a milky fragrance, followed by a burst of babbling sounds. He frowned and walked toward the inner hall with a strange expression. He saw his mother sitting on the bright yellow dragon bed, holding a baby in her arms, feeding him with a milk bottle. Yiqing sat on a stool beside the bed, also holding a baby and feeding him with a milk bottle. His hair stood on end. It can't be, right? I just went out for a while. Mother, you and Yiqing already have a family of 4, you don't want so many beauties in the harem, so you like Yiqing. He had to say that in this regard, the mother and son's brain circuits were the same. Mother? He was so scared that his voice was muffled. Shang Wanyan smiled at him. Come here and see your little nephew and niece. It turned out that it was not a younger brother or sister, but a nephew and niece. He breathed a sigh of relief and almost thought that Yiqing had become his father. His little nephew and niece only had a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. He strode over and asked excitedly, Stinky brother is here? Shang Wanyan repeated Yiqing's words one by one. No, only the 2 of them are here. Shang Wanqing, the dragon and phoenix twins began their life in the Great Yan Imperial Palace. Shang Wanyan would never wrong her pair of little grandsons. The next day, she took the twins to the court and publicly announced that she had found the long-lost second prince Shang Wanheng not long ago. She conferred the son of the second prince as the Prince of Yonla, and conferred the daughter of the second prince as the Princess of Kongning. The Great Yan welcomed the imperial grandsons of the Dragon and Phoenix Emperor. As a result, before the father could enjoy the treatment of a prince for even a day, the twins had already become imperial grandsons who were greatly favored by the emperor. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng arrived in Chengdu at the end of June. Because of the bad weather, the journey that could have been finished in 1.5 months took an extra month. When Wu Cixi went to the palace gate to greet the second prince and the young commander, he almost didn't recognize them. Was this swarthy Xiao He couple really the handsome little master, as well as the little commander who was said to have recovered her devastatingly beautiful appearance? Xiaoheng said with no love for life. Just now, a charcoal chariot overturned. The 2 people first sent Dukan back to his mansion before entering the palace. On the way, little Shi knocked over a charcoal chariot, covering the 2 people's faces with dust. However, it was true that the 2 people were tanned and lost weight. Wu Cixi invited the 2 people to Fenglin Palace. His Majesty is in the court and will come over in a moment. Young prince and young princess can enjoy the cool air in the pavilion. The 2 people went to the pavilion. Little Milk Bun was born on the 9th of February. Now, he was almost 5 months old. He was white and chubby, and his little arms and legs were like lotus roots. Moreover, because Long Yi didn't give Xiao Yan a midnight meal, and Xiao Yi snatched food from Xiao Tsong gradually caught up with Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Tsong tried very hard to be a quiet and beautiful little boy, the instinct of a baby made him move his little arms and legs from time to time. In particular, there was a strange telepathy between the twins. Often, when Xiao Yan called out, he would also uncontrollably make a sound. The 2 people happened to hear Xiao Tsong's sound, and the exhaustion of the journey disappeared in a puff of smoke. They thought that after being separated for so long, the twins wouldn't recognize them, but who would have thought that they weren't? When the 2 of them washed up and appeared in front of the twins burst into tears. At this time, they finally knew that they were missing their parents. Gu Jiao turned around and saw that Xiao Heng's eyes were also red. Gu Jiao, a person's temperament would undergo a series of changes along with the change of status. Since Shang Wanyan ascended the throne as the empress, she also imperceptibly had the majesty and fierceness of a ruler. She knew that this dynasty was unfair to women. At that time, she was able to become the empress dowager because of favorable conditions. First, her father was tyrannical enough to suppress his anger. Second, she was the only legitimate child of the empress. Third, Xianyuan family was strong enough to give her strong support. But that feeling of dissatisfaction had always been there. After she ascended the throne, these problems gradually surfaced. She couldn't show the slightest weakness, otherwise, she would be bitten by others. Only in front of people that she truly trusted and cared about would she remove her disguise. Aheng. She came to the entrance of the bedroom and saw Xiaoheng playing with the twins. The murderous aura of an emperor faded, and endless gentleness filled her eyes. Xiaoheng turned his head and looked at her with a slight smile. Mother. Shang Guanyan's eyes became moist. Shang Guanqing did not know that his stinky younger brother had entered the palace today. He went out to play. Shang Guanyan and the young couple ate lunch in Fenglin Palace. This was the first time that Shang Guanyan saw Gu Jiao without the birthmark. She was shocked. Although she guessed that Gu Jiao would be very beautiful without the birthmark, she never thought that she would be so beautiful. If she went to the military camp like this, those young men would go crazy, right? Jiao Jiao, eat. Shang Guanyan gave Gu Jiao a piece of soft rock sugar pork shoulder. Aheng said that you like to eat this. Gu Jiao tasted it. The sauce was very thick with rock sugar and braised ingredients. Coupled with a handful of red pepper, the taste was completely immersed in the meat. Although it was spicy, it was sweet and not greasy, spicy and not dry. Gu Jiao liked it very much. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked her, "Right, mother, how is your injury? Does it still hurt?" Xiaoheng looked at Shang Guanyan. Gu Jiao was referring to the 8 nails in her back. Shang Guanyan shook her head. It didn't hurt a long time ago. I don't feel any different from before. Gu Jiao said, then let's go to the Imperial Tutors Hall in a while. I will take out the screws for you. Shang Guanyan thought for a while. Does it hurt? Gu Jiao said, I used anesthetics, it doesn't hurt. In the afternoon, the three went to the Imperial Tutors Hall. Yuhi came to meet the 3 people. When he saw Gu Jiao, he didn't dare to recognize her. Of course, he already knew Gu Jiao's true identity from his senior brother. He also heard that Gu Jiao had recovered her appearance, but wasn't this recovery a bit too much? Was she really not a fairy that descended to the world? Gu Jiao curved her lips. Long time no see, little master Yuhi. Her voice was also different. When Gu Jiao was dressed as a man, she used a young man's voice. Yuhi was shocked to the extreme, but fortunately Yi Qing came over. Yi Qing took them to the secret room. Shang Guanyan's condition was good. All the test results were normal. The operation to remove the pedicle screws was also very successful. Shang Guanyan stayed in the operating room for observation for 24 hours. Xiaoheng accompanied her. Gu Jiao came out of the secret room and said to Yi Qing, who was guarding the door, "Take me to pay respects to your master." Yi Qing was stunned. He opened his mouth. You. Gu Jiao's eyes swept over the mourning cloth on his arm. Let's go. Yi Qing's throat slid, the emotions in his chest rolled, his throat swelled, and suddenly an impulse to cry. He didn't ask how Gu Jiao guessed. If she didn't have such a clever mind, she couldn't have become the first Lord of the Shadows. He took Gu Jiao to the purple bamboo forest. The small study there was carefully tidied up. Except for the small clay figurines and portraits that were given to Gu Jiao, the rest of the furnishings were unchanged. Jing Yinin's graffiti was also there. As if this person didn't disappear from their side, he still lived in their lives. Just by looking back, they could see a certain sage-like state preceptor standing at the door. Gu Jiao stroked Jing Yinin's picture album. Did your master pass away peacefully? Yi Qing said sadly, I heard from Yuhi that he was very peaceful. He lied to Gu Jiao. In fact, he didn't see his master for the last time. The person who went to the Dark Night Island to find him was not his master, but Yuhi, who held his master's letter. Gu Jiao whispered, is it for Shan Yuanqi? Shan Yuanqi's life had come to an end in Ghost Mountain. In the Battle of Puqing City, he had exhausted all his strength. He could survive and get better day by day. Perhaps it was not only a miracle created by the purple grass poison. Yi Qing choked and nodded. Master said that he was sorry for the Shan Yuan family, and he paid his life to Shan Yuanqi. It was also atonement to the Shan Yuan family. It was only later that he understood why his master asked him to go to the border and even gave him the purple grass poison. His master had predicted Shan Yuanqi's fate and also predicted his character. He would not leave Shan Yuanqi in the lurch. Everything was in his master's plan. From the day he left the state preceptor's hall for the border, his master had been waiting for death peacefully in Qingdu. Gu Jiao murmured, no wonder when I saw him after coming back from the border, he was so old. He changed Shan Yuanqi's fate and exhausted his life. Yi Qing turned around and wiped his tears. After calming down, he said to Gu Jiao, Master knows that you are Jing Yining. He told Shan Yuanli that when Yining was a child, Marshal Shan Yuan always secretly took her home for this reason. It was the greatest wish of Master and Marshal Shan Yuan to watch the Lord of Shadows grow up. Gu Jiao understood a lot in an instant. Was it because of this that Shan Yuanli melted his armor and gave it to Jing Yining? Was it also because of this that he insisted on letting Jing Yining practice martial arts no matter how weak she was when she was a child? Yi Qing thought of his master, and tears came out involuntarily again. Master said that he couldn't protect Yining well, but they all hoped to protect you. He changed Shan Yuanqi's fate not only because he owed the Shan Yuan family, but also because he hoped that there could be someone stronger than himself in this world to protect you. Gu Jiao stroked the two words Yining inscribed by the state preceptor on the picture album. She raised her hand and pressed her heart, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable here. Digression. After the state preceptor's explanation, the Dark Knight Island's explanation is also done. Little Jing Kong is about to grow up. Little Jing Kong's length is a little longer, but it is a complete story. I will indicate it in the title. Whose story do you like to read? You can read it according to the title. P.S. I'm not pregnant with a baby. It's autumn, and people's appetite is really strong. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg com/896428964286/1044444482. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. After paying respects to the state preceptor in the purple bamboo forest, Gu Jiao went to the operating room to check on Shang Guanyan's situation. Shang Guanyan fell asleep. Xiaoheng said that she didn't feel any discomfort, but she was a little hungry. When mother wakes up, she can eat some porridge. Gu Jiao said, and then said, I'll go to Guogongfu. I promised Jing Kong to pick him up tonight. Little Jing Kong and Long Yi accompanied Guogongfu back home. Xiaoheng raised his hand to tidy up the hair on her temples. I'll pick you up later. Okay. Gu Jiao responded and turned out of the operating room. Jiao Jiao. Xiaoheng softly called her, are you okay? Gu Jiao didn't tell Xiaoheng about the state preceptor, but since Gu Jiao could guess it, Xiaoheng naturally couldn't be unaware. Her emotions were lighter than ordinary people, but as long as she cared about a person, even the slightest emotion couldn't escape her eyes. Gu Jiao paused at the door, suddenly turned around, walked in front of him, and put her forehead on his strong chest. Every time she was depressed, she would seek comfort in his arms in this way. Xiaoheng gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and stroked her head comfortingly with his other hand. In fact, even if Xiaoheng didn't find out, she could deal with her emotions. But he always found out and comforted her in time. He never said a word to her not to be sad. She was also a human, she could be sad, she didn't need to be so strong. Shang Guanyan slept for the whole afternoon and finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her son and daughter-in-law hugging each other. She opened her mouth. Well, she was full. She was full of dog food. Xiaoheng hugged Gu Jiao and comforted her. Gu Jiao's forehead was still pressed against his warm and firm chest, a pair of white hands pinching his belt. This was a sign that her mood had improved. Mother is awake, she whispered. Xiaoheng's eyes flickered and his eyelashes trembled. I'm leaving. Gu Jiao curled her lips wickedly and turned to leave the operating theater, leaving Xiaoheng alone to face the awkward scene of the bag being grabbed. Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King's horse. She had also ridden the Black Wind King in Zhao country, but it felt different. The familiar streets, the familiar atmosphere, and the sound of heavy traffic evoked endless memories. The Heavenly Fragrance Academy, the archery tournament, the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, everything was still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King's neck and said, "Boss, let's go to the Duke's public house." Black Wind King galloped with Gu Jiao on the familiar streets. Its aura was too strong and could easily scare other horses, so it tried to avoid the crowd and walked through empty alleys. When one person and one horse walked halfway, a broken tile suddenly flew in front of them. Seeing that it was about to hit Gu Jiao, Black Wind King turned right and agilely dodged. Then, more and more tiles and even hidden weapons came one after another. Someone was fighting. "Where do you think you're going? Today, either you die or I die." Gu Jiao frowned. "This voice, boss." She held the reins tightly and her eyes were like torches. Black Wind King and she had a tacit understanding from the battlefield. It sped up and galloped forward like lightning. It was a dilapidated alley. A third of the wall at the end had collapsed, but it was still taller than a person. Gu Jiao tightened her grip on the horse's belly and lifted it slightly. Black Wind King jumped over the wall. Gu Jiao did not bring the red tasseled spear, but she had other weapons with her. She untied the whip that was wrapped around her waist, and with a wave of her hand, she swung it at the two people who were fighting with each other. The black-clothed man seemed to have the upper hand. He thrust his sword at the veiled woman on the ground. But before he knew it, his wrist holding the sword was suddenly grabbed by a powerful force. He was shocked and turned his head to look. Black Wind King raised its front hooves and stomped on him. He tried to pull the owner of the whip off the horse, but he obviously did not have the strength to do so. He could only choose to dodge to the side. On the surface, it looked like he had dodged the attack. However, Gu Jiao pulled with a backhand motion, sending him flying into the air and slamming him against the thick wall. "Ah!" The man in black felt a sharp pain in his chest and back. He screamed as he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Jiao jumped off the horse. When he was about to get up, she stepped on his chest and mercilessly stomped him back to the ground. The man in black felt like all the bones in his body were broken. His head hit the ground and his brain was almost scattered. Gu Jiao ignored his pain and turned to look at the woman on the side. "Teacher's wife Nan, are you all right?" That's right, the person being chased by the man in black was Teacher's wife Nan, who she had not seen in a long time. When Teacher's wife Nan heard Gu Jiao's voice, she couldn't help being stunned. She looked at Gu Jiao's face and didn't dare to recognize her. "It's me, Teacher's wife Nan," Gu Jiao said. Teacher's wife Nan's eyes almost popped out. "Jiao Jiao? Your face. Oh, the birthmark is gone," Gu Jiao said. She glanced at the man in black under her feet and asked, "Teacher's wife Nan, who is he?" Teacher's wife Nan stood up with the help of the wall. She patted the dust off her body and came to Gu Jiao's side. "He's from the Tang sect." Then, she moved her fingertips and shot out a poisonous needle, sealing the man's throat. Gu Jiao took her foot back and asked Teacher's wife Nan, "Teacher's wife, what's going on? Earlier, you said that you would stay in Xingdu to deal with some personal matters. Is it related to the Tang sect?" Teacher's wife Nan sighed helplessly. "It's a long story." Gu Jiao looked around. "Where's Master Liu?" Teacher's wife Nan said, "He went to kill another disciple of the Tang sect. I arranged to meet him at Li's tea house." Gu Jiao knew that tea house. She had brought little Jing Kong there to eat the snacks. It was 3 miles away on Bailuo Street. She said, "I'll accompany Teacher's wife Nan to wait for Master Liu." Teacher's wife Nan asked, "Will it delay you?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head. She had to prioritize things. She believed that little Jing Kong would not be angry. The two rode the Black Wind King to Li's tea house and asked for a room on the second floor facing the street. Gu Jiao opened the window and sat beside it with Teacher's wife Nan. The view here was very good. They could see the whole street. If Master Liu came nearby, they could see him at first glance. Gu Jiao poured a cup of tea for Teacher's wife Nan. "Right, Jiao Jiao, why did you come to Yan country? Also, your birthmark, how did it disappear? I heard that you and Aheng got married. It's a pity that I couldn't attend your wedding. I'm really sorry." Teacher's wife Nan had too many things to say. She was not only concerned about Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's situation, but also missed Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan. Actually, it's not a birthmark. It's a mark of chastity. Gu Jiao told her the abbot's drunken blunder. After teacher's wife Nan heard it, she did not know what to say. After that, Gu Jiao told her about the other people's recent situation. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were studying at Qinghe Academy. Gu Qingfeng was a captain in the military camp and did not go to the academy. They would all study martial arts in the future. Gu Chongqing inherited the Gu family army and married Yuan Baolin. Xiaoheng became a junior advisor in July last year. At the end of the year, Grand Secretary Yuan's health was not good and he handed in his resignation document. In February this year, Xiaoheng took over the position of Grand Secretary. Grandmother-in-law and son-in-law were very healthy. Grandmother-in-law returned to his original position and often visited the imperial palace. Gu Xiaobao was 2.5 years old. He was a lazy and smart child. Yaoshi was also doing well. Aheng and Jing Kong also came. Aheng is in the imperial palace. Jing Kong is in Duken's manor. Gu Jiao spoke in detail, slow and patient. Seeing that everyone was well, teacher's wife Nan was very happy. That's good, that's good. But teacher's wife Nan, what's the situation on your side? Huh? Teacher's wife Nan touched her face with her veil, speaking of which, it's an old grudge. That year, I left the Tang sect because my martial arts were crippled. I did not owe the Tang sect anything. I naively thought that the Tang sect would do as they said and would not make things difficult for me. Later on, I went to Zhao country and got to know your master Liu. Speaking to this point, she paused then smiled slightly. You might have guessed it. Master Liu is Zhao country's Master Liu. He once received a favor from Elder Feng. At the time, Aheng came to him and had your Master Liu take Xiaoshan and a Yan as disciples, and he agreed. Gu Jiao had indeed guessed this about Master Liu's identity. Thus, hearing what teacher's wife Nan said, she did not feel too surprised. Teacher's wife Nan recalled and said, when I first got together with your Master Liu, my face was not disfigured. Unfortunately, I was noticed by the Emperor of Zhao country when I was sightseeing. I don't know what the Emperor of Zhao country was thinking. He clearly knew that I was already someone's wife, but he still invited the two of us into the imperial palace. He hosted a banquet in the imperial garden for the two of us. During the banquet, everyone drank a bit of wine. I went to the pavilion to the side to sober up and did not think that I would offend Empress Xiao. What happened after that? Gu Jiao asked. Teacher's wife Nan picked up her teacup and smiled bitterly. After that, we left the banquet. On the way back, your Master Liu and I encountered an assassination attempt. My face was disfigured at that time. The culprit escaped without a trace, and I have not been able to find them after so many years. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Normal people would probably think that it was done by Empress Xiao. Teacher's wife Nan nodded. That's right. Your Master Liu and I suspected it at first, but so what if we suspected her? She is the Empress of Zhao country and is the younger sister of Marquis Xianping. We are alone and weak, so we could not do anything to her. Your Master Liu hates Empress Xiao and also hates the source of the tragedy, the Emperor of Zhao country. If it was not for him coveting my beauty and inviting the two of us into the palace, I would not have offended Empress Xiao. He no longer works for the court and has been living in seclusion ever since. Not long after you left for battle last year, I once again encountered the culprit that had disfigured me. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1044293881. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. It's people from the Tang sect? Gu Jiao combined what happened today and came up with this guess. A cold light flashed past Mistress Nan's eyes. That's right, it's people from the Tang sect. I managed to get a lot of information out of that person. Only then did I find out that the Tang sect has always been brooding over my departure. Just like Qi Xian, they all think that I secretly comprehended some incredible cultivation method, which allowed me to learn the highest martial arts of the sect. They have always wanted to capture me and bring me back. Gu Jiao didn't ask why Mistress Nan didn't say so earlier. She understood Mistress Nan's personality, she didn't want to cause trouble for them. She looked at Mistress Nan and said seriously, Mistress Nan, leave the Tang sect to me. Mistress Nan looked at her in shock. What do you want to do? Gu Jiao said lightly, flatten the Tang sect. The Jianghu sects and the imperial court have always minded their own business. Even Qi Xian left the Tang sect before joining the Han family. Gu Jiao had no intention to make things difficult for the Jianghu sects, but if anyone from the Tang sect dared to bully the Dragon King's temple, then they shouldn't blame the Black Wind Camp's cavalry for trampling on the Tang sect's mountain. Jiao Jiao. Mistress Nan didn't want to trouble Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked into her eyes. Mistress Nan, the Gu family asked me for 20 years to buy off their relationship with Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshuan's parents personally received the 2 silver ingots, they were very happy. A useless son could be sold for 20 years, they felt that it was a good deal. Mistress Nan never expected that there was such a terrible truth behind Gu Xiaoshuan's break with the Gu family. You and Master Lu treat Xiaoshan as your own son. I don't want Xiaoshan to lose his parents who love him so much. Mistress Nan was silent. Gu Jiao continued, what's more, when Yan was injured, didn't you all come to the Yan kingdom regardless of everything? Master Nan and Master Lu's kindness to his 2 younger brothers could not be described in a few words. Gu Jiao would not allow anyone to harm Nan Xianxia. The 2 of them sat for a while longer before Master Lu came over in a hurry. Nan Xianxia waved at him from the 2nd floor. He looked up and saw his madam first. There was no doubt about it. But who was the young lady opposite madam? He went to the side room. Are you hurt? Madam Nan asked. I didn't. What about you? Master Lu asked. I'm fine too. Let's see who's here. Madam Nan smiled at Gu Jiao. You definitely won't recognize her. Master Lu's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's flawless face. After a long while, he stammered, It can't be Jiao Jiao, right? Master Lu. Gu Jiao greeted him with a smile. Master Lu staggered and bumped into the wall beside him. So it really was Jiao Jiao. Did she change her face? No, her facial features were no different from before. But without the birthmark, it was as if she had been reborn. Jiao Jiao's face is better now. Madam Nan did not mention the chastity mark. Master Lu only thought that Gu Jiao's medical skills were superior. He was quite pleased that she cured herself. He did not judge people by their appearance. Gu Jiao did not either. But as an elder, he still did not want those bad looks to fall on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao asked, Master Lu, Madam Nan, where do you live now? Is it still the same courtyard as before? Madam Nan said gently, we moved to the inner city. We live in Chuilu Lane. Gu Jiao said happily, it's in the same direction as the House of Duke. If you don't mind, you can go to the House of Duke for dinner tonight. Jing Kong will be very happy to see you. The 2 of them found it difficult to refuse such kindness. They went to a nearby car shop to rent a carriage and went to the House of Duke with Gu Jiao. The 3 of them went to the House of Duke first. They did not see little Jing Kong. Instead, they met another familiar figure. He was dressed in white and had a tall figure. His face was handsome and noble. Who else could it be other than Mu Qingchen? When Mu Qingchen heard that the House of Duken had returned to Xingdu, he immediately put down his work and came to visit. He had just come out of the House of Duken and did not expect to meet Gu Jiao at the door. Even Madame Nan had heard that the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry was actually a woman. As a member of the 10 great aristocratic families, how could he not know? Gu Jiao was wearing a green dress with narrow sleeves and a girdle. Her body was light and her waist was slim. The material of the dress was the best soft smoke gauze. When the sun shone on it, it reflected a thin layer of hazy light. This soft smoke gauze was a specialty of the Jin nation. It was a tribute from the Jin nation to the empress. The empress did not keep a single one for herself and sent them all to the house of Dukan. How did he know about this? It was because he was the one who counted and escorted the tribute from the Jin nation. His gaze finally fell on Gu Jiao's face. Then, he was dumbfounded. Madame Nan sensed that the atmosphere was not right. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, your master Lu and I will first, Madame Nan." Little Jing Kong's surprised voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Madame Nan looked at Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen with a smile and said, "Let's go to Jing Kong first. You two have a chat." Then, she dragged Master Lu, who wanted to gossip, to meet Jing Kong. Gu Jiao's reaction was calmer than Mu Qingchen's. She tilted her head slightly and greeted Mu Qingchen as usual, "Mu Qingchen." She used her original voice. Mu Qingchen was stunned again. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and thought for a while. "Well, long time no see. How are you?" Was this the way to exchange greetings after a long separation? It took Mu Qingchen a full minute to adapt to her identity as a woman, her appearance, and her voice. Countless emotions that Gu Jiao could not understand flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be in disbelief or something else. In short, it was very complicated. "Mu Qingchen, what's wrong with you?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen's hands under his wide sleeves clenched little by little. He walked slowly toward Gu Jiao and said in a hoarse voice, "I came here today not only to visit Dukan, but also to see you." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "See me? What's the matter?" Mu Qingchen looked around. "There are too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else." The people in the public house had been eliminated long ago. Those who were left were all trustworthy. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Okay, wait for me." She went into the courtyard and arranged for Madame Nan and Master Lu to meet Dukan. Then, she went to a secluded pavilion in the public house with Mu Qingchen. Gu Jiao stood in the pavilion and said to him, "You can tell me now." Mu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and took out a doll from his wide sleeve. It was an extremely terrifying doll. It had a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. The memory that Gu Jiao had put aside came back to her. She had made a doll like this in her previous life. "Yining gave it to me." Mu Qingchen looked into Gu Jiao's eyes and said. Gu Jiao was stunned for a moment. She took the doll and said, "You know. The state preceptor told me." Mu Qingchen clenched his fists and felt bitter. "So you didn't lie to me. You said you would come back. You really came back." Gu Jiao didn't have a complete memory of Jing Yining. She couldn't remember what Mu Qingchen said. The only thing she was sure of was that Jing Yining had mastered the secret of time travel. She knew she could come back here. Yining's health has always been poor. Mu Qingchen said, "The purple grass poison couldn't completely merge with her. Back then, the monarch sent someone to assassinate Yining. But in fact, the real cause of her death was the purple grass poison. The state preceptor even told Mu Qingchen this." Gu Jiao said, "What else do you know about Jing Yining? For example, her other identity?" "You?" Mu Qingchen looked at her with a complicated expression. It seemed that she didn't know about the Lord of Shadows. Gu Jiao returned the little doll to him. "Don't you want to take it back?" Mu Qingchen asked. "It's for you," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen held the doll that had accompanied him for more than 10 years. He couldn't calm down the surging emotions in his chest. If, before he could finish speaking, Gu Jiao took a step forward and gently hugged him. Mu Qingchen froze and widened his eyes in disbelief. Gu Jiao said, "This is for you from Yining." Mu Qingchen's arms trembled slightly. His eyes reddened unconsciously. He raised his head and forced the tears back to the corners of his eyes. He raised his arms and wanted to hug his Yining. But his hand stopped in midair, an inch away from her. He was too late. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand and looked at him. She said seriously, "Mu Qingchen, thank you. Thank you for protecting Yining. Thank you for taking care of Duke." And Mu Qingchen collected his emotions in time and said calmly, "I'm done. You should go and see Duke and don't let him wait too long." "I should go back." Gu Jiao said, I'll see you off. Mu Qingchen said, no, you go first. Then, okay. Gu Jiao said goodbye to him and turned to walk down the pavilion. Looking at the beautiful figure gradually disappearing in the twilight, Mu Qingchen finally couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and closed his eyes. A drop of hot tears fell down. Digression, you're so early today. Where's the hardworking Fong Fongzai? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1044283668. HTML Genius memorized the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online will be available here. Gu Jiao returned to the main courtyard of Dukan's mansion. The people of the second branch also came, and the courtyard was very lively. They didn't see the touching scene of Madame Nan and little Jing Kong acknowledging each other, but they saw the scene of second master Jing hugging his eldest brother and crying bitterly. Woo-woo. Eldest brother. Why were you gone for so long? I thought you wouldn't come back. For a man to cry like that, it was really a bit unbearable to look at. Second Madame Nan pulled his sleeve and said awkwardly, all right, everyone is here. Look at you. Dukan was also disgusted by his younger brother's tears and snot. Other than the couple of the second branch, there were a few unfamiliar faces in the courtyard. There was a 10-year-old boy and two 6- or 7-year-old girls. The three of them looked like second Master Jing and second Madame Nan, so they must be their children. Gu Jiao didn't see them the last time she came to the Yin Kingdom. Later, she learned from Dukan that second Madame Nan's mother's condition was not good, so she sent the three children to Yu City, which was 100 miles away, to accompany their grandmother. Not long before her wedding with Xiaoheng, second Madame Nan's mother's condition suddenly worsened. Second Master Jing and his wife went to Yu City to visit old Madame Nan, so they missed their wedding. Second Madame Nan didn't want to bother with her husband. She took Madame Nan's hand and said softly, sorry for making a fool of ourselves. Let's go and admire the flowers. Madame Nan was a person of Jianghu. The noble ladies she met in the past all disdained to associate with people of Jianghu. Second Madame Nan was different from them. She could feel second Madame Nan's sincere acceptance. Jiao Jiao was surrounded by very good people. Madame Nan smiled and agreed. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong, who was showing off his height to Master Lu, saw Gu Jiao calmly walking over. For the sake of Jiao Jiao, little Jing Kong, who could give up everything, decisively left Master Lu behind and ran to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. I haven't seen you for a day. I miss you so much. Nonsense, they had clearly seen each other at the courtyard entrance just now. Gu Jiao patted his little head. In the past, she could touch it just by stretching out her arm. Now, she had to lift it up. Gu Jiao's arrival saved Nguigong from the fire and water. Finally, he didn't have to face his snotty brother anymore. Second Master Jing wanted to cry again. It would be best if he cried until his eldest brother wouldn't dare to abandon him in the future. But when his gaze landed on Gu Jiao, his crying stopped abruptly. He was originally a foppish and dissolute person. Back then, in order to see the beauties of the Azure Water Women's Academy, he had specially pushed his elder brother to watch the archery competition. Gu Jiao's clothes weren't luxurious at all. Her hair accessories and hairstyle were extremely simple. But the more simple it was, the more it highlighted her beauty and temperament. Second Master Jing swallowed his saliva. It can't be, this is sixth son? What Lu Lang? It's Jiao Jiao. Second Madam glared at him, and... She's your little niece. I know. He was simply stunned by her appearance. He didn't have any dirty thoughts. Second Madam introduced the 3 children of the second branch to Gu Jiao. The eldest son, Jing Lan, was 10 years old this year. The eldest daughter, Jing Li, was 7 years old this year. The second daughter, Jing Meng, was 5 years old this year. The 3 children obediently called her their eldest sister. The second branch didn't know that Gu Jiao was Gu Jiao, but they were certain that Gu Jiao was Ducan's eldest daughter. They heard that Ducan's stepmother was a virtuous woman. The son she gave birth to inherited her character. She taught her son well and chose a daughter-in-law for her son. She didn't care about family background and valued character. Gu Jiao had never seen the late old madam in this life, but she could feel the reason and kindness that the old madam had left behind in this harmonious family. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go to the dining room to eat. As Ducan spoke, he stood up from the wheelchair. Second Master Jing's body shook again. Damn, what the hell? His elder brother stood up. Ducan was getting better day by day. Not only could he stand, but he could also walk more than 10 steps. It wasn't too strenuous. The whole family ate dinner at Ducan's residence. After a long journey, Ducan's body couldn't take it anymore and wanted to rest. He said gently to Gu Jiao, "You should go back to the palace early to rest. You're going to visit your granduncle tomorrow, right? He's in the Black Wind camp. I'm afraid he doesn't know that you're back. You can give him a surprise if you go there." Little Jing Kong jumped up, "I want to go too. I want to go too." Gu Jiao curved her lips, "Okay." Master Lu and Mistress Nan also bid farewell to him. He smiled and said, "Ducan's residence is Jiao Jiao's home. Master Lu and Mistress Nan are family. We should keep in touch with each other in the future. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay you a visit sometime." Master Lu was flattered. "Oh, this, my humble house is shabby." Ducan thought that he agreed and said with a smile, "Then it's settled. I'll pay you a visit in 3 days." He wasn't being polite. He was sincerely trying to befriend these 2 people from Jianghu. Master Lu was happy and moved. He didn't refuse and told him his home's address. "We'll be waiting for Ducan at any time." Coming out of the Ducan's residence, Gu Jiao looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Aheng said that he would come to pick her up. Why didn't he come? Did something happen? Gu Jiao guessed correctly. Something did happen. Shang Guanyan needed to be operated on today to remove the screws. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng went to the state teacher's hall. The children were left in the imperial palace to be taken care of by Wu Xixi and the wet nurses. Longyi wasn't there because Longyi didn't stay in Xingdu. Instead, he went to Dark Night Island with Chang Kuan and his son. The imperial palace of Dayan was heavily guarded, so no bad people could sneak in. Before Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng arrived in Yan country, the twins lived peacefully like this. Therefore, no one felt that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. The problem was with a beauty in the imperial harem. This person's surname was Zhao. She was a beauty offered by the Dong family, one of the 10 great families. After Shang Guanyan ascended the throne, the power of the great families was reshuffled. The Nangong family and the Han family were completely removed. The remaining 9 great families also suffered great losses. In order to consolidate their power, the great families followed Jin country's example and offered beauties to the imperial palace. Among them, there was one named Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was like his name. His face was delicate like jade, and his figure was tall and slightly thin. He belonged to the category of a weak willow in the wind. At dusk, when he was strolling in the imperial garden, he happened to see the twins being carried out by the wet nurse. Shang Guanyan had already announced to the public that the 2 were imperial grandsons. However, there was a secret rumor in the imperial palace. That was that Imperial Tutor Yi had used a secret technique from the state teacher's hall to give birth to a dragon for Shang Guanyan. In order to keep the secret, they announced to the public that they were the second prince's flesh and blood. There was no second prince before. How come when the twins came, the second prince popped out? Since they were the second prince's flesh and blood, why didn't they bring the second prince into the palace? The twins had been here for 2 months before the second prince and his wife arrived late. Don't tell me that the 2 children can come to the palace by themselves. Shang Guanyan must have spent 2 months to find a second prince from the people. The more Zhao Yu thought about it, the more he felt that he was too smart. He saw through everything that others did not see through. His Majesty gave all his love to the twins and did not even look at the beauties in the imperial harem. Only when the twins were gone would His Majesty notice the beauties in the imperial harem. Anger rose from the heart, and evil grew from the side. Zhao Yu, who usually did not dare to speak loudly for fear of offending people, was overwhelmed by jealousy at this moment and fell into a trance. He walked towards the twins. He was popular in the imperial harem, and the wet nurses also knew him. He smiled and went to greet the twins. No one knew that he actually knew a little about medicine. He knew that the palace was dangerous. In order to protect himself, he carried a self-defense poison all year round. That kind of poison was colorless and tasteless. After swallowing or inhaling it, nothing strange would happen for 3 days. It would not start to be toxic until the 4th day. Generally, when poisoned, they would only check what they ate and touched that day. They would never check the contact 3 days ago. This method was very safe. The young prince and the young princess are so cute, he said with a smile. The 2 wet nurses had already put the twins back in the cradle. Looking at the twins, it was hard for them not to agree with Beauty Zhao's words. The 2 little masters were really the most beautiful babies they had ever seen. The weather is very hot. Zhao Yu opened the folding fan and fanned himself first. Then, when no one was paying attention, he sprinkled the powder on the folding fan. He turned around and saw the twins looking at him with their eyes wide open. His eyebrows twitched, he suddenly felt guilty as if he had been caught in the act. Soon, he calmed down. No, it was just 2 babies. So what if they saw? Could they understand, or could they speak? Zhao Yu held the folding fan and walked towards the twins' cradle step by step. The twins looked at him for 3 seconds. Suddenly, they clenched their fists in tacit understanding and cried loudly. Oh, what's wrong with the young princess and the young prince? The older wet nurse was the first to speak. Everyone surrounded them, wanting to see what was wrong with the little masters. Zhao Yu was suddenly blocked outside. Now, he couldn't fan them no matter how hard he tried. However, there was always a way out. He inadvertently found the perfect opportunity to commit a crime. The cradle was placed in the pavilion. The floor was hard and there were steps below. As long as he tripped the wet nurse in front of him, she would fall on the cradle and throw the twins out. The children's heads were heavy. If they fell, they would definitely hit their heads on the ground. If he was lucky enough, they might even roll down the steps. This would undoubtedly kill them. He decisively stretched out his foot. The wet nurse really didn't see it. She tripped on the spot and toppled the cradle. Ah! Little master! She cried out involuntarily. Zhao Yu raised the corners of his lips proudly. But just as he was about to watch the 2 children fall to their deaths, something unexpected happened. The moment the 2 children hit the ground, they disappeared with a whoosh. Zhao Yu looked as if he had seen a ghost. His soul flew out and he fell on his butt to the ground, in the eastern suburbs of the imperial city, in a deserted and abandoned alley. Liao Chen, who had been chased for 3 days and 3 nights, finally couldn't take it anymore. He stopped and decided to fight to the death with the other party. He was dressed in a grey monk's robe and stood against the wind under the moonlight. His wide sleeves and robe fluttered in the night wind. He was clearly a monk, but he had an excessively delicate face and a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes. It was as if he was drunk with the nectar of a peach forest. Whoever saw this face wouldn't say a word. Where did this evil monk come from? However, the mole under his right eye gave him a sense of loneliness and mystery. The corners of his lips curled up. He sneered and said, "Cow nose, I've tolerated you for a long time. You don't really think I can't beat you, do you?" Taoist Qing Feng was dressed in a blue Taoist robe. His black hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. He had the air of an immortal. He said coldly, "I didn't ask you to be merciful." Liao Chen flicked his sleeves lightly and said with a smile, "I just stole your clothes and caused you to be watched by others under the moonlight. If worst comes to worst, I'll show you and you can come back." Taoist Qing Feng's eyes were cold. Shameless. He attacked Liao Chen with a killer move. Liao Chen narrowed his eyes. Is this stupid cow nose for real? Cow nose has improved a lot this year. He tapped his toes and flew into the air. The monk's robe couldn't contain his inner strength. His powerful aura overflowed, almost forming a terrifying phoenix. Cow knows, it's time for you to see how powerful I am. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once the merciful palm is used, it won't stop until you die. Take this. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Taoist Master Qing Feng. Wah! A small and childish voice suddenly sounded behind him. His body stiffened and his breath stagnated. With a scream, he fell from the sky. Along with him, there was also a little baby crying for milk. He reached out and caught him. Taoist Qing Feng wanted to take the opportunity to stomp him to death, but at the same time, another baby fell from the sky and hit Taoist Qing Feng. Saving people was an instinct, not to mention such a small child. Taoist Qing Feng caught the little guy in time. The two of them didn't understand what had happened. The next second, a small medicine box fell from the sky. No one caught it. It fell to the ground alone. A cold wind blew, and the medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Taoist Qing Feng and Liao Chen looked at the baby in their arms and were both stunned. Digression, I woke up and saw so many monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. I'm the diligent Fong Fongzai. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/1044258080. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. After a moment of shock, the two of them raised their heads at the same time. They first looked up at the sky, then looked around. Because Taoist Qing Feng had come here with the intention of killing Liao Chen, he didn't want to hurt the innocent. He had followed Liao Chen all the way out of the inner city and into this deserted area. It wasn't that there was no one within a 10-mile radius, but there were very few people here. Where did the child come from? Taoist Qing Feng asked in confusion. Liao Chen looked up at the bright moon. A trace of confusion flashed through his charming peach blossom eyes. He pointed at the boundless sky. It seems like it fell from the sky. How is that possible? Taoist Qing Feng said indifferently. No knife in the world could kill a child. He stood up with the child in his arms. What are you doing? Liao Chen asked him. He looked around cautiously. Someone must have been here just now. After saying this, he ignored Liao Chen and planned to look around with the child in his arms. However, he was stopped by Liao Chen. Bullnose. Liao Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the way he held the child. That's not how you hold a child. Taoist Qing Feng looked at the way he held the child. He really didn't understand what had gone wrong. Liao Chen complained, "Are you holding a book? Who holds a child with two arms?" Xiao Tsung's little face looked like it had nothing to live for. It seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction. He looked like an immortal, but how could he be so bad at holding a child? Taoist Qing Feng refused to accept Xiao Tsung's look of disdain, but he still asked Liao Chen, "Then how should I hold it?" Liao Chen looked at him incredulously and sighed. Taoist, oh Taoist, how did you grow up? He was face-blind and had no sense of direction. He didn't even know how to hold a child. He clicked his tongue and stood up calmly in the face of Taoist Qing Feng's strong murderous aura. He demonstrated, "Look carefully. Such a small child should be held horizontally." His arms were long and his palms were big, so he could hold Xiaoyan firmly with just one hand. Xiaoyan lay in his arms, leaning against his firm and warm chest. Hearing the strong heartbeat that was similar to her father's, she felt a sense of security that she did not reject. Wow. Xiaoyan smiled at Liao Chen. Liaochen raised his eyebrows proudly. He looked at Xiaoyan and then at Taoist Qingfeng. See? When you hug him comfortably, the child will smile at you. Taoist Qingfeng lacked experience in raising a child. He only managed to learn Dust's hug after observing for a while. Why isn't he smiling? Taoist Master Qingfeng frowned as he looked at the aloof Shao Kong. Maybe he doesn't like you? Liaochen said with a faint smile. It didn't matter whether he liked her or not, but this time, it was Liaochen who said it. Still want to fight? Liaochen asked with a smile. In terms of martial arts, Liaochen and Marquis Xianping could compete. Taoist Master Qingfeng gave him a cold stare, then turned to look for the mysterious person who brought the children here. However, even after searching through the attachments, he still couldn't find a single unfamiliar figure. Liaochen didn't waste his time. He sat in place and played with the little guy in his arms. The little guy laughed when he was teased. It was very interesting. He wasn't surprised to see Taoist Master Qingfeng come back empty-handed. If the children didn't fall from the sky and someone really did throw them to them, then no matter what the other party's purpose was, they couldn't find them when they came, so they couldn't find them when they left. Liaochen looked at the small medicine box on the ground and said, instead of looking for someone, why don't you take a look at this box? It seems to have fallen with the children. Taoist Master Qingfeng knelt down on one knee. The moonlight at the end of the month was too dim, so he took out a lighter. Liaochen watched him blow the lighter over the children's heads and frowned. Hey, be careful. Don't burn the children. Taoist Master Qingfeng paused. Oh. He turned his head and blew the lighter in another direction. Xiaotsung's little body was trembling. He also seemed to feel that this man was too dangerous. Forget it. Let me do it. Liaochen stood up and walked over, taking the lighter from his hand. He had raised Jing Kong before. A Jing Kong was worth 10 children, so he was the father of 10 children. Holding the children and holding the lighter didn't conflict at all. Under the light of the fire, the two saw the appearance of the small medicine box. It's just an ordinary box, Taoist Master Qingfeng said. This wasn't like the secret room in the Grand Preceptor Hall, which was spotless. The small medicine box was smashed into the dust and became dirty. Liaochen and sure you didn't recognize it as Gu Jiao's box. Open it and see, Liaochen said. Taoist Master Qingfeng opened the box with his other hand. Something incredible happened. It was like a fake box. He couldn't open it at all. Even if he used his internal energy, it was still the same. Liaochen handed the lighter to Taoist Master Qingfeng. Take it. I'll try. Taoist Master Qingfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Do you think you're better than me? Liaochen chuckled. It's not what I think. It's the truth. Then Liaochen was slapped in the face. Slap, he snorted. Stupid box. Taoist Master Qingfeng said, now we don't have a clue. Liaochen carefully observed the faces of the two children and muttered, don't you think they look familiar? Huh? Taoist Master Qingfeng couldn't tell. Forget it. It's useless to ask you, Liaochen said. Let's find an inn first. There are a lot of mosquitoes at night. If you don't rest, they'll need a quiet place to sleep. How about we report this to the authorities? Taoist Master Qingfeng suggested. Liaochen sighed. The yamen is far from here. Besides, there's no one to take care of such young children. Taoist Master Qingfeng didn't speak. Liaochen said, if you don't want to go to the inn, you can give the children to me. I can handle it alone. Taoist Master Qingfeng hit the nail on the head. You want to take the opportunity to slip away again. The last time he left him in Chengdu, he searched for him for months. Then he left him in Zhao Kingdom, and he searched for him for months again. He wouldn't fall for his trick this time. Liaochen waved his hand. As you wish. Then he walked forward with Xiaoyan in his arms. As he walked, he lowered his head to tease Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan giggled at his teasing. Taoist Master Qingfeng frowned and looked down at the child in his arms. Why aren't you laughing? He asked in confusion. Take the box, he said, looking at Liaochen's back. Maybe we'll find some new clues later. Liachen had no choice but to return and pick up the medicine box. They came to the main street. This was the outer city. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the inner city, it was still quite lively. A handsome monk and a sage-like Taoist priest were carrying a pair of children. They walked side by side in the endless stream of people, attracting the attention of countless people. The monk and the Taoist master were family, and they had 2 children. What kind of earth-shattering story was this? Liachen didn't care what others thought of him, but that person didn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hunted down for years just because he was watched once. Liachen turned his head and glanced at the Taoist master who was pretending to be calm. He held back his laughter and entered an inn. He looked at the Taoist master who followed him. 2 rooms? Taoist master Qing Feng said coldly, don't even think about it. Liachen said to the innkeeper, 1 room. The innkeeper stared blankly at the 2 and the children in their arms. After a while, he came back to his senses. Ah, the best room. We have it, we have it. He called a waiter and took the 2 to the best room in the sky room. After Liachen entered the room, he first put the dusty medicine box on the table. Then he gently placed the child in his arms on the soft bed. After that, he walked out of the door. Where are you going? Taoist master Qing Feng asked coldly. Liachen turned his head and looked at the 2 children. I'm going to get them something to eat. Don't worry, I won't run away. Taoist master Qing Feng said, you have a criminal record and don't have a good reputation. I don't trust you. Liachen said, then why don't you go? Taoist master Qing Feng said reasonably, if I leave, you'll still run away. Liachen put his hand to his forehead. Then what should I do? Taoist master Qing Feng said seriously, give me your shadow token. Hiss, Liachen gasped. The shadow token was the most precious thing he had. He couldn't give it to others so easily. But if he didn't give it to him, this guy was too difficult to deal with. Fine, fine. Here you go. Liachen took out the shadow token and threw it to the man. The man caught it easily. Okay, you can go now. Liachen shook his head and went downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat. The 2 children looked about 5 months old and could eat some fine rice paste. He went to the kitchen and had the kitchen cook 2 small bowls of rice paste. He also ordered a few delicate and delicious dishes and asked the waiter to send them to the best room. He carried the rice paste upstairs on a tray. When he reached the door, he bumped into Xianxia, who was coming from the end of the corridor. The father and son were both shocked. Father? Zheng'er? Xianxia was out of the city on business. He had just secretly met with an important person in the inn. He didn't expect to see his son here, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Zheng'er, why are you here? He asked strangely. His eyes fell on the tray. What is it? Before Liachen could answer, the waiter came with a bucket of hot water. He said to Liachen, Sir, the hot water you and the other guest asked for, should I send it to your room now? Xianxuanqi's body shook. You got a room with someone? Liachen slapped his forehead. Don't misunderstand. It's a Taoist priest. Xianxuanqi shook again. You got a room with a Taoist priest? Liachen motioned for him to look at the 2 bowls of rice paste on his tray. He said helplessly, it's because of the children. Xianxuanqi shuddered. You guys even have a child? Father. Liachen was speechless. It's not what you think. As soon as he said that, Taoist Qing Feng walked out with the shadow token. Xianxuanqi didn't look at his face, but he saw the token first. He instantly felt like he was struck by lightning. He roared, You gave the family heirloom to him? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1044093993. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, MZHHBQG. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. Xianxia was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. As the symbol of the Lord of Shadows, the shadow token had always been more precious than life. With the shadow token, the shadow division could continue to be passed down. This was also why when Xianxia was chased by Shitian, he must pass the shadow token to Xianxia, who was only 8 years old. In Xianxia's heart, what was it if not a family heirloom? Such a precious thing could never be taken away from him. Taoist Qingfeng also saw its importance. So he asked Liaochen to keep it with him. He didn't know what had happened, but he heard that Liaochen seemed to be in trouble, so he came out to take a look. He must kill Liaochen, but others couldn't touch him. He wanted him to die in his own hands. Then he saw Xianxia. Xianxia had already seen the shadow token. He was shocked, very shocked. He also wanted to know who was so powerful that he could steal his son's soul. He looked up. Oh, it's a male Taoist? Taoist Qingfeng? They fought together at the border. Although they weren't familiar with each other, they had at least met several times. How could he not know Taoist Qingfeng, who was brave and good at fighting and fought side by side with his son? He had also sighed with Shang Guanyin that the younger generation would surpass them in time. His heart seemed to have been shocked by 100,000 volts of electricity, and he couldn't live anymore. He looked at his unfilial son bitterly and said, "Is this the reason why you said you wanted Jingkong to carry on the family line?" Liaochen was dumbfounded. "Father, I've told you so much. Why do you only remember this one sentence? I said I don't want to get married. I want to be free and unfettered. I want to be a monk who can travel anywhere in the world." Sigh. He couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Xianxia looked at Taoist Qingfeng with a complicated expression. "When did you two get together?" Taoist Qingfeng only heard the part about the family heirloom. He thought for a while and said honestly, "He has been hiding from me, so I found him. In order to prevent him from escaping, I asked him to leave the shadow token with me. Since it's a family heirloom, I'll return it to the Grand Marshal." Xianxia was not in a hurry to take the shadow token back. Instead, he turned his head and glared at his son. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "You're still hiding from her?" Scumbag. Taoist Qingfeng didn't understand the misunderstanding between the father and son. He said seriously, "Grand Marshal, I have a personal grudge against him. Since you saw it today, I might as well tell you the truth. His life is mine." Xianxia was dumbfounded. Was his daughter-in-law's love so deep that she hated him so much? No, 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 what daughter-in-law? He was a man. Taoist Qingfeng continued, "I chased him from the Yan kingdom to the Zhao kingdom, then from the Zhao kingdom to here. It took me a lot of effort to catch him. Even if the Grand Marshal tried to stop me, I could only offend him. He chased them all the way to Zhao country. Could it be that the daughter-in-law that Qing'er mentioned was really Qingfeng Taoist? Was it really done?" Xianxia felt as if his chest had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. He staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Just as he didn't know what he should do with this young couple, Xiao Yan began to cry inside the room. "You adults are so slow. This baby is hungry." Hearing the child's cries, Xianxia remembered that his son had said that they had a child. He trembled and looked at the two people at the door. With an indescribable expression, he asked, "You two, who exactly gave birth to it?" Liaochen, Taoist Qingfeng. Xianxia had followed the Master of Shadows for many years. He was more familiar with the medicine box than Liaochen. Thus, he recognized it at a glance. He then looked at the boy phoenix twins of little Jiao and little Aheng. He more or less understood their identities. Hearing that they had descended from the sky together with the box, he became even more certain of his guess. He said to the two, "I will bring the child back. This matter, rot in your stomachs. You are not allowed to ask about anything else. I have no objections." Liaochen said and glanced at Taoist Qingfeng. Taoist Qingfeng said, "We will obey the Grand Marshal's orders." Xianxia had someone hire a carriage. Holding the boy phoenix twins, he sat in the carriage and brought the medicine box along. "I'm leaving," he said. Liaochen took this opportunity to slip away. "Father, I will go back with you." Xianxia kicked his son off the carriage, and then he left in the carriage. Liaochen, who was forced to stay in Taoist Qingfeng's hands, after the twins disappeared into thin air, the palace maids immediately reported to Wu Xixi. Wu Xixi went to the scene and interrogated everyone in the pavilion. Then, he rushed to the Grand Preceptor's hall without stopping. But because the medicine box was not there, the path to the operating room was closed. Yiqing opened the door and saw an empty secret room. After Gu Jiaojiao returned to the imperial palace, she heard the news and immediately came to Imperial Tutor's hall. Since the medicine box was not there, the boy phoenix twins should have been teleported somewhere. "Where did they go?" Yiqing asked. Gu Jiaojiao analyzed. "From the current situation I know, the medicine box usually only teleports to nearby coordinates. There are 2 fixed coordinates. One is the operating room of Imperial Tutor's Hall, and the other should be Dark Knight Island. There are also 2 moving coordinates. One is me, the other is the former godfather, and now there may be boy phoenix twins." Yiqing thoughtfully said, "In other words, it will either teleport to your side or go to Dark Knight Island?" Gu Jiaojiao thought, no. It was known that the medicine box needed energy to tear space, so there was another possibility. It didn't have enough energy and randomly dropped halfway. Yiqing heard her thoughts. When Gu Jiaojiao and Yiqing planned to take the people of Imperial Tutor's Hall to find the boy phoenix twins, Xianxia rushed over with one baby in each hand. Seeing that the 2 little fellows were safe and sound, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Grand Marshal." Yiqing and Xianxia greeted. Xianxia nodded. "State Preceptor Yi." "Yiqing, give me one of the children." Xianxia, "I won't give it to you, come and grab it." Gu Jiaojiao took the small gray medicine box from the coachman. Wu Xixi had already found out that it was Zhao Yu who had evil intentions and wanted to harm the boy phoenix twins. For the sake of saving the boy phoenix twins once, Gu Jiaojiao suppressed the impulse to chop it into firewood. Gu Jiaojiao took the small medicine box to the secret room. After connecting it to the operating room, several people went in to visit Shang Guanyin. Shang Guanyin fell asleep. Xiaoheng got up and looked at everyone. He bowed to Xianxia. "Granduncle is also here." "N." Xianxia nodded, holding the boy phoenix twins in his arms. "Even their father won't give it to them." "Alas, I can't grab it, I can't grab it." Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiaojiao and Yiqing, "What happened just now?" The door of the operating room suddenly couldn't be pushed open. If the door couldn't be pushed open, it meant that the passage was closed. This was the case when Gu Chongqing was hiding here to recuperate. Gu Jiaojiao told Xiaoheng about the boy phoenix twins' half-day tour in the capital, and Xianxia added the information of the 2 on the road in time. Only then did they know that the boy phoenix twins fell into the hands of Liaochen and Qingfeng Taoist. Gu Jiaojiao curled her lips and murmured, "You really know how to pick people." When the energy was exhausted, he located a familiar scent nearby. Did he become a spirit? The boy phoenix twins were safe and sound because they were lucky. If they were ordinary children, they would have been killed by Zhao Yu. Thinking of this, Xiaoheng's eyes became cold. Mother was worried that there was no chance to touch the Dong family. Zhao Yu came to the door and really handed a good knife. That night, Xiaoheng personally went to the dungeon of the palace to interrogate Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu couldn't withstand the torture at all. As soon as he was beaten, he confessed and cried loudly that he was instigated by the Dong family. Conspiring to murder the royal family and conspiring to rebel was punishable by beheading, not to mention that the target was the most beloved grandson of Her Majesty the Empress. "I'm innocent." "Your Majesty." Master Dong knelt in the majestic and solemn throne room, full of grievances and crying bitterly. Shang Guanyin said with a strong aura, "Take Zhao Yu to the throne room." Zhao Yu was escorted by the imperial guards and pointed at Master Dong. "Master Dong. Why do you still refuse to admit it? At that time, it was you who wanted me to enter the palace, to wait for an opportunity to murder His Majesty. Because I wasn't favored and couldn't get close to His Majesty, you set your sights on the young royal princess and the young royal prince. You said, to kill them, to make His Majesty panic, and then you thought of a way to poison His Majesty. to make it look like His Majesty was depressed and had died without any illness. Master Dong said angrily, "Nonsense." Zhao Yu said angrily, "You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You blackmailed me with my family. Let me lay my hands on 2 babies in swaddling clothes." Master Dong. "You're so vicious. You. Master Dong was so angry that he stood up and rushed to Zhao Yu. He pulled out the sword of the Imperial Guard beside him. Xianxia sent him flying with a palm strike. He didn't even have the strength to fight back and fell heavily on the cold floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shang Guanyan punched the armrest of the dragon throne and said coldly, "Drawing the sword in the throne room is an additional crime. Guards, drag him away for Zhen. Wait for his punishment." Master Dong was not a kind person. When he was looking for the young commandery princess in the forest, he killed the young commandery princess and Gu Jiao. Shang Guanyan had long wanted to take his life. The Imperial Guards mercilessly dragged Master Dong, whose dantian was shattered by Xianxia. Behind him, he left behind a shocking trail of blood. In the Imperial Court, the officials kept quiet out of fear. They understood that the days of the Dong family were over. If the destruction of the Han family and the Nangong family was due to rebellion, then the end of the Dong family was the first guillotine that Her Majesty the Empress took the initiative to drop on the major families. Her Majesty the Empress's crackdown on the aristocratic families had officially begun. After the Imperial Court, Xianxia stopped Shang Guanyan. "Your Majesty." "Uncle, what's the matter?" Shang Guanyan's tone was less fierce in the Imperial Court and more intimate as a junior. Xianxia looked at her solemnly. "Has the action against the aristocratic families begun?" Shang Guanyan nodded. "When the Xianyuan family was harmed, none of the 10 major families were clean." Xianxia said, "The foundation of the country can't be shaken." Shang Guanyan said, "I understand, I won't be ruthless. Some families will make up for their mistakes. I will deal with them according to their merits. For example, the Su family. Originally, she wanted to uproot it, but Mu Qingchen was loyal to the country and had made great contributions at the border. For his sake, she would keep the Su family, but the condition was that the power of the Su family must be handed over to Mu Qingchen. In addition, there was the Wang family. Wang Su was loyal and was also a useful person. Xianxia hesitated. "That," Shang Guanyan smiled, "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it." Feng family. Xianxia said, "Can you save the Feng family?" "Feng family?" Shang Guanyan nodded thoughtfully. "Feng Wuming also made a lot of contributions in the war with Jin country. I will remember these contributions to the Feng family." The elders of the Feng family had passed away, leaving only 2 sons. When the Xianyuan family was in trouble, the 2 sons were still young and didn't participate in the crimes of their fathers. She said, "I won't touch Feng Wuming and Feng Wuxiu, but the Feng family's property. I will take it back." "After you take it back?" Xianxia asked. "Return it to uncle." Shang Guanyan said matter-of-factly. The things that were divided from the Xianyuan family naturally had to be returned to the original owner. Xianxia calmly said, "Oh, then, no need." Shang Guanyan looked at her uncle strangely. "What do you mean, no need?" Xianxia explained, "You return it to me, and I still have to send it over." Shang Guanyan was confused. "What do you mean send it back and forth?" Why was she getting more and more confused? Xianxia straightened his back and proudly said, "Betrothal gift." Shang Guanyan? Digression, I ate 8 creamy yellow quicksands bao in the morning, and I'm already on the road to getting fat in the autumn. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1044033624. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhbqg.com Combikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The twins were frightened when they left the palace. Shang Guanyan let the young couple stay in the palace and don't walk around. They should accompany the children in peace. In the cradle of Fenglin Palace, Gu Jiao looked at the pair of little guys who were more excited than birds. She deeply wondered where she could see that they were frightened. He was clearly acting as if nothing had happened. All right? I'm going to the barracks, Gu Jiao said. The two little guys pouted for a second. Don't cry, Gu Jiao said lightly. The two little guys felt wronged and held back their cries. Wu Cixi, who was waiting on the side, was distressed. The little master was only 5 months old. Did the mother have to be so cruel? Didn't she see that the two of them were still in shock and needed their mother's comfort? It would be strange if they needed it. They were just pretending to be pitiful. How could Gu Jiao not understand her own flesh and blood? It seems that in these 2 months, the two little guys learned a lot of tricks from the palace. Gu Jiao decisively went to the Black Wind camp. When Gu Jiao returned to Zhao country to get married, the Black Wind camp was accompanied by 5,000 soldiers. Wan Renchong and Zhao Dengfeng were there. They were the first to know that Gu Jiao was a girl. They also saw Gu Jiao's real face. But the rest of the people didn't see it. Among them was Li Shen. When Li Shen returned after winning the war, he immediately went to see his old mother. Later, when Gu Jiao returned to Zhao country, he was also qualified to accompany her. But in order to take care of his mother, he stayed in Chengdu. Gu Jiao had just arrived at the entrance of the barracks when Li Shen came out on horseback. Gu Jiao was dressed as a woman today. She was wearing a long blue dress with a simple spiral hairstyle. The hairband and sleeves danced in the wind in the morning light. Her temperament was cold and unworldly. The barracks was not a place where women could come. Even if they came, they must dismount. Just as Li Shen was about to sternly stop the other party, he unexpectedly saw the other party's face. That was an indescribable beauty. It carried the spirit of a young lady, but it didn't lose the heroic spirit of a youth. It was a beauty that stood out from the masses. Li Shen, who had never judged a book by its cover, suddenly stuttered. The soldiers guarding the camp were also shocked. Which family did she come from? Did a celestial being descend to the mortal world? How did he end up in their barracks? Li Shen. Gu Jiao greeted him from the back of Black Wind King's horse. You know me? Li Shen had never heard Gu Jiao's feminine voice before. He stared at Gu Jiao in a daze. It was rude of him to stare at a woman's face like that, but his woman's beauty was so stunning that he had forgotten his manners. Gu Jiao reverted to his youthful voice. It's me. Li Shen's body trembled and he fell from the horse's back. He fell flat on his face. For such a fairy-like girl to suddenly have a youthful voice, it was really frightening. All right, however, why did that voice sound so familiar? He quickly raised his head and looked towards Gu Jiao's direction. This time, he wasn't looking at Gu Jiao's face, but Gu Jiao's horse. Black Wind King. His expression changed and his gaze moved up again, landing on that flawless face. You are, the young commander? The guards at the entrance were all shocked. This fairy-like girl was the young commander of their Black Wind camp who killed enemies like flies? The news that the young commander was a girl had already spread throughout the camp. It was said that the birthmark on her face had also been cured. But when they saw it with their own eyes, it was still too shocking. The ugly and cute young commander, how did she suddenly turn into a fairy-like girl? Gu Jiao's arrival caused a stir in the Black Wind camp. Not to mention the people who were shocked, even the horses ran over to look at Gu Jiao. Then Gu Jiao found that the camp was much quieter today. Everyone didn't walk so boldly, and their voices weren't so loud. It rained last night, so it wasn't hot this morning, but everyone's cheeks were red. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and tilted her head. Oh. Gu Jiao came to the camp for 2 reasons. 1. To see the soldiers who had risked their lives with her. 2. To prepare for the upcoming attack on the Tang sect. Then, something strange happened. She only needed 3,000 people, and she only asked the commanders to pick 3,000 people. But when she came out of her tent, she was surprised to find that all 50,000 people were on the training field. "What are you doing?" she asked in confusion. The new commander of the left, Zhao Dengfeng, coughed and said, "The 3rd Battalion of the charge requests to go to war." Wen Renchong, who was also promoted, calmed down and said seriously, "The 2nd Battalion of the vanguard requests to go to war." It was just to attack a hidden sect. Wasn't 50,000 people too much? Gu Jiao blinked and asked, "You all want to attack the Tang sect?" Yes. Everyone straightened their backs and said in unison. Their morale was shocking. Gu Jiao said, "Okay, since you all want to go, then go. You can also suppress the bandits along the way. I heard that bandits are rampant in that area. It's good to do something for the people." Cheng Fugui was promoted. He was the Hui general of the Black Wind camp. He had the highest rank under Gu Jiao and Shan Yuanqi. He asked righteously, "Young commander, when are we leaving?" Gu Jiao said, "We have to ask the Grand Marshal about the exact time." Cheng Fugui was stunned. "Why, do we have to ask the Grand Marshal?" "Young commander, aren't you going?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "I'm not going. I have something else to do. I have to go to the Dark Night Island. I wanted to pick a cavalry to go with me, but since you all want to suppress the bandits, I'll go to the Dark Shadow tribe to get some soldiers." Cheng Fugui stuttered. After all this time, they were not going to go with the young commander, but what was so good about the Grand Marshal, the young commander's Jiao Jiao was so soft and cute, the 50,000 people were crying in their hearts. They were so regretful that their intestines were turning green. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng stayed in Xingdu for a month. During this time, they visited all the teachers and friends they knew in Xingdu, including the dean of Tianqiong Academy and Wu Fuzi, as well as their former classmates and teammates. No one could believe that Xiao Lulang, who was braver than boys, was actually a girl. She was also so beautiful. "You drew the birthmark on your face on purpose, didn't you? To pretend to be a man?" In the pavilion of the academy, Mu Chuan looked at Gu Jiao's face and asked. Opposite Gu Jiao sat Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei. Apart from Mu Qingchen, the other members of the 5-man team were all here. Gu Jiao smiled. "If you say so." She couldn't tell him that it was chastity sand. Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei were a little embarrassed. Not for anything else, but because they had once asked Lu Lang to take them to the brothel. Now that they thought about it, they were really bastards. Ahem. To ease the awkwardness, Zhao Wei started a new topic. "I heard that Zhong Ding went back to Zhao State and Zhou Tong transferred schools. After you left the academy, young Master Qingchen stopped coming to class. My 4th brother went to war. Isn't that right?" "Lu Lang?" Mu Chuan smiled at Gu Jiao. He was still used to calling Gu Jiao Xiao Lu Lang. Gu Jiao didn't mind being called that. She nodded. "Yes, we stayed at the border for a long time. But he didn't come to class after the war." Zhao Wei sighed. Zhao Wei sighed. "I occasionally pass by the Clear Heart Hall, and I saw that the seats you two sat in were still empty. Your classmates in the Clear Heart Hall have reserved seats for you too. But you two won't go back to class in the future, right?" They couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in their hearts. Yuan Shao sighed. "It seems like only yesterday that we attacked Jusai. Do you still remember those Shaolin monks? Did they break Mu Chuan's arm?" Fortunately, Lu Lang was there. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if we won or lost. In fact, we should have known that Lu Lang wasn't a mediocre person. Mu Chuan suddenly laughed. Lu Lang went easy on Canaan Academy just to get the 10,000 taels of gold for the 2nd place. Later, when Lu Lang wasn't there, our academy got the 2nd place as scheduled. Unfortunately, I was meddlesome and went to the students of Canaan Academy to exchange for the reward of entering the palace to meet the emperor. Zhao Wei looked at him in disdain. "So you knew that Lu Lang wanted the gold?" Mu Chuan said helplessly, "I found out later." Yuan Shao corrected him. "It's not 10,000 taels, it's 1,000 taels. When did the wrong thing start?" Everyone thought that the prize was 10,000 taels of gold. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Mu Chuan with a dark expression. "I still want to beat you up." Muchuan was speechless. Here's the wine. Here's the wine. Wu Fuzi carried 2 large jars of fine wine and walked over as if he was flying. He pushed Yuan Shao aside and sat down next to Gu Jiao. He smiled and said to the few of them, I've treasured New Erhong for 20 years. I didn't even bear to take it out when my daughter got married. Today, we'll drink until we're drunk. Are you sure you don't want to drink? Tianqiong Academy's headmaster Tsun asked Mu Qingchen beside a rockery near the pavilion. The people in the pavilion were drinking and chatting merrily. Mu Qingchen looked at them quietly and said calmly, no. Since he missed the opportunity, he shouldn't disturb her anymore. Muchuan was drunk and occupied a large jar of wine by himself. He was afraid that someone would chase after him, so he walked around in circles in the pavilion. As he walked, he said drunkenly, Lu Ling, do you know? My sister. Sister Su Shui. Third Miss Su. She's married. She thinks you're a man. She said she won't marry anyone but you. But my 4th brother also likes you. You're a man. How did both of them fall for you at the same time, No. You're a woman. Su Shui found out. She cried so hard. She got married after crying, You. Are you done drinking? Don't take the jar away. Jiao Wei, who was also very drunk, chased after Muchuan. Muchuan stuck his tongue out at him. I'm not giving it to you. I won't give it to you. Come and take it if you can. The few of them were drunk to the point where they could barely stand. Wu Fuzi was lying on the ground with Yuan Zhao's head resting on his stomach. Gu Jiao was already at her limit. She was sleeping soundly on the table with her face red. Headmaster Tsun had already left. Mu Qingchen stood alone under the moonlight. His eyes never left Gu Jiao. Seeing that Muchuan was about to pull Gu Jiao up and ask her to continue drinking, Mu Qingchen finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He clenched his fists and walked out from behind the rockery with a complicated expression. He then walked toward the pavilion. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when a white figure walked toward him from another direction. The person walked up to the pavilion and stopped Muchuan from urging him to drink. Muchuan fell back and fell asleep with the jar in his arms. He bent down and whispered in Gu Jiao's ear, Jiao Jiao. Oh? Gu Jiao opened her eyes in a daze. She first opened her left eye, then opened her right eye, and a jade-like handsome face came into view. She smiled. Aheng, let's go home, Xiaoheng said softly. Hug me, Gu Jiao said drunkenly. Okay. Xiaoheng stretched out his slender and strong arms, gently wrapped them around her back and legs, and gently carried her up. Gu Jiao leaned against his firm chest, quiet like an obedient kitten. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists. On the ground, Muchuan mumbled, Lu Ling. This may be the last time I drink with you. The Mu family was going to fall. He would no longer be the noble son of Xing capital. Thinking back, she was a nameless student from a lower country. Everyone looked down on her, and he was the high and mighty disciple of the Mu family. Everyone wanted to curry favor with him. In just 2 years, he was about to become a prisoner, and she became the noble commander and princess. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and laughed until tears came out. Life is really unpredictable. In the future, we can't be friends. Xiaoheng stopped and looked down at Gu Jiao, who had fallen asleep in his arms and didn't hear what Muchuan said at all. He stepped into the night without looking back. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1043899045. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. On the third day after Gu Jiao, Mu Chuan and the others drank, the eldest son of the Mu family resigned. It was said that his subordinates caused a murder case. He didn't manage well and didn't have the face to remain as an official, so he begged His Majesty to approve. Shang Guanyan approved. In addition, there was a flood in the south. The Mu family donated 5 million taels of silver to relieve the victims. This was equivalent to emptying the family's property. The Mu family didn't have so much cash on hand, so they could only use the fields, shops, and the family's major industries as compensation. The donation sounded good, but in fact, it was no different from confiscating the family's property. Mu Chuan sat in his room, while the guards came and went to move the valuables in the room. Hey! You can't move this. His servant stopped a guard and looked at the enamel vase in his hand, saying, "This is young master's birthday gift. Young master likes to use it to raise small fishes." That was a childhood memory. Mu Chuan was naughty and couldn't stay idle at home. If he didn't knock over the vase, he would break the porcelain. Later, old Master Mu got an expensive enamel vase from somewhere. Originally, he wanted to arrange flowers, but Mu Chuan had a bright idea and caught 2 small fishes to raise. "Let them take it away," Mu Chuan said faintly. "But young master..." The servant couldn't bear it and said, "They've emptied the room." "At least leave a vase for you as a memento," Mu Chuan whispered. "No need, I don't want to miss it. It's fine as it is." The guards took the vase away, and Mu Chuan's golden-laid jade belt was also taken away from the wardrobe, leaving only some worthless clothes. "Young master." The servant choked and looked at Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan was originally the most impatient person, but when such a thing happened, he was calmer than anyone else in the family. He slowly stood up and walked out of the house that he had lived in for 20 years expressionlessly. When he crossed the threshold, he looked back and took one last look, making a silent farewell. What the Mu clan had done to the Xianyuan clan back then wasn't any lesser than what the Han clan and Nangong clan had done to the Xianyuan clan. It was just that the Mu clan didn't plot against them on the battlefield. However, when it came to hitting the Xianyuan clan while they were down and framing them, the Mu clan didn't show any mercy. Shang Guanyan will not be lenient to the Mu family. The entire Mu family sat in a tattered carriage and silently left the inner city one morning before the sun had even risen. The servants in the house were dismissed, leaving only a few old servants and children who were unwilling to leave. More than 30 people moved to an old house in the outer city. This was Matriarch Mu's dowry back then, and it was the only asset that had not been handed over. They were used to living a life of luxury. Now that they were reduced to commoners, their family members cried bitterly. Matriarch Mu fell ill on a stormy night. Mu Chuan braved the heavy rain and went around seeking medical attention. However, when they heard that it was to treat the Mu family, no doctor dared to come. Everyone knew how the Mu clan exposed the Xianyuan clan in the past. Now that the Xianyuan clan's grievances were cleared and the empress ascended the throne, the Mu clan's power was gone. If anyone dared to help the Mu clan, they would be going against the empress and the Xianyuan clan. On a rainy night, Mu Chuan finally felt the despair of having his entire family confiscated and exterminated. He dragged his tired body and staggered back to the old house like a walking corpse. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a familiar call behind him. "Mu Chuan." He turned around. The heavy rain drenched his eyes and blurred his vision. But he still clearly saw Gu Jiao, who was wearing a long green dress, holding an oil paper umbrella and carrying a small medicine box, slowly walking towards him. The heavy rain was cold. When it fell into his eyes, it became boiling hot when it flowed out. His throat swelled painfully. Gu Jiao treated Matriarch Mu's illness and left enough medicine. She also told Matriarch Mu to rest well and not to work hard in the near future. After she left, Matriarch Mu handed a brocade box to Mu Chuan. "The second princess consort asked me to pass this to you." Mu Chuan was stunned. "She told you her identity?" Matriarch Mu smiled weakly. "Yes, I didn't expect her to be the brave and skilled commander of the Black Wind Battalion. She's not inferior to a man." Matriarch Mu was a smart person. She said emotionally, she's not only the second princess consort, but also the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. She came to our house openly to tell the world that the Empress and the Shenyuan clan didn't exterminate the Mu clan. In the future, those people will have to think twice before giving us a hard time. Muchuan nodded and opened the brocade box with trembling hands. Inside was a stack of banknotes, a recommendation letter from the State Preceptor Hall, and a note left by Gu Jiao. Muchuan, don't give up. Tears welled up in Muchuan's eyes. Gu Jiao also went to the Go Club when she was in Qingdu. Unfortunately, the Go Sage of the Six Kingdoms, Mr. Meng, had been staying in his hometown since he went back to Zhao Kingdom to mediate the peace. He hadn't come to Yan Kingdom yet. Gu Jiao guessed that Mr. Meng might have pretended to be a beggar and went to other countries to search for Go talents. As long as Mr. Meng was happy, he didn't have to stay at home to enjoy his old age. At the beginning of August, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng set off for Dark Night Island. The twins stayed in the palace, and little Jing Kong also stayed in Qingdu. Shan Yuanqi hoped to spend more time with him. Dark Night Island rarely interacted with the outside world. It was inconvenient for Gu Jiao to bring too many people with her. She only brought Liaochen and a few masters of the Shadow Division. How can this number of people be enough? Shang Guanyan said, I'll send you another team. She sent Feng Wuxiu, the head of the Feng family. Outside the palace, Feng Wuxiu was holding a bag of fried fruits. He gnawed on one and handed the rest to Gu Jiao. Do you want to eat? Gu Jiao, his younger brother, was going to Dark Night Island. Qing Feng was worried about his brother's safety, so he could only follow him secretly. Liaochen, who thought that he could escape from someone's pursuit by going to Dark Night Island, suffered another tragedy. This time, they were not marching to war, so they didn't need to hurry day and night. It took them 1.5 months to reach Pu City. They settled down in Pu City for 2 nights and caught up with General Changwei. They temporarily left Black Wind King under General Changwei's care. On the morning of the 3rd day, they set off from Pu City again. 3 days later, they left the northernmost border of the Yan Kingdom and set foot on the ice field to Dark Night Island. Changjing, where did you leave the direwolf? Gu Jiao rummaged in her purse for the map. I lost the map. It doesn't matter, I know where it is. Xiaoheng said. How do you know? Gu Jiao asked. I saw the map. Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao nodded. Oh, then you lead the way. Qing Feng, come with us. The 3 of them went to look for the snow car and direwolf on Dark Night Island. Feng Wuxiu was wrapped in thick fur and squatted in front of an ice cave. He looked down at the flowing ice water and swallowed hard. Liaochen looked at him with a faint smile. What are you looking at? Feng Wuxiu said greedily, there are so many fish down there. I wonder if they taste good. The dire wolf on Dark Night Island was bred on the ice field. Because of their training, they wouldn't wander too far unless they were hunting. They would quickly rush over when they heard the familiar whistle. Gu Jiao took out the whistle that Changjing gave her and blew it. She blinked. Huh? No response. The decibel of the whistle was beyond the limits of human ears. Only wolves could hear it. If the whistle was broken, humans wouldn't be able to detect it. Gu Jiao blew it again. This time, there was still no response. Let me try, Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao handed him the whistle. Xiaoheng blew it rhythmically. Soon, a dire wolf appeared. Soon after, 2, 3, more and more icefield wolves charged towards Xiaoheng's direction. The cold wind whistled. He stood on the vast ice field, as if he had become one with it. His eyes were cold, and there was a strange yet powerful aura around him. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Oh, her husband was so handsome. Today was another day where her husband was so handsome. There were 21 dire wolves in total, and one of them was a little wolf king. The little wolf king was very fierce, especially to strangers who didn't have the aura of Dark Night Island. It bared its teeth and began to show its aggressiveness. Xiaoheng didn't show any fear. He walked forward boldly and knelt down on one knee. He raised his slender hand and gently pressed on the little wolf king's head. A miracle happened. The little wolf king's fierceness was instantly restrained. Gu Jiao was surprised. You know how to tame wolves? Xiaoheng said, Chongjing taught me. The little wolf king took the lead to dig a hole and dug out a bunker. It rushed in with the dire wolves and dragged the sleigh out. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Isn't this a sleigh? Godfather must have taught the people of Dark Knight Island to do this. Xiaoheng's face darkened at the mention of Godfather. It was that man again. When the three of them returned to their original place in the sleigh, Liao Chen and Feng Wuxiu were sitting cross-legged in the snow, roasting fish. Feng Wuxiu grabbed a fish skewered on a stick, blew on it, and took a bite. He said to Liao Chen, "Brother, it's delicious." Taoist Qing Feng's eyes turned cold. Who are you calling brother? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1043854885. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. At the end of August, the icefield had just passed the hottest season of the year. In some places, the ice was not very thick, so the dire wolf had to be very careful. The little wolf king leading the pack looked young, but it had a talent that was different from normal wolves. It was very sensitive to danger. Whenever the ice under its feet began to thin, it could sense it and react in time, either changing its path or slowing down. Liaochen and Xiaoheng took turns driving the sled from the back, giving orders to the dire wolf and controlling the sled to maintain stability. Gu Jiao and Taoist Qing Feng also tried to drive the sled. Gu Jiao was too fast, and the sled was almost flying, so the four of them voted to stop. Taoist Qing Feng had no sense of direction. They took a nap on the sled, and when they woke up, they found that Taoist Qing Feng had brought everyone back to the border of the Yan Kingdom with the dire wolf. Feng Wuxiu was dizzy from riding the sled. He vomited while sitting, not to mention standing up to drive the sled. At the end of August, the icefield welcomed the first snowstorm of the year. They couldn't find a place to hide from the snow, so they could only move forward with difficulty. The snowstorm at this time was not considered heavy for the entire frozen season, but even so, everyone felt the difficulty of moving forward. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao both thought of Marquis Xianping. It was only a small snowstorm in August, and they had the help of the dire wolf, but it was still so difficult to move forward. They couldn't imagine what kind of extreme weather Marquis Xianping had been in to bring the purple grass and fruits out of the icefield. Near evening, the snowstorm finally stopped. The group was almost frozen into ice sculptures on the sled, and the dire wolf was so tired that it lay down, unable to move forward. "Are you okay?" Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiao, who was in his arms. "Yes, I'm okay." As soon as Gu Jiao spoke, she realized that she could no longer open her mouth. She could only numbly speak. Feng Wuxiu was also protected in his brother's arms. It was a little cold, but fortunately, he didn't freeze to death. It was Mei Chen who drove the sleigh. He stood at the end of the sleigh, his entire body wrapped in thick leather. He wore a leather hat on his head that covered his ears. His long eyelashes were covered with frost, and the snow on his cheeks did not melt, almost forming a cold mask. "Hey!" His lips had long been frozen and could not move. He could only rely on his mouth to make vague sounds. Ox enemy, nose, gaga, hand. He was wearing gloves, but the gloves were completely frozen on the reins, and his fingers were completely stiff. Taoist Qing Feng wanted to kill him, but now was not the time to do so. He moved his stiff body and walked over to use the dagger to pry open the ice on his gloves. Then, he slowly injected a bit of inner strength into his fingers to warm them up. Just now, he had used this method to help Feng Wuxiu resist the cold. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng took firewood from the sled and started a bonfire in the snow. There's fire, there's fire. Feng Wuxiu hurried over, squatted down, and stretched out his hands to warm the fire. Xiaoheng went to get some dry food. Gu Jiao skewered the dry food with skewers and roasted it over the fire. Xiaoheng took out the ice fish that he had caught along the way to feed the dire wolf. Gu Jiao sat in front of the fire and turned her head to look at him. I don't see you feeding the chickens, dogs, birds, and horses at home. You're quite diligent in feeding the wolves. Achoo! Feng Wuxiu sneezed loudly. Gu Jiao reached out and touched his forehead. I'm fine. My nose is just itchy. Is it here? He sniffed and sniffed around. As he sniffed, he moved closer to Gu Jiao. What? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Feng Wuxiu asked, did you hide something to eat? I didn't, Gu Jiao said seriously. Spicy. He turned his head and sneezed again. When I smell spicy, I sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! Gu Jiao lowered her head and saw that the small meat shop in her purse was indeed exposed. Under Feng Wuxiu's stunned gaze, she hid the meat paste back without changing her expression. Just eating these isn't enough. Liao Chen glanced at the dry steamed buns on the fire and leisurely went to the nearby ice layer to dig a hole. He caught a few fat fish and brought them back to the fire after killing them. He sat down opposite Taoist Qing Feng and handed him a skewered fish. Do you know how to roast fish? No, Taoist Qing Feng said coldly. Your brother really doesn't know how to? Liao Chen asked Feng Wuxiu, who was sitting beside Taoist Qing Feng. Feng Wuxiu nodded. My brother doesn't know anything. He doesn't know how to cook or sew. Liao Chen looked at Taoist Qing Feng in disbelief. If you don't know how to cook, how did you survive when you got lost in the forest? Taoist Qing Feng said, wild fruit. Liao Chen's mouth twitched. Liao Chen's cooking skills were comparable to Gu Jiao's. The fish he roasted were fresh and tender. With a sprinkle of fine salt and spices, it was delicious. Feng Wuxiu ate heartily. Brother Liao Chen, the fish you roasted is so delicious. It's even better than the ones at Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. When we get back to Xing City, will we still be able to eat your roasted fish? Liao Chen said with a smile, if your brother doesn't kill me, I'm willing to roast a few more fish for you. Feng Wuxiu asked in confusion, but why would my brother kill you? Liao Chen's lips curled. Because, Taoist Qing Feng grabbed a fish and coldly stuffed it into Liao Chen's mouth. Liao Chen took a bite and held the fish in his hand. He smiled and said, because I'm better than your brother. Your brother is jealous of me. Oh. Feng Wuxiu buried his head in the fish. He was too busy to speak for his brother. Xiaoheng tore off the most tender part of the fish and handed it to Gu Jiao. Liao Chen smiled and picked up another roasted fish from the rack. He gave it to Taoist Qing Feng with a half-smile. Sanjing meat. You can eat it. Taoist Qing Feng said indifferently, you monks eat sanjing meat? Feng Wuxiu puffed out his cheeks. Brother, he said you can eat it. Taoist Qing Feng glared at him coldly. Whose brother are you? The next day, the group continued on their journey. It took them 3 days to finally see Dark Night Island above the ice at night on the 3rd day of September. There had been a few moderate snowstorms in the past few days. Overall, the temperature had dropped a lot compared to when they first set off. The ice had thickened, making it easy for them to return to the island. The dire wolf pulled the sleigh to the ferry of Dark Night Island. It was too late, and the ferry port was already closed. The iron fence that looked like a city gate blocked their path. The guards patrolling above the island noticed them. The leader asked warily, who are you? Xiaoheng showed the token of Dark Night Island that Chongjing had left him. He said with a cold gaze, Marquis Schwamping's residence, Xiaoheng. The leader asked, are you the young Marquis of Jiaodu? Xiaoheng said, yes. The leader frowned cautiously. How do I know if you're an imposter? Wait here. I'll report to the sect master. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and muscular figure descended from the sky. He flew down the island and onto the sleigh. With a whoosh, he picked up Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao and ran off the island. He only showed the back of his head to the guards. All the guards? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://zhbqg.com/896428964286/1043699775. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng's cheeks puffed up from the cold wind. Their cheeks changed shape when they turned. But the two had no choice. They could either shut up or open their mouths and become two expressionless sad frogs. Longyi had wanted to hold Gu Jiao for a long time. Gu Jiao was pregnant, so he couldn't hold her. Gu Jiao was pregnant, so he couldn't hold her. Gu Jiao was in confinement, so he couldn't hold her. Now he could hold her. Xiaoheng was a bonus. Pick one and get one free. The fishermen on the island were processing the fresh fish. Xiao, an afterimage flashed over their heads. The fishermen looked at each other. After some time, Xiao. That afterimage flashed over their heads again. Gu Jiao's face darkened and she was about to explode. You've already circled the island twice. After circling the island 3 times, the sky was completely dark. Only then did Longyi reluctantly put the 2 down. On the other side, Chongjing had already seen Longyi flying around the island using his qinggong. Knowing that his people had arrived, he hurriedly went to the ferry to bring the other 3 into the Dark Knight sect. Chongjing knew Liaochen and Daoist Qingfeng. The 3 of them had fought together at the border. Later, Liaochen even stayed in Jiaodu for a period of time and had a lot of dealings with Marquis Schwamping's residents. The only person he didn't know was Feng Wuxiu. My younger brother, Daoist Qingfeng introduced. As soon as he said that, the 2 saw Feng Wuxiu pulling Liaochen's sleeve and saying, "Brother, I saw pheasants on the island just now. Let's eat pheasants tonight." Chongjing, Daoist Qingfeng, the Dark Knight sect was actually divided into inner and outer sects, but they were all on the island. The process to become a disciple of the Dark Knight sect was to first enter the outer sect, then go through painstaking training and layers of screening before being qualified to enter the inner sect. Inner sanctum disciples could enjoy the most powerful martial arts manuals and mental cultivation methods of the Dark Knight sect. They could also get more elixirs and resources. Although Chongjing was the young sect master, he also cultivated step by step from the outer sect to the inner sect, including his 7 sisters. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were family members, not visitors of Jianghu, so Chongjing and Longyi took them back to their residence. What was worth mentioning was, Longyi also had his own residence on this island, and it was even bigger than Chongjing's residence. Longyi wanted to show his territory to Little Master and Gu Jiao, but he wanted to see Chang Kuan first. This was a courtesy. In the parlor, the group of 5 met Chang Kuan and the 7 daughters of the Chang family. Liaochen, Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao, and Chang Kuan were old acquaintances, while Daoist Qingfeng and Feng Wuxiu were new faces. Eldest Miss, 7th sister, that Daoist priest is very handsome. Second Miss, I think monks are more handsome. Third Miss, the little handsome brother beside the Daoist priest is very cute, and he looks very well behaved. 7th sister, how about him? Fourth Miss, yes, don't think about that Yi Qing. He has to observe mourning for 3 years, and after 3 years, you'll be almost 30. 7th Miss Chang you couldn't bear it any longer and gritted her teeth. What? Why do you always say that I'm so old? I'm only 21 this year. 22, your birthday was yesterday. 6th Miss Chang strictly added. Nominal age is 23. 5th Miss, who had been silent all this time, muttered, don't you think that the most handsome one is the man beside the little girl? Everyone looked at Xiaoheng, who was holding Gu Jiao's hand and walking into the parlor. They had been rushing for so long, and everyone was described as being in a difficult situation, but it didn't affect their youth and handsomeness. Xiaoheng was different. He had an aura that was different from the others. The seven sisters couldn't describe it. Second Miss said thoughtfully, he doesn't seem to know martial arts, but he seems to emit an invisible deterrence. Xianxia said, the little girl is beautiful. Chongjing came between the two sides and said, let me introduce you, this is my father. She was mainly introducing him to the Feng brothers. Taoist Qingfeng cupped his hands. Baiyun Monastery's Qingfeng greets sect master Chong. This is my younger brother, Feng Wuxiu. Chong Kuan smiled. Taoist Qingfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Then he looked at Feng Wuxiu, who was of a suitable age and handsome appearance. His eyes lit up. Young hero Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Feng Wuxiu knew his place, he was just a nobody, so Chong Kuan was just being polite. He politely bowed like a junior, sect master Chong. Chong Kuan was very satisfied. Chong Jing walked in front of her sisters, and this time she introduced them to the five of them. My eldest sister is Chong Ying, second sister is Chong Ling, third sister is Chong Yun, fourth sister is Chong Xiu, fifth sister is Chong Ying, sixth sister is Chong Jun, and seventh sister is Chong Yu. Chong Ying was not much younger than Princess Xianxia, and Chong Ling and Chong Yun were also in their 30s. They looked very young, but they had a righteous and chivalrous aura that did not lose to men. Gu Jiao felt like she had met the seven fairies in real life. They were all beautiful, had different styles, and were all highly skilled in martial arts. Chong Jing continued the introduction. Zhao Du's young Marquis Xiao Heng and Black Wind Cavalry's commander Gu Jiao are married. Normally, when people introduced women, if they were unmarried, they would be the daughter of some family, and if they were married, they would be the wife of some family. Chong Jing was not like this. He remembered that Princess Xinyang and Aunt Yujin had said that every woman should be herself first, and then someone else's wife. At night, his 6 brothers-in-law also came. Chong Kuan's family had a very good culture. The 7 daughters were forthright and straightforward, and his brothers-in-law were not people who schemed against each other, so there was no burden when they interacted. Dinner was the highest standard of hospitality on Dark Knight Island, an all-fish feast. The main ingredients were fish, shrimp, and crabs caught by the fishermen. The cooking method was not as complicated as the all-fish feast in Gu Jiao's previous life. Instead, it was mainly grilled fish, marinated in sauce, boiled in soup, and fresh fish. It preserved the original taste and freshness of the ingredients to the greatest extent. Feng Wuxiu could not stop eating. He was like a little fat squirrel eating. I've never known that fish can be eaten raw, and it doesn't smell at all. Crab in sauce is even better, Chongjing said. Feng Wuxiu did not dare to try it at first, but the sashimi gave him great confidence. He took a piece of crab meat covered in chili sauce, closed his eyes, and bit into it. The crystal-clear crab meat mixed with the salty and juicy crab roe exploded in his mouth, and all his taste buds were stimulated. The crab meat was washed away with wine and marinated in a secret sauce. The saltiness was just right, spicy, and sweet. Delicious. Liachen was not used to eating raw food. It was rare for him to have the same taste as Taoist Qingfeng. Gu Jiao tasted a bit of everything. She liked the fish soup the most. It was delicious. Gu Jiao thought that Xiaoheng would not be used to eating raw food since he grew up in Zhao country. Who would have thought that he was even more used to eating raw food? After the meal, Chongjing took Liachen, Taoist Qingfeng, and Feng Wuxiu back to the courtyard arranged for them to rest. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng stayed and told Chong Kuan the purpose of their trip. The first island master might be an old friend of mine. I want to see him, Gu Jiao said very tactfully. When the first island master passed away, Gu Jiao was not even born yet. In terms of age, it was impossible for them to meet. However, Chong Kuan had witnessed too many unimaginable things from the first island master. He no longer dared to use common sense to infer everything related to him. Chong Kuan said, I'll take the liberty to ask. You and him, did you come from the same place? He knew that the first island master came from a different world. Since Gu Jiao said that they were old friends, they might also be from a different world. Yes, Gu Jiao admitted frankly. She was so straightforward that Chong Kuan was stunned. Chong Kuan said with a smile, to be honest, I'm actually very curious about you and the first island master. Gu Jiao said, I can tell you what you want to hear. But it's hard to explain in a few words. I might have to stay on the island for a few more days. Changkuan hurriedly said, how can it be a bother? You are a friend of the first island master. That means you are an important guest of our Dark Knight sect. The Dark Knight sect will always be open to you. You can stay as long as you want. I can't ask for more. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. I'll take you to the first island master first. Changkuan brought the two of them to the forbidden area of the Dark Knight Society, which was actually located at the back mountain of the Chang family. The first half of the back mountain could be entered at will, but the second half was bounded by the monument carved by the first island master. Only the former island master could enter. Even Changjing had never entered it. Long Yi was an exception because he originally lived in the forbidden area. When they passed by that boundary monument, Gu Jiao raised her hand and gently caressed it. She seemed to feel the aura of her godfather. Xiaoheng took her disappointment and frustration into his eyes. Jealousy once again overturned in his heart. What, it's been so long and you still can't forget, in the end, who is the most important man in your heart? With a black face, Xiaoheng followed Changkuan and Gu Jiao into a spacious courtyard. Changkuan said, this is the place where the first island master once lived. Long Yi also lives here. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked, what was Long Yi's name? When he was young? Changkuan looked at Long Yi behind him. Long Yi looked at the sky. Changkuan cleared his throat and said, Meng Meng. Gu Jiao, Long Yi and Gu Jiao visited every room in the courtyard. Xiaoheng didn't want to visit. Why did he want to see that man's things? He sat in the courtyard and drank tea with Changkuan. Gu Jiao first went to the study of her godfather. She found a lot of handwriting left behind by her godfather. Most of them were his experiences in this space-time. There were also some mathematical formulas to deduce the coordinates she had left behind at that time. Gu Jiao looked at the familiar handwriting and an indescribable melancholy welled up in her heart. How did Godfather know I had come here and left behind the coordinates? What exactly is missing in my memory? This study shouldn't be the real study of her godfather. He would never completely expose his secrets to others. Long Yi, is there any other place? Long Yi thought for a bit and brought Gu Jiao to a secret room. He pointed at a groove on the wall and said, you can't enter. This groove was the same as the groove in the operating room of the State Preceptor Hall. Could it be that this was the space coordinate left behind by her godfather? Gu Jiao silently called for the small medicine box in her heart. The small medicine box didn't appear. Gu Jiao walked out of the back mountain and returned to her and Xiaoheng's room. With a dark face, she took the small medicine box from the table. She muttered, why do I have to be carried? Digression, the length of Dark Knight Island is not long, almost finished. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1043658854. HTML Genius will remember this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. After putting the small medicine box into the groove, the originally empty secret room really had a different scene. What came into view was a dark and long passage. Long Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the passage. It was as if a child who had been away for many days finally saw a harbor to return home. He impatiently ran into the passage. Gu Jiao followed behind him. In fact, Gu Jiao had always been very curious. Where did this kind of space come from? What kind of method was used to keep it in this spacetime? It was impossible to say that it was created by one's own hands. The developed energy and basic facilities of the ancient times were not enough to create this kind of base with one's own strength. Gu Jiao also considered whether it came from the research institute of her previous incarnation. However, this guess was quickly rejected by her. The equipment of the operating room was much more advanced than the research institute. Long Yi pushed open the door at the end of the passage. A strong light shone. Gu Jiao instinctively raised her hand to block the light. Long Yi entered the room without any hesitation. After adapting to the light, Gu Jiao also walked over. What surprised Gu Jiao was that this was not an operating room. Instead, it was more like a well-equipped laboratory. In the middle, there was a rectangular experiment table made of special metal. There was nothing on the table. It seemed like her godfather had tidied it up before his death. Other than the wall with the door, the other 3 walls had about 3 meters high shelves. On the shelves, there was a display of transparent glassware. In the glassware, there was some soil with different colors and composition. Some soil had successfully cultivated plants. Some soil had corroded and no plants could survive. The second situation accounted for the majority. And these were all for the cultivation of purple grass. Looking at these failed experiments, Gu Jiao could almost imagine how her godfather tried to cultivate purple grass again and again. He failed again and again until he finally collapsed and fell into despair. There were no other discoveries in the laboratory. It was as if the endless hardships had been deliberately erased by the godfather. Long Yi arrived behind the shelf on the right side of the entrance, then pressed a switch on the wall. Along with a click sound, it seemed some kind of lock was opened. After that, Long Yi pushed forward. It turned out that there was an invisible door on the wall. Seeing Long Yi had entered that door, Gu Jiao also followed him in without thinking. The scene in front of her completely stunned her. It was neither an operating theater nor a laboratory. Instead, it was a small indoor playground. Long Yi opened his arms and threw himself into a pool of blue and white ocean balls. He was too big to be submerged by the ocean ball, so he stuck his head in. In addition to the ball pool, there were also trampolines, iron chain bridges, rock climbing, rainbow stairs, and other recreational facilities for children. However, upon closer inspection, these amusement facilities were different from the ones in the shopping malls in his previous life. They were more difficult, the slopes were shakier, and there were all kinds of data monitoring. So, in the end, is this a place for Long Yi to play or a place for training? Gu Jiao muttered. Long Yi again went to ride his young wooden horse. Unfortunately, he was already very big. When he sat on it, his arms and legs shrunk, making him very sullen. Even so, he still started to sway. Gu Jiao felt that this place was not as simple as an indoor playground. While she was looking all around, suddenly a mechanical sound came from the top of her head. Shortly afterwards, a slender green light scanned over. First it fell on Long Yi's body, then it scanned from head to toe. Soon afterwards, the rotating detector opened its mouth. Mang Mang, welcome home. It was really called Mang Mang Ah. Say, when Long Yi left, he was only 5 years old. After so many years had passed, how did it determine Long Yi's parameters? While she was thinking, the detector's green light scanned the body of Gu Jiao. The light at the source of the detector flickered twice, and the mechanical sound once again resounded. This time, its tone was clearly somewhat cold. Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate? A whole row of gun muzzles emerged from the wall and uniformly aimed at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyebrows jumped. In the next second, Long Yi stood up and wanted to grab Gu Jiao. However, before he could do anything, the detector opened its mouth. System pause. System error. System restart. System overload. Gu Jiao completely didn't understand what was happening. After another series of mechanical sound, the detector drooped down and crashed. The crisis was solved just like that. After 3 seconds, it restarted again. First, it took back the gun, then it scanned Long Yi again. This time, its tone was a lot more relaxed. Mang Mang, today is a beautiful day, welcome home. After that, there was no more, and it didn't scan Gu Jiao again. Is Godfather here? Gu Jiao asked. It didn't answer. Is King here? Gu Jiao called Godfather by his codename in the organization. It still didn't answer. Long Yi, talk to it. Gu Jiao turned to Long Yi and said. Long Yi looked up at it and thought for a moment. Then, he seriously educated it, "You have to talk." Sure enough, it responded. Its tone was light and there was a hint of a smile in it. "Meng Meng, do you want to talk?" "Jiao Jiao has something to ask you," Long Yi said. The detector began to scan Gu Jiao. "Unknown intruder detected, do you want to eliminate?" System pause. System error. System restart. System overload. Once again, the detector crashed. Gu Jiao sighed, "Looks like it won't work." She wanted to pull out some information related to Godfather from its database. She didn't know if there was a problem with the system or if Godfather had written an escape program, but this person really left without leaving a single word for her. However, this trip wasn't without discovery. Long Yi took Gu Jiao to see his bedroom. The place where he slept as a child was actually a hibernation chamber. At the bottom of the hibernation chamber was a record of the life form's characteristics. K93 Galaxy, Intelligent Life Form, Grade, S. This was Long Yi. Long Yi wasn't from this spacetime. What was grade? Combat power? No wonder Long Yi was so strong. But how did Godfather meet such a strong Long Yi? She felt that it had something to do with the small medicine box. Long Yi lay down in his hibernation chamber and placed his hands on his stomach. His posture was exactly the same as when he was a child. Gu Jiao asked him, "Long Yi, do you remember when you first met your father?" Long Yi shook his head. Thinking of something, Long Yi sat up and went to his desk. Opening the drawer, he took out a photo of Gu Jiao from her previous life. In the photo, she was carrying out an undercover mission. She had an indifferent expression and wore a small red dress with a crescent moon jade pendant. It was the pendant she had given to Xianxia. After Long Yi's memory was erased by the people of Sword Hut, he still remembered this jade pendant. When he was assassinating Xianxia, he saw the jade pendant on Xianxia's neck, so he gave up his mission. Gu Jiao pointed at the photo and asked, "Did your father tell you who she is?" Long Yi nodded and said solemnly, "She is the most important person in his life. She is the person I must protect when I meet her." Xiaoheng was drinking tea with Chang Kuan in the courtyard. From time to time, he would look in the direction of the house. Chang Kuan said with a smile, "If little Marquis is curious, you can go in and take a look." Xiaoheng coldly snorted and said, "What am I curious about?" "I am curious about a man who did not hesitate to create Dark Night Island for my wife, planted the purple grass, treated her better than me, and made her think about him endlessly all day long." "I am not curious." Chang Kuan. "Then, don't shake your leg before you speak." Gu Jiao and Long Yi came out after a full hour. Xiaoheng's eyes had already flown to Gu Jiao, but he pretended to be calm and asked, "Finished looking?" Gu Jiao nodded and her mood was somewhat low. When Xiaoheng saw her dejected look because of another man, he was so mad that he wanted to stomp his feet. He asked with a calm face, "Did you find anything?" Gu Jiao shook her head, "No, he wiped everything too cleanly, as if he was afraid that I would find something here." Xiaoheng raised his hand and gently touched her head, "He didn't want you to be sad." Xiaoheng felt that if he were in Xiaoheng's position, he would definitely do the same. Everything he did was not to make her feel grateful. On the contrary, he hoped that she could live without any worries and burdens. Therefore, she didn't need to know that he had been in hell. She just needed to move forward and see the light. Digression, Dark Night Island was almost explained, and the progress bar was more than half. Happy. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1043501997. HTML Genius remembered the address of this website, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao lived on the Dark Night Island for 7 days. She told Chang Kuan about her origin. Although Chang Kuan had expected it, he was still shocked when he heard it from her. Gu Jiao also mentioned the identity of the Lord of Shadows. Chang Kuan asked when she came and when she left. He felt very regretful. Chang Kuan sighed. You almost met, what? Gu Jiao felt the cold wind whistling in her face and listened to the sound of the waves. She looked at Chang Kuan in amazement. Chang Kuan looked at the vast sea and sighed. There are some things I didn't understand at first. After listening to you, I probably know what the island master meant. In the organization, Gu Jiao violated the unforgivable rules and was hunted down by the organization. In order to save Gu Jiao, the Godfather deliberately let her get the small medicine box in an operation. Godfather, this box is so beautiful. Here you are. I'm not interested. His cold voice rang out in the empty building. He lifted his long and straight legs, stepped over the corpse that was still cold on the ground, and left without looking back. After that, the small medicine box took Gu Jiao to this time and space. The small medicine box used up all its energy and took 10 years to recover. The first thing it did was to bring the Godfather here. But it didn't have enough energy and the time dimension deviated. It came 10 years earlier than Gu Jiao. At that time, Chang Kuan was still a child living in a small fishing village by the sea. He saw a young man who fainted by the sea. The man's clothes were strange, but the man's face was very good-looking. He didn't look like a bad guy. He ran home and called his father. Her father rescued the man and took him in for a few months. Later, the village was submerged by the tsunami. The man evacuated the villagers to an isolated island, which was later called the Dark Night Island. 2 years. Chang Kuan said, one morning, I pushed open the door to bring him food and found that he was gone. My father and I searched the entire island, but we couldn't find him. 10 years later, he appeared again. By then, I had already grown up. He brought me to create the Dark Knight clan. He said that he was going out to sea to look for someone, and that he hoped to meet him this time. You don't need me to tell you the result. He returned empty-handed. When he came here for the 3rd time, he didn't mention anything about looking for people anymore. Instead, he started to plant purple grass. Because at that time, she had already been in a plane crash, and her body was nowhere to be found. It was impossible for her to transmigrate, and the transmigration of her soul required an important medium, the purple grass. Gu Jiao concluded. She made a mistake in the organization, so the organization erased her key memories and started hunting her down. She came to a different world and became the first Lord of Shadows. Later, she returned to the modern world. Due to the influence of the spacetime magnetic field, she lost all memories related to her transmigration. She went to the organization as usual. The organization pretended that nothing had happened and launched a second hunt for her, which was the plane crash plan. But what did she do wrong? What were the key memories that had been erased by the organization? Sir, are you willing to take the lady beside you as your wife? Regardless of whether she is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with her? Yes, I am. Madam, are you willing to marry the groom? Regardless of whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with him? The bride looked at the man in a daze. The man raised his slender hand and gently stroked her cheek. He looked at her deeply. Are you willing? Bang, a gunshot rang out. Gu Jiao woke up with a start. She sat up on the bed vigilantly and reached for the gun under the pillow. She didn't touch it. Only then did she realize that this was not her previous life. She had just had a dream. What happened in the dream had really happened. They had received a mission. Someone would assassinate the daughter of a certain consortium at the wedding of the century. Gu Jiao disguised herself as the bride to lure the snake out of its hole. The groom was originally himself, but for some reason, it was changed to her godfather. Fortunately, it was changed. The enemy's movements were too fast. The snipers lying in ambush did not have time to snipe him. He shot at Gu Jiao. Her godfather took the bullet for her. If the one standing in front of Gu Jiao was the real groom, Gu Jiao would have already died under the gun. Huh? Where's Aheng? Gu Jiao looked all around and found that Xiaoheng was not there. She put on her shoes and got out of bed. Walking around the screen, she saw Xiaoheng sitting cross-legged on the blanket in front of the brazier. His face was black and he was sulking. Who was he angry at? Of course, he was angry at his godfather. His wife was thinking about another man every day. He was jealous to death. What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked him. Xiaoheng asked very seriously, if my godfather and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Gu Jiao? In October, the weather on the ice field was not very suitable for traveling. They needed to get through the ice field before the end of the month. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan hoped that Gu Jiao and Long Yi could stay on the island for a few more days, but he also understood that Gu Jiao had a pair of twins at home. It was indeed time for her to go back. I think Dark Knight Island is pretty good. I'm a little reluctant to leave, Feng Wuxiu said regretfully. Daoist Qing Feng glanced at his younger brother. You're reluctant to leave the food on the island, right? Feng Wuxiu pursed his lips and did not say anything. Goodbye. Xiaoheng cupped his hands to Chang Kuan. He was finally leaving this troublesome place. There was no need to be jealous of another man. Chang Kuan smiled and also cupped his hands. Everyone, take care. Lu Chen and Daoist Qing Feng nodded in return. Feng Wuxiu also politely saluted. Uncle Chang, if you have time, come to the country of Yin. I will treat you to good food. Chang Kuan laughed. Okay, it's a deal. The father and son watched them get on the sleigh and disappear from sight under the lead of the dire wolf. Chang Jing lowered his eyes silently, feeling depressed. Chang Kuan suddenly threw him a bag. Chang Jing was stunned and looked at Chang Kuan in confusion. Chang Kuan snorted. All right, let's go. A grown son could not be kept at home. At the end of September, the six of them returned to Puqing. Gu Jiao saw the Black Wind King. This was the longest time they had been apart since they fought side by side. The Black Wind King rubbed his head against Gu Jiao, as if silently expressing his longing. It snowed at the border in October. They braved the cold wind and snow to return to Xingdu. The twins could already sit and crawl. They had grown into two cute chubby babies. Jing Kong had grown taller again. He was practicing his spear skills with Xianxia. Gu Jiao saw the handsome little figure in the courtyard and did not dare to recognize him. Jiao Jiao. He saw Gu Jiao, and with a flip of his hand, he stabbed his little red tasseled spear into the ground in a fluid motion, then he flew and ran toward Gu Jiao in high spirits. If the youth was strong, the country would be strong. She saw the future of the Xianyuan family and the future of the Yan kingdom. On New Year's Eve, Princess Xinyang was woken up by Xiaoyi early in the morning. Mother, I can't sleep. I want to get up. Xiaoyi was 2 years old. She spoke very well and was very energetic. Every day, she would go out to play before dawn. But she wasn't going to play today. She put on her clothes and a pretty pink rabbit fur hat and huffed and puffed as she came to the door and looked outside eagerly. What are you looking at, Yi? Eugene asked her with a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, Xiaoyi said in a childish voice. Xiaoheng sent a letter saying that he would rush back for New Year's Eve dinner. However, she heard that the official road outside the West City Gate had been snowed for a few days. She did not know if he would be able to make it back in time. Xiaoyi didn't go anywhere. She just sat on the door sill and propped up her cheeks with her hands, waiting like a little brother gazing rock. Heaven did not disappoint those who waited. When it was close to noon, Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao's carriage arrived. The first one to jump down was little Jing Kong. Brother Jing Kong. Xiaoyi greeted him sweetly. She looked up at little Jing Kong, who had grown a lot taller. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. Wow. Little Jing Kong patted her little head like a big child. The 8-year-old boy already had the chic and handsome look of a young teenager. Soon, Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao came down with the twins. Brother. Sister-in-law. Xiaoyi came over to greet them. She looked at the little guys in their arms eagerly. Who are they? If one had to say who had changed the most in this group, it would be the twins. When they left, they were only 2 months old. Now, they were 10 months old. Not only had they grown taller and fatter, but their facial features had also grown. Moreover, they used to be wrapped in swaddling clothes. Now, they were fully dressed and wearing tiger head hats. They were smart and sensible babies. Xiaoheng pinched her chubby cheeks in amusement. Little niece and nephew, don't you remember? Xiaoyi widened her eyes. Ah. Bandits were rampant in the east of Zhao country. General Wei Yuan was injured. Not long after Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng left Zhao country, Xiao Ji was ordered to go to the east to fight the bandits. On New Year's Eve, he was on the battlefield. The New Year's Eve dinner was at Rinshou Palace. The Empress, noble consort Shuang, the princes, and the imperial grandchildren all came. Gu Jiao saw consort Rui Wang and Huang Fuxian, whom she had not seen for a long time. Consort Rui Wang's little princess was about the same age as Gu Xiaobao. She was 3 years old this year. She was a shy and cute little girl. Consort Rui Wang was pregnant again. Du Xiaoyun had already given birth to the crown prince's eldest grandson. Empress Xiao did not care whether consort Rui Wang's baby was a boy or a girl. Little Jing Kong and Qin Chu lit firecrackers in the courtyard. The little guys were so scared that they screamed. Huang Fuxian had completely adapted to the prosthetic limbs. He walked like a normal person. He had another bone fracture in the middle of the journey. It was done by Dr. Song in the medical center of the Miracle Hall. With the anesthetic left by Gu Jiao, the pain was controlled to a bearable level. Rui Wang and her husband were kind and took good care of him. His temperament was much more cheerful than when he first came. Gu Jiao also saw him teasing little Jing Kong and Qin Chuyu with the fake firecrackers. In the end, only Qin Chuyu fell for it. He was convulsing with laughter. Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, "The palace hasn't been so lively for a long time." Gu Jiao looked at her grandaunt who was playing cards with Empress Xiao, Consort Shuang, and Princess Xinyang. She smiled and said, "It will always be lively in the future." "It's a pot." Her grandaunt slapped the cards in her hand on the table. Empress Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did I lose again? It was late at night. A group of people came out of Rinshou Palace one after another. The children had already fallen asleep. Xiaoheng got out of the carriage with little Jing Kong in his arms. He's grown up. He's so heavy. It was not until they entered the courtyard and put little Jing Kong on the soft bed that the scheming little monk hummed and said, "I'm not heavy." "It's because you're not strong enough." Xiaoheng's face darkened. "You're pretending to be asleep." In the main courtyard of the princess mansion, Yujin put the sleeping Yi into the quilt. She turned to Princess Xinyang and said, "Princess, you should rest early." Princess Xinyang stood in front of the window, quietly looking at the endless night. "Princess?" Yujin came to her side and looked her up and down. "What's wrong? Do you miss the Marquis?" In the past, if Yujin asked this, Princess Xinyang would mercilessly say, "How could I miss him?" But this time, she didn't say anything. Yujin poured her a cup of hot tea and put the cloak she had just taken off on her. "It's windy." Princess Xinyang took the teacup in her hand and said to Yujin, "Yujin." "Yes?" Yujin looked at her and waited for her to continue. "Forget it. It's nothing." She gave up. Yujin had served her for many years. How could she not know what she was thinking? "Princess, are you missing the Marquis?" The Marquis was such a good person. Few women wouldn't be tempted by him. The princess wasn't tempted before because she was sick. But since the Marquis killed Queen Liang, the princess's condition improved a lot. Plus, the Marquis had done everything for the princess. Something must have sprouted in the princess's heart. But the princess didn't know how to like someone. The princess always thought that her tolerance for the Marquis was because the Marquis was the child's father. She allowed the Marquis to come and go in the princess' residence to comfort the crying Yi. Yujin looked at her steadily. "Princess, go find the Marquis." "What?" She was stunned. Yujin sighed. "Don't you want to understand your heart?" She opened her mouth. Yujin smiled. "Go find the Marquis. The moment you see him, you will know the answer in your heart." Digression, Xinyang and Xiaoji's sweet story after the two of them, it's Jing Kong and Lu Yixing's. You always say that I forgot about Lu Yixing. I'm so wronged. Shouldn't I write it according to the time? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1043453669. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. Every New Year's Eve, they had to stay up late, but it was impossible for them to stay up all night. After midnight, the firecrackers in the capital gradually subsided, and the princess residence fell into silence. Gu Jiao finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Xiaoheng was still awake and was sitting on the bed reading a book. When the princess residence was first built, fire tunnels were dug under the courtyards to connect to the caves outside. Every winter, they only needed to burn firewood at the caves to let the heat flow into the house through the fire tunnels. It was commonly known as the Earth Dragon heating system. The house was very warm. Xiaoheng leaned against the head of the bed with one leg stretched out lazily and the other bent casually. He was only wearing a thin set of white pajamas. The collar of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing his exquisite collarbone and his sexy Adam's apple. Even his Adam's apple was so beautiful. He was very focused, and people couldn't help but feel an aura of abstinence. Gu Jiao's eyes were fixed on him. Xiaoheng flipped a page of the book and continued to pose as if he didn't know that she was here. Gu Jiao, who didn't know anything, was almost drooling. Her husband was so handsome at all times. She really wanted to pounce on him. Wait. There was a baby in the house. Gu Jiao looked at the cradle at the side. It was empty. Where's the baby? She asked Xiaoheng in a daze. Oh, you're done washing up. Xiaoheng seemed to have only just noticed her arrival. He gracefully and calmly closed the book. His slender fingers were like jade as they landed on the book, turning the high-quality watercolor paper into scraps of grass and wood. Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva. Xiaoheng turned his head slightly. The angle was perfect. He looked at her gently and said without changing his expression, Jing Kong said that he wants to sleep with his little nephew and niece. I brought the baby over. The nanny will be on duty at night. Don't worry. Her husband's voice was also so pleasant to the ears. It was so soft and numbing that it could make one's ears pregnant. Gu Jiao came to the bed, bent her knees, and climbed onto the bed. She propped herself up with one hand and moved closer to him, while her other hand took away his book. Xiaoheng looked at her helplessly, smiled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "I want to eat you." Xiaoheng's lips curled up. He held back his smile and looked at her calmly. Didn't you say you were sleepy in the carriage? Gu Jiao shook her head vigorously. I'm not sleepy now. Xiaoheng's cold fingertips gently pressed against her moist lips. He said in a hoarse voice, "You said it." N. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and nodded. Xiaoheng caressed her delicate cheeks. He turned over and pressed her under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. You're not allowed to sleep tonight. Their intimate movements only stopped when it was almost dawn. Gu Jiao was like a satisfied little lazy cat. She lay in his arms and fell asleep. Xiaoheng looked at the person in his arms dotingly. He couldn't help but kiss her red and swollen lips. Then, he hugged her and fell asleep with her. The two of them slept until the sun was high in the sky. Xiaoheng woke up first. He vaguely felt that someone was pressing down on the quilt. He moved his body and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Who would have thought that what he saw was an adorable little head? He was shocked on the spot and instantly woke up. E? He recognized his little sister. Xiaoyi was sitting cross-legged on the quilt. She was holding her little pillow in her arms. She held her chin with one hand and looked at her brother without blinking. Seeing this scene early in the morning, Xiaoheng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly lifted the quilt and looked inside. Fortunately, he was afraid of catching a cold before going to bed, so he and Gu Jiao put on clothes. He composed himself and sat up from the blanket. He tucked Gu Jiao, who was still sleeping soundly, in the corner and asked Xiaoyi, "Why are you here? And you're holding this?" He was referring to her little pillow. Xiaoyi said in a cute voice, "Because from today onwards, I'm moving in with Gij and sister-in-law." He frowned strangely. "What do you mean?" Xiaoyi stood up and stood upright on the bed. She bowed deeply to Xiaoheng. "Mother went to find father. I'll ask Gij and sister-in-law to take care of me in the future." Xiaoheng. On the first day of the new year, his mother, who had followed the rules all her life, actually left the whole family to look for her husband. What was wrong with this world? It rarely snowed in the eastern part of Zhao country. This year was an exception. In addition, there was war and natural disasters. The common people's lives suddenly became difficult. Princess Xianxia traveled incognito. She sat in an inconspicuous carriage. From time to time, she would open the window to look at the scenery along the way. The closer they got to the border, the more desolate the streets were. The doors of the shops were closed. Common people begged on the streets and alleys. Some had even frozen to death. "Princess, don't look," Eugene advised. Princess Xianxia sighed, "So this is how war is fought?" She was a noble princess of the imperial family. She grew up in the capital. Her fief was also the most prosperous and stable place in Zhao country. She had never personally experienced the cruelty of war. Eugene closed the window for her. She knew that although the princess looked unreasonable, she was actually kind-hearted. At first, when they met the disaster victims, the princess would always be generous. However, as the number of disaster victims increased, their traveling expenses decreased. They were no longer able to help these disaster victims. Eugene didn't want the princess to be depressed. She hurriedly changed the topic. "Princess, we've arrived at Li County. This is the county closest to the border. We'll reach the Marquis' army camp 30 li east." Princess Xianxia lightly said, "Oh." Eugene secretly smiled. The carriage continued to move forward. It was almost noon. They were hungry. Eugene had the driver stop at a small inn that looked relatively clean. The conditions here couldn't be compared to those in the capital. The water they drank had sand, the rice they ate was coarse, and even the salt used in the dishes was coarse. The taste was slightly bitter. Eugene picked up some vegetables for Princess Xianxia. "If I had known it would be so bitter, I wouldn't have persuaded you to come." Princess Xianxia didn't say anything. She frowned and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, there was a commotion on the street outside, followed by the cries of women and children. "Go and see what's happening," Princess Xianxia said. "Yes." Eugene left the inn. Not long after, she returned with a sullen face. She helplessly said to Princess Xianxia, "A beggar tried to grab a man that fell on the ground and startled the horse. The horse's owner whipped him a few times. The woman and child were commoners passing by. They were careless and were hit by the whip." "Were they injured?" Princess Xianxia asked. Eugene said, "That beggar was beaten up. His injuries were quite serious. The woman and child suffered minor injuries." As soon as she finished speaking, a woman's aggrieved and indignant cries came from outside. "How can you beat people on the street? Is there any law? Let's go take a look." Princess Xianxia put down her chopsticks and promptly put on her veil. Just as she stood up, a male guest in his early 30s at the next table leisurely advised, "Judging from your accents, you must be from out of town?" These days, other than the government, there are actually people willing to come to Li County. It's really rare. I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. Don't get yourself involved. The old man at the other table also earnestly said, "That's right. You can't afford to offend the person outside. Don't meddle." Eugene politely asked, Sir, do you know the origins of the group of people outside? The old man sighed. They're not from the Zhao kingdom. They're from the Dongyi tribe. The world was divided into 6, but other than the 6 kingdoms, there were many large and small tribes and clans. For example, the Tujue in the north of the Jin kingdom and the Dongyi in the east of the Zhao kingdom. Eugene suspiciously asked, aren't the Dongyi colluding with bandits and fighting against the imperial army? How can the Dongyi people be so tyrannical in the county of the Zhao kingdom? The man in his early 30s said, they're going to negotiate for peace. Princess Xianxia frowned. Negotiate for peace? Who made the decision? The emperor didn't issue such an imperial edict, her aura was too strong. For a moment, she intimidated everyone present. The old man was the first to come back to his senses. He looked Princess Xianxia and Eugene up and down. The two were dressed simply, but their auras were extraordinary. Dressed simply, they shouldn't be nobles from the capital, right? Impossible. Why would nobles from the capital come to a place like this? He calmed down and said, of course it's Marquis Xuanping's idea. Eugene refuted, why would Marquis Xianping negotiate for peace with a small barbarian tribe? Flattening their tribe is Marquis Xuanping's style. The old man didn't answer. Instead, it was the man in his early 30s who spoke. He sneered and said, isn't this because the Dongyi offered a beauty to Marquis Xianping? It's said that she's the pearl of the Dongyi tribe, the king of Dongyi's favorite daughter. The little princess of the Dongyi tribe is sitting in the carriage escorted by the group of people outside. Now you know why I stopped you from sending you to your deaths, right? Eugene looked at her mistress worriedly. Princess Xianxia's eyelashes trembled. Her body emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Eugene looked at them and said seriously, Marquis Xianping already has a wife. He won't do anything to betray Princess Xianxia. The man smiled. Marquis Xianping is naturally dissolute. His relationship with Princess Xianxia has long been distant. Moreover, the little princess of the Dongyi tribe is really beautiful. No man can resist her. Princess Xianxia left with a dark face. Madam. Eugene took out a piece of silver from her purse and placed it on the table. She hurriedly chased after her mistress. The old man and the young man both looked at the silver and paused for 3 seconds. They stood up at the same time and wanted to take the silver for themselves. The waiter quickly came over and stuffed the silver into his pocket before the two of them could do so. Then he took out a dozen copper coins and ran to the counter. Shopkeeper, the bill is over there. The old man and the man curled their lips in disappointment. The Dongyi people left, the woman and the child left, and the injured beggar was helped down by his companions. Princess Xianxia looked at the empty street, and the nameless fire in her heart burned even more fiercely. She lifted her dress and got into the carriage. Eugene followed her, trembling with fear. She sat down beside her and asked tentatively, Princess, don't take it to heart. They don't know the Marquis. They made it up. Princess Xianxia said coldly, does his character need to be made up? Eugene laughed dryly. That's because you didn't get along with him before. You didn't want to be a real couple with him, right? Princess Xianxia said coldly, I didn't say I wanted to start over with him. Eugene whispered, oh. Then, according to what you said, it's not too much for the Marquis to mess around outside. Princess Xianxia glared daggers at her. Eugene's hair stood on end. She hurriedly said, but he definitely won't do that. Princess Xianxia closed her eyes. Let's go. Eugene whispered, are we going back to the barracks? Princess Xianxia said lightly, back to the capital. Eugene's expression changed. Princess Xianxia leaned back against the cushion again and closed her eyes to rest. I've made up my mind. No need to say more. Yes. Eugene braced herself and agreed. What a pity. She was only one step away from seeing the Marquis. Why did something like this happen? The coachman turned around and went back. Eugene tried to persuade her several times, but Princess Xianxia was determined not to change her mind. It wasn't strange. It wasn't easy for the princess to put down her pride and come all the way to the border. Suddenly hearing such news, she couldn't help but want to retreat. Marquis, oh Marquis, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's heaven's will. But just as the carriage was about to leave Lee County, something unexpected happened. When they went to the post station to change horses, they met the group of Donny people and took a fancy to the same horse. The Donny princess walked out of the carriage with a veil on her face. The young girl's body was slender and elegant. She exuded a youthful vigor from head to toe. She also had a pair of moving eyes. They were spirited and bright. No wonder she was the #1 beauty of Donny. Princess Xianxia wore a bamboo hat and a long veil. Only a faint outline of her face could be seen. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. Just like that, the two women met at the courier station. The Donny princess said arrogantly, "I want this horse." "You can choose another one." Princess Xianxia said seriously, "Everything is first come, first served." "I want it first." "You can choose another horse." The Donny princess chuckled, "Does first come first get first served? I have plenty of silver. Whatever you pay, I'll pay double." Princess Xianxia's eyes were cold. "So what if you're rich? So what if you're young? Do you think I don't have silver? What does being young have to do with that? This person's words are so strange." The Donny princess looked at her suspiciously. She stretched out her hand and snorted, "If you have silver, take it out." Eugene whispered to Princess Xianxia, "Princess, we're almost done with the investigation." The Donny princess said to the post station's deputy, "Return her silver. I'll buy the horse." "Yes. Yes." The deputy couldn't afford to offend Marquis Xianping's sweetheart. He hurried forward and returned the 2 ingots of silver to Eugene. Princess Xianxia's aura exploded. "You dare!" The post-house officer shuddered in fear. The Donny princess said angrily, "Why are you so fierce? Do you know who I am?" Princess Xianxia said sarcastically, "I know. The Donny princess who threw herself at Marquis Xianping. You're just a small tribe. How dare you call yourself a princess? You overestimate yourself. You." The Donny princess was angry. "I don't hit women. Kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Then I'll forgive you." Princess Xianxia said coldly, "It's more like you kowtow to me and admit your mistake." The Donny princess was so angry that she stomped her feet. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Guards! Teach them a lesson." 8 Donny guards swarmed forward, surrounding Princess Xianxia and Eugene. The Donny princess smiled proudly. "Are you afraid?" "It's not too late to beg for mercy." Before she could finish her sentence, a muscular figure descended from the sky. No one saw how he moved. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Donny guards fell to the ground. The Donny princess looked at the guards on the ground in disbelief. "This is impossible." What kind of sorcery did you use?" "Everyone, attack." The remaining 12 people also rushed toward Princess Xianxia and her companions. But how could these people be Long Yi's opponent? Long Yi effortlessly beat them until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. Long Yi flashed in front of the Donny princess. The Donny princess looked at the masked man in horror. He was so fast that only an afterimage was left. She was so scared that she couldn't speak. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then raising his finger, he lightly flicked her forehead, causing her but to fall on the ground. Princess Xianxia walked toward her step by step and looked at her condescendingly. "Now, do you still want to snatch other people's things?" The Donny princess wiped her tears and said angrily, "Who are you? Why are you bullying me?" Princess Xianxia looked at her sharply. "I'm Princess Xianxia of Zhao Country, the wife of Marquis Xianping. So what if I bully you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt 2 gazes that couldn't be ignored fall on her. She subconsciously looked back and saw Marquis Xianping standing in an open space not far away, staring at her with a dumbfounded expression. Digression, this is 2 more words. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/1043317773. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, m. zhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The Princess of Xianxia suddenly felt awkward. She had never thought that she would meet Xiaoji in this kind of situation. What did she say just now? Did this guy hear me? The calm Princess of Xianxia's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. She stood there in a daze, like a silly peacock. Eugene had served her princess for many years, but this was the first time she had seen her so dazed. Not to mention the princess, she herself was also shocked silly. Shouldn't the Marquis be in the barracks? Why did he appear at the relay station in Lee County? Could it be? Eugene glanced at the unruly princess, and her heart skipped a beat. If the Marquis had come to see this little princess, then the couple would have completely broken down today. The Dongi princess also followed the Princess of Xianxia's gaze and saw the person who had come. She instantly gained confidence and stood up from the ground. She patted the snow off her body and ran over to Xiaoji like a light swallow. The Princess of Xianxia suddenly came back to her senses. She frowned as she watched her come to Xiaoji's side and intimately hold Xiaoji's arm. She even snorted coldly at her. The provoked Princess of Xianxia was about to explode. Her reason told her that as a princess, she had her own nobility and dignity. She disdained to be jealous of others, but this scene was really infuriating. She wasn't jealous, but her authority as a princess was being challenged. Yes, that was it. The daughter of a small barbarian clan dared to be so tyrannical in the territory of the Zhao country. This was intolerable. Seeing this scene, Eugene's eyes quickly widened. Marquis, do you want to die? You actually let a woman hold your arm in front of the princess? The Dongi princess held on to Xiaoji's arm and didn't let go. She even pointed at the Princess of Xianxia and complained, "You came at the right time. She bullied me." Xiaoji had already recovered from his shock. His handsome face regained its calmness. He nonchalantly said, "Yes, I saw it." The little Princess of Dongi made a face at Princess Xianxia gloatingly, then complained to Xiaoji, "Also, she dared to lie that she's the princess of the capital. It's your wife. Don't you think it's funny?" As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from Xiaoji's arm. She put her hands on her hips and said to Princess Xianxia, "The main character is here. Let's see how you can continue lying." Princess Xianxia didn't want to see these two people anymore. She turned her face away coldly. Xiaoji glanced at her with a faint smile. His gaze seemed to penetrate the hazy veil and land on her face. He said to the little Princess of Dongi, "She is not lying. She is indeed my first wife." The last 4 words made Princess Xianxia clench her fists. The embarrassment that had been suppressed by her anger with great difficulty once again surfaced in her heart. This guy. How much did he hear? She clearly didn't mean that. She really is, but... The little Princess of Dongi looked at Princess Xianxia in disbelief, then at Xiaoji. Isn't she the princess of the capital? Why did she come to the east? See, no one in the world would believe that Princess Xianxia and Xiaoji had the slightest bit of love between husband and wife. Even if she came here looking for her husband, in the eyes of others, she had other motives. The little Princess of Dongi tugged at Xiaoji's sleeve and asked in a small voice, "Did the Emperor of Zhao country send her to spy on you?" Princess Xianxia clenched her fists. She wasn't deaf, Xiaoji smiled. "Get on the carriage first." The little Princess of Dongi looked at Princess Xianxia, snorted, and turned to leave. Xiaoji suddenly reminded her meaningfully, "Don't be too arrogant. There's nothing great about being young." The little Princess of Dongi frowned. She clearly didn't understand why Xiaoji said the same thing as that woman. Princess Xianxia was even more embarrassed. She wished she hadn't said those words. "Eugen, let's go." With a cold face, she didn't look at Xiaoji and walked past him. What no one knew was that the moment she brushed past him, her heart suddenly tensed up. It was a very strange feeling. She was probably afraid that he would try to stop her and say something that would embarrass her. In the end, he didn't. He was very well behaved. Princess Xianxia squeezed her handkerchief and walked out of the courier station without looking back. Xiaoji also came out. The two stood at the entrance of the courier station. There was a carriage's distance between them. Princess Xianxia looked straight ahead. Xiaoji's hands were stuffed in a fox fur handkerchief. He was tall and straight, like a pine tree or a bamboo tree. As long as this person didn't speak, he would be the most noble and elegant man in Zhao country. He turned to look at Princess Xianxia and said with a faint smile, "Get on." Princess Xianxia still didn't look at him. She said coldly, "I have my own carriage." Xiaoji glanced at her carriage and said, "Are you sure?" Princess Xianxia didn't understand and frowned. She turned to look at her own carriage. Then, she almost vomited blood from anger at the scene she saw. Long Yi's charcoal pencil had rolled under the wheel. In order to take it out, Long Yi had to take off the wheels of the carriage. Xiaoji said calmly, "Or if you want to sit in Chongjing's carriage, that's fine." Coincidentally, at this time, Chongjing drove a majestic carriage over. Princess Xianxia didn't say anything and got on the carriage. As soon as she sat down, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. She thought it was Yujin, but when she looked carefully, it was actually Xiaoji. Princess Xianxia's face darkened. "Don't you have your own carriage?" Xiaoji's lips curled. "This is my carriage." Princess Xianxia coldly said, "Just now you said it was Chongjing's." Xiaoji sat down beside her and lazily brushed his lower hem. He said, "It's also mine." Princess Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to him. The people of the relay station were used to seeing the wind. It didn't matter if she was a real princess or not. In short, since she was able to sit in the same carriage as Marquis Xianping, they couldn't afford to offend her. They hurriedly prepared a new carriage for Yujin. Long Yi didn't need a carriage. He could fly over eaves and vault over walls. The carriages at the border were majestic. The horses looked more murderous, but it didn't mean that the interior was luxurious. There wasn't even a charcoal brazier inside the carriage. The cold wind came in through the window that couldn't be closed. Princess Xianxia's hands and feet were ice cold. She raised her hand and tightened the cloak on her body. Xiaoji handed her a warm hand warmer. "I don't want it," she said. Xiaoji took back the hand warmer. There was no change in his mood. It was as if her coldness and refusal were normal for him. The carriage quieted down. Princess Xianxia was in a fit of anger. After walking for a while, she remembered that she hadn't said where she was going. She asked, "Where are we going?" "The military camp," Xiaoji said. "I'm going back to the capital," Princess Xianxia said indifferently. Xiaoji leisurely leaned against the window behind him and looked at her with amusement. He asked, "What? Are you feeling wronged? Weren't you quite domineering when you were bullying people just now?" Princess Xianxia glared at him coldly. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. "Qin Fengwan, can I understand your current behavior as, you're jealous?" Princess Xianxia refuted without hesitation, "I'm not. Who would be jealous of you? What does it have to do with me who you marry and who you provoke outside?" Xiaoji raised his eyebrows. "Oh." Princess Xianxia turned her face away with a cold expression. After that, neither of them spoke. The carriage was so quiet that only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard. Xiaoji was thinner than when he was in the capital, and his lips were also a bit pale. The memorial sent back to the capital didn't mention how difficult the battle was, but since it had reached the stage of peace negotiations, Princess Xianxia knew that the soldiers at the border must have experienced a terrifying consumption of energy and the flames of war. Xiaoji must be injured. Halfway through their journey, snow started falling. Princess Xianxia was worried about Yujin and lifted the curtain to look back. Not only did she see Yujin's carriage, but she also saw the little princess of Dongyi. She swallowed the words, "Are you injured?" that were on the tip of her tongue. The heavy snow slowed down their speed, and the 2-hour journey lasted until the sky turned dark. The carriages stopped at the entrance of the military camp. Chongjing jumped off the carriage. "We're here." Xiaoji looked at Princess Xianxia as if waiting for her to get off the carriage first. Princess Xianxia didn't move. "You get off first." Xiaoji glanced at her. He took off his cloak and covered her with it. I don't. Before she could finish her words, Xiaoji suddenly leaned over and wrapped his arms around her, carrying her in his arms. Her entire body stiffened. Xiaoji said, Chongjing, go get some hot water. Oh. Chongjing obediently went. Xiaoji covered her tightly with his cloak, not even exposing her feet. But the moment he carried her up, she still saw the big hole in the car window with her sharp eyes. Earlier, he had been leaning against the window. Was he using his back to block the hole? After getting off the carriage, the cold wind poured in. He lowered his chin and closed the gap in the cloak. Her face was covered by the cloak. She leaned against a firm chest that was beating like a drum. His clothes were cold, but his breath was hot. It seeped through the layers of clothes and slowly spread to her face. The soldiers in the military camp saw Marquis Xianping carrying someone back. They were all stunned. Who is the Marquis carrying? The little princess of Dongyi? A soldier asked. Another soldier said, it's probably her. Other than her, no one can get close to the Marquis these days. Princess Xianxia's heart was drenched with cold water. She raised her frozen arm and pushed him. Put me down. Xiaoji didn't put her down. Instead, he carried her into his own tent. It was hard at the border. The tents were much simpler than those in the capital. Xiaoji never burned charcoal. He saved it for the wounded soldiers. Chongjing came with hot water. Go out. Xiaoji said to Chongjing. Oh. Chongjing resigned herself to fate and went out. Xiaoji placed her on his bed. He knelt on one knee and lifted her skirt. Her expression changed. Xiaoji, what are you doing? Xiaoji quickly took off her shoes and footwear. He was very strong. She was also frozen to the point that she couldn't feel anything. She had no strength to resist. Her fear of this man instantly welled up in her heart, and her face turned pale. Xiaoji brought the wooden bucket over and rolled up her trousers. He then tested the temperature of the water with his hands before putting her frozen feet into the bucket. After doing this, he looked up. His gaze landed on Princess Xianxia's gradually recovering face. His expression was subtle. Qin Fengwan, what did you think I was going to do to you? Princess Xianxia lowered her eyes. Nothing. Marquis Xianping sneered. There's no use thinking about it. I'm not that easy to get a man. Princess Xianxia. A moment later, she calmed down and sneered as well. That's right. You only have your little princess of Dongyi in your heart. Marquis Xianping got up to take a towel and sat down beside her. Tisk, you're so jealous. Princess Xianxia was just about to open her mouth to refute when she saw him bend down and take her wet leg out of the cooling hot water. He placed it on a clean towel and also placed it on his leg. Princess Xianxia's eyes trembled, and she hurriedly tried to retract her legs. Don't move. He pressed down on her pampered feet. She was a princess, so she didn't have to bind her feet like the poor girls of the common folk. But her feet were delicate, and in his rough and scarred hands, there was a cruel beauty that didn't fit in with them. You've got frostbite, he said. The medicine is under your pillow. Princess Xianxia took out the frostbite ointment. I'll do it myself. The peace talks are real. I came up with the idea. Xiaoji suddenly brought up the topic. But Zhener and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Princess Xianxia quickly realized that Zhener was the name of the little princess of Dongyi. She pulled the towel over with a cold face. Xiaoji said, Zhener is my younger brother's daughter, my niece. Princess Xianxia was stunned. Isn't she, the little princess of the king of Dongyi? Xiaoji looked at her and said, her mother is indeed from Dongyi, but her father isn't the king of Dongyi. It's Xiaoming. The king of Dongyi accidentally found out about her background and temporarily adopted her as his adopted daughter. He sent her here to negotiate peace with our army. Speaking up to this point, his lips curled up. Qin Fengwan, are you still jealous? The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1043137006. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. Little Princess. The Imperial Guard's voice came from outside the tent. Get out of the way. I want to see the Marquis. The little Princess of Dongyi said unruly and willfully. Princess Xianxia looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoji took the towel and medicine from her hand and unhurriedly wiped off the water droplets and began to apply the medicine again. Zhen. Princess Xianxia opened her mouth and said, she wants to come in. She can't come in. Xiaoji indifferently said. She dipped her fingertips in the medicine and evenly applied it to her frostbite. This kind of medicine was very effective. The only flaw was that the color was not good and it was very sticky. It was not easy to wash it off. Princess Xianxia's fingertips were delicate and she loved to be clean. If she really washed it, she would definitely lose a layer of skin. Soon, the little Princess of Dongyi stamped her feet and shouted, you dare to stop me. I think you're tired of living. In a moment, when the Marquis comes out, I'll let him deal with you. Princess Xianxia secretly looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoji seriously applied the medicine, but seemed to feel her doubts and sizing him up. He indifferently said, the military camp has its rules. The general's tent is not to be casually entered. He didn't spoil the little Princess of Dongyi. Otherwise, his imperial guards wouldn't have the guts to stop her outside. But other people didn't know this. Seeing that he was quite tolerant of the little Princess of Dongyi, they secretly had some guesses. Only you and Chongjing came in. Xiaoji said. Just as she finished speaking, Longyi entered the room. Imperial guards. Imperial guards couldn't stop him. The medicine had already been applied. Xiaoji pulled the quilt over her feet and said to Longyi, are you hungry? Longyi said, I'm hungry. Xiaoji said to her, I'll take Longyi to eat something. What do you want to eat? Princess Xianxia asked, what do you have here? Xiaoji laughed self-deprecatingly. That's right, what's there in the military? There was a snowstorm in the east, and the supplies couldn't be delivered smoothly. It was already good enough that they could eat their fill. How could they be picky, he said, take a rest first. I'll bring it to you later. Marquis, why are you going out so late at night? At the door, the guard looked strangely at Marquis Xianping, who was holding a bow and arrow and riding a tall horse. He did not understand why Marquis Xianping was dressed in martial attire in the middle of the night. Could it be a night raid on the enemy camp, but why was he alone, spying on military intelligence? Then why did he bring a bow and arrows? Xiaoji tightened his grip on the reins and said faintly, yes, I'm going out for a bit. No one is allowed to come within 100 steps of the barracks. Those who fail to dissuade them will be killed without mercy. Yes. The guard cupped his hands and replied solemnly. Xiaoji spurred his horse and disappeared in the flying snow. He was not going to spy on military intelligence, nor was he going to raid the enemy camp at night. Instead, he rode his horse into an old forest deep in the mountains and hunted a wild deer. At night, there was a steaming bowl of venison soup and steaming buns on Princess Xianxia's table. A few years ago, Princess Xianxia had started eating vegetarian food. After she became pregnant with Yi, she resumed eating a diet of meat and vegetables to supplement her nutrition. Yi had been weaned at 1 year old, so she stopped eating meat. After she stopped feeding Yi. But in this bitter cold place, drinking more venison soup and eating more meat could better resist the cold. Princess Xianxia also understood this point. She silently picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. Thinking of something, she looked at Xiaoji, who was sitting to the side and wiping his weapon. She asked, "You're not eating?" "I've already eaten," Xiaoji said. After a few mouthfuls of venison soup, Princess Xianxia felt her entire body warm up. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and the tip of her nose was glistening. "How, is it over here?" she asked. Xiaoji wiped his long sword with a cloth and said lightly, "The war is almost over." "What about Xiaoming and the others?" she continued. She clearly was not asking about Xiaoming alone when she used them. Marquis Xianping had 2 concubine-born sons. At the time, Princess Xianxia did not want to be his wife. The old madam could not bear to see him end the family line, so she put 2 concubines in his room. Later, there were Xiao En and Xiao Zhe. Although they were concubine-born, the old madam, who could not hope for a legitimate son, doted on them and raised them. In the past, their relationship as husband and wife was as cold as an icehouse. Princess Xianxia did not care about her concubine-born sons, nor did she care about them. Later, the old madam's health deteriorated. Xiao En and Xiao Zhe went to the military camp. A few years later, they came to the east, so they had even less contact with Princess Xianxia. Xiao Ji said, "Xiaoming was poisoned and is unconscious. The antidote is in the hands of the eastern barbarians. Xiao En and Xiao Zhe are guarding Donglin Pass." Princess Xianxia nodded. After muttering to herself for a moment, she said, "I always thought that Xiaoming was only injured." Xiao Ji indifferently said, "The eastern barbarians are very cunning." At first glance, there was no abnormality. Half a month later, signs of poisoning gradually appeared. Princess Xianxia asked, "Did you agree to make peace with the eastern barbarians because of Xiaoming's antidote?" Xiao Ji stopped wiping his sword. "The Xiao family has never been threatened. Xiaoming can die, but the backbone of the Zhao country's generals and soldiers cannot bend." Princess Xianxia felt the morale of a powerful army from his body. Her eyes moved and she asked, "Then why are you still delaying the troops?" Xiao Ji looked at the sword that was polished to its full potential. A cold light reflected in his pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes, making the bottom of his eyes pass through a layer of cold light. "Tomorrow, I am going to attack the eastern barbarians. You stay in the military camp and don't run around. Let Long Yi go with you." "No need." Xiao Ji put his sword back into its scabbard. Seeing that she had finished eating, he took the bowl and chopsticks out. Princess Xianxia looked at the simple and crude tent. Marquis Xianping could be said to have grown up in luxury. It was hard to imagine that he had suffered so much at the border. There were a few small holes in the tent. Fragments of moonlight and cold wind fell together. Suddenly, something covered those holes. Xiao Ji had repaired the tent. Princess Xianxia sat on the hard bed and listened to the voices of Xiao Ji and the soldiers talking outside. "Next time, don't do this again. It's very dangerous. If by any chance you fall into a trap set by the eastern barbarians, it would be troublesome." Princess Xianxia looked at the piece of roasted venison that Xiao Ji had left on the table for her. "Who is that person?" the soldier asked again. "My wife," Xiao Ji said. After that, the soldier didn't prattle again. Xiao Ji finished repairing the tent and returned to the military camp. Princess Xianxia asked with a normal expression, "Where did Long Yi go?" Xiao Ji answered, "He went to Chongjing's tent. It's next door. Tonight, you'll sleep here. Then you, of course I'll sleep here too." Princess Xianxia's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she didn't say anything about not letting him sleep with her. The military camp had limited supplies. The bed was cold and hard, and the quilt was thin and damp. Princess Xianxia's entire body was stiff as she lay beside him. Her hands and feet were ice cold. The atmosphere in the military camp was different from that in the capital. He was less frivolous and unruly, and more serious and fierce, like a general on the battlefield. For example, right now, he was teasing her. He closed his eyes and planned tomorrow's deployment in his mind. "Xiao Ji," Princess Xianxia said in a low voice. "What's wrong?" He pulled himself out of his thoughts of battle in time. Princess Xianxia's Adam's apple moved. She nervously pinched her fingers and whispered, "I'm cold." If it was in the past, he would definitely say to her, "Qin Fengwan, if you want me to hug you, just say it." But he didn't. He only held her hand under the quilt and found that she was very cold. He moved the quilt on his side closer to her. Are you feeling better now? I'm still cold, Princess Xianxia said. In the darkness, he hesitated for a moment before reaching out his strong arms and pulling her into his embrace. His unique masculine scent hit her in the face and enveloped her in an instant. He unbuttoned his shirt, allowing her ice-cold hands to touch his warm chest. He then shifted his legs, placing her ice-cold feet on his warm long thighs. Are you feeling better now? He asked. Princess Xianxia's cheeks were a bit hot. She thought that this man might be too hot-tempered. She nodded and answered very weakly, N. Qin Fengwan, don't move. I'm not moving. Your feet. The places with frostbite are so itchy. She couldn't help but rub against his calf. But this isn't called moving, right? She reached her hand down, wanting to scratch it, but when her hand slid down, she accidentally touched a terrifying beast. She was so shocked that her face flushed red. Xiaoji's voice was a bit hoarse. I told you not to move. She choked and said angrily, I didn't touch you here. Xiaoji stared deeply at her in the darkness and asked in a hoarse voice, Qin Fengwan, have you recovered from your illness? Princess Xianxia froze. Her illness of not being able to touch men. At this moment, she was being held in a man's arms without any gap. Her illness didn't flare up. No, it seemed like her illness did flare up. Her heart was beating very fast, thumping, as if she had barged into a little deer that kept bumping around. Her mind was buzzing, her mouth was dry, and she couldn't breathe. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1043075114. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Although Princess Xianxia was already a mother, she wasn't as experienced as Gu Jiao when it came to relationships. In any case, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had been in the same boat through thick and thin for 4 to 5 years, seeing each other day and night and being intimate with each other. She was practically a blank in this aspect. In the past, she couldn't like any man, so she didn't understand what it felt like to be in a relationship between a man and a woman. Xiaoji looked at her tense body through the inky night. Qin Fengwan, are you having a relapse again? Princess Xianxia clutched her thumping heart. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The closer he got to her and the more he talked to her, the more she acted like this. Is this a relapse? Why does it seem more serious than before? Her heart was burning with panic. Xiaoji's eyes darkened. He let go of her arm and pulled away from her. Princess Xianxia instinctively said, Don't touch me, go away. Xiaoji's mind flashed with the words she would say to him every time he got close to her. In the end, he withdrew his fingers from her waist. The hot-bloodedness in his body gradually cooled down, and his entire person returned to the loneliness and coldness he had before the war. Princess Xianxia felt his avoidance. Just like on their wedding night, when she pressed the dagger against his chest and said those hurtful words to him, he did the same. Did he think she wanted him to go away? That's not it. She took a deep breath and decided to finish her sentence. Don't, Marquis. A guard's voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. Xiaoji's eyes turned cold. He sat up and lifted the quilt quickly and lightly, almost not letting the cold wind in. He pressed the quilt down and closed the gap between her and the quilt. He walked out of the tent in thin clothes and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Urgent news from the front lines. The situation has changed. The Eastern barbarians. When Princess Xianxia heard this, the guards lowered their voices, probably because of Xiaoji's instructions. She couldn't hear the rest clearly. After a while, Xiao Ji turned around and returned to the tent. He began to put on his clothes and tie up his hair. Princess Xianxia's heart tightened. She stood up and asked, "Is there going to be a war? Let's go to the front line." Xiao Ji tightened his belt and picked up the armor on the shelf to put it on. His movements were swift and clean, and every sound he made was filled with a valiant killing intent. Whenever he was in front of her, he would always put on an air of elegance and nobility. This was the first time she had watched him go to war. What should a wife do? Should he put on armor for him, or should he send him off? Princess Xianxia looked at the shining armor on the shelf and moved her fingers. He turned around. She quickly retracted her hand back into the quilt. "You light the lamp." Xiao Ji took the cold helmet and put it on. "I can see." Outside the tent, the sound of the cavalry gathering could be heard. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Xiao Ji dressed neatly and grabbed the long sword on the shelf. He said to Princess Xianxia, "I'll call Yujin over. If there's nothing important, don't leave the camp." After saying this, he quickly left the tent. Princess Xianxia's words for him to take care of himself had already risen to her throat, but she couldn't say a single word. The tent's cloth flapped in the cold wind. The heat in the quilt quickly dissipated as he left. In an instant, the tent was as cold as an ice cellar. "Move out." His stern and dignified voice echoed in the cold wind. 500 cavalry braved the wind and snow, fearlessly rushing to the last line of defense in the east of the Zhao country, Donglin Pass. "Princess." Yujin lifted the curtain and entered the tent. She first took out a match and lit the oil lamp on the table. Then she came to the bedside and saw Princess Xianxia staring blankly at the door. Her heart ached as she helped her lie down. "Don't catch a cold." He left. Princess Xianxia said in a daze. Yujin took off her cloak. She had only walked a few steps, but her whole body was already covered in snow. Marquis and others had rushed through the snow, so she didn't know how cold they would be. She hung up her cloak and sat down on the bedside. Tucking in the quilt for Princess Xianxia, she softly comforted her. "Marquis has experienced hundreds of battles. He will definitely return safely." Princess Xianxia whispered, "I hope so." Xiao Ji left for several days. Princess Xianxia didn't reveal her identity. Dongyu Little Princess probably had received instructions from Xiao Ji, so she also didn't reveal who she was. Moreover, Dongyu Little Princess's attitude towards her was a lot more respectful. Xiao Ji should have specially warned her before leaving. She was the first woman to live in Xiao Ji's tent. None of the guards in the camp dared to be disrespectful to her. Even if there were, they were no match for Long Yi. Xiaoming lived in this camp. Princess Xianxia went to see him every day. She had never cared about him or anyone around him before. She was also not familiar with his only younger brother Xiaoming. The relationship between them was said to be pretty good. But specifically how they got along, she really didn't have any impression in this regard. She knew too little about him. "You came." In Xiaoming's tent, Dongyu Little Princess turned around and looked at Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia walked over. Her gaze fell on that face which was somewhat similar to Xiao Ji's face, and said, "How is your father today? Did he wake up?" Dongyu Little Princess shook her head, "No." After getting along with her for several days, Princess Xianxia found that her heart was not bad. Those unruly ways were merely her way of surviving. Here. Her situation was very awkward. She was Xiaoming's daughter, but Xiaoming hadn't officially recognized her. Xiao Ji couldn't make this decision for his younger brother, so he hadn't officially announced her identity to the public. She was a Dongi who had come to negotiate peace. If she wasn't a bit domineering, she would be easily bullied. Princess Xianxia asked, "Your mother?" Dongi Little Princess laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "My mother died a long time ago. I was raised by my aunt. Later, my uncle brought a man back. That man realized that I looked like someone, so he asked who my parents were. I don't know how he investigated, but he found out that I was the flesh and blood of your Zhao Kingdom's great general Wei Yuan. My aunt sold me to that man, and he took me to see the king of Dongi. The king of Dongi used me to trick your great general Wei Yuan out. He was poisoned to save me. The funny thing is that the king of Dongi dared to send me here to negotiate peace." Princess Xianxia said, "The king of Dongyi hopes that Xiao Ji will kill you to avenge his brother, and at the same time drive a wedge between him and Xiao Ming. But Xiao Ji isn't that kind of person." Dongyi little princess felt that there was nothing to say about her topic. She looked at Princess Xianxia. "It's rumored that your relationship with the Marquis isn't good, but it doesn't seem like it. You come here every day to ask about military reports." Princess Xianxia's thoughts were exposed, and she felt embarrassed. "I'm the princess of Zhao Kingdom. It's natural for me to ask about military matters." Dongyi little princess's gossipy nature burned brightly. "So you're here on imperial orders? You're really sent by the emperor to spy on Marquis Xianping?" Did this girl know how to talk? Had her relationship with Xiao Ji been so bad that the Dongyi people knew about it? Princess Xianxia was a little angry. Donglin Pass sent news of the battle almost every day. The Dongyi people had captured the Zhao Kingdom's generals and lured the Zhao Kingdom's army into the forest. They were good at fighting in the forest, and with the advantage of the terrain, they made the Zhao Kingdom's army suffer. Xiao Ji took an unconventional approach. He didn't fight with them, but took Chongjing directly into the Dongyi army's lair and killed the great general of Dongyi. Until the 10th day, Donglin Pass sent all kinds of good news. But on the morning of the 11th day, bad news enveloped the entire camp. Xiao Ji was unfortunately shot by a stray arrow while covering the wounded soldiers on their way back to the camp. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. A chill rose from the soles of her feet. Princess Xianxia felt as if she had fallen into an ice house. Eugene looked at her worriedly. "Princess, perhaps there was a mistake in the military intelligence." "Don't worry, I'll send someone to inquire." "Princess, what are you doing?" Princess Xianxia left the tent. She went straight to the stable and picked a high-quality horse. When Eugene rushed over, she had already mounted the horse. Eugene grabbed the reins and looked at her in horror. "Princess. Marquis told you to wait for him in the camp. Don't be impulsive." Princess Xianxia wasn't an impulsive person. Even when old Liang Wangfei came to her with selfish and disgusting intentions, she didn't throw her out regardless of the consequences. But at this moment, she couldn't control herself from looking for him. She thought that she had found the answer Eugene wanted her to find. But he still didn't know her answer. She wanted to tell him. Princess Xianxia's horse disappeared into the vast expanse of white heaven and earth. Long Yi chased after it like a shadow. The two arrived at Donglin Pass. After arriving at Donglin Pass, Eugene's guess was confirmed. The person who was hit by a stray arrow was indeed not Marquis Xianping Xiao Ji, but Chongjing. Chongjing's injury wasn't heavy. Her skin was only scraped. Moreover, she fell into the snow pit in the forest with Marquis Xianping. "Where's Marquis Xianping?" "In the wounded barracks," Princess Xianxia asked Chongjing. Chongjing sadly said, "I don't know. After falling into the snow pit, I fainted. When I woke up, he had already carried me back to the wounded barracks." Princess Xianxia called the guard Zhang Hu and revealed her identity to him. "Take me to the scene." "Yes." Zhang Hu cupped his fist and answered. A group of people arrived at the forest where Marquis Xianping and Chongjing had an accident. Strictly speaking, this place wasn't the territory of the Dongyi people. The terrain here was too complicated. Even the Dongyi people who were good at jungle warfare didn't dare to wander around here. Zhang Hu said, "Princess, it's dangerous ahead. This little one will go and take a look." Princess Xianxia indifferently said, "No need." The group of people followed the footprints in the snow and searched forward. When they arrived at a call, Long Yi suddenly crouched down and used his hand to pull out a token. It was the token of Marquis Xianping's mansion. Long Yi continued to dig down and dug out a small hole. He buried his head in the hole and looked all around. Then, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Wu, Wa, Long Yi, did you find anything?" Princess Xianxia walked over and asked. Long Yi pulled his head out of the hole and said to her, "There's someone down there. They're injured and their breathing is very weak." As he spoke, he gave the token to Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia recognized what it was. Her eyes lit up and she said, "It's Xiao Ji's personal item." "The person down there. Could it be Xiao Ji?" "I can't go down," Long Yi said. Zhang Hu also walked over. He knelt down in front of Long Yi and carefully observed the hole. His expression suddenly became serious. He said to the nearby soldiers holding shovels who were walking over, "Don't come over." Everyone hastily stopped their steps. Zhang Hu nervously said, "The rocks above this hole are not firm. They may crack at any time. If the person down there is really Marquis, then he may be crushed to death by the collapsing rocks." Princess Xianxia looked at the very narrow hole. She didn't understand how a big living person could fall down. "Can you make the hole a bit bigger?" she asked. Zhang Hu shook his head, "No, it will collapse if you make it bigger. The only way is to see if there is another way out. Let Marquis go out from that way." Princess Xianxia clenched her fingers. "What if there is no other way out?" Zhang Hu said, "Or Marquis himself will rush out from this hole." Princess Xianxia frowned and said, "But Long Yi said his breathing is very weak. How can he come out by himself?" Zhang Hu said in a low voice, "Then wait for Marquis to recover." Princess Xianxia angrily said, "He is cold and hungry down there. How can he recover? He will freeze to death in one day." Zhang Hu also felt wronged. It's not that he didn't want to save Marquis, but the situation was really difficult. Long Yi once again buried his head deep into the hole and stuck out his tongue. Lu, he couldn't go down. His neck was stuck. Zhang Hu was thinner than him, but he couldn't go down either. He found the smallest soldier, but he was still a few sizes too big. "All of you, get out of the way," Princess Xianxia said. Everyone was stunned. Princess Xianxia slowly and carefully walked to the hole. She bent down and tried, but her shoulders couldn't go in. There was just a little bit more. Zhang Hu saw that she wanted to go down by herself, and his expression changed. "Princess. You can't. It's very dangerous. Besides, we can't be sure that person is Marquis. You must not put yourself in danger." She straightened up and said calmly, "Turn around." Everyone was even more confused. Princess Xianxia raised her hand and began to take off her clothes. Zhang Hu hurriedly covered his eyes and turned around. He ordered, "Turn around. Close your eyes." The princess of the imperial family, who didn't even take off her veil in front of others, took off her clothes one by one behind the hundreds of soldiers. When she was only left with a thin undergarment, her delicate body was almost blown away by the biting cold wind. She was shivering from the cold. Her teeth were chattering, and she kept shivering. However, she didn't shrink back. She looked at the dark hole, closed her eyes, and jumped down. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/10429227 HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. The entrance of the cave was about the height of a person. When she was taking off her clothes, Long Yi did two things. First, he filled the hole with a lot of snow. Second, Long Yi threw down every piece of clothing she took off, working with one hand and covering one's eyes with the other. Long Meng wasn't a bad shadow guard who would peek. Princess Xianxia fell heavily onto the soft clothes and snow. The force of the fall was greatly cushioned, so she didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, her skin was too delicate, and a large area of her arms and legs were scraped by the irregular holes. Ignoring the cold and pain in her body, she hurriedly got up and went to find that seriously injured person. But it was really too cold. She suddenly stomped her foot down, and her entire foot immediately surged with a dense, needle-like pain. She gasped in shock. But she didn't stop to deal with her pain. Instead, she used the weak light of the cave entrance to look around. Xiaoji. This was a long and narrow underground cave. There were paths at both ends, but the deeper she went, the darker it became. She couldn't see anyone. Long E, where is it? She looked up and asked Long E. It's cold. Put on your clothes first. Long E reminded. Princess Xianxia said, I'm afraid it's too late. He's not dead yet. Long E thought for a bit and added, if he's dead, I'll remind you. Princess Xianxia, she put on her clothes, but her body didn't warm up so quickly. She was still unbearably cold. Long E then said, you're right. Princess Xianxia began to walk to the right. The terrain here was very complicated. It looked very close, but it was very difficult to walk. She fell several times, and her knees were bald. Her palms were also scraped. She endured the pain and got up. There was only one obsession in her mind, and that was to find Xiaoji. Finally, she fell again. This time, she tripped over a leg. She didn't even think about whether this was a person, or whether this was a living person. When a princess who had lived a luxurious life touched a cold corpse with her hands, it was a terrible shock. Her hand touched his arm. Blood, warm blood. Her heart tightened. She continued to move up and touched his face, which was also covered in blood. She asked in a trembling voice, Xiaoji, is that you, Xiaoji? He sat on the cold ground, his back leaning against the hard rock wall. His head drooped down, unable to bear the burden. His breathing was short and weak. She touched his tall nose and his exquisite brow. Xiaoji, is that you? He didn't respond. She then moved her hand down his arm and touched the hand that held the sword for many years. There were thick calluses on the web between his thumb and forefinger, and mottled scars on his hand. It was him, right? Was it true or not? At this critical juncture, she realized that her understanding of him was pitifully small. The only 2 nights of intimacy were when she was drugged and unconscious. She had no idea what kind of wounds and scars he had on his body. He had never allowed her to see them. Waist injury. She knew about this. Chongjing had always mentioned it, saying that it was an old injury that could not be completely healed. Aheng had once asked Jiao Jiao to take a look at it, but Jiao Jiao said that it could only be recuperated. Waist, where is the waist injury? Princess Xianxia did not understand. She thought that the waist injury meant that someone had cut his waist with a knife. That would definitely leave a long scar. She reached out and clumsily undid his armor in the dark. She undid it for a long time, but in the end, she did not know if she had successfully undone it or if she had forcefully ripped it off. His scent was covered by the thick smell of blood, so she could not smell it at all. She could only use this stupid method. Her hand fumbled around his waist, but it was bloody and sticky. Was there an injury here? Her movements paused. Just as she was about to feel how serious the injury was, her slender wrist was grabbed by a large hand. Immediately following this, she heard a weak and hoarse voice, Qin Fengwan, what are you doing? Princess Xianxia was startled. Xiaoji? It's really, you? Her eyes reddened, and hot tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Xiaoji's injury was serious, so his voice was weak, but his small voice was still very annoying. Qin Fengwan, don't think that because this marquis is injured, you can take advantage of this opportunity to do whatever you want to this marquis. Princess Xianxia suddenly could not cry. His body was burning up, and his consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. However, he did not let go of her wrist. It seemed that all of his strength had been used there. Princess Xianxia raised her other hand and touched his forehead. It's so hot. How did you get here? Didn't you and Chongjing fall into the snow pit up ahead? Below the snow pit was this cave. He had pushed Chongjing up and fell down. 2 stone slabs in the cave had collapsed, sealing the entrance. He dragged his injured body in another direction. After walking for an unknown distance, his strength was exhausted, and he could no longer walk. Princess Xianxia said to him, wait for me here. I'll go call Long Yi. He didn't let go. Princess Xianxia felt the strength on her wrist and anxiously frowned, but she couldn't forcibly pull his hand away. She turned back and shouted in the direction they had come from, Long Yi. I found Xiaoji. Crack, a cracking sound came from the ceiling. This place was about to collapse. can you still walk? The cave is about to collapse. Princess Xianxia asked him. Xiaoji slowly let go of her hand. He couldn't walk. But she could. Long Yi, Zhang Yong, and the others didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, if they were careless, the entire cave would collapse, and Xiaoji and Princess Xianxia would be buried underneath. Zhang Yong was about to collapse. Princess, my ancestor, why did you go down? The death of a marquis was already enough to make him suffer. If a princess was also involved, his life would be in danger. Hearing the cracking sound, Long Yi suddenly pulled Zhang Yong back a step. With a loud bang, the cave caved in, with that small hole as the center. It spread to the two sides of the cave. The rocks on one side collapsed inch by inch. Princess Xianxia used all her strength to pull Xiaoji's arm, trying to help him up. Seeing that the two of them were about to be crushed to death, Xiaoji, who had already used up all his strength, suddenly found strength from who knows where. He hugged her soft waist and turned her around. Boom, the place they were originally at collapsed. Fragments of rocks fell beside them. Xiaoji used his tall and weak body to cover her, protecting her with his arms. Fragments of rock smashed on his back. He gritted his teeth and held on. The veins on his forehead and arms bulged, and large beads of cold sweat fell down. After a few breaths of time, everything finally stopped. The road they had come from was completely blocked. They could only continue forward, or die here together. Princess Xianxia raised her hand and touched his face. Xiaoji. Xiaoji didn't move. His strength was already gone. He was relying on his obsession to maintain his posture of protecting her. He had already lost consciousness, and only his body was still frozen there. Xiaoji. Xiaoji. Xiaoji, can you hear me? Princess Xianxia couldn't wake him up. His body temperature was rapidly decreasing, and his breathing was weak. Her hand trembled as she touched his neck. She couldn't feel his pulse. His heartbeat had stopped. Princess Xianxia laid under him, and tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. Xiaoji. Xiaoji, don't die, don't die, she still lost him. When did he start to walk into her heart? Was it when he killed old Liang Wang, or when he took back Qing'er's antidote, or when he stood guard outside her delivery room for an entire night in the dead of winter? She couldn't say, but she knew that it was all too late. I still haven't told you. My illness is cured. I won't push you away again. Open your eyes and look at me, Xiaoji, look at me. Tears gushed out of her eyes. So losing your lover felt like a knife cutting your heart. It hurt so much. But why did she realize it so late? Why couldn't she realize her heart earlier? Xiaoji. She clutched his clothes tightly, and cried herself hoarse. Cough, cough. Xiaoji, who was lying on top of her, suddenly took a deep breath, and coughed with all his might. Princess Xianxia was shocked. Her tear-filled eyes widened, and she looked at him without blinking in the darkness. Xiaoji. Xiaoji. Xiaoji turned his head, coughing so hard that he wanted to cough his lungs out. Princess Xianxia quickly helped him sit against the wall, and asked in a choked voice, "Are you okay?" Xiaoji gasped, "I couldn't catch my breath just now. I almost died." Princess Xianxia's tears flowed even more violently. She wasn't a person who liked to cry, and she wasn't pregnant. She couldn't understand why she couldn't stop crying today. Xiaoji leaned weakly against the wall and said weakly in pain, "Qin Fengwan, what were you talking about just now?" "Nothing." Princess Xianxia wiped her tears seriously and tried to speak in a normal tone. "Do you have a match on you? Let me see where you're hurt." Xiaoji raised his left arm, which was actually more seriously injured but wasn't bleeding, and pulled her into his arms forcefully and domineeringly. Her heart thumped, and she heard him whisper in her ear, "I heard you, Qin Fengwan." Digression, I just took a look. I'm 4 votes away from reaching 7,000. Please break. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. ZHHBQG. com/896428964286/1042878083. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. On the ground, the snowy ground that had experienced a terrifying collapse was a complete mess. Zhang Hu almost fell down and was buried together with the snow. Long Yi had saved him in time. At this moment, the two of them were standing 20 steps away from the collapse point. Behind them were 100 guards who had their backs to them and their eyes closed. Zhang Hu didn't have time to give them the order to open their eyes. He looked at the snowy ground that had collapsed and knelt on the ground. It's over for his mother. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xianxia had both died right under his nose. If this matter was spread to the capital, he couldn't escape because he didn't protect his master. If he couldn't protect others, he might have a chance to live. But one of them was Empress Zhao's most trusted brother, and the other was the emperor's most beloved sister. Even if she wanted to find someone to vent her anger on, he and these 100 people wouldn't be enough to vent the hatred in her heart. His gaze shifted to Long Yi, who was at the side. Although he shouldn't say this, the thought of silencing them had indeed flashed through his mind. Of course, it was just a thought. Even if he and the 100 guards behind him worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The heavens wanted to kill him. The heavens wanted to kill him. Long Yi stared at the collapsed snowy ground. After a moment, he turned around and walked forward. Lord Long Yi. Zhang Hu called out bravely, "Are you going back to the capital to report?" Could he leave 2 days later so that he could tell his family what to do after his death? Find the exit and save them. Long Yi said coldly. Zhang Hu was startled at first, then ecstasy welled up from the bottom of his heart. But since he guessed it, he still had to verify it. Lord Long Yi, you mean, the Marquis and the Princess, are still alive? Yes. Long Yi nodded. The cave entrance was sealed, blocking the sound to a certain extent, but Princess Xianxia was crying so loudly that even a deaf person could hear it. Zhang Hu didn't hear anything. I'm offended. Zhang Hu intended to search together with him, but was rejected by Long Yi. Don't come over, you'll crush it. Zhang Hu, who had just lifted his leg, froze in the middle of the air. He embarrassedly retracted his leg and said to Long Yi, "Then what can this little one do?" Long Yi thought for a bit, then honestly said, "Disappear." Zhang Hu, underground, the two trapped in the pitch-black cave had no idea what was happening on the surface. Princess Xianxia was stiffly held in someone's arms. It was pitch black all around, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. However, the loss of his eyesight allowed him to magnify his other senses. His warm breath fell on the top of her head, and his vigorous heartbeat traveled into her ears, shaking her entire heart. His words, "Qin Fengwan, I heard you," was like a raging fire burning in her heart. The awkwardness that had accumulated for more than 30 years swallowed her up, and even her cheeks turned red. She was a prideful person. She was a princess. She thought he was dead, which was why she cried and screamed, saying those unbearable words. If she had known he was still alive, people were like this. They clearly came to say those words, but when they were actually heard, they didn't want to admit it. "I didn't say anything," she said stubbornly. "You heard wrong." Xiao Ji repeated her words word for word. He was thick-skinned, so he didn't feel any pressure doing this kind of thing. Princess Xianxia hated that she couldn't find a hole to stuff him in. "Why didn't you have such a good memory when you were studying?" Xiao Ji's face was pale, and he smiled weakly. There was also the last sentence, "I like you." Princess Xianxia blurted out, "There was no such sentence." "You're talking nonsense." Xiao Ji made a no sound. "So you admit it?" There were the first few sentences. Princess Xianxia, who was suddenly tricked. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ji coughed violently. He was seriously injured and couldn't speak much, but he said so many words in one breath. He was simply courting death. Why, you're already like this. Don't you know how to speak less? Princess Xianxia's shame turned into heartache. She was afraid she would press on his wound, so she reached out to leave his embrace. However, he tightened his grip on his fractured left arm and pulled her into his embrace. He said with an unruly expression, "If I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost." Princess Xianxia, I think you're looking for a beating again. Cough, cough, cough. The injured person pretended to be pretentious for less than 3 seconds before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Princess Xianxia decisively straightened her body in his arms and groped around his chest. Finally, she found the match. During this time, he made several sounds. He probably wanted to speak, but he was suppressed by his coughs. Princess Xianxia could already guess what he wanted to say. I'm already like this, yet you're still plotting against me. Qin Fengwan, you beast. Thinking about how he wanted to say it but didn't, and how he failed to tease her, Princess Xianxia wanted to laugh. But when she blew on the match and saw his injuries, she couldn't laugh at all. His injuries were too serious, much more serious than she had imagined. He had grabbed her hand in time and deliberately provoked her with his words, but in reality, he didn't want her to touch the wound on his waist. His skin and flesh had been torn open, and the wound was so deep that she could see his bones. However, this wasn't the only injury on his body. Some wounds were visible, while others were unknown. The entire area was covered in sticky blood. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this scene was shocking. How did you get injured like this? She forced herself to calm down, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoji hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. They captured Xiaoen and Xiaozhe. That trap was originally prepared for the two brothers. He had risked his life to pull them up, but the price was that he had fallen down. Princess Xianxia couldn't blame him for risking his life. After all, Xiaoen and Xiaozhe were his sons. How are Xiaoen and Xiaozhe? She asked. He leaned his head against the wall behind him and sighed. They were captured by the Dongyi people. Princess Xianxia analyzed, the Dongyi people captured them in order to threaten you. However, your whereabouts are unknown, and the Dongyi people can't find you. They don't know your attitude, so they shouldn't do anything to Xiao En and Xiaozhe for the time being. Cough cough. Xiaoji coughed up another mouthful of blood. Princess Xianxia hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood. Who would have thought that when she touched her purse, she would unexpectedly find 2 bottles of medicine? She didn't remember bringing these 2 medicines with her, but she recognized them. They were Jiaojiao's secret prescriptions. The emerald bottle was golden sore medicine, and the white bottle was medicine for wounds. It had the effect of reducing inflammation and stopping bleeding. When Xiaoji was recuperating in Jade Water Alley, she had seen Jiaojiao give Xiaoji these 2 medicines. Longyi must have stuffed them into her purse when he threw her clothes down. She was pleasantly surprised. She pulled out the cork of the white bottle, poured out 2 brown pills, and fed them to him. Take the medicine first. She remembered that it was this dosage. Xiaoji didn't eat it. Instead, he frowned and looked at her hand. Her palms and the edges were completely bruised. Aside from the time she had carried Ahang out of the fire, the golden princess of the imperial family had never suffered such injuries. Quickly eat it. What are you doing in a daze? Princess Xianxia urged. When it came to fabricating something out of nothing, his mouth was sharper than anyone else's. When he really saw the evidence of her deep love, he didn't tease her again. He silently took the medicine. Princess Xianxia put away the white bottle and opened the emerald bottle. Wait a moment. He said, this medicine seems to have expired. No. Yes, it tastes wrong. What's wrong? Longyi gave it to me. It can't be an expired medicine. If you don't believe me, I can apply it for you to see. As she spoke, she pulled out the cork and applied the medicine to her wound. It's not red or swollen. Xiaoji curled his lips and said, your hand is so rough. I can't test it. Try using your knee. You really have a lot of problems. Princess Xianxia lifted her pant leg and applied a thin layer of the medicine to her knee. It's not expired. It's a good medicine. Xiaoji saw that she had applied the medicine to all the places that needed to be applied. Only then did he let out an "oh" sound. Princess Xianxia finally understood. There wasn't much medicine to begin with, so she had been tricked again. Xiaoji took the medicine bottle and said with a look of disgust, "Your hand is heavy. I'll do it myself." Princess Xianxia was about to speak, but he did not give her a chance. "Turn around. You're not allowed to peek at this marquis body." Princess Xianxia, she turned around. He blew out the match. Princess Xianxia clenched her fists. "I won't look. Xiaoji, this marquis doesn't trust you." Princess Xianxia, originally, Princess Xianxia had seen many of the injuries on his body. The act of taking off his armor had nearly taken half of his life away. He tightly gritted his teeth and did not let out a single groan. Then he applied the medicine to all the places on his body that could be applied. As for the wounds that were too shallow or too deep, he did not apply it. The former was unnecessary, while the latter was useless. Princess Xianxia waited for a long time and asked suspiciously, "Are you done? Do you need my help?" Xiaoji endured the pain and said in a cold sweat, "Don't even think about coveting this marquis body." He used a dagger to cut off a piece of the hem and used the dagger as a fastener to stabilize his fractured left forearm. Finally, he bit the cloth with his mouth and tied a dead knot. He didn't hang his left arm around his neck. He found it ugly. He leaned against the stone wall and calmed down. Suppressing the exhaustion and pain all over his body, he said, "I'm done." Princess Xianxia turned around and reached out to support his arm in the darkness. "There seems to be a passage ahead. I'll go see if I can get out. Wait for me here." "Let's go together," he said weakly. "Can you do it?" Princess Xianxia was doubtful about his physical condition. Xiaoji used a man's dignity to make up for his lack of strength. "Qin Fengwan, didn't anyone tell you not to say that a man can't do it? Besides, haven't you personally tried whether this marquis can do it or not?" Princess Xianxia clenched her fists. "2 nights." He raised 2 well-defined fingers and finally reached the edge of death. "Do you want this marquis to remind you, how many times?" Princess Xianxia was about to explode. "How did I fall for this guy? Is it too late to regret now? I really want to beat him to death." He couldn't take a beating now, but Princess Xianxia still held it in. "It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When you're better, see how I'll deal with you." Princess Xianxia took a deep breath and regained the elegance and propriety of a royal princess. She helped him up and said calmly, "Let's go." Xiaoji didn't need to look to feel her murderous aura, but she couldn't flare up because of his injuries. Just thinking about her dark face and how she wanted to explode but couldn't, Xiaoji couldn't help laughing. Princess Xianxia gritted her teeth. "If you laugh again, I'll leave you behind." The two walked along the passage. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally saw a glimmer of light. Princess Xianxia was delighted. "There's a cave entrance. We're going out." Xiaoji stared at the place where the light came from, vigilant of all movements. Reality proved that his caution was correct. The moment the two walked out of the cave, 2 Dongi soldiers suddenly turned around and pulled out their scimitars. Xiaoji was wearing the armor of the Zhao kingdom, so it was very easy to recognize him. The 2 soldiers pounced on them, wanting to capture them alive. Xiaoji pulled Princess Xianxia, who was supporting him, behind him and grabbed one of the scimitars. Then he raised the scimitar in his hand and cut their throats, killing them both in one blow. The 2 soldiers didn't even have time to call for help before they both fell into the snow. Xiaoji felt pain in his chest and fell down powerlessly. He knelt on one knee in the snow and used the scimitar to support his body. "Xiaoji." Princess Xianxia stepped forward and crouched down, looking at him worriedly. "I'm fine." His vigilant gaze swept forward and he quickly said, "Hurry and change into their clothes." Princess Xianxia would never wear another man's clothes, but in this life and death situation, she couldn't care less. She took off the armor and outer clothes of the 2 Dongi soldiers. The two changed in time. Marquis Xianping buried the armor and clothes in the snow. The corpses of the 2 Dongi soldiers were pushed into a nearby ditch and covered with snow. Princess Xianxia also helped. She raised her sleeve and was about to wipe the sweat off her forehead when she remembered that it was someone else's clothes. She immediately put her hand down. She gasped for breath and said, "There's no problem now, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the two turned around and saw an old woman with a walking stick standing in the snow not far away, staring at the two of them without blinking. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1042722323. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Princess Xianxia was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling of being caught red-handed after doing something bad was too scary. The old woman looked to be in her 60s or 70s. Her hair was gray and she looked very old. Her clothes looked like those of the Dongi people and were even patched up. She should be a villager nearby. Marquis Xianping maintained eye contact with the old woman and said to Princess Xianxia calmly, "We have entered the territory of the Dongi people. Be careful." Princess Xianxia agreed in a small voice and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Marquis Xianping said, "Act according to circumstances." If it had been a soldier, Marquis Xianping would have killed him mercilessly. But the other party was an ordinary villager. The soldiers of the Zhao kingdom did not kill the enemy's people. Marquis Xianping shielded Princess Xianxia behind him and took her hand to walk towards the old woman. "Old woman," he said calmly, "we are soldiers passing by. We are following the trail of some Zhao kingdom people. Have you seen them?" The Dongi people and the Zhao kingdom spoke the same language, but there were differences in accents. He spoke with a fluent Dongi accent, which stunned Princess Xianxia behind him. Princess Xianxia knew a little about the Yan and Liang languages, but that was in written form. She could translate an article, but if she really had to translate it, her accent would not be very accurate. Xiaoheng had a great talent for languages since childhood. Princess Xianxia thought it was due to her, but it seemed that he had inherited Xiao Ji's talent. The old woman's calm and dull eyes did not change much. She slowly replied in an old voice, "Oh, I didn't see them." "Old woman, do you live nearby? Who else is at home?" Marquis Xianping continued to ask. "No one, just me." The old woman spoke so slowly that it seemed like she was struggling to speak and her reactions were slow. But considering her age, this was not surprising. Princess Xianxia peeked half of her head out from behind Marquis Xianping and looked at her. The Marquis of Xianping turned his head and saw the head of black hair. The corners of his lips curled up in amusement. "Old lady." He looked at the old lady again. "It's getting late. Can we rest at your house for the night?" "Okay." The old woman answered slowly. She turned around and walked away with the help of her walking stick. Princess Xianxia looked at the stooped old woman who was gradually disappearing into the distance and asked him, "Are we really going to her house?" Marquis Xianping looked around. "There's nowhere else to stay here. At least we won't freeze to death if we go to her house. At the same time, I can also inquire about the Dongi soldiers." Princess Xianxia thought it made sense. Who would have thought that they would stumble into Eastern barbarians' territory? They were not familiar with the terrain, and Xiao Ji was seriously injured. Instead of running around in the ice and snow, they might as well find a place to recuperate. She thought of something and asked, "Do you think she saw what happened just now?" Xianping said thoughtfully, "I'm not too sure." Princess Xianxia sighed, "Forget it, so what if he saw? Could he really do something to an old woman who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Let's follow her and keep an eye on her so that she doesn't tell on us." The two followed the old woman to a simple and crude hut. The old woman lived in a relatively remote area. 100 steps east was a sparse village. Xiao Ji saw the confusion on Princess Xianxia's face and explained in a low voice, in Eastern barbarians, lonely old people who have no children and no husband will be moved out of the village. They are seen as the embodiment of bad luck. Princess Xianxia suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that she didn't lie to us. She really is the only one in her house. The old woman was old and couldn't move around easily. She didn't have enough food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and her house wasn't very clean. She pointed to a small house covered in dust and said to the two, "You two will stay here tonight. The food is in the kitchen." With that, she returned to her room and ignored the two strangers. Xiaoji's injuries were very serious. After entering the house, he could no longer maintain his indifference in front of others. His face was pale as he sat down on the dusty wooden platform. She had encountered a series of accidents as soon as she left the cave. It wasn't until now that she had a chance to seriously size him up. She wouldn't have known if she hadn't looked, but now that she looked, she realized that his condition was terrible. No wonder she wasn't allowed to light a fire in the cave. If she had known that his complexion was so bad, she would have left him to rest and explored the way herself. But on second thought, if she had really gone alone, she would have been caught by the Dongyi soldiers at the entrance of the cave. How could he always be so considerate of her? Princess Xianxia was moved. She forgot that she had been driven mad by his words in the cave. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched his forehead. "It's so hot." Xiaoji took her hand down and held it tightly in his palm, not saying a word. The house returned to silence. Princess Xianxia felt the warmth from his palm. He held her hand tightly and didn't let go. His thumb unconsciously rubbed the back of her hand. It was like a silent comfort. Princess Xianxia tidied up the house and took out some cotton wool and a mattress from the cupboard. These two things were clean, but they were slightly damp. Princess Xianxia went to borrow a brazier from the old madam. She took a fire starter and squatted on the ground to start a fire. She gave birth for a long time, but it didn't end well. She even made herself look like a cat with a dirty face. Xiaoji sat on the stool with a pale face and looked at her with a faint smile. "Qin Fengwan, is this your first time doing this?" "So what if it is?" Princess Xianxia muttered. "I think it's very fast to start a fire in the Jiaojiao." "That's how you start a fire." Xiaoji laughed. It was too painful. His wound was about to split open from laughing. He stabilized his emotions. He didn't laugh anymore, but the smile in his eyes was almost overflowing. He said, "I'll do it." "Sit down." Princess Xianxia ordered coldly. Xiaoji sat back down dispiritedly. Princess Xianxia continued to start a fire. Finally, at the cost of burning a small portion of her bangs, she finally managed to start a fire. She started to roast the damp mattress. Then she burned the mattress. The old madam originally didn't want to bother with the two of them, but she was probably worried that if this continued, that woman would burn her house to the ground. She came over with a dark face to help the two of them roast the blanket. Then she brought a new mattress over. She didn't dare to hand it to Princess Xianxia until she was done. Princess Xianxia made the bed and helped Xiaoji take off his armor. Then she helped him lie down on the warm mattress. "I'll go get some food." She pulled the blanket over Xiaoji and turned to go to the kitchen. The old madam's living conditions were very difficult. There was nothing but pickled vegetables and flatbread in the kitchen. But the flatbread was hard and couldn't be chewed at all. Princess Xianxia looked at the water in the water jar and had an idea. The old madam was making hemp rope in her room. She was old and couldn't farm or hunt, so she made a simple living by making simple handicrafts. She thought it was time for the two of them to eat. One of them looked delicate and very picky. He probably wouldn't eat the cold food directly. She was a step too late. As expected, by the time she planned to heat up the food for the two of them, the kitchen was already on fire. Princess Xianxia, whose face was covered in soot, stood awkwardly in the courtyard. The old madam looked at her speechlessly. Princess Xianxia pretended to be calm and said in a low voice, "I've cooked at home before. It's your kitchen that doesn't work." The old madam was speechless. Princess Xianxia took off the gold bracelet on her wrist and gave it to the old madam as compensation. The old madam went to the cellar to get a piece of cured meat and stewed it into steamed buns for the two of them. Princess Xianxia looked at the meat soup on the table and said to the old madam bitterly, "So you hid the good food." The old madam left expressionlessly. Xiaoji couldn't stop laughing. His wound hurt so much that it made him twitch. The weather in the east this year was very strange. The first month was almost over, but it snowed heavily. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fluttered down. Unlike the snowy scenery in the capital, the snow in the mountains gave people a sense of tranquility and distance. Princess Xianxia helped the old madam put away the clothes and straw rope that had been hanging outside. "Old madam, where did your family go?" she asked. She had only asked casually, thinking that the old madam wouldn't answer. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, the old madam lightly said, "Dead. They were captured and sent to war. They all died." Princess Xianxia looked at the old madam's lonely and stooped back and didn't say anything else. She saw it. At night, the two of them lay on the bed. Princess Xianxia said to Xiaoji. "Huh?" Xiaoji didn't understand why this topic had suddenly come up. Princess Xianxia looked at the dark beams and said in a daze, "She saw us kill the Dongi soldiers. She didn't report us because she also hates the Dongi soldiers. Her family was captured and exiled. They all died in battle. The cruelty of war wasn't something that ordinary people could bear." Xiaoji didn't like war either, but he had a duty. If he didn't fight, he would destroy the home behind him. The Dongi soldiers were the same. Everyone served their own master. However, he had always been opposed to capturing able-bodied men and exiling them. The Dongi king should be killed, and the Dongi royal power should be destroyed. He held her hand, giving her silent comfort and strength in the darkness. Princess Xianxia's emotions gradually calmed down. "Xiaoji, are you asleep?" she asked softly. She was met with a series of even breaths. "That's right. He was so badly injured and had a high fever. He must have been sleepy long ago." Princess Xianxia couldn't sleep. She propped herself up with her arms and stared unblinkingly at his sleeping face through the snowy light that came in through the cracks in the window. 20 years were like a day. His magnificence hadn't diminished. "Xiaoji." She called him again. Xiaoji was in a deep sleep. She stared at him, and a bold thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Was she possessed? How could she be like this? But she propped her head up again and shyly peeked at him, her heart thumping wildly. Anyway, he was asleep and wouldn't know. The well-educated, dignified, and noble Princess Xianxia finally mustered up her courage and slowly approached him with a red face. Her watery eyes landed on his diamond-shaped thin lips. She took a deep breath and did the boldest thing she had ever done in her life. She leaned over and touched his cheek lightly with her lips. In the night, a low sneer was heard. "Qin Fengwan, you mustered up your courage for half a day, and this is it?" Princess Xianxia's hair stood on end. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1042666729. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online will be available here. Is this guy pretending to be asleep? Why is he always like this? Princess Xianxia was in a bad mood. If the words she said in the cave were just unbearable words, then what she said just now was the real deal. Kissed his face. She was caught red-handed doing this. Doesn't she want face? Princess Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she glared at him fiercely. "Why are you always like this?" "Always like what?" a certain someone asked, asking for a beating. Princess Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. mainly because she didn't know what to say. She wasn't stupid, but every time she met Xiaoji, she would be incoherent with anger. She decided to ignore him. Otherwise, she would suffer internal injuries from anger before he recovered. Qin Fengwan. A certain someone didn't give up so easily. Although I understand that you've been drooling over me for a long time, I'm seriously injured now. If you really want me, you have to do it yourself. Princess Xinyang. Can someone give me a hammer? I want to beat him to death. She was already lying down, but she was so angry that she propped herself up with her elbow and glared at him in the hazy night. Xiaoji. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're injured. I'm warning you, if you keep talking nonsense like this, In the darkness, Xiaoji raised his injured hand. Domineeringly and gently, he clasped the back of her head and pressed her down on him. Her soft lips landed on his slightly cracked lips. She had never been so intimate with him when she was awake. Her mind went blank. The entire world seemed to quiet down, and all she could hear was her thumping heartbeat. After their lips kissed, Xiaoji didn't take the next step. He patiently waited for her to get used to it. After making sure that he didn't bring back any bad memories, he really kissed her. It was a deep and lingering kiss. Princess Xinyang was completely dumbfounded. So it can be done like this? Her heart was beating so fast, and her chest was so swollen that she almost couldn't breathe. He released her slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Idiot, take a breath." I can't change it." She was about to faint. Her whole body was heating up, and her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Xiaoji laughed mischievously. "Your heart is beating so fast?" Princess Xinyang placed her hand on his chest. Blushing, she muttered, "Don't you also jump very fast?" He wasn't any slower than her. It was so unfair. Her heart was beating so fast, but she was the only one who was panicking. He was so calm as if nothing had happened. Indeed, this kind of thing also depended on talent. Xiaoji's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Qin Fengwan, who was lying on top of him. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Qin Fengwan, the next time you steal a kiss from me, I'll use this standard." "Who wants to steal a kiss from you?" Princess Xinyang muttered without any confidence, her face turning even redder. "He's asleep." She lay down angrily beside him. Outside the house, snow was falling and the cold wind was howling. She touched her wet and soft lips, savoring his deep kiss. She actually liked it a lot. Snowflakes fluttered down for most of the night. Princess Xinyang's heart was thumping all the way until she fell asleep. It was a feeling she had never felt before. It was very strange, but also very beautiful. Her mood and breath inadvertently affected Xiaoji. Unintentional teasing was the most fatal. Unfortunately, Xiaoji was injured like this and couldn't do anything more excessive. He could only obediently fall asleep. On the other side, Long Yi was doing his best to find the whereabouts of the two people. However, due to the difference in terrain between the underground and the surface, it was already 3 days later when he found the exit of the cave. During these 3 days, Xiaoji was peacefully recuperating at the old woman's house. Princess Xinyang took off all the valuable things she had and gave them to the old woman. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to take care of someone else's disaster. The old woman lied that she was injured and went to the village's witch doctor to buy a few herbs and some special ointment. Needless to say, it was quite effective. Xiaoji's fever subsided and his injuries also gradually improved. However, on the night of the 3rd day, an unforeseen event occurred. A group of Dongyi soldiers suddenly came to the village. At first, the two people thought that these Dongyi soldiers had come to capture them, but later they discovered that this was not the case. They were clustered around a carriage and seemed to be escorting someone with status. When that person got out of the carriage, the two people stealthily glanced at the hillside behind the small thatched cottage. They discovered that it was actually a man wearing a bamboo hat and a curtain. He was completely covered from head to toe. "Are you sure it's a man?" Princess Xinyang asked. "I heard his voice," Xiaoji said. Princess Xinyang was stunned. "You can hear him from so far away?" Xiaoji faintly smiled. "Your man is very powerful." "My man?" Princess Xinyang felt a little uncomfortable from this sudden address. Xiaoji didn't seem to realize that he had said something that made her blush. He looked in the direction of the group of people and said, "Those Dongi soldiers are very high-ranking. They seem to be the Dongi King's personal guards." When it came to business, Princess Xianxia's mood became much more serious. "Is the person they are escorting the Dongi King?" Xiaoji shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. The Dongi King is at least 50 or 60 years old. That's a young man." Princess Xianxiang thought for a moment. "The Dongi King's son?" Xiaoji said seriously, "We can't rule out this possibility. But why would he cover himself so tightly?" The two people went to ask the old woman for information. The old woman said that she knew nothing about this. She was just an old woman in the countryside. The furthest she had been was the forest 10 miles away. The most honorable person she had seen was the village chief. After returning to the house, Princess Xianxiang saw that he was deep in thought and knew that he had a plan. She asked, "Are you planning to do something? They have a lot of people and you haven't recovered from your injuries. You are no match for them." Xiaoji said, "I won't fight them head-on." Princess Xianxiang's expression changed slightly. "Are you planning to take that person's place and meet the Dongi King?" Xiaoji silently agreed. Princess Xianxiang clenched her fists. "Are you crazy? You've only been recovering for 3 days. Your wounds haven't even healed. If you go and assassinate the Dongi King at this juncture, aren't you going to die?" Xiaoji smiled easily. "As long as I kidnap him, I won't die." Princess Xianxiang frowned. "What if you don't succeed?" The smile on Xiaoji's face faded. "Xiao En and Xiao Zhe are still in the Dongi King's hands. I've been missing for 3 days. At the time, the Dongi people saw me fall into a trap. I was heavily injured and had to be pulled up by Chongjing. If I don't appear for too long, the Dongi people might think that I died from my injuries." He stopped there. How could the intelligent Princess Xianxiang not understand? The Dongi King had captured Xiao En and Xiao Zhe to threaten him. If he died, Xiao En and Xiao Zhe would lose their value. They would be killed or tortured to death. She didn't try to dissuade him anymore. Instead, she made a request. "I don't object to your plan, but you have to bring me along." Xiaoji was helpless. "Qin Fengwan," Princess Xianxiang interrupted him, "that person had a servant beside him, and they were sitting together in the carriage. Do you think that servant is just a decoration? He must be serving him closely and taking off his bamboo hat and curtains every night. If we replace them together, nothing will go wrong." Actually, she had a deeper consideration. Marquis Shanping was a general. If he was really captured, he would rather take his 2 sons and commit suicide than fall into the hands of the Dongi people. She didn't want that to happen. "I'll be fine no matter what. I'm a princess. If they capture me, they can exchange many things with His Majesty." If she was a princess without power or influence, she might not be able to speak so boldly. Everyone knew that she was favored by the emperor and was His Majesty's most beloved princess. Even though she herself felt that this rumor was fake, it was enough to scare others. Seeing that Xiaoji still didn't relent, she pointed outside the door. "Are you sure you want to leave me here alone? Do you believe that the moment you leave, the old lady will sell me out?" The old woman who was sweeping the floor in the central room? What really made Xiaoji decide to take Qin Fengwan away was what happened next. The Dongi soldiers found the corpses of the 2 Dongi soldiers killed by Xiaoji in the ditch near the entrance of the cave. The group immediately became alert and started searching inside and outside the village. Xiaoji hurriedly used his sword to break the bed in the old woman's room. He also hid one of the 2 cups on the table and took out a stool, making it seem like only one person had lived in the room. The old woman lived alone, so the villagers must know that this room was originally empty. Xiaoji's actions would make them think that the old woman's bed was broken and she had no choice but to move into this small room. Princess Xianxiang sighed inwardly. He was just like this. He looked like a rough person but was actually very meticulous. He had killed countless people on the battlefield, but he had also protected even more people. Xiaoji used the fastest method to erase all traces of the 2 people living in the room. Then he took Princess Xianxiang out of the back door. Since the Dongi soldiers sent out at least half of their forces to search for the murderer, the security around the mysterious young master decreased sharply. Xiao Ji successfully sneaked into the mysterious young master's residence, knocked him and his servant unconscious, tied them up, and stuffed them into a cage. He also gagged them. The Dongyi soldier's conversation came from outside the courtyard. "Sir Wu, we didn't find the assassin." "We didn't find him either." "Us too. We went door to door and even searched the mountains, but we found nothing. Maybe the assassin has already escaped." "Escaped? Humph, I don't think so." This person's tone was different from the soldier's from before. "He should be the Sir Wu that the soldier mentioned." He said warily, "The young master's safety is the most important. If the assassin is still hiding in the dark and attacks the young master in the middle of the night, both our heads will be gone." Princess Xianxia couldn't help but glance into the box. What young master was so important? Other than looking like a pretty boy, she didn't find anything extraordinary about him. If the Dongyi people knew her evaluation of the person in the box, they would be so angry that they would spit out blood. This person was the most handsome man in the Dongyi people, but in her mouth, he was just an ordinary pretty boy. "Young master." Sir Wu's voice came from outside the door. "There's a situation in the village. I'm afraid we'll have to travel through the night. Young master, please get on the carriage immediately." Xiao Ji and Princess Xianxia finished their disguises. Xiao Ji was slightly taller and more muscular, but with a bamboo hat and curtain, it wasn't so obvious. As for the servant, he was a small man, so Princess Xianxia didn't feel much pressure pretending to be him. His face naturally didn't look like him, so she had to hide it. Based on their past experience, no one would deliberately stare at a servant's face without suspicion. The two successfully got on the carriage. They couldn't talk in the carriage and could only ride on each other's palms. "Princess Xianxia, who do you think this young master is?" The king of Dongyi's son. Xiao Ji's palms felt numb. He really wanted to hold her cold fingertips, but he resisted. He wrote back, "Doesn't look like him." This time, it was Princess Xianxia's palms that felt numb. She wasn't as calm as a certain person. Her eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks heated up. Xiao Ji raised his brows and wrote, "Qin Fengwan, focus. Don't keep drooling over my body." Princess Xianxia's face instantly darkened. Both of them thought this person must be related to the king of Dongyi, but when they arrived at their destination, they realized they were wrong. A group of women came to welcome them. The leader was dressed in red. She asked faintly, "Is the young master here?" Sir Wu smiled flatteringly. He's here, he's here. He's in the carriage." The woman in red asked coldly, "Didn't you say he would arrive tomorrow?" Sir Wu hurriedly smiled and said, "Something happened on the way. I was worried about the young master's safety, so I rushed here overnight." The woman in red's face darkened. "You actually dared to rush here overnight? If you tire the young master out and delay the Saintess wedding, I'll see what you'll do." Hearing the word wedding, the couple in the carriage was stunned. After all this time, did they just rob a groom? Princess Xianxia suddenly looked at Xiao Ji coldly. "Congratulations, you're about to get married." Xiao Ji had a toothache. He didn't know this guy had this kind of identity. Digression, little Xianxia, do you want to rob the bride? Smirk. JPG. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1042535563. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. Long Yi found the village after Xiao Ji, Princess Xianxia, and the others had left. The old woman's hut was the closest to the cave, so he went to her first. He had stayed with Princess Xianxia for many years, so he knew her aura like the back of his hand. As soon as he entered the hut, he knew she had been there. He asked the old woman where they had gone. He was wearing a mask, and his eyes were emitting endless killing intent. Ming Ming is very fierce, you better tell me the truth, otherwise, I'll kill you, the old woman was successfully threatened. She raised her hand and pointed to the hillside in the backyard. They left from there. Xiaoji didn't say where they had gone. First, he didn't want to implicate the old woman, and second, he was in case the old woman betrayed them. Protection was one thing, trust was another. If he didn't take care of everything, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Long Yi went to the back of the mountain and followed the traces to the house where the young master had once lived. The senses of a martial artist were different from ordinary people. He instantly detected the breathing sound in the box. He opened the lid and saw two men with their hands and feet tied and their mouths gagged. The two of them had already woken up, but unfortunately, they couldn't move or scream. Finally, someone had come, so the two of them were very excited. Long Yi looked at them and pulled out the cloth in the mouth of the young master, who looked more pleasing to the eye. He asked, "Who did this to you?" The young master hurriedly complained, "A man and a woman." They were wearing the clothes of Dongyi soldiers, but their accent didn't sound like Dongyi people. "Wait, your accent doesn't sound like Dongyi people. Where did they go?" Long Yi grabbed his neck. The young master trembled. To the Saint Ladies' Hall. He had heard the two of them disguised as master and servant being escorted into a carriage by the Dongyi King's guards, so they should be going to the Saint Ladies' Hall. "Where is the Saint Ladies' Hall?" Long Yi asked again. The young master trembled. I haven't been there, he had never been there before. The temple of the Saint Lady was the most sacred and mysterious place in the entire Dongyi tribe. Outsiders had no way to get close to it. If it weren't for his good looks and excellent birth characters, he wouldn't have had the chance to be chosen to marry the Saint Lady. But who would have thought that he would be intercepted halfway? Long Yi determined that he couldn't ask anything, so he knocked out both of them with his palm, then closing the lid of the box, he went out. He followed the wheel tracks and footprints in the snow to the entrance of the village. As he passed by a big tree, he heard a teasing voice above his head. "Big guy, are you going to the temple of the saintess?" He raised his head and looked at the little princess of the Eastern barbarians sitting on the tree branch in confusion. The little princess of Dongyi jumped down and looked at him strangely. "I know the way to the temple of the Saint Lady." Long Yi looked at her and said, "Lead the way." The Dongyi princess was stunned. "You're not even going to ask if it's true? Also, why don't you ask me why I'm helping you?" "Lead the way," Long Yi repeated. The Dongyi princess curled her lips. "I won't." Long Yi left. The little princess of Dongyi stared at his back with her almond-shaped eyes and stammered, I already said that I won't lead the way." Then she followed him. The temple of the saintess was a shrine located on the Dongyi mountain of the Eastern barbarians. Of course, this was only for the Eastern barbarians. In the eyes of Xiaoji and Princess Xianxia, it was just an ordinary palace. It wasn't a particularly ingenious one. However, the atmosphere in the palace was very mysterious. There were only women here, no men. Everyone was expressionless, as if they didn't belong to the mortal world. In addition, there was incense burning everywhere in the palace. There was incense at the door, in the corridor, and even in the room. The first thing that came into view were two large incense burners. Achoo! Princess Xianxia's nose itched and she sneezed. The woman in red frowned and looked at her. Xiaoji calmly said, "When can I see the saintess?" The woman in red's attention was successfully diverted. Her gaze moved away from Princess Xianxia's face and landed on Xiaoji's screen. "According to the rules, you can only see the saintess on the wedding day in 3 days. If the saintess wants to see you, she will come over." It seemed that these people didn't recognize the young man's voice. Perhaps they hadn't seen his face. Forget it, he shouldn't show his face so easily. "Can I go in and rest?" he asked indifferently. "Yes," the woman in red said. Xiaoji led Princess Xianxia into the side room. He went in, but Princess Xianxia was stopped outside. "What do you want?" he asked in an icy voice. The woman in red didn't expect this young master's aura to be so strong. Her voice sank, and she almost couldn't bear it. Wasn't he a poor boy from the countryside? He was called the most handsome man in the Eastern barbarians because of his appearance. In fact, he didn't have much ability. The Saintess chose him because of his appearance and birth characters. Why did the person in front of her give her a different feeling from the rumors? But doubts were doubts. And it didn't rise to the point of suspecting that he was an impostor. After all, he was sent by the king of Dongi. She bowed and said, "The rules of the Saintess temple forbid men from staying in the temple. He will come with me to the outer hall." Xiaoji said majestically, "He is my attendant. I am used to him serving me. He must stay." As a first-rank martial marquis of the Zhao kingdom, no one could surpass him in terms of aura. He didn't need to threaten her. His casual tone was enough to make her feel oppressed. The woman in red felt her scalp go numb. She tried to calm down and said, "I will report to the Saintess. If she objects, he will still have to leave." She was shocked by Xiaoji's aura. At least she could make him stay. The two entered the room. The woman in red sent 2 maids to guard the door. She went down to prepare for the wedding. At this juncture, it was not worthwhile to offend the Saintess's husband. He was just a servant. Let him stay. Anyway, she had already explained the rules. If the Saintess blamed her one day, it wouldn't be her disobedience. It would be the Langjun. The room was very large. It was separated from the outer and inner rooms. The two sat in the inner room. They spoke softly so that the people outside couldn't hear them. Xiaoji took off the curtains and bamboo hat and threw them on the table in disgust. The men were wrapped up like this, and the women were chattering. Princess Xianxia looked at his sullen appearance and couldn't help laughing. The Saintess has a high status in the Dongi tribe. Her marriage is the same as a man's marriage. Her husband also has to abide by the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. He can't casually show his face in public. Xiaoji looked at her with a faint smile. "Qin Fengwan, you seem to be very envious. Why? Do you want to imprison me and make me your exclusive property?" Princess Xianxia said angrily, "When did I say that?" Xiaoji raised his eyebrows. "You just didn't say it. That means you thought it." "Tsk, Qin Fengwan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Princess Xianxia was so angry that her face darkened again. At night, the woman in red personally delivered the wedding clothes for the Langjun to try on. "You guys go out. He'll help me change," Xiaoji said to the people holding the clothes and hair accessories through the curtain. The woman in red ordered the servants to put the clothes on the table in the outer room. Then she left as instructed. The door was open. They couldn't leave until they knew the results of the fitting. Princess Xianxia carried the clothes into the inner room and whispered, "Do you really want to try it on?" Xiaoji whispered, "They won't leave if I don't let them see." This was their duty. They had to ensure that every detail of the wedding was perfect. If the Longjuan's wedding clothes didn't fit, they would be blamed. Princess Xianxia understood this and didn't say anything else. She hesitated for a moment before asking him, "You?" Xiaoji smiled and looked at her. "Of course I can't change. Can you do me a favor?" Princess Xianxia thought that it was inconvenient for him to be seriously injured, so she silently walked over and helped him untie his belt. The wounds on his body were wrapped tightly with strips of cloth, and there was a slight trace of blood. His top muscles were well-defined, and he constantly emitted a sense of strength from battle. Princess Xianxia's eyelashes trembled. She looked away and turned around to take the wedding clothes. There were 3 layers in total: underwear, and wedding gown. He opened his arms to make it easier for her to dress him. She was so close to him that she could clearly feel his unique masculine aura. It was somewhat captivating. She wrapped her hands around his back and tied his belt for him. This action made it seem like she was hugging him. Her cheek inadvertently rubbed against his firm and broad chest. He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She was slightly startled and hurriedly retreated. She looked up at him in panic. "Did I hurt you? Did I touch your wound?" He took a deep breath and raised his well-defined hand to cup her cheek. His thumb lightly pressed against her soft lips. His eyes gradually darkened, and his voice became hoarse. "Qin Fengwan, do you want me to take you here?" She stared blankly at this incomparably handsome face and felt his seductive aura. Her head heated up as she asked, "Then, do you want me?" Digression, friends. With monthly votes, remember to vote. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10424736. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The moment Princess Xianxia said that, the room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Xiaoji was quiet because he never expected Qin Fenghuan to say something like that. Qin Fenghuan was a snow-white rabbit that would run away with a poke. He was used to teasing Qin Fenghuan, and this was the first time he saw her not playing by the rules. While his blood rushed to his head, he was also a bit confused. Princess Xianxia was quiet because she also didn't expect herself to say something like that. She regretted it right after saying it. What's going on? Am I possessed? Or is it because I've been with this guy for so long that I've become stained by his company? She finally knew how to be embarrassed. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Xiaoji felt better. Otherwise, words spoken were like spilled water. If they didn't fight for 300 rounds tonight, it wouldn't end well. But if that really happened, wouldn't she be scared out of her wits, not to mention that he might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow? You'll give it to me just because I want it? Qin Fenghuan, when did you become so obedient? He couldn't take her body, but he had to take advantage of her with his mouth. Without waiting for Princess Xianxia to speak, he continued, "But how can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Do I have to give it to you just because you want it? I won't. You can't give it to me, right? You're already injured like this. Which part of your body can still move?" Princess Xianxia knew that he was taking advantage of her thin skin to take advantage of her again and again. She should just push him down and tell him to stop talking nonsense. If he's a man, he should be serious, but on second thought, she really couldn't do such a thing. She was angry at herself and at him. Her face darkened, and she glared at him before suddenly tightening her belt. Xiaoji was caught off guard and sucked in a cold breath. This time, it really hurt. Outside, the woman in red who hadn't seen Xiaoji for a long time spoke up. "Lang Jun, is there a problem with your clothes? Do you want us to come in and serve you?" Lang Jun. Hearing this, Princess Xianxia's face darkened even more. Xiaoji looked at her playfully and said smugly, "Qin Fenghuan, you're jealous of this too?" In the Dongi tribe, Lang Jun is just a title for a married man. It doesn't have any ambiguous meaning. "Lang Jun, I'm coming in," the woman in red said. Princess Xianxia quickly adjusted her expression and silently retreated to the side. Xiaoji put on her veil and turned around, blocking her from view. She hooked her finger under the cover of her wide sleeves. Princess Xianxia's fingertips went numb, as if electricity had passed through them. She quickly hid her fingers behind her back. Under the veil, Xiaoji's lips curled. When the woman in red entered the room, she couldn't help but frown. She felt a very strange aura, but she couldn't tell what it was. She just felt that she was a little extra. She shook her head and cleared her thoughts before inspecting Xiaoji's wedding robe. The Holy Virgin's husband's wedding robe was also red, but the material and style were slightly different. It wasn't made of high-quality brocade but red silk and shark's gauze. This was more of a test of a man's figure. If he wasn't careful, he would appear short and fat. Xiaoji didn't have any concerns in this regard. He was tall and muscular, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his legs were long and slender. His figure would look good even if he wore a sack. The woman in red was also quite stunning. If it weren't for the rules, she would have taken off her Langjuan's veil and seen his appearance. How much longer do you want to look? Xiaoji asked impatiently. The woman in red suddenly came back to her senses and lowered her head in embarrassment. The embroiderer made a mistake in Longjuan's measurements and made it 2 inches too big. I didn't expect it to fit just now. I'll take off Longjuan's wedding robe for him. Xiaoji said rudely, does your holy virgin know that you're touching my body? The woman in red choked. It's our duty to serve you, but after hearing what you said, she suddenly didn't dare to do it. Xiaoji said indifferently, go out. My people will bring you the wedding robe in a while. The woman in red answered and turned to leave. She muttered inwardly. Her Langjun was of low birth, so she didn't take him seriously. However, his aura was too strong. After taking back the wedding robe, she carried it to the Holy Virgin's inner hall. The Holy Virgin meditated and prayed for Donnie every day, and today was no exception. The woman in red didn't dare to disturb her and waited for 2 hours until the Holy Virgin came out of the prayer hall. The pure Holy Virgin was dressed in white and had a slender waist. She wore a white veil on her face, revealing only a pair of arrogant and cold eyes. The woman in red bowed to her. Holy Virgin. The Holy Virgin glanced at her and asked, Hong Wan, why are you waiting for me here? Hong Wan said, Langjun has tried on the wedding robe. The size is suitable. That's good. The Holy Virgin's mood didn't change much. The Holy Virgin's wedding was part of her duty. She had to give birth to a suitable successor for the Holy Virgin. Seeing that Hong Wan didn't move, she couldn't help but ask, why aren't you leaving? That. Hong Wan thought for a moment and said truthfully, Holy Virgin, I know this marriage isn't what you want. If you don't get married in time, you may become the king's woman. However, you may have chosen the right marriage this time. Langjun is very good. Is that so? The Holy Virgin expressionlessly came to her dressing table and glanced at the phoenix coronet and robe placed on the stool. Hong Wan came to her side and said, Holy Virgin, you will like Langjun. You rarely praise men, the Holy Virgin said. Hong Wan honestly said, because Langjun is worthy of this praise. The Holy Virgin turned around and glanced at her. I'm curious about what he looks like to make you praise him like this. Fine, bring him to see me. Yes. Less than half an hour later, Hong Wan appeared at the door of Xiaoji's room. Xiaoji had bolted the door, so she couldn't enter. She reported outside the door. Princess Xianxia frowned and whispered, it's so late. Why did the Holy Virgin summon you? Could she have discovered something? Xiaoji thought about it carefully. He did not think that there was anything wrong with him. If there was something wrong with him, it would be that he was covered in wounds and had the smell of gold medicine and blood. However, the Holy Virgin's hall was filled with incense, and the rich fragrance had long covered his smell. Xiaoji said indifferently, it's nothing. I'll go meet her first and find the antidote for Xiaoming. Xiaoming's poison came from the Holy Virgin's hall. Be careful, Princess Xianxia warned. Seeing her worried look, Xiaoji inexplicably wanted to tease her. Qin Fengwan, are you worried about my safety or are you worried that I'll stay overnight in another woman's room? Princess Xianxia didn't say anything. Xiaoji raised his eyebrows and stood up with his hands on the table. Ah, that's true. You don't care anyway. He pretended to walk out the door, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. Princess Xianxia knew he was doing it on purpose, but she still couldn't help but reach out and grab his sleeve. Xiaoji tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. Her eyes moved, but she didn't look at him. Instead, she stared at the clean floor in front of her and whispered, you're not allowed to stay overnight in another woman's room. Xiaoji asked her, are you not allowed to do it tonight or in the future? Princess Xianxia cleared her throat and said without a change in her expression, in the future, in the future. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. This request was too much. She was the one who said she didn't care about him. Now, she was the one who wanted to control him. She had slapped herself in the face. Even she felt embarrassed. Princess Xianxia thought he would take the opportunity to say, give me a reason, or Qin Fengwan, what makes you think you have the right to do this? But she guessed wrong. He turned around, raised his well-defined hand, and gently pinched her chin. Then he leaned down and fiercely kissed her lips under her confused gaze. The unexpected kiss stunned her. Her long eyelashes fluttered innocently, and her heartbeat sped up. Her breathing quickened as she felt his domineering demand. When he let go, her head was dizzy, and her entire face was red. He stared at her with a sober expression. "Qin Fengwan, there's a price to pay for monopolizing me. I might do something even worse to you. It's not just words, do you understand?" Princess Xianxia was stunned. Xiaoji didn't immediately force her to give him an answer. They hadn't really done it willingly. She had been drugged for 2 nights, and she had given herself to him under those circumstances. She hadn't done it willingly. She hated him and pushed him away time and time again. He could restrain himself from doing anything overboard to her. But she had started to accept him and get close to him. He wasn't a saint. Could it be that he could really control himself and stop himself from dabbling in it every single time, or did she have to take the drug every time Xiaoji went to see the Holy Maiden? Princess Xianxia sat in her room, deep in thought. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all the novels that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1042329998. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. This haul was full of twists and turns, giving people a headache. Coupled with the strong smell of incense, Xiaoji frowned. However, he still secretly memorized the route he had taken. He didn't like to study when he was young. First, his father forced him too hard, so he had a rebellious mentality. Second, his eyes and head hurt when he saw those densely packed words. Then he plunged into the military camp and never went to study again. He wasn't stupid. As long as he didn't study, he basically had a photographic memory and could remember most of the things he heard. This gave him a great advantage on the battlefield. But no matter how many battles he won, it couldn't change the fact that he was a rough person. Qin Fengwan was a princess who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had both talent and beauty. At that time, he selfishly felt that he couldn't match up to her because he didn't know many words. Now he knew a lot of words, directly or indirectly influenced by Qin Fengwan. "Young master, do you have something on your mind?" Hong Wan noticed that his mind was wandering and seemed to be absent-minded about meeting the saint. Xiaoji's consciousness came back quickly as if he wasn't thinking about anything else. He said sarcastically, "Does your saint know that you care about me so much in private?" Hong Wan choked and didn't dare to say anything. There was clearly no meaning to it, so why did it change when it came to Lan Juan's mouth? She quieted down, and Xiaoji went back to thinking about what happened just now. But once some emotions were broken, it was difficult to pick them up again. He frowned in annoyance. The two of them came to the saint's inner hall. There were 4 maids guarding the door, and each of them knew martial arts. In addition, there were many masters hidden in the dark. It seemed that although there were no men in the saint's hall, the defense was not lax. "Saint, Lang Jun is here," Hong Wan reported from outside the hall. "Come in," the saint said. Her voice sounded quite young. She had the aura of a superior, and also a detached loftiness. Xiaoji secretly gave her a first impression. As long as the saint had never seen him in person, everything would be easy. It was impossible to say that his face looked like he was in his early 20s, but it was also impossible to say that there were traces of age on his face. The main thing was that his eyes and expression had the restraint and calmness of his age. He had to put on a little act, and then lie that he was exhausted. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, he should be able to get away with it. However, the Holy Maiden had actually seen Xiaoji in person. "It's you?" After the Holy Maiden removed Xiaoji's veil, she stared at his handsome face and was shocked. Xiaoji was dumbfounded. I can't be that unlucky, right? She recognized him just like that. The saintess turned around and pulled out a long sword from the shelf. She placed the gleaming blade on Xiaoji's neck. Xiaoji looked at the sharp blade out of the corner of his eye, then looked at the veiled saintess and asked, "Do we know each other?" The saintess was also wearing a veil. She did not take off her veil, but said coldly, "You don't know me, but I know you. When you were fighting with the Dongyi army, I analyzed your strategy on the chariot." Xiaoji suddenly realized. "Ah, you are the military advisor behind the Dongyi king." The Dongyi king did not have many soldiers, but he could repeatedly defeat the soldiers at the border. The main reason was that he had a very powerful military advisor. He did not expect that the military advisor would be the saintess of the Saint Lady Temple. The saintess said angrily, "All the warriors of the Dongyi tribe have been killed by you, Marquis Xianping, Xiaoji. I was worried that I would not be able to find you, but you came to me on your own accord." She was very angry, but Marquis Xianping did not feel any substantial murderous intent from her. She did not want to kill him. Why? Xiaoji's judgment of the enemy was very accurate. On the battlefield, any wrong judgment could lead to a large number of casualties. Of course, this ability was not without mistakes. He had paid a huge price for it. Xiaoji looked at her deeply and sat down on the chair. She frowned and did not cut him with her sword. Instead, she continued to hold the sword against his neck. Xiaoji confirmed his guess. She really did not want to kill him. This was not a good sign. He and she were mortal enemies. Even so, she still did not want to kill him. Was she going to capture him and take him to the Dongyi king? Wouldn't it be better to take his head? Things were not good. "What did you do to that person?" the saintess asked. Xiaoji said casually, "Nothing. He is alive. I will send him back to you later. Come." The saintess suddenly ordered. Two black shadows flashed out from behind the screen. Both of them were women, but they were very skilled. The two of them saluted. "Saintess." The saintess said mercilessly, "Kill him." "Yes." The two of them answered and left. Xiaoji was stunned for 3 seconds. The person the saintess wanted to kill was the young man he had robbed. Things are not going in the right direction. Xiaoji had an ominous feeling in his heart. The saintess flicked her sword and cut open his clothes, revealing the gauze wrapped around his body. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "I see. I was wondering how you could be safe after falling into my trap. You sneaked into the saintess temple for your brother's antidote and your 2 bastard sons, right? I have to disappoint you. The antidote is in my hands, but your sons are in the dungeon of the Dongyi king. But as long as you listen to me, I can return your sons to you." Xiaoji looked at her indifferently. "Listen to what?" The saintess sheathed her sword and neatly put it back into the scabbard. "Marry me and be my husband." Xiaoji didn't know what to say. Xiaoji looked at her and pointed to his head. "Is there something wrong with your head? I killed so many Dongyi people, and you still want to marry me? Aren't you afraid of betraying Dongyi?" The saintess raised her chin and said, "If you surrender to me, you will be a warrior of Dongyi in the future. You will kill more soldiers of the Zhao kingdom for Dongyi to atone for your crimes." This was the funniest joke Xiaoji had ever heard. He sneered. "What if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me, or are you going to kill my brother and son?" The saintess looked at him calmly. "No, I will kill the servant who came with you." Xiaoji's smile froze on his face. He lowered his eyes and smiled. He looked at her coldly and said, "This kind of thing has to be consensual, right? I don't want to marry you. Even if I marry you, I will still abandon you." The saintess smiled. "No, you won't." Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. The next second, he saw the saintess turn around and press a switch on the wall. The bookshelf on one side moved to the other side, revealing a dark secret room. Xiaoji couldn't use much strength at the moment, so he couldn't sneak up on her. The saintess didn't put her guard up against him because she knew about his condition. She entered the secret room and came out with a white pill on her fingertips. She took the pill to Xiaoji and slowly bent down. She lifted Xiaoji's chin with her white fingertips. "Eat this, and you will be loyal to me." Xiaoji looked at the white pill and an idea flashed through his mind. Could this be the knockout drug that Grand Concubine Jing had fed the emperor? The holy maiden took in his expression. Oh, it seems that you know him? This was originally a secret medicine of Dongyi. Later, it was taken to Shangyi by a trader. It's said that some pharmacists in the Yan kingdom also made this medicine, but the effect of those pills isn't as strong as the one in the Saintess temple. It's stronger than the one the emperor took. What kind of strong drug is this? Xiaoji's mouth twitched. What if I don't take it? The Saintess said coldly, it's not up to you. Xiaoji vaguely remembered that after taking this drug, he would have a good impression of whoever he saw. At that time, he would close his eyes and refuse to open them. His mind was full of Qin Fengwan. If she had the ability, she would cut off his eyelids. As soon as he swallowed the pill, its effects were indeed strong. In just a few breaths of time, he felt drowsy. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. He tried hard to recall Qin Fengwan's face in his mind, trying to squeeze the image of the Saintess out of his mind. Bang, something seemed to have fallen. His consciousness began to blur, and the faces of the Saintess and Qin Fengwan flashed back and forth in his mind. After all, the last person he saw today was the Saintess. It was really not easy to completely remove her from his mind. Fortunately, he had willpower that ordinary people could not imagine. After spending a lot of effort, Qin Fengwan's face finally covered the Saintess' face little by little. At this moment, he vaguely felt that he heard a familiar voice. Hey! Big guy! What's wrong with him? Then, in the next second, his eyelids were opened by Long Yi's hand. Long Yi's pair of index fingers and thumbs held his eyes wide open. Long Yi also opened his eyes wide and looked at him without blinking. Hello? Marquis Xianping's last trace of spirit power was used up. Before fainting, he looked at Long Mingming's face and gritted his teeth. F***ck, digression, Long Mingming bowed and begged for monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1042277765. HTML. This genius will remember the address of this website in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The Saintess had calculated everything, but unexpectedly, Long Yi had appeared out of nowhere and made a ready-made wedding dress for her. Since this medicine originated from the Eastern barbarians, the Eastern barbarians' medicine was naturally more effective. After Xiaoji fainted, he began to dream. In his dream, it was his last fleeting glimpse. Handsome Long Yi, cute Long Yi, super fierce Long Yi, in short, Long Yi was everywhere. This was the effect of the medicine, and no one could resist it. When he woke up, Long Yi's image was deeply implanted in his mind and couldn't be erased. You're awake? Princess Xianxia's voice sounded beside him. He opened his eyes and found that he was still in the Saintess' inner hall. He was lying on a small bamboo bed covered with tiger skin and covered with a thick layer of skin. There was a charcoal fire in the hall, so it wasn't cold. He looked at Qin Fengwan and then looked around. He swore that his gaze had only inadvertently swept across the Saintess' bed. Princess. Xianxia chuckled. You still want to sleep in that woman's bed? Xiaoji, who was inexplicably scolded. What's this situation? Where's Long Yi? He asked subconsciously. After asking, he realized that something was wrong. How could he ask Long Yi first? If he wanted to ask, he should ask Qin Fengwan why she was here. Although the answer was definitely Long Yi. Princess Xianxia didn't notice anything wrong for the time being. She just thought that he had seen Long Yi before he fainted, and when he woke up and found that Long Yi wasn't there, he should ask. She said, Long Yi and Zhener went to find the antidote for Xiaoming. I heard from Zhener that it was very dangerous just now. The saintess seemed to want to harm you. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Xiaoji wanted to ask why Long Yi didn't wait for him, but he held back. What the hell was going on? If he continued to ask, how would Qin Fengwan see him? He suppressed his concern for Long Yi and asked her, Long Yi, did you come here? Fine, every sentence about Long Yi. Princess Xianxia was still as innocent as ever. Yes, I didn't alarm anyone. They thought the saint had asked you to stay the night, so they didn't dare to ask. Saintess was knocked unconscious by Long Yi, and is still unconscious in the secret room. She explained very carefully, probably because she saw that he was injured and wanted to save him some energy to ask questions. Thinking of something, Princess Xianxia took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve and said to him, by the way, this is the medicine that Zhener found in the Saint Lady Temple. Try it. She knows about this? Xiaoji had never heard Zhener mention this before. Princess Xianxia had chatted with Zhener for a while. She said, her mother was originally a member of the Saint Lady Temple and served the previous Saint Lady. The Saint Lady Temple was proficient in medicine. Zhener was influenced by her mother since she was young and learned a little from her. What a pity. Xiaoji sighed. She lost her mother at a young age and lived under someone else's roof for a few years before being sold off by her aunt. This child was truly pitiful. The medicine was to be taken orally. Princess Xianxia poured some water and had him drink it. He thought about it and decided to tell Princess Xianxia about him being drugged to avoid any misunderstandings. I have something to tell you. Speak. I miss Long Yi. K. Xiaoji hated that he couldn't strangle the saintess. What kind of medicine did she feed him? Princess Xianxia looked at him in shock. No. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and was about to explain when Long Yi returned with the dawny little princess. Without saying anything, he lifted the quilt and walked over to Long Yi. Mang Mang. He wanted to cut himself with a knife. Long Yi, who was inexplicably called by his nickname, Dawny Little Princess, who was inexplicably called by her nickname, as well as Princess Xianxia, who didn't understand what was wrong with her husband. Xiaoji had spent a tremendous amount of effort to push the saintess out of his mind, but Long Yi had taken advantage of him. Now, he had no choice but to spend another tremendous amount of effort to explain how he had been drugged. Of course, he didn't have to think about Qin Fengwan. He only said that Long Yi had appeared when he had just taken the medicine. Dawny Little Princess suddenly understood. Oh, so you fainted because of this. You're finished, you're finished. You've been drugged by our Dawny's most powerful medicine. You're dead meat. Princess Xianxia's face paled. Isn't there an antidote for this medicine? She remembered that there was some white medicine and black medicine. Dawny Little Princess shook her head. There is no antidote. You must have remembered wrongly. Although there are disgusting medicines with opposite effects, if used as an antidote, they can cause confusion. In serious cases, they can even turn people into fools. Princess Xianxia thought of the emperor. He had been drugged by 2 different kinds of medicine at the hands of concubine Jing. It was really difficult for him not to become a complete fool. Dawny Little Princess continued, moreover, the effect of our medicine is much stronger. I advise you not to do this. Princess Xianxia frowned. Is there no other way? Thinking of her husband sticking to Long Yi day and night from now on, she couldn't tolerate it. We can only wait for the medicine's effect to wear off. Dawny Little Princess put her elbows on the table and supported her little cheeks with her hands. Princess Xianxia hurriedly asked, how long will the medicine's effect last? Dawny Little Princess thought seriously. It varies from person to person. Marquis only ate 1, right? At least 10 days to half a month, at most a month. Princess Xianxia murmured, so long. Dawny Little Princess said, if we don't let Marquis see Long Yi, the medicine's effect will weaken and disappear faster. So it's like this. Princess Xianxia made up her mind to keep an eye on Xiaoji from now on. Who would have thought that when she turned her head, Xiaoji was no longer in the room? Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly got up and went to the backyard. In the empty courtyard, 2 big men were squatting on the ground and digging snow. The scene was intimate and harmonious. Long Yi made an ugly snowman, and Xiao Ji praised with stars in his eyes. Meng Meng is awesome. Princess Xianxia suddenly felt green above her head. Quickly let them separate? Otherwise, Marquis's condition will worsen. Dongyi little princess sincerely suggested. The effect of this medicine would gradually become stronger as the contact deepened, and one day, it would reach its peak and then slowly fade away. From the performance of Xiao Ji just now, he was indeed becoming more and more clingy to Long Yi. Did you find your father's medicine? Princess Xianxia suddenly asked Dongyi little princess. Dongyi little princess was dumbfounded. She didn't know whether it was because of the words your father or because she was surprised to hear this topic. She lowered her eyes and said, "Oh, I found it." Then there was nothing else to arrange for Long Yi. Princess Xianxia asked, "Is there another room in the Holy Maiden Hall?" Dongyi little princess said, "There is." "Does princess want me to take Long Yi there?" Princess Xianxia answered. "Then what about you?" Dongyi little princess asked. Princess Xianxia looked at Xiao Ji who was clingy to Long Yi and took a deep breath. "I will stay here to look after Marquis. You live next door to Long Yi and help me look after Long Yi." Long Yi was definitely not a problem, so she didn't know why she was worrying about him. Dongyi little princess wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything and took Long Yi to find a room to stay. Xiao Ji wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Princess Xianxia. Cold wind blew and the snow on Xiao Ji's palm melted. He was so cold that he shivered and became clear-headed. He looked at the ugly snowman on the ground with a complicated expression and asked, "Just now, I didn't do anything strange, right?" Princess Xianxia, because she knew it was the effect of the medicine, Princess Xianxia didn't really get angry with him and took him back to the inner hall. During this time, the red-robed woman came and asked Holy Maiden if she needed anything. Xiao Ji said to her from the other side of the door, "No need, everyone is dismissed tonight. I will wait upon Holy Maiden and help her rest." Princess Xianxia put on Holy Maiden's clothes and combed Holy Maiden's hair, casting a shadow on the window paper. The red-robed woman didn't suspect anything and respectfully dismissed the guards. As for the hidden experts, Long Yi had already quietly dealt with them. When Long Yi wasn't around, Xiao Ji was still relatively clear-headed. Late at night, it was time to go to bed. Princess Xianxia changed the soft blanket on the bed and lay down together with him. "Just now, I really didn't do anything, right?" he asked. "No," Princess Xianxia said without changing her expression. At this crucial moment, it was best not to mention Long Yi's name. "Did you get the antidote for Xiaoming?" he asked again. "Got it," Princess Xianxia said. Xiao Ji felt relieved. "That's good. Xiaoming has been poisoned for too long. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid his life will be in danger," he said and paused. "Then, we only have to save Xiaoen and Xiaozhe. What do you plan to do?" Princess Xianxia asked. Xiao Ji analyzed. "We can directly kill our way into the King of Dongyi's dungeon and save them. This method is too risky. Long Yi alone won't have enough manpower. Even if I go with serious injuries, I won't be able to help." It was rare for Princess Xianxia to not choke. "Now you know your limits. How could you be so confident when you were talking nonsense to me?" Xiao Ji continued, "Or we can use the Holy Maiden to exchange for Xiaoen and Xiaozhe. But this is also risky. If the King of Dongyi refuses to exchange, the army will break through and we will all die here. With Long Yi's martial arts, he could definitely break through, but it would be difficult to bring others with him." Princess Xianxia frowned. "This won't work." "That won't work, there's a third method." Xiao Ji paused again, this time for a long time. "The wedding will continue. The King of Dongyi will come to attend the Holy Maiden's wedding. Long Yi will take this opportunity to kidnap the King of Dongyi." Princess Xianxia's mood was really agitated. She leaned over, straightened her body with her fingers, and looked at him. "You really want to marry the Holy Maiden?" Thinking of the scene of him going through the wedding ceremony with another woman, she felt uncomfortable all over. And she won't cooperate," she said angrily. Xiao Ji said, "Yes, what you said is not without reason. She won't cooperate obediently." Unless I give her the same drug, so that she will. In your dreams. Princess Xianxia looked at him coldly and rejected this suggestion. Xiaoji sighed helplessly. But, other than the wedding, there's no better way to lure the king of Dongyi here. Princess Xianxia turned her back. She slept outside. First, it was convenient for her to take care of Xiaoji at night. Second, it was to prevent Xiaoji from looking for Long Yi in the middle of the night. She faced the table in the inner hall, and on the table was the holy maiden's wedding dress. For some reason, she thought of the wedding many years ago, which she had been unwilling to do. She had also put on the wedding dress, but with the mission of watching him and being ready to kill him at any time. She still remembered that when she got off the sedan chair, the red silk was a step too late, and he offered his hand to her. She didn't take it, and waited until the servants brought the red silk. Afterwards, Yujin told her that her etiquette during the wedding ceremony was very lacking, and Xiaoji was very sincere. He bowed more than she did every time. The guests laughed that he would not be able to control his wife in the future. The young Xiaoji only laughed, not angry. But that pure and beautiful young man was killed by her on their wedding night. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "All right then, you can marry the holy maiden. After she wakes up, I will give her the drug and make her listen to me. She will marry you smoothly." Xiaoji frowned. Wait, this was not what he had expected. "Shouldn't you be jealous of me marrying another woman, so you want to do it yourself?" Xiaoji was unhappy. He endured the pain all over his body and sat up. Princess Xianxia turned around and looked at him vigilantly. "What are you doing?" Xiaoji said indifferently, "I'm going to find Long Yi." "Is the drug taking effect again?" Princess Xianxia frowned and said coldly, "You're not allowed to go. Lie down." Xiaoji curled his lips and lay down sullenly. Princess Xianxia was still not at ease, so she found a silk ribbon and tied it around their wrists. This time, he couldn't go find Long Yi. Xiaoji chuckled. "Qin Fengwan, although I'm injured, I can still untie a mere silk ribbon." Princess Xianxia thought for a moment, then tied his other hand to the head of the bed. Xiaoji looked up at the sky. Long Yi. Long Yi. Princess Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Shut up. I can't. My head is full of Long Yi." Xiaoji threw the blame to her. "It's the drug's effect." Princess Xianxia clenched her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Xiaoji continued to ask for a beating. "If you don't want me to talk about Long Yi, that's fine. Distract me." "How?" Princess Xianxia asked. Xiaoji said very shamelessly, "You, kiss me." Digression, it's the end of the month, it's time to clear the tickets. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1042135229. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. Why are they kissing again? Xiaoji said, "It might not work, I'm just trying." Princess Xianxia frowned and said, "What is your head full of?" Xiaoji said, "How about I go find Long Yi?" What was going on? How could she allow her husband to go find another man in the middle of the night? You really?" She found it hard to say the following words. Xiaoji was very clear about what she wanted to ask. He looked at her with a face full of sincerity and nodded, "More real than gold. If you don't distract me, my head will be full of Long Yi." Princess Xianxia held her forehead. After a bitter struggle in her heart, she gathered her courage, leaned over, and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Taking the initiative to do this kind of thing while he was sober was really too embarrassing. Is it useful?" she asked with a slightly red face. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night. Otherwise, if someone saw her like this, she would be even more embarrassed. Xiaoji carefully thought about it and said, "It doesn't seem to be very useful." Princess Xianxia said angrily, "The method you mentioned won't work." Xiaoji innocently said, "How can that be effective?" Princess Xianxia's eyelashes trembled. "What do you mean?" Xiaoji shamelessly said, "You have to follow the standard that this marquis showed you last time. Or you can improvise on the spot and add a little more." Princess Xianxia simply sucked in a mouthful of cold air. According to his standard, if she moved her lips and stuck out her tongue, then what would it be like if she did it a bit more? She had never been so impetuous in her life. Wait a minute, or was it that during those 2 nights when she ate the wrong medicine, she was this impetuous? Thinking of this possibility, her whole body felt unwell. Her cheeks were as red as fire, almost dripping blood. Long Yi, Long Yi. Xiaoji began to call her soul again. Princess Xianxia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, slightly tilted her head, and affectionately leaned towards him. Her lips trembled slightly. It was obvious that she was really nervous. She struggled for a long time before she moved her lips very slightly. Xiaoji held his breath. Princess Xianxia was so nervous and shy that she didn't realize that the person beneath her had been set on fire by this insignificant action. Blushing, she released him and asked, "How about this?" Xiaoji calmed down and said calmly, "It seems to have some effect." Continue. Princess Xianxia held back her shyness and kissed him again. She was emotional, inexperienced, and had no skills to speak of. In the end, Xiaoji could not stand the torment of not being able to scratch an itch. He raised his hand to break free from the rope, gently clasped the back of her head, and kissed her deeply. Are you done?" Her fingertips caressed her bright red lips as she asked while panting. He said hoarsely, "It's not enough, Qin Fengwan." Who knew how many kisses he had asked for that night? She lay down beside him and fell into a deep sleep. Worried that she would press on his wound, she didn't lie in his arms. Instead, she turned sideways to face him. Her black, satin-like hair spread out on the pillow and intertwined with his hair. In the darkness, he looked at her sleeping face. Enduring the pain, he leaned over. This time, he didn't kiss her lips. Instead, he planted a light kiss between her eyebrows. The next day, the saintess in the secret room woke up. Long Yi and the Dongy little princess also came over. Long Yi hit her mute acupoint, making her unable to speak. The Dongy little princess found the knockout medicine in the secret room and gave it to Princess Xianxia. To prevent Xiaoji from seeing Long Yi and triggering an even stronger effect, Princess Xianxia left Xiaoji alone on the bed with the curtains tightly covering her. She especially looked like a forbidden item that couldn't be exposed to light. Princess Xianxia said to the Dongy little princess and Long Yi, "You two go out first. I have something to say to her alone." The two went out. Princess Xianxia closed the door of the secret room and walked in front of the saintess with the pill and the candlestick. The saintess sat on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. She could only coldly stare at Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I won't let anyone unseal your mute acupoint. I'll make a deal with you. If you agree, blink once. If you don't, blink twice." After a quarter of an hour, Princess Xianxia came out of the secret room and said to Long Yi, "You can let her go." Long Yi went in and untied her. The Dongy little princess asked Princess Xianxia, "Did she eat it?" Princess Xianxia said, "She ate it. She shouldn't be disloyal to me anymore." The Dongy little princess kindly reminded, "You still have to be careful. The effect of this medicine varies from person to person. The difference is very big." Princess Xianxia lightly nodded, "I know. There are still 2 days before the wedding. There will be more people coming and going. You and Long Yi had better not show yourself in front of people." Thinking of something, she added, "Or let Long Yi send you away first. When we kidnap the Dongy king, we might not be able to take care of you." The Dongy little princess said, "I know martial arts. I can protect myself." She insisted on staying, but this place was too far away from the Zhao country's military camp. It was too late to send her back. She was also worried about leaving her on the road, so Princess Xianxia didn't mention sending her away again. Princess Xianxia and Xiaoji returned to their original room. Long Yi and the Dongy little princess hid in the shadows of the saintess, closely monitoring her every move and observing the changes in the effect of the medicine. In case the medicine's effect was gone, they would use force. But the effect of the knockout drug seemed to be good. The saintess obeyed Princess Xianxia and didn't make any trouble. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding arrived. Xiaoji woke up early and found that Qin Fengwan wasn't there. He asked the maid at the door and learned that she had been called over by the saintess. The saintess didn't call her. She was probably worried that something would happen to the saintess, so she went to keep an eye on her. He didn't think twice and regretfully looked at the wedding clothes on the table. He put them on himself. Although it was a fake wedding, he didn't want Qin Fengwan to be unhappy, so he tried to be perfunctory in his etiquette. After dressing up, he went to the saintess's bedroom to wait for her. Not long after, the saintess, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, walked out of the inner hall under the escort of Hong Wan and the other maids. Hong Wan held a piece of red silk in her hand. She handed one end to the saintess and the other end to Xiaoji. Xiaoji looked around but didn't see Qin Fengwan. He guessed that she should be waiting in the secret room. Hong Wan led the way. Xiaoji had never seen the Dongy people get married, but it was said that the wedding customs were different. But when they arrived at the wedding hall, he was surprised to find that the rumors were wrong. Braziers, saddles, and tiles. Weren't these the wedding customs of the Zhao country? He walked forward impatiently, not wanting to wait for the bride. The bride almost fell from his tug. The bride glared at him through the veil, lifted her heavy skirt, and jumped over from the saddle. Then she stepped over the brazier without any mishap. Next, it was time to step on the tiles. The bride raised her leg high up in the air and fiercely stomped down. Her imposing manner of lifting 1,000 caddies startled Hong Wan. It's just stepping on a tile. You don't have to use so much strength. The tile shattered completely. Under the veil, the bride breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be very satisfied with her strength. Xiaoji frowned. The newlyweds entered the main hall, which was hung with red silk. The king of Dongy and the other nobles had already taken their seats in the hall. Xiaoji frowned again. Was the old guy already here? Where did Long Yi go? Why hasn't he started? First bow to heaven and earth. The MC of the saintess's hall began to chant. Xiaoji and the bride turned around, faced the heaven and earth outside the door, and bowed. Xiaoji was only halfway through his bow. He glanced at the saintess and found that she was very sincere. Second bow to the holy ancestor. The saintess was the incarnation of the priesthood. She had long severed her relationship with her parents. Naturally, there was no ceremony at the wedding. Instead, they bowed to the statue of the ancestor of the saintess temple. Xiaoji and the bride faced the statue again. This time, Xiaoji bowed even more perfunctorily. He almost bowed slightly. His actions caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the guests, but it was not good to show it in public. The last round of bowing to each other. Xiaoji refused, but he clearly saw the other party bowing deeply with all her sincerity and trust. It was as if she wanted to entrust the rest of her life to him. His eyes moved, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The ceremony is complete. As the MC of the Saintess Temple finished speaking, a strong figure descended from the sky. With the momentum of a dragon's roar and a tsunami, he suddenly appeared in front of the king of Dongy. His movements were too fierce and fast. Everyone only saw an afterimage. By the time they reacted and wanted to protect the king of Dongy, Long Yi had already grabbed the king of Dongy by the neck. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1042087446. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The moment Long Yi kidnapped the king of Dongyi, Xiao Ji also quickly grabbed the bride in front of him. With a shake of his arm, the dagger in his sleeve slid into his palm. He pressed the dagger against the bride's throat and came to Long Yi's side. Back to back, he and Long Yi were vigilant against each other. The guests at the scene were panicking. They didn't understand how an assassin could sneak into a wedding. The groom was personally chosen by the saintess and was escorted by the king of Dongyi's personal guards. Who would have thought that he was a traitor? Protect the king. A king of Dongyi pulled out his sword and shouted. Long Yi kicked him back into the chair. Xiao Ji sneered, King of Dongyi, it seems that you have been on the throne for too long. Some people can't wait anymore and want to take the opportunity to kill you. The king of Dongyi was 60 years old this year and had inherited the throne for 30 years. He was indeed the king with the longest tenure in the history of Dongyi. Among the guests present were his own brother, his own son, and his own nephew. He did not believe that none of them coveted the throne. Now that he had fallen into the hands of an assassin, these people angered the assassin under the pretense of saving him. It wasn't impossible for the assassin to kill him in a fit of anger. It had to be said that Xiao Ji completely crushed many of the civil officials in the court in terms of playing with power and people's hearts. The king of Dongyi was old and cherished his life. He didn't dare to fight with Xiao Ji. He suppressed the panic and anger in his heart and glanced to the side. He asked, Who sent you? Although the person who kidnapped him was Long Yi, the one who made the decision was the groom who had just spoken. There were a few generals in this group who had fought with Xiao Ji before. However, Xiao Ji was wearing a veil, so they didn't recognize him for the time being. He was Marquis Xianping who had killed countless Dongyi warriors on the battlefield. Xiao Ji smiled faintly, It doesn't matter who sent me. If you want to live, get someone to prepare a carriage and bring Xiaoen and Xiaozhe here safe and sound. If they lose a single strand of hair, this marquis will chop off one of your fingers. Xiao Ji? The king of Dongyi recognized Xiao Ji's voice. Xiao Ji admitted frankly, Yes, it's me. So you should know what I'm capable of. I really can kill you. The king of Dongyi had originally intended to deal with the other party, but now he had completely given up. Xiao Ji had a strong background, but her methods were even stronger. If he said he would kill, then he would really kill. He would not hesitate to destroy both jade and common stone. He looked at his eldest son and said, Do as he says. The eldest prince of Dongyi hesitated. Father, Xiao Ji laughed mockingly. King of Dongyi, you really have a good son. The king of Dongyi's suspicious mind was exposed. He looked at his eldest son coldly and said, What? Are you thinking of rebelling? Or do you want me to die in the hands of the people of Zhao, just like your uncle? Then you can smoothly inherit the throne. The eldest prince of Dongyi's expression changed. He definitely did not mean that. He just wanted to stall for time and let someone get the poison to knock them out. His loyalty could be witnessed by the sun and moon, but if his father didn't believe him, then his loyalty was nothing. The second prince of Dongyi took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Father. Since Big Brother is not willing, I will do it. Very good, there was an internal conflict. Xiao Ji was happy to watch from the sidelines. He did not care who brought Xiaoen and Xiaozhe in the end. In short, he just wanted the two brothers to be safe. 2 hours later, Xiaoen and Xiaozhe were brought over by a large carriage pulled by 6 horses. Xiao Ji took the Holy Virgin into the carriage. Then, Long Yi, who was bringing up the rear, also took the king of Dongyi into the carriage. At this time a Dongyi official said, It's enough that you have the Holy Virgin in your hands. Let the king of Dongyi go. Xiao Ji laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? Isn't it better to have more hostages? Everyone was rendered speechless. Yes, if they could have more hostages, why only bring one? Could it be that the carriage could not fit all of them? However, it was not that they did not have a chance. A few days ago, Marquis Xianping fell into a trap set by the Holy Virgin to save his son. When he was rescued, he was already dying. Although he was lucky enough to survive, he was still seriously injured. He did not have much fighting power. That expert could not take care of both the inside and outside of the carriage at the same time. As long as the coachman did something halfway and caused the carriage to overturn, the expert would not be able to take care of the hostages if he could take care of Marquis Xianping. At that time, they would have a great chance of saving the King of Dani. After making up their minds, everyone secretly exchanged glances and sneered in their hearts as they let them go. The coachman received the secret signal from the guard captain and nodded slightly. 10 miles away, at the small spring slope, the carriage overturned. It was a surprise attack. Xiao Ji and the others were not familiar with the terrain of Dani. They would not notice the coachman if he went a long way. The soldiers of Dani took a shortcut to the small spring slope, where a large number of experts and archers were lying in ambush. However, they waited for a long time and waited until the sky was dark, but there was still no carriage coming. Of course, the carriage would not come. Not long after they left the Holy Virgin Hall, the coachman was whipped out by the little princess of Dani who was lying in ambush nearby. The little princess of Dani took over the coachman's position and led the carriage away from another road. In the carriage, Xiao En, who had been drugged, gradually woke up. Xiaoza was still unconscious. The two of them were injured, as if they had been tortured. However, they were stubborn and didn't say anything that they shouldn't. Xiao En saw his father at a glance and felt a burst of excitement. His eyes began to turn red. Xiao Ji tucked him in and touched his forehead. Don't talk. Rest well. We will reach the barracks soon. Xiao En did not have the strength to speak at this time. The two of them were Xiao Ji's illegitimate sons. They had been raised by Madame Xiao since they were young. In their hearts, they did not dare to compare themselves with Xiao Heng. They always knew their identity and duty. They did not dare to expect their father to love them as much as he loved his younger brother. But this time, their father risked his life for the two of them. He had never dared to express his closeness to his father. However, at this moment, he could not help but move his head slightly and rested on his father's palm. At this time, he was like a small animal covered in cuts and bruises. He carefully approached his father. He was a little nervous and apprehensive. He was afraid that he would cross the line and make his father angry. He was also worried that his failure would disappoint his father. Xiao Ji did not pull his hand away. Instead, he raised his thumb and gently stroked his temples. You did well. The sons of the Xiao family not only had to have the determination to die, but also the courage to face failure. Xiao closed his eyes. Hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The carriage continued to move forward. The King of Dani was also unconscious after being hit by Long Yi's acupuncture point. Outside the curtain, the little princess of Dani, who was dressed as a guard, drove the carriage and asked, I forgot to ask. You kidnapped the King of Dani and the Holy Virgin. Where is the princess? Did you take her with you? Xiao Ji glanced at the bride, who was wearing a veil and had been silent all the way. Oh no. We forgot about Qin Fengwan. She must still be in the secret chamber of the Holy Virgin Hall. The little princess of Dani staggered and almost drove the carriage into a ditch. Ah? How did you do your job? How could you forget the princess in the Holy Virgin Hall? It's over, it's over. We just captured the King of Dani and the Holy Virgin Hall, and now the princess is in their hands. This. In the carriage, the bride clutched the handkerchief in her hand tightly, wishing she could poke a hole in it. Xiao Ji, I thought you recognized me, so you actually forgot about me. Xiao Ji looked at a certain someone's trembling body and smiled. He pretended to say, you can't blame me for this. Who asked me to be drugged? My mind was full of Long Yi. How could I remember anyone else? Swish, the handkerchief in the bride's hand was finally torn. Long Meng widened her eyes and looked at the torn handkerchief. After thinking for a while, she cleverly sat outside and drove the carriage with the little princess of Dani. The little princess of Dani approached Long Yi and whispered, Meng, is what the Marquis said true? Did he really forget the princess in the Holy Virgin Hall? Ever since she knew Long Yi's nickname, she liked to call him that. Long Yi hesitated for a split second between correcting her name and answering her question. Then he frowned and said, a man's mouth is a liar. The little princess of Dani was speechless. Naturally, their return journey would not be smooth sailing. The Dani princes did not wait for them at the small spring slope and guessed that they had changed their route. Thus, they simply led their troops to the only route to Donglin Pass, intending to launch a full-scale assault on them there. They did not intend to care about the life and death of the king of Dani. Who didn't want the throne? In front of the civil and military officials and the people of the Holy Virgin Hall, the princes did not dare to openly disobey the orders of the king of Dani. But afterward, they had a whole day to think about what their fate would be if the king of Dani really died. Naturally, there was a follow-up night attack. However, just as they were about to shoot everyone in the carriage to death, Chongjing led the troops and arrived. Chongjing took the lead and went straight to the root of the problem, breaking the formation of the Dani army into a mess. The Dani people were left to Chongjing to deal with, and Xiao Ji and the others returned to the barracks. The little princess of Dani took the antidote to find Xiao Ming. Long Yi brought Xiao En and Xiao Zhe back to their tent and threw the king of Dani into the snow. Princess Xingyang was angry all the way and was still gnashing her teeth in the carriage. Xiao Ji suppressed the smile on his face and said indifferently, "We've arrived at the barracks. Get out of the carriage." Seeing that she did not move, he said in an arrogant tone, "What? Do you want me to carry you out of the carriage?" Princess Xingyang was very angry. She had spent so much effort to go through the wedding ceremony with him, but this guy had forgotten that she was in Dani, and he even brought back the Holy Virgin of Dani. Sure enough, men were all big pig trotters. Very well, she wanted to see what he wanted to do to the Holy Virgin of Dani. She wore a veil and got out of the carriage. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1041944478. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Yujin heard the commotion in the camp and hurried over. She saw the marquis standing at the entrance of the tent, but she didn't see her princess. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Marquis, where is the princess?" Xiao Ji looked at the flapping curtain and pretended to sigh. He said, "When I got married to the saintess, I was so focused on kidnapping the saintess that I forgot your princess was in the saintess hall." What? Yujin was struck by lightning. She looked at Xiao Ji, dumbfounded. It was too dark and she was too panicked to notice that Xiao Ji was wearing red. It was slightly different from the wedding clothes of the Zhao Kingdom's bridegroom, but his explanation made sense. She was wondering when her marquis liked to wear such flashy colors. There was the sound of stomping in anger from the tent. Xiao Ji winked at Yujin. "Don't worry. The saintess and the king of Dani are in our hands. They won't dare to do anything to the princess. We'll hold back for now. They can't wait and will come to us to negotiate terms." Yujin was stunned again, and then she understood everything. Her silly princess was tricked by the marquis again. Yujin couldn't bear to watch. She was obviously a smart person, but in the hands of the sly marquis, she was completely controlled. Then, do I need to prepare anything? She had learned bad things. Yujin, you're smart. Xiao Ji's eyes were full of smiles, but his tone was casual. Prepare some hot water for the saintess to wash up. Then go to the kitchen to make some food. The saintess doesn't eat spicy food. Remember to put less chili. There was no longer the sound of stomping in the tent, but the sound of pounding on the table. Yujin couldn't bear it. Marquis, don't go too far. I know. Go. Xiao Ji suppressed his smile and turned to enter the tent. Yujin had carefully tidied up the tent. She added some furniture and changed the bedding to softer and warmer ones. At this moment, Princess Xianxia was sitting on a stool covered with a cotton cushion. From head to toe, she exuded an aura of wanting to kill Xiaoji. The Eastern barbarian's wedding robes had pockets that were hidden in the creases on both sides. With his hands in his pockets, Xiaoji walked over to Princess Xianxia and sat down next to her. "Saintess, you must be tired from the long journey. Are you tired? I was locked up in the Saint Lady Temple, but you only cared about the Saint Lady. If I had Long Yi's martial arts, you would have already lost your life." Xiaoji couldn't hold it in any longer. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil and couldn't see it. He got up and fiddled with something in the tent. It seemed like he had lit a candle. Princess Xianxia felt that there was light on the ground. Xiaoji said softly, "Just now when we were bowing to the heavens and earth, Madame was so sincere that this Xiao was neglectful. I feel guilty in my heart, but I will not let you down in the future. You're already calling me your husband, you've never called me that before." Princess Xianxia's decades of calmness were completely shattered at this moment. She was finally angered to the point that she was like a little chicken. She raised her hand and was about to lift the veil and lay her cards on the table. She wanted to tell him that from now on, she would never have any contact with him. Who would have thought that before she could lift her hand, Xiaoji's big palm gently caught her hand. Xiaoji said, "The veil on the wedding night should be lifted by your husband. Marquis, the hot water is here." Eugen's voice came from outside the door. "Bring it in," Xiaoji said. Eugen brought in a basin of hot water, then turned around to bring in a box of snacks. "The food will take some time. Marquis and Cough, you two fill your stomachs first." After she left, Princess Xianxia continued to be angry. But suddenly, a strange thing entered her eyes. It seemed a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where. Before she could think of anything, the veil was lifted. What entered her eyes was a handsome and enchanting face, just like that youth who had used the jade rui to lift her veil on their wedding night many years ago. His face had the grace of time, but the anticipation and joy in his eyes had not changed at all. He looked at her with a smile, carrying a purity and beauty that had not been eroded by time. Of course, there was also a hint of mature and restrained dominance. Princess Xianxia was stunned. For a moment, she felt like she had returned to 20 years ago. Compared to 20 years ago, the two had changed more in temperament. Time seemed to have forgotten them to some extent. She was still as beautiful as before, and he was still as handsome and elegant as before. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't make a single sound. She lowered her head to look at the thing in his hand. No wonder it looked familiar. It was the jade rui. No matter how stupid she was, she understood now. When he had lifted her veil, he had not shown any shock. This meant that he knew it was her under the veil. This guy, had he been teasing her the whole time? She felt that this was not right and wanted to be angry with him. But when she saw his expression, which was the same as before, and the jade rui in his hand, as well as the dragon, phoenix, incense, and candles that had been lit on the table at some point, her heart unconsciously moved. "When did you prepare these?" she asked in a low voice. "You're talking about this." Xiaoji looked at the jade rui in his hand with a smile and said, "On the way. When we were about to reach the military camp, we stopped in the town." The carriage stopped. She had only been angry and had not paid attention to these details. Did he deliberately let her be the saintess all the way just for this? Thinking about it, if he had said earlier that he had recognized her, then in front of Long Yi and Zhen, she would have been too shy to continue wearing the veil and pretending to be a bride. She had thought that everything would be over after the wedding ceremony. That was the time she and Long Yi had agreed to make their move. She had no more extravagant demands. But how did this man think of such a malicious move? On one hand, he made her angry, but on the other hand, he took advantage of her inattention to get the dragon, phoenix, incense, and jade rui. Xiaoji had not only gotten the dragon, phoenix, incense, and jade rui, but also the nuptial wine that they had not drunk before. He poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to her. "The wine at the border is not as fragrant as the imperial wine in the palace, so you have to make do with it." Princess Xianxia looked down at the light in the wine cup. "How did you recognize me?" Xiaoji smiled. "You bowed like that. Were you afraid that I wouldn't recognize you?" Princess Xianxia blushed. Didn't you do the same back then? The two's wrists intertwined, and they drank the nuptial wine that had been delayed for more than 20 years. She didn't know if it was the effect of the wine or the burning charcoal in the tent, but her cheeks were red. Xiaoji gazed deeply at her. Qin Fengwan, do you know what nuptial wine means? Princess Xianxia was startled by his sudden question. He didn't expect her to answer and continued, after drinking nuptial wine, we live in the same quilt, and we die in the same fur. It even rhymed quite well. Princess Xianxia mumbled, why haven't I heard of it? He put the empty wine cup back on the table and said righteously, there will be in the future. It will be recorded in the history books. It was me who said it. Princess Xianxia put the wine cup next to his cup. Even the cups were paired, which was very appropriate for the occasion. And then, she asked after gathering her courage. Xiaoji glanced at her. And then what? After drinking nuptial wine, what should I do? Naturally, we should consummate our marriage. Xiaoji said and looked at her seriously. Qin Fengwan, you should know when to stop. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Drinking nuptial wine with you is already very indulgent of you, and you still want to consummate our marriage? Princess Xianxia glanced at his wound. Oh. Xiaoji frowned. It's not that I can't, but consummating our marriage in the military camp is against the rules. Also, do you think those people are deaf? People who practiced martial arts had excellent hearing. Princess Xianxia thought that the commotion could be heard at any time, so she didn't have the courage to consummate her marriage. After washing up, the two lay on the soft bed. You're wound, she said. It's fine, he said. It's impossible for us to consummate our marriage. Princess Xianxia lowered her eyes. Oh. Xiaoji smiled faintly. Qin Fengwan, are you very disappointed? No, Princess Xianxia said. She lay flat beside him and pulled up the quilt. Xiaoji said, that's good. Don't take advantage of me in the middle of the night. I'm a bit cold, Princess Xianxia said. Xiaoji, if you want me to hug you, just say it. Princess Xianxia's face was slightly red. Hug me. Xiaoji, he looked at the blushing Princess Xianxia beside him in disbelief. Could it be that he had bought the wrong wine? He told the owner to get the one with the least alcohol content. Did the owner give him the one with the most alcohol content? Princess Xianxia's heart was on fire. Alcohol boosts courage. She couldn't hold her liquor well. At best, she was only a bit better than Gu Jiao, but not by much. After drinking a cup, the past flashed through her mind. The more she thought about their wedding night, the more she felt that she owed him, and the more she regretted missing out on the beauty they had missed out on all these years. How many 20 years could a person have in their life? One wasted night was one less night. It was as if her conception and governing vessels had been opened, and all her previous understandings were overturned. Xiaoji didn't consummate their marriage not because he was retreating but because he really didn't plan on taking her here. First, it was because of his injury. Second, she was a noble. This was her sincere first time, so he didn't want to be so hasty. But a certain someone was drunk tonight and kept rubbing against him. He looked at the restless woman in his arms and took a deep breath. Qin Fengwan, what are you doing now? Princess Xianxia's hand went deep into his clothes. I'm not doing anything. I'm just touching. Xiaoji, Qin Fengwan, you're drunk, he said helplessly. He took Qin Fengwan's hand out. Princess Xianxia inadvertently acted coquettishly. I can't sleep. I'm a bit hot. Xiaoji's blood rushed to his head, and he pulled her onto his body. He held her head and kissed her domineeringly and forcefully. The fragrance of the wine lingered between his lips and teeth. He tasted her beauty, and his hand unconsciously caressed her sensitive waist. But he didn't go overboard. He held it in. After kissing for an unknown amount of time, her body suddenly tightened, and her mind went blank. Xiaoji froze. Princess Xianxia let go of his lips with a red face and buried her head in his arms, not moving at all. Xiaoji was shocked. Qin Fengwan, I only kissed you, and you actually, Princess Xianxia was so embarrassed. Yes, it was only a kiss. Why did I? Xiaoji hugged her and murmured in a daze, you didn't take your medicine tonight. Why are you more sensitive than if you took your medicine? Princess Xianxia was too ashamed to see anyone. Just now, she had also sobered up, and her mind was unprecedentedly clear. And it was precisely because she was clear-headed that she wanted to die even more. So embarrassing, Xiaoji calmed down and said seriously, if you really want it, I can also, shut up. Princess Xianxia didn't allow him to mention this matter again. She got off his body and pulled the blanket over her head, deciding to shut herself in and not see anyone for the rest of her life. Xiaoji lifted the blanket and went out. Princess Xianxia didn't know why he suddenly left, but from his restrained actions tonight, she guessed that he wanted her to calm down by herself. Outside the tent, the sound of soldiers gathering could be heard. The sound of horses' hooves and armor rubbing against each other could be heard. Princess Xianxia was dumbfounded. Didn't I just do that? As for training soldiers in the middle of the night to calm down, a quarter of an hour later, the sound of soldiers gathering gradually stopped. Her mind was buzzing, and she couldn't tell what had happened. The next second, the tent's curtain was lifted, and a figure wearing the moon and stars quickly walked in. He first locked the curtains, then strode to the bedside. He took off his clothes. Princess Xianxia heard the rustling sounds behind her and turned around in a daze, looking at him in confusion. What are you doing? Consummating the marriage, he said. Princess Xianxia looked at him in surprise. But didn't you say, it's against the rules? He untied his belt. I am the rules. Then, they went out. So you woke them up in the middle of the night not to train soldiers, but to drive them all out. How much better is this than letting them hear the commotion? Tomorrow, the entire border will know that a first-rank Marshal Marquis of Zhao country kicked the soldiers out of the barracks in the middle of the night in order to have sex with his wife, Princess Xianxia. I might as well die. That night, he was extremely gentle. He treated her like a treasure that he had protected for a lifetime, giving her all the beauty of the consummation of the marriage. Digression, the little chick Marquis and the princess's story ends here. What does everyone think? P.S. Last few hours, don't waste your monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1041909040. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After Xiaoming took the antidote, he finally woke up on a dark and windy night. However, what puzzled him the most was that the huge military camp was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. It was ridiculous. Did the Dongi people already occupy the border? Did they kill all the soldiers in the camp? It couldn't be that all the soldiers were sent out. Since ancient times, there had never been such a precedent. Just when he was puzzled, a muscular black shadow flashed into his tent and carried him along with his mattress. Then, the shadow ran out of the camp as if it was flying. It was Long Yi. They only remembered that they had left the poisoned Xiaoming in the camp when they were far away. He came back to take Xiaoming away. Long Mengmeng was not a bad shadow guard Long who would eavesdrop. His ears were stuffed with cotton. The soldiers in the camp wandered outside for 3 days before they were allowed to return to the camp. During these 3 days, they couldn't return to the camp, but they couldn't really wander outside, so they went to rob the Dongi people. Chong Jing and the first prince of Dongi's army were engaged in a fierce battle. A terrifying torrent of armor surged in unstoppably. Chong Jing just raised his long sword to stab the second prince of Dongi when his sword was knocked away. He turned around and found that it was his own people. He couldn't lose his temper. Chong Jing's face darkened. Xiaoming's poison had been cured, and Xiao En and Xiao Zhe had successfully escaped danger. The Eastern barbarians no longer had any means of restraining the Zhao kingdom. The soldiers' sullen mood from being woken up in the middle of the night and chased out of the barracks was vented on the Eastern barbarians. The Eastern barbarians were beaten to a pulp and surrendered within a few days. The Dongyi people looked at the army of the Zhao kingdom that didn't return to the capital at all. They thought that they had surrendered and signed the oppressive treaty. Why didn't they leave? The soldiers felt bitter, but they didn't say anything. Xiaoji was injured. Although he had taken the medicine from the Saint Lady Temple and was recovering very well, even if it was excessive, it still had an impact. Not only was his wound torn open, but he had also caught a cold. Princess Xianxia was no better than him. She was the one who had infected Xiaoji with the cold. Achoo! In Xiaoming's tent, Xiaoji sneezed heavily. Xiaoming looked at his brother with a speechless expression. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're not a brat who hasn't tasted meat. How can you be so unrestrained? Look at your injuries and illnesses. Those who don't know what's going on might wonder what's wrong with you. Xiaoji's nose was blocked. She said in a nasal voice, you don't understand the happiness of being newlyweds. Xiaoming, a newlywed for over 20 years, haha. Achoo! 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 In another tent, Princess Xianxia sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, sneezing incessantly. Yu Jin's heart ached for her. She hurriedly took the ginger soup from the table and handed it to her. Hurry up and drink it while it's hot. You'll be sweating all over. Princess Xianxia raised her hand, intending to take the ginger soup, but found that she didn't even have the strength to move her arm. Yu Jin face-bombed. What's going on? She shook her head, picked up the spoon, and began to feed her princess spoonful by spoonful. As she fed, she said resentfully, the Marquis is really too much. He knows that the princess is young, experienced in human affairs. He should know how to control himself. Princess Xianxia lowered her eyes and drank the medicine. She mumbled an N. She felt a bit guilty. After all, he wasn't the only one who didn't know how to control himself. A great victory at the border. Xiaoji released the king of Dongyi, but he couldn't bear the burden himself. A few days later, he fell seriously ill and passed away before he could issue a decree to pass on the throne. After the foreign invasion, Dongyi began to have internal strife. Several princes fought until their faces turned red, but the result of their ascension surprised everyone. The new king was actually the Holy Maiden of Dongyi. Her husband was the son of a noble from the Zhao kingdom. Good plan, Qin Fengwan. On the carriage back to the capital, Xiaoji crossed his arms and calmly looked at Princess Xianxia. Who said that women were inferior to men? Qin Fengwan wasn't interested in court politics. Otherwise, she could also be a regent princess. That day, everyone thought that Qin Fengwan had drugged the Holy Maiden, but that wasn't the case. Qin Fengwan clearly gave the Holy Maiden two choices. The first was to be drugged and forced to submit to her. The second was to make a deal, and both sides would take what they needed. When she heard that Qin Fengwan wanted to use the throne of Dongyi in exchange for the chance to marry Xiaoji, the Holy Maiden thought that Qin Fengwan was crazy. Qin Fengwan wasn't crazy. She just felt that this man was worth it. She proposed this condition based on many considerations. The Holy Maiden was ambitious and capable. No matter which prince succeeded the throne in the future, he wouldn't be able to withstand the rebellion of the Holy Maiden Temple. Instead, it was better to take advantage of the situation and help the Holy Maiden to the throne. There was also an additional condition: the Holy Maiden had to marry into the Zhao kingdom. She would decide on the candidate. After Xiaoming woke up, he recognized his daughter. From then on, there was no longer a little princess of Dongyi in the world. There was only the daughter of the Xiao family, Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen was going to be recorded in the genealogy. She returned to the capital with Xiaoji and Qin Fengwan. On the day before they set off, a small episode occurred. Xiaoming grabbed a long sword and chased Long Yi around the military camp. You stop. He couldn't beat Long Yi, and he couldn't catch up with him. Long Yi's face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath, but he was about to faint. The story started when Long Yi and Xiaozhen went to the Holy Maiden Temple to find Xiaoji and Qin Fengwan. Xiaoji was drugged, and it had an effect on Long Yi. In order to prevent the drug's effect from getting worse, Qin Fenghuan asked Zhen to take Long Yi to another room to stay for a few nights. Who would have thought that after searching the entire Holy Maiden Temple, there would only be one room that was close to the inner hall and no one had passed by? Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. But seeing that her uncle and his wife were glued to each other, she couldn't bear to separate them, so she stayed in the room with Long Yi. But she swore to God that there was nothing between her and the big guy. Long Yi didn't easily fall asleep in an unfamiliar place. He stayed on the roof beam and vigilantly watched the movements of the Holy Maiden Temple all night long. Long Yi was simple and didn't think much about it. Zhen also felt that it wasn't worth mentioning. It was best to let this matter rot in each other's stomachs. Who would have thought that she drank a few mouthfuls of horse milk wine that night and accidentally let it slip and let her father hear about it? Xiaoming firmly believed that Long Yi had ruined his daughter's reputation and wanted to chop Long Yi, this bastard. While running, Long Yi turned his head and looked back, making Xiaoming angry. After Xiaoan and Xiaozhe recovered, they went to pay their respects to Qin Fenghuan. Princess. The two cupped their hands and bowed. In their impression, Princess Xinyang didn't accept their father, so naturally, she wouldn't accept their father's children. Qin Fenghuan didn't force them to call her mother. She made 2 sets of clothes for the 2 of them. This was the first time the 2 of them had received a gift from her, so they were a little confused. Qin Fenghuan said warmly, "You're all grown up and should get married. Do you have a girl you like? If you do, I'll go and propose marriage." The 2 of them looked at her in disbelief. Qin Fenghuan continued, "If you don't have one, I'll choose 1 or 2 for you. Naturally, I'll go and send the betrothal gifts only if they suit your taste." Did the princess accept them? Qin Fenghuan looked at them and said, "I heard from your second uncle that you'll be able to return to the capital at the end of this year. It just so happens that Qing and he haven't seen their 2 older brothers yet." The 2 of them choked with sobs as they hugged the clothes she had personally sewn and bowed deeply. At the end of April, Xiao Ji and Qin Fenghuan's carriage arrived at the capital. "Take the busiest street. Open all the windows. Lift the curtains as well," Xiao Ji instructed boldly. Chang Jing drove the carriage and asked in confusion, "Why do you have to do this?" Xiao Ji flicked his wide sleeves and said infuriatingly, "This marquis is so handsome. Let the people see more of me." Chang Jing, what Xiao Ji wanted the people to see wasn't his face but his and Qin Fenghuan's love. Didn't the people say that he and Qin Fenghuan didn't get along well? He wanted them to open their eyes wide and see. "Go around again," he instructed Chang Jing. Chang Jing complained helplessly, "We've already gone around 3 times. All the people in the capital saw you sitting in Princess Xinyang's carriage. That person didn't see it." Xiao Ji pointed at a beggar on the side of the road. Chang Jing said expressionlessly, "Because he's blind." Xiao Ji, "Then go and tell him." Chang Jing, after going around 3 more times, the sky was dark. Only then did Xiao Ji let Chang Jing end today's parade in satisfaction. "Are we going back to the residence?" Chang Jing didn't have a temper anymore. Xiao Ji raised his eyebrows. "No, to the palace." As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the palace gate, they were picked up by Eunuch Wei, who was by the emperor's side, and Eunuch Su, who was by Empress Zhao's side. In the imperial study, the emperor wanted to say something several times but didn't. Qin Fenghuan calmly glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter, Your Majesty?" The fear of being dominated by his imperial sister came. The emperor silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. She was clearly his younger sister, but why did it feel like she was his imperial sister when she was serious? The emperor finally said it. He sighed. "Xinyang, I heard that you found a new gigolo." Qin Fenghuan asked strangely, "Where did this come from?" The emperor raised his hand. "Don't hide it from me. It spread throughout the palace that you went to the border and bumped into Xiao Ji's romantic affair. In a fit of anger, you found a gigolo who looked like Xiao Ji and even paraded around the capital for an entire day to humiliate Xiao Ji." Qin Fenghuan's mouth twitched. Did she swim around all day and feel lonely? How did Xiao Ji become her gigolo? In Cunning Palace, Xiao Ji was also being interrogated by Empress Xiao. "Brother, tell me the truth. Are the rumors outside true? Did you really bring an unfamiliar woman back to the capital? You even let all the people in the capital see it." Are you finally unable to stand that woman anymore? Have you decided to revolt? Xiaoji frowned. What's going on? Empress Xiao was Xiaoji's younger sister, so of course, she would side with Xiaoji. She said happily, that's true. She treated you so badly all these years. You should have taken in another concubine to anger her. What's her status? If it's not enough, I'll help you raise it up and make sure your sweetheart becomes a concubine. Xiaoji looked at his younger sister worriedly. If you let Qin Fenghuan become a concubine, aren't you afraid that she'll give the emperor 100 concubines? They deliberately showed off their love, but in the end, they showed off a bunch of chicken feathers. The couple was also very sullen. Digression, I actually wrote another digression for this chapter. I laughed until I cried. P.S. A new chapter has started. Begging for a wave of monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg com/896428964286/1041742440. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The news of Xiaoji and Qin Fenghuan taking their concubines and male companions to parade through the streets caused a sensation in the capital. Those who recognized Xiaoji said that Xiaoji took his concubines, and those who recognized Qin Fenghuan said that Qin Fenghuan took her male companions. Both of them recognized each other. In any case, no one believed it. In short, no one in the capital believed that the two of them were truly in love. At best, it was just the imperial family putting on a show. These princes and nobles all care about face. They appear to be united but are actually divided. They put on a show for us common people to see, but who knows what they're like in private. This was what a small eunuch in charge of purchasing told the two of them word for word. Qin Fenghuan's face turned green. Xiaoji's face was also not much better. He didn't give up and said domineeringly, this marquis and the princess had a daughter in these 2 years. What did they say? The small eunuch braced himself and said, they all said that the princess drugged you and ran away after using you. She even threw you away. Xiaoji, Qin Fenghuan, Xiaoheng had just left the inner pavilion when he heard about the storm on the streets. They caused such a big commotion on the first day of returning to the capital. As expected of his parents, he simply didn't know what to say. When he returned to the mansion, he asked the servants if his parents had returned. The servants said no and seemed to have gone to the palace. As for how the servants knew, it had to start with Long Yi. The first thing Long Yi did when he returned to the capital was to find the twins. Naturally, he mentioned the whereabouts of Xiaoji and Qin Fenghuan to Yu. Xiao Zhener didn't come back with them because the matter before leaving made Xiaoming change his mind. He let his daughter return to the capital with Xiao En and Xiao Zhe at the end of the year to avoid Long Yi, this bad guy who took advantage of his daughter. Gu Jiao had already finished packing and was waiting for Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng kissed his wife and went to the inner room to change his clothes. Then, he sat in the carriage with her and entered the palace. In the carriage, Xiaoheng waited for a while, but Yu didn't come back with the two children. Yan and Song Gu Jiao said, Long Yi left, it's okay, they will enter the palace in a moment. As for whether he would go through the gate or not, that would depend on Long Yi's idea. If he wanted to leap over eaves and vault over walls, then the imperial bodyguards wouldn't be able to stop him. Xiaoheng heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank God, Mom and Dad are finally back. The twins could be sent away, and Yi could be sent away. He could spend time with Jiao Jiao again. He was happy. Brother. Sister-in-law. A small head with a small bun on her head poked through the curtain of the carriage and looked at the two cutely. Xiao Heng was in a very good mood because he would be able to return the little fellow to its rightful owner in a while, along with the gift of the twins. The three of them entered the palace. Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan were still unhappy about the rumors. The two of them sat in the pavilion, and the flowers in the imperial garden didn't dare to bloom. Xiao Heng held Xiao Yi's hand and looked at the pavilion in front of him. He said, "Do you see Mom and Dad? Quickly go and greet them." Xiao Yi turned her little head, and her eyes shone. "Brother Chongjing." She decisively waved her little hand and went to look for Chongjing. The two of them didn't care that their youngest daughter had been abducted by Chongjing, and they sat in the pavilion and sighed. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao walked over and greeted the two of them. Xiao Ji looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "You should have heard the rumors outside. What do you think?" "What rumors?" Gu Jiao asked. It was a bit difficult to say such words in front of the children. Even Xiao Ji hesitated for a while before coughing lightly and saying seriously, "I brought a woman back from the border." "Your mother has a gigolo." Xiao Heng mumbled, is it a rumor?" Xiao Ji, Marquis. Princess. You're back. Steward Lu quickly walked over with a large pile of high-quality tonics, which Xiao Heng had prepared for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Xiao Ji waved at him. "Come here." "Yes, Marquis." As Xiao Ji's confidant, Steward Lu had always been loyal to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji looked at Qin Fengwan beside him and held Qin Fengwan's hand in front of everyone. He said solemnly, "The princess and I have rekindled our relationship. From now on, we will be a loving couple who will never leave each other." Qin Fengwan blushed. The pavilion was silent for a full 3 seconds. Xiao Ji said indifferently, "What? You don't believe me?" I believe. Steward Lu's face was wild with joy. "Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Princess. Congratulations, Princess. I've long said that you two are a match made in heaven. There's no more loving couple in the world than you two." Xiao Ji was very satisfied. "That's more like it." The next second, Steward Lu moved closer to him while tidying his clothes and whispered, "Marquis, blink if you're threatened." Xiao Ji, dinner was served at Rinshou Palace, and the old chancellor also came over. The reason was that 2-year-old Qin Wuyo was enlightened. He was Qin Wuyo's enlightened teacher and would enter the palace to teach Qin Wuyo every day. However, Qin Wuyo was the eldest grandson of the emperor, so he couldn't teach alone. He even picked many peers from the aristocratic families to accompany him. The 3.5-year-old Gu Xiaobao was one of them. Gu Xiaobao lived in Rinshou Palace. Every time after class, the old chancellor would personally send Gu Xiaobao over. As usual, he sent Gu Xiaobao to the entrance of Rinshou Palace and coincidentally bumped into the emperor who was here for dinner. As Qin Wuyo's study companion and a resident of Jadewater Alley and Rinshou Palace, Gu Xiaobao had met the emperor many times. Like a little adult, he respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty." Xiaobao came over. The emperor looked at him amiably. "Did you learn today's lesson?" Gu Xiaobao thought for a while and replied, "No." Actually, he knew everything, but Qin Wuyo didn't. Then he couldn't know either. He was a little sure since young. The emperor was very happy. It wasn't that his grandson was stupid, but that the things the old chancellor taught were too difficult. "Go in," the emperor said to Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao went to find his great-aunt. The emperor turned to go in, but the old chancellor suddenly asked despite knowing the answer, "Your Majesty, Rinshou Palace is so lively. Did something happen?" The emperor said indifferently, "Marquis Xianping and Xinyang have returned. They are greeting mother inside." The old chancellor stroked his beard. "Ah, so the princess has returned. This humble official should go greet Princess Xinyang." "You're not familiar with her, why are you greeting her?" the emperor said, "Isn't it too late?" "You should go to her residence tomorrow to greet her." The old chancellor said, Not late. The emperor said, "I'm asking you to leave. Didn't you see?" The old chancellor said, This old minister's eyes are blurred. I can't see." Xiao Ji and his son were both there, as well as Chongjing and Long Yi. It wasn't appropriate to reject the old chancellor with the excuse of being a foreigner. The emperor led the old chancellor into Rinshou Palace with a dark face. The old chancellor paid his respects to Princess Xianxia, and then he didn't leave. The emperor was so angry that he sat on the side and shook his legs. Could it be that my beloved minister wants to have dinner in Rinshou Palace? The old chancellor cupped his hands. Since your majesty said so, this official can only accept the decree. The dinner was placed in the courtyard. They admired the flowers, the moon, and the scenery of late spring. The children had finished eating long ago and were playing in the garden. Several young palace maids accompanied them, as if they had endless energy. Qin Fenghuan rubbed her sore arms. Just now, she had only hugged Yi and the twins twice, but her waist and back were aching. It's still good to be young. She sighed. The adults had also finished eating, so the servants removed the dining table and replaced it with a tea table. Xiaoji was peeling an orange for Qin Fenghuan. What's good to be young? Qin Fenghuan thought of the rumors of him taking in a concubine and said sourly, you men like young girls. Xiaoji was about to speak when the old chancellor on the other side spoke first. Who said so? He looked at the old chancellor, but the old chancellor didn't look at them. It didn't seem like he was talking to them. He continued peeling the orange. Qin Fenghuan, don't you know how many times I look at you every day? I don't even look at those young girls. Qin Fenghuan touched her face. When I'm older, you won't like to look at me anymore. Xiaoji removed the tangerine that she didn't like and raised his brows. You're old, but am I not old? Besides, even after 10, 20, or 30 years, you'll still be the most beautiful little old lady in Jiaodu. The old chancellor said, that's right. Xiaoji turned around and looked at the old chancellor strangely. Qin Fenghuan was far away, and her hearing wasn't as good as Xiaoji's, so she didn't hear what the old chancellor said. She lowered her eyes and said softly, when I'm very, very old, will you still like to look at me? The old chancellor said, of course. Xiaoji frowned. What's wrong with you today? Under the moonlight, Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at a few playful children while the old chancellor was looking at the quiet her. Digression, this is the end of Xingyang and Little Chick Monkey's story. Tomorrow, little Jing Kong will grow up, and this should be the last story of this story. Not everyone had to explain everything, no matter how big or small, and not every character had to be a couple. Some readers want me to write about some passerby, but this is impossible. A story has its logic and also its appreciation. Overdoing it is just as bad as not doing it enough. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more fully. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1041687070. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. After leaving the imperial palace, Xiaoheng wanted to give the 3 children to his parents, but when he turned around, his father decisively took his mother to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Xiaoheng didn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. He looked at the carriage that disappeared into the street and muttered, what are they doing? Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise, honeymoon. Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. A honeymoon that was 20 years late. He looked at the 3 little kids who were staring at him with wide eyes and instantly felt his life crumble. He first sent Gu Jiao and the 3 children back to the Princess Manor, then set off for Marquis Ding'an Manor. Little Jing Kong was a well-rounded child. Not only did he complete his cultural studies, he didn't fall behind in martial arts either. Recently, he was learning martial arts from Gu Chongqing. Even though Gu Chongqing said he would send him back, Xiaoheng still tried his best to pick him up every night. It felt different to have a parent pick him up. Actually, there were many people who taught little Jing Kong martial arts. Xianxia, Long Yi, Marquis Xianping, Gu Chongqing, Chongjing, and his master Liao Chen. He learned well from everyone and didn't mix up. He was also gifted. Big brother, goodbye. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Gu Chongqing and Yuan Baolin at the entrance of the manor. Xiaoheng also thanked the two and then brought little Jing Kong into the carriage. Little Jing Kong wasn't young anymore. He was 9 years old and was growing faster by the day. He was no longer a little kid who would be completely blocked by the table when he sat down. Bad brother-in-law. He snorted and arrogantly got into the carriage. Xiaoheng, you're not cute the moment you open your mouth. I wonder who you learned this from. Little Jing Kong had long been a tyrant in the Imperial College. He was cold and handsome. He was only childish in front of Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng. The carriage didn't go through Chang'an Street but went in the direction of Black Tortoise Street. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong had a good sense of direction, especially since the Imperial College was on Xuanwu Street. He was very familiar with this area and could tell if the carriage was going in the right direction with his eyes closed. This is not the way back to the princess residence. He looked at his bad brother-in-law suspiciously. Are you going to sell me in the middle of the night? Xiaoheng looked at him with both anger and amusement. Yes, I want to sell you so that you won't raise my rent in the future. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms, raised his chin and snorted, You're still talking about it? You haven't paid your rent this year. It's been 4 months. Xiaoheng flicked his wide sleeves and said indifferently, Didn't you pay off your debt? Little Jing Kong's eyes flashed. Pay off, what debt? I fought with someone with a bird and was given a demerit by the Imperial College. My parents were called. I went. I collected protection fees and was given a demerit by the Imperial College twice. My parents were called. I went. I cheated in the exam and was given a demerit by the Imperial College 3 times. I went. Speaking up to this point, Xiaoheng glanced at a certain little fellow and said, Let's agree on it. I'll help you hide it from Jiao Jiao for 500 taels each time. So, you still owe me 300 taels. Little Jing Kong's arrogance fell. He bluffed, You've changed. You would never be bribed by me in the past. Xiaoheng wouldn't be led by the nose. So you're saying that I have to cover for you for free? Fine, I'll tell Jiao Jiao later. Little Jing Kong was furious. No. They bickered. The carriage suddenly stopped. Little Duke, little master, we've arrived, the coachman said. Xiaoheng stood up. Get off. Little Jing Kong followed him and got off the carriage. He looked around and asked in confusion, Huh? It's so late. What are we doing at the Imperial College? I'm taking you to meet someone, Xiaoheng said. He led the way in front, and Xiao Jing Kong followed unwillingly. After entering the Imperial College, Xiaoheng took him directly to the teacher's attic. The teachers had already finished their shift and the attic was dark. There was only one room that seemed to be lit by an oil lamp. The two of them came to the door. The door was open, and a teacher was writing something. Because he was too focused, he did not notice that someone had come. Teacher's son? Little Jing Kong recognized him. Teacher's son used to be one of the teachers of the prodigy class. He didn't teach the prodigy class anymore because of some personnel changes. Little Jing Kong rarely saw him. Teacher's son looked older than a few years ago. He had a few strands of white hair on his head. In fact, he was only in his 40s. Why did you bring me to see teacher's son? Little Jing Kong asked. In confusion. Xiaoheng looked at him and said, I didn't want to bring you to see teacher Sunday. Teacher's son wanted to see you himself. Huh? Little Jing Kong was even more confused. Teacher's son's eyes were sore. When he raised his hand to rub his eyes, he saw Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong. He wasn't surprised. Instead, he felt relieved. He smiled and said, Come in. The two entered the room. Little Jing Kong found that there were a lot of papers on his desk. The papers were filled with all kinds of strange formulas. He had learned a little and knew that these were the mathematics of Jiao Jiao's previous life. A lot of mathematical knowledge was recorded in one of the national books of the Yan Kingdom. Sorry to keep you waiting, Teacher Sun, Xiaoheng said. It's okay. Teacher Sun hurriedly waved his hand and said, It's my honor that you agreed to come. Who would have thought that the little cripple whom he looked down upon in the past would become the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court? He was blind and didn't recognize that he was the young Duke of Zhaodu who died in the fire. However, his achievements today had nothing to do with his identity. It was because he was truly talented and full of wisdom. Teacher Sun didn't beat around the bush. He directly bowed to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was shocked. What's going on, teacher? You suddenly bowed to me. I'm very nervous. After Teacher Sun bowed, he smiled and said sincerely, the ancestral rate that you read out was correct. I was too arbitrary and wronged you. This was when little Jing Kong just entered the Imperial College. Teacher Sun taught a math problem to the children of the prodigy class and expanded it to the ancestral rate. The ancestral rate passed down by the ancestors was only up to 7 digits, which was recorded in the Xuanjing 10 books. Little Jing Kong read out 17 or 18 digits in one breath. Teacher Sun said that little Jing Kong was talking nonsense and disturbing the class. Little Jing Kong, on the other hand, suspected that Teacher Sun was misleading his students. He even threw 10 arithmetic problems that Gu Jiao had taught him in one go, successfully stumping Teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun was not convinced and gave him 10 math problems. He answered half of them. He even said some infuriating words, "What's so strange about me not being able to answer the remaining questions? I'm a student. I came here to study because I don't know how to do it. If I know how to do it, why do I need a teacher?" Teacher Sun was so angry that he hit his palm with a ruler. However, little Jing Kong dodged quickly. He didn't hit Teacher Sun but fell down himself. The whole class burst into laughter. The students of the other 4 classes also came to watch. Teacher Sun was so embarrassed that he cried on the spot. After that, Xiaoheng took little Jing Kong to apologize to Teacher Sunday. As a student, he shouldn't disrespect the teacher and disturb the class. But at the same time, Xiaoheng also made a request to Teacher Sun. As for the ancestral rate, I will try my best to verify it. If Jing Kong is correct, then I hope Teacher Sun can also apologize to Jing Kong because you wronged him. Little Jing Kong thought that Shi was touched by his bad brother-in-law. But after that, his bad brother-in-law didn't mention it again. Little Jing Kong gradually felt that it was not a big deal and forgot about it. Xiaoheng found the formula for calculating the ancestral rate in the national letter of the Yan Kingdom. After he learned it, he taught it to Teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun had calculated it 3 days ago. It was raining outside when they came out of the attic. Bean-sized raindrops hit the eaves. The rain came so suddenly that no one expected it. The coachman was waiting outside the attic with an umbrella. There were only 2 umbrellas. Xiaoheng gave one to the coachman and the other to little Jing Kong. The rain was heavy and rapid. Small streams of water meandered through the low-lying areas. Xiaoheng squatted down in front of little Jing Kong. "Come up." Little Jing Kong muttered, "I can walk by myself." "Hurry up," Xiaoheng urged. Little Jing Kong slowly climbed onto his bad brother-in-law's back and opened the umbrella to block the pouring rain. Xiaoheng stepped in the puddles. His clothes and shoes were soaked. The rain in late spring was cold, as if it was the last resistance to summer. Little Jing Kong lay on Xiaoheng's broad and warm back. He couldn't help but feel his breath. He thought of what had happened today and muttered softly, "Why do you still remember? Who wants his apology?" Xiaoheng said, "Then should I ask Teacher Sun to take it back?" Little Jing Kong, "No." Xiaoheng laughed. "Forget it. I'll give you a free rent this year. Remember to pay back the 300 taels you owe me." Bad brother-in-law. After the new year, little Jing Kong was 9 years old. He deserved to be called a child prodigy. There was a huge gap between him and the children who just started school. Xiaoheng and the old chancellor had to give him special treatment from time to time. He wanted to take the imperial examination. Xiaoheng had no objection. Gu Jiao also agreed. He passed the examination and successfully passed the imperial examination. A 9-year-old imperial examination was quite rare. He was quite happy. He took the imperial examination to show off to his bad brother-in-law. In the end, he learned that his bad brother-in-law passed the imperial examination at the age of 8. He didn't feel good at all. How could his bad brother-in-law pass the imperial examination earlier than him? When did my bad brother-in-law pass the imperial examination? He asked the servant in the residence. The servant said, when he was 10 years old. Originally, little Duke could pass the imperial examination after passing the imperial examination. However, the princess said that it wasn't too early. She delayed it for 2 years before letting little Duke take the examination. He passed the imperial examination at that time. He wanted to be a 9-year-old imperial examination. He was better than his bad brother-in-law. In the previous dynasty, the imperial examination was held twice every 3 years. In this dynasty, in order to select more talents, it was changed to once a year. This year's imperial examination hadn't arrived yet. Little Jing Kong signed up with high expectations. He was full of confidence in the examination. The old chancellor and Xiaoheng also thought that it wouldn't be a big problem. However, no one expected that he, who had always been lucky, would go against the flow on the day of the examination. Little Eight's son chewed up his examination permit. That's right. Little Eight, who was brought to the capital by Gu Yan from the farmstead, grew up and became a father with 2 puppies. Little Jing Kong broke down and cried loudly. Sure Sui didn't pass the imperial examination too late. He could tie with his bad brother-in-law. However, he went against the flow again. He broke his hand on the day before the examination. Although 11 years old was a year late, it wasn't too much. This time, he finally entered the examination hall successfully. After finishing the examination, he caught fire. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Bad brother-in-law, did you pass your bad luck to me?" He stopped taking the imperial examination when he was 12 years old. When the dispute between the 6 states arose again, he joined the army. Digression, squatting for a guaranteed monthly ticket. While the latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10415367 HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are available here. Yen country ushered in another cruel winter. The biting cold snow almost didn't stop since the winter. The battle at Samapo had been going on for 2 months. Due to the snow blocking the road, the imperial court's supplies couldn't be delivered. The soldiers at the border had been hungry for several days. They could only dig grass roots and gnaw on tree bark to satisfy their hunger. Otherwise, they would eat the corpses of horses. In the commander's tent, several generals and commanders gathered. No one spoke. The atmosphere was very solemn. About a year ago, a rebel army suddenly rose up in the southwest region of the Yen kingdom to fight against the empress. They spread rumors everywhere, claiming that the empress's throne was obtained through improper means. The retired emperor originally didn't intend to pass the throne to her. It was she who forced her biological father to step down from the throne and put him under house arrest in the harem. Only then did she ascend the throne. She wasn't really destined to be. Moreover, her methods were too cruel and fierce. Compared to the previous tyrant, she was even worse. She killed the loyal and good and preyed on the common people. If the emperor is not benevolent, the country will not be a country. The above were the words of the rebel army. Some were true and some were false. It was true that Shang Guanyin forced the emperor to abdicate the throne. It was also true that she put him under house arrest. However, she didn't tyrannize, nor did she kill the loyal and good and the common people. As for whether she was destined to be or not, it depended on the benevolence and the wisdom of the wise. The sky was high and the empress was far away. The people in the southwest didn't know what kind of person Shang Guanyan was. The rebel army wantonly spread rumors of Shang Guanyan's atrocities. The common people began to question Shang Guanyan's character as the country's ruler. The time of the rebel army's rise was very sensitive. On the surface, the 6 countries maintained peace, but in secret, they had long been competing with each other. The situation at the border was tense. The imperial court advanced a large number of troops to the border. In contrast, the rebel army didn't attract much attention from the imperial court. However, this was where the problem lay. Samapo belonged to Cangzhou. Guomeng, as the commander of Cangzhou, received the imperial court's order to immediately lead 10,000 troops to Samapo to clean up the rebel army. Like the imperial court, he initially thought that the rebel army was just a few stragglers. It was only when the battle began that they discovered that the enemy's military strength far exceeded that of Cangzhou's regular army. No one knew where these troops came from. They were like weeds that grew all over the Sima slope overnight. Guomeng was an experienced general. He thought that the advantage in numbers didn't mean anything. After all, they were a regular army. The soldiers had the strongest physique and quality. The barracks were also equipped with the most powerful supplies and weapons. It was only a matter of time before they won. It was only when they started fighting that Guomeng realized something was off. These rebels are really good at fighting. Moreover, their equipment and armor were as hard as those of the regular army. Both sides fought and Guomeng suffered defeat after defeat. Not only did he fail to take down the rebel army's base, but he also lost a city. This city did not have a city wall, and the nearby Sima slope was a strategic location that could be attacked and defended. Guomeng changed his previous aggressive fighting style and adopted a roundabout strategy. Originally, he wanted to stall for time while waiting for reinforcements from the neighboring Yunzhou to arrive. Unfortunately, the snow had sealed off the mountain. Not to mention reinforcements, they couldn't even transport rations over. The soldiers were cold and hungry, and the wounded soldiers couldn't get medical treatment. The morale of the army was at an all-time low. Guomeng called his deputies over today to discuss the next step of the plan. The soldiers can't hold on any longer. This was Guomeng's first sentence. No one in the tent could refute it. This time, they had been careless and underestimated the enemy. They didn't expect the Cangzhou rebel army to be so difficult to deal with. Misfortune never comes alone. The snow had sealed off the mountain, making it impossible for rations and reinforcements to arrive. Did the heavens want them dead? I have a plan here, Guomeng said seriously. Everyone was not in the mood. They had suffered too many defeats and their confidence had long been shattered. Guomeng understood what everyone was thinking. In fact, he was the one who had collapsed the most. As the main general of this battle, he couldn't escape the blame. The others could say that they were following orders and that they had to fight however the higher-ups wanted them to. But could Guomeng comfort himself like that? Obviously not. He spent a great deal of effort to stabilize his emotions that were on the verge of collapse. He licked his cracked and bleeding lips and said, "The enemy's military strength is more than twice our military strength. In addition, they have sufficient rations and combat power. We can't attack them directly." There was silence in the tent, as if no one was listening to his words. Guomeng looked at the falling snow outside the tent and continued, "We will attack the rebel camp at night and capture or take Zhou Chongyue's head." Zhou Chongyue, the rebel army's leader. It was said that this person was born with superhuman strength, great martial arts, courage, and wisdom. He was the one who had used less than a year to expand a weak rebel army into a force of 20,000 soldiers. Taking his head was easier said than done. Fortunately, spies had sent news not long ago that Zhou Chongyue had accidentally fallen off his horse during training. He was trampled by the horse's hooves and was heavily injured. This was a good opportunity for them to severely injure Zhou Chongyue. Guomeng looked at everyone solemnly and said, "I know this mission is difficult, but this is our only way out. Zhou Chongyue is injured. If we don't kill him now, we won't have another chance. Once he recovers and leads his troops to attack us, we won't be able to resist. No, we don't have to wait until that day. All of us will starve to death and freeze to death here. Since we're going to die anyway, why not die on the battlefield? Killing one is worth it." Killing two is worth it. At least we won't be ashamed to face our ancestors when we reach the netherworld. We didn't waste our time in this world. These words didn't mean much to ordinary people, but in the hearts of every loyal soldier, it ignited their last shred of fighting spirit. They weren't afraid of death. What they were afraid of was not being able to die a worthy death. The snow was getting heavier. It was the perfect weather for a sneak attack. The rebel army probably wouldn't have dreamed that the Xianxia army, who were already starving, would dare to attack them on such a snowy night. This was simply suicidal. Guameng calmly selected the 100 most powerful soldiers. Everyone didn't eat dinner and gave the last of the grass and horse meat to these 100 warriors. In tonight's battle, they would either win or die trying. After filling their stomachs a little, Guameng personally led 100 soldiers to attack. Before leaving, he appointed Deputy General Lin as the reserve commander. If he didn't return, Deputy General Lin would continue to lead everyone into battle. The group of people rode their horses into the night, braving the goose feather like snow. They took a long detour through the east side of the forest, past the frozen lake, and all the way to the right wing of the rebel camp. Everything went smoothly. The horses were left in the forest, and Guameng led the group to sneak into the enemy camp. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a large number of archers appeared from all around. They drew their bows and surrounded them. Guameng's expression changed. Soon after, a wild laughter came from behind. The archers automatically opened up a path for a man in his 30s. He wore armor, had a tall and sturdy body, and had a full beard. He strode toward Guameng. He stopped about 10 steps away from Guameng. Guameng took a closer look and was instantly dumbfounded. Zhou Chongyue? Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Zhou Chongyue wasn't injured at all. He purposely released false information to lure Guameng to attack. Although the rebel army had a large number of soldiers and provisions, and had a good chance of winning, Guameng wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was good at defense. Otherwise, Zhou Chongyue would have killed them all. Zhou Chongyue laughed. General Gua, it wasn't easy to lure you here. Don't worry, let me finish. I admire General Gua very much. If General Gua is willing to surrender to me, I promise you that not only will I not kill you, but I will also protect your subordinates. The main road is blocked by snow. You must have been hungry for many days, right? What a coincidence, I have good wine and dishes to entertain General Gua and everyone. He finished speaking and clapped his hands. Behind the archers, a row of garrison cooks came over carrying braziers and roasted whole lambs. The aroma of the lamb mixed with the crispness of the sesame seeds made the already hungry Xianxia soldiers drool. Guameng also swallowed his saliva. Zhou Chongyue smiled and made a gesture of invitation. General Gua, don't be so polite. Guameng looked at the sizzling roasted lamb. His eyes glowed green. He drooled and walked toward the roasted lamb in a daze. Zhou Chongyue smiled with satisfaction. But just as he brushed past Zhou Chongyue, Guameng suddenly thrust his sword at Zhou Chongyue. Zhou Chongyue's face changed color. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed Guameng's wrist in time. Guameng was too hungry and couldn't use his full strength. Otherwise, his sword would have succeeded. General Gua, it seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Zhou Chongyue smiled coldly and kicked Guameng in the chest. Guameng fell to the ground with his sword. The rest of the Xianxia soldiers saw this and came back to their senses. They drew their swords and rushed toward Zhou Chongyue. A row of archers stood in front of Zhou Chongyue and surrounded Guameng's group with the remaining archers. Zhou Chongyue said coldly, "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive." The archers released their arrows and the Xianxia soldiers fell one by one. Soon, the snow was dyed red with blood. Guameng looked at the soldiers lying in a pool of blood. His eyes reddened and he gripped his sword tightly. Zhou Chongyue, I will kill you. Zhou Chongyue snorted disdainfully. Huh, with just you? He grabbed Guameng's neck and lifted him up high. Guameng's martial arts were not bad, but he was someone who had been hungry for 3 days. How could he be Zhou Chongyue's opponent? Just as Zhou Chongyue was about to break his neck, a sharp eagle's cry came from the vast sky. It carried a terrifying murderous aura. Even the snow in the sky seemed to freeze for a second. Zhou Chongyue frowned. In the next second, a ferocious eagle spread its snow-covered wings and swooped down. Ah! A mournful scream came from the crowd. It seemed that someone's eyeball had been pecked out by the eagle. Zhou Chongyue turned his head to look at the archer who was covering his right eye and rolling on the ground. Furrowing his brows, he threw away Guomeng in his hand and went forward to grab an archer's bow and arrow. Pulling the bowstring, he aimed at the eagle. However, before the arrow in his hand could be released, a murderous red-tasseled spear came through the air and pierced Zhou Chongyue's shoulder. Zhou Chongyue was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by the terrifying force. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Amidst the swirling snow, a young man clad in silver armor rode a warhorse similarly clad in silver armor, treading through the snow. Despite his young and tender age, he had a pair of resolute and cold eyes. Thousands of soldiers and horses could not stop him. He pulled on the reins as if he was in a no-man's land. The red cape on his silver armor fluttered behind him. Arrows covered the sky and shot toward him, but there was no fear in his eyes. Zhou Chongyue looked at the wolf youth who was exuding endless bloodthirst. He frowned unconsciously. He thought that the person who attacked him was a powerful expert, but it turned out that it was a child. How old was he? Was he 13? How could he hurt him? He must have been careless and let him get away with it. He did not care if he was a child. If he hurt him, he had to pay the price. He wanted to twist his head off. Zhou Chongyue gritted his teeth and pulled out the red-tasseled spear on his shoulder. What shocked him was that this spear was much heavier than any of the red-tasseled spears he had ever held. He could not help but wonder what kind of spear it was. He turned his head to look. Damn, it was so ugly. Zhou Chongyue was shocked by the ugly red-tasseled spear with red flowers and red braids. In that instant, the young man had urged his horse to break through the archer's encirclement and came in front of him. The young man swung his whip and rolled the red-tasseled spear back. Then, the young man's warhorse raised its hooves and stepped on Zhou Chongyue who was about to attack. Zhou Chongyue immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man held the red-tasseled spear and coldly pressed it against his forehead. Zhou Chongyue looked at the cold glint of the spear in front of him and his body stiffened. He could not believe that he, who had never been defeated before, could not fight back in the hands of the young man. He raised his head to look at the cold and inexperienced youth on the horse's back. The youth had a face that could topple cities. But his gaze was cold and full of killing intent. He asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? The young man said word by word, Black Wind Rider, Xianxia. Digression, Xianxia is a name in Jing Kong. Do you remember? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1041333719. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Zhou Chongyue was stunned. This child was actually from the Xianxia family. Then it wasn't strange that he lost to him. No, it was still strange. Firstly, this child was too young. He looked like he was only 12 or 13 years old. Secondly, he had never heard of such a powerful young general from the Xianxia family. There was a reason for this. He had always been in Zhao country and had only entered the Black Wind camp this year. Although he was a direct descendant of the Xianxia family, Xianxia didn't give him any special treatment. He started from the lowest cavalry. He was assigned to Li Shen's command and had always listened to Li Shen's orders to charge and break through enemy lines. This was the first time he had received command and led troops to Cangzhou to provide support. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Zhou Chongyue had never heard of him. In fact, it wasn't just Zhou Chongyue, even Guomeng and the others were stunned. Xianxia was so strict with his child that it made one's hair stand on end. In order to prevent people from secretly taking care of him, he didn't even allow him to use his real name. He was still called Jing Kong in the army camp. Today, in order to intimidate this group of bastards, he revealed his identity. The effect was very good. Zhou Chongyue was stunned. The remaining 5,000 rebels were also stunned. For a moment, no one dared to charge forward. Zhou Chongyue dared to rebel because he had a strong heart. He quickly forced himself to recover from the shock. He looked at the young man who held him hostage with his red tasseled spear. He clenched his teeth and said, "You're lying. I've never heard of such a person in the Xianyuan family. You think I'll be afraid of you just because you're pretending to be from the Xianyuan family?" His words were sonorous and powerful. They were not only for himself, but also to reinvigorate the morale of his troops. As expected, when the rebels heard this, they gradually looked suspiciously at the silver-armored young man on the horse. Zhou Chongyue struck while the iron was hot and said coldly, "The Xianyuan family was destroyed many years ago. Only Marshal Xianyuan Qi and his son Xianyuan Jing survived. Where did you come from, brat?" Actually, he had heard that the eldest son of the Xianyuan family had a child. However, the child rarely showed himself. There were many rumors about the child, especially in the Tsong prefecture. The child itself was a rumor. At this time, if he tried to defend himself, regardless of whether it was true or false, he would become the passive party. Guomeng looked worriedly at the silver-armored youth on horseback, worried that he would fall for Zhou Chongyue's provocation. However, the young man was not led by the nose by Zhou Chongshan. He looked coldly at his defeated opponent and said arrogantly, "I'll give you two choices. 1. Surrender. 2. Die. I'll count to 3. If you don't answer me, I'll take it that you've chosen the second option. 1. 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, Zhou Chongyue grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and threw it at Xianyuan Shi, almost at the same time. The expert hiding behind Xianyuan Shi leaped into the air, his hands clenching his scimitar as he launched a sneak attack on Xianyuan Shi. "Be careful." Guomeng was facing Xianyuan Shi and saw the sneak attack from Xianyuan Shi's back clearly. However, he was too far away and injured to block it in time. The corners of Xianyuan Shi's lips curled up slightly. Insignificant skill. His spear was like a dragon, spinning above his head. Without turning his head, he coldly pierced the expert's heart. As for the snow that Zhou Chongyue had thrown, it was blown away by the warhorse under the young man before it could reach half of the ground. Zhou Chongyue's body trembled. F***CK. This horse can blow snow. 3. Xianyuan Shi finished counting. He looked calmly at the stunned Zhou Chongyue. "Looks like you've chosen the second option." "No. I didn't even have time to say." The long spear gleaming with cold light fell, and the head of the rebel leader rolled to the feet of an archer. The archer was paralyzed with fear. Everyone shuddered. "Reporting for General Zhou," someone in the crowd shouted. Unfortunately, before he could finish, a bugle horn sounded not far away, and countless horses galloped over. One of the cavalrymen rushed at the front, carrying a flying eagle banner on his shoulder that fluttered in the wind and snow. That was the Xianyuan family's commander's flag. The Xianyuan family's cavalry had really come. The young man who killed Zhou Chongyue was not lying. He was from the Xianyuan family. With the death of their leader and the arrival of imperial reinforcements, the rebel army's morale had plummeted. It was hard to remember who was the first to escape. In short, before the Xianyuan family's cavalry flattened the mountain, all the rebels had fled. Guomeng let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Black Wind cavalry had arrived just in time. Just as he was about to witness the Black Wind cavalry's heroism, he saw a familiar face. The one carrying the commander's flag. "Yes, I'm talking about you, aren't you Erdan?" Erdan was one of Guomeng's lieutenants. His surname was Zhang Minghuan, and Erdan was his nickname. Guomeng rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. At this time, all the riders who had been shouting to charge and break through the enemy's lines had charged forward. However, he was completely dumbfounded. How were these the Black Wind cavalry of the Xianxia family? They were the remnants of the soldiers he had left in the camp. He turned to look at Xianxia in a daze. My lord, what's going on? He did not know Xianxuan's official position, but judging from his majestic appearance, it should be above his own. Xianxuan wiped his red tasseled spear with a handkerchief and said calmly, "Oh, I borrowed your men." "Where are your men?" Guameng asked. "Just me," Xianxuan said. Guameng staggered and almost fell. What do you mean just you? The imperial court only sent you as reinforcements?" "No, they sent quite a few, but they were all blocked by the snow. Only he and little she had rushed over." Guameng swallowed and mustered up his courage to ask, "May I ask how many reinforcements the imperial court sent?" 200, Xianxuan said. Guameng was dumbfounded. Only 200? That's not enough. It'll take at least 10 or 20,000. Xianxuan put away his red tasseled spear and looked at him strangely. "Why do you need 10 or 20,000 soldiers to escort the supplies?" Guameng was deeply shocked. "You are actually just an escort for the supplies? Did the rebel army know that they were being played by a small group of cavalrymen transporting supplies? May I ask from whom did you learn this skill of bluffing?" Guameng suddenly thought of an important question. "Don't tell me your identity as a member of the Xianxuan family is also." "My identity is real," Xianxuan said. "I am indeed a member of the Xianxuan family." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the remaining soldiers who were waiting for orders and frowned. "What are you still standing there for? Take it." Guameng was speechless. Under Xianxuan's leadership, the remaining soldiers of Tsang province plundered the rebel army's camp clean, leaving not a single grain of rice or thread behind. That night, the Tsang province army, who had been starving for many days, finally had a full meal. Although Zhou Chongyue was dead, his son was still alive, and so were the 20,000 soldiers of the rebel army. The weather was still bad, and the reinforcements from Yunzhou could not arrive. The Tsang province army only had 3,000 soldiers left, but only 2,000 could fight. Guameng's suggestion was to defend. "We've taken some supplies. We can defend until the Yunzhou army arrives." Xianxuan did not agree with this idea. First, they did not know how long the weather would last, and the supplies would run out one day. Second, there were too many injured soldiers. They had to quickly take back the city and let the injured soldiers in for treatment. He said seriously, "For a hot-blooded soldier, the saddest thing is not dying on the battlefield, but dying of illness in the barracks." Guameng was stunned. He did not expect a 12 or 13-year-old boy to say something like this. Had he also experienced death and pain? Otherwise, why would he have such feelings? He would rather die in battle than die of illness. In the end, Guameng agreed to Xianxuan's plan. 3 days later, Xianxuan led 2,000 soldiers of Tsang province to attack the rebel army's right wing. The rebel army had never seen the real Black Wind cavalry, but Xianxuan's reputation had already spread. Coupled with the Xianxuan family's flag, all of the rebel army thought that the ones attacking them were the Xianxuan cavalry. The rebel army's morale was low, and Xianxuan led the Tsang province army to attack the main commander's camp, scattering the 20,000 soldiers. Xianxuan first caught the least number of soldiers and chased after them. The rebel army had no power to fight back. 2 hours later, Xianxuan beheaded Zhou Chongyue's youngest son, Zhou Fengdong. 3 days later, Xianxuan captured Zhou Chongyue's third son, Zhou Fengqiu. On the 7th day, Xianxuan seriously injured Zhou Chongyue's second son, Zhou Fengxia. That night, Zhou Chongyue's eldest son, Zhou Fengchun, surrendered. In just 7 days, 2,000 soldiers defeated Zhou Chongyue's 20,000 rebel army, ending a year of civil strife in the southwest. Xianxuan could be said to have become famous in one battle. When Shang Guanyan received the news of victory from the southwest, he was overjoyed. Without waiting for Xianxuan to return to court, he directly issued an imperial edict to the whole world, conferring Xianxuan as the first marquis champion in the history of Yan Kingdom. A 13-year-old marquis, within the 6 countries, there was no one like him. Digression: the next chapter is going back to see Jiao guess if Jiao and Aheng had a second child. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/10411430 HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are available here. For the time being, Xianxia did not know that he had been conferred the title of Marquis Champion. The civil strife in the southwest had been quelled, and he was preparing to return. Before leaving, he arrived at Sima Slope. Riding Little Shi, he stood on a high slope and gazed into the vast expanse of whiteness in the distance. Guomeng urged his horse to follow beside him. Seeing that he did not speak for a long time, Guomeng felt sure he could not figure out what he was thinking. After these days of contact, Guomeng had a whole new level of respect for this youth who was even younger than his own son. He had the frivolity and hot-bloodedness of a youth, but not the impulsiveness and naivety of a youth. He was brave and resourceful, and his temperament was steady. Guomeng often sighed with emotion. This youth seemed to be born for the battlefield. The cold wind whistled, and Guomeng felt a trace of coldness. He looked at the youth with cracked lips and firm eyes, and finally opened his mouth to ask, "Sir, what are you looking at?" Xianxia said, "The mountains and rivers of the Yan kingdom." Guomeng thought for a moment, then asked, "Then, what do you see?" Xianxia said indifferently, "The Liang kingdom is asking for a beating." Guomeng did not understand. How did the Liang kingdom suddenly get involved? The topic had gone off the rails a bit too quickly. Xianxia was not stingy with his answer. Where did the rebel army's armor and weapons come from? Where did the money to raise the army come from? Zhou Chongyue is only a martial artist. How could he have such great ability? Guomeng's expression changed. You mean, the Liang kingdom is behind the chaos in the southwest? A withered leaf flew over and gently landed in Xianxuanxi's palm. Xianxuanxi clenched his fist, his eyes cold. The Liang kingdom. He released his hand, and the withered leaf turned into fine powder, which was blown away by the wind into the snow. The chaos in the southwest had come to an end, and Xianxuanxi set out to return to the capital. The road is still closed. Would you like to return a few days later? Guomeng tried to persuade him. No need. He had to rush back to spend the new year with Jiao Jiao. He nimbly mounted his horse. His silver armor and red cape fluttered in the wind behind him. He looked valiant and very handsome. Guomeng was stunned. This child was simply too good-looking. Of course, when it came to killing the enemy, they were not merciful at all. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome young man was the little killing god who had struck fear into the hearts of all the rebels on the battlefield a few days ago. Goodbye, General Gua. The young man patted the warhorse's neck and said with a smile, "There are only 13 days left. Little Shi, I'm counting on you." The adult horse king raised its front hooves and tightened its muscles. It cracked open its mouth as if it was laughing wildly. "I'm coming." All the horses in the barracks were knocked over by him, like an arrow leaving the bow. It rushed into the endless wind and snow. A man, an eagle, and a horse braved the biting cold wind and snow. They crossed mountains, cities, and forests in this extremely cold world. Finally, they arrived at Chengdu on New Year's Eve. The snow in Chengdu was also very heavy, but there was no wind today. The goose feather-like snow fell quietly. There were no pedestrians on the street, and the shops were closed. The whole street could only hear the rapid sound of horse hooves and the loud cry of the eagle hovering high in the sky. Xianxuanxi had not seen Jiao Jiao for a year. He missed her so much that his heart ached. He could not wait to return to her side. Little Shi. He pulled the reins tightly. The horse king and the young man on the horse grew up together. They had a tacit understanding and increased the speed of the horse. The horse king actually wanted to go back earlier. Human cubs were good, but it was troublesome to walk them. This time it had slipped away for a year. It really did not want to slip away again. It wanted to go back to Jiaojiao. This year, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng took the children to celebrate the new year in the Yan kingdom. First, they wanted to visit Dukan and Shangguanyan. Second, the situation in the Yan kingdom was tense. Xianxia had been guarding the border for 2 years and had not returned to the capital. Gu Jiao may go to the battlefield. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law strolled in the imperial garden wrapped in silver. From time to time, the children's laughter could be heard from behind the flowers in front of them. They were innocent and carefree. Shangguanyan's eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness. The longer she was the emperor, the stronger her fierce aura was. The palace servants rarely saw her soft side. Shangguanyan said with emotion, Jing Kong has made a great contribution to the civil strife in the southwest. Do you know that he asked to go to the southwest? He said that if he did not go, you would go. Gu Jiao's expression froze. Shangguanyan sighed, he said that you don't need to fight anymore in the future. He will fight all the battles. He told me and the Grand Marshal not to tell you any military information. It's enough to tell him. He will definitely win, he promises. Gu Jiao's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. She suddenly remembered what Jing Kong said to her when he first came to her home. Jiao Jiao, you are very powerful. I also want to be very powerful. More powerful than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be powerful. She was puzzled. The 3-year-old little Jing Kong looked up. His clear eyes without a trace of impurities looked into her eyes. Jiao Jiao must be very hard, right? Master said that powerful people have suffered a lot and will continue to suffer a lot in the future. Because powerful people are destined to go up the mountain. Going up the mountain is very hard. Going down the mountain is more comfortable. Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I will carry you up the mountain. If powerful people have to go up the mountain, then he will carry Jiao Jiao up the mountain. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to walk. Jiao Jiao's hardships, he will bear them. At that time, Gu Jiao didn't quite understand what a 3-year-old squishy ball meant by going up and down the mountain. She only gradually understood later. She also finally understood why he suddenly joined the army when he was 12 years old. He gave up the civil service and joined the military, not because he was unlucky and lost confidence in the imperial examination, but because he wanted to go to war for her. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past, and to create peace for all ages. She didn't have time to teach him these. His mind was very simple. He just wanted to give her a golden age of peace. He didn't tell me when he left. She whispered. If he had told you, you wouldn't have let him go. Shangguanyan said, looked at Gu Jiao, and said, the war in the southwest is over. Jing Kong will come back soon. He will be very happy to see you. Gu Jiao nodded. She missed Jing Kong. She missed him very much. In addition, Shangguanyan paused, the situation of the 6 countries may change again. Since the last war against Jin, the 6 countries had been at peace for several years. But not long ago, this delicate balance was broken. Shangguanyan proposed to build a water transportation system for the 6 countries, but it was opposed by all the countries. The reasons were strange. They didn't want to destroy the geomancy of their country, or they didn't want to waste money. However, the reason was actually because of an island called Baoshan. Baoshan Island was located in Jin, the territory of Jin. When Jin was defeated, they ceded a lot of cities to seek peace, including Baoshan Island. However, Baoshan Island was a deserted island. No one took a fancy to it, so Yan Kingdom took it. Who would have thought that the people who reclaimed the island would find a gold mine on the island? The other countries were unbalanced. They all thought that Yan Kingdom deliberately concealed the mineral vein, making everyone mistakenly think that it was a deserted island. Now, all the countries wanted a share of the pie. But this was impossible. Shangguanyan would never give in. However, this was not the only reason for the tension in the 6 countries. There was another major reason, the Turks. The Turks had changed. The Turks were originally separated from Jin. There were a total of 13 tribes. Over the years, the major tribes were in their own way, and there were constant disputes. It was not that no one tried to unify the 13 tribes, but no one had the means. But just 3 years ago, the weakest Turk tribe suddenly rose and annexed the other tribes one by one. In less than 3 years, they ruled the 13 tribes that had been separated for hundreds of years. 2 months ago, the Turkic Khaganate established their country and named it Wei. Whether the 6 countries recognized it or not, it was a country that started a new era. The Wei king did not claim the title of emperor for the time being, but only a king. He probably wants to wait for the envoys of the 6 countries to arrive there and witness his enthronement ceremony before officially ruling the world. Xianxia said and took out an edict from her wide sleeve. This is a letter written by the king of Wei, inviting the royal family of each country to attend his enthronement ceremony. Gu Jiao took it. She couldn't understand Jin's language, so she asked, "Is mother going?" Xianxia said, "Qing'er said he wants to go, but I'm always a little worried, so I hope to find someone to accompany him." "Let's see if it's you or uncle." Gu Jiao nodded. This was not a big problem. She could go, and Xian Yuanqi could also go. "In addition, I want to remind you of one thing," Xianxia said. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Xianxia frowned and said, "Rumor has it that the reason why the king of Wei can go from being the son of the weakest tribe leader to today is because he has a resourceful prime minister under him." Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, "What's his surname?" Xianxia said, "Liu." Digression, today is also the day I want to get monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1041085886. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Liu, what? Gu Jiao asked. Xianxia shook her head, "I don't know much about the Wei country's prime minister. I only know that his surname is Liu and he comes from a poor background. He came across the Wei country's prince by chance. Perhaps because they were in the same boat, they felt like old friends at first sight. Since then, he has been working under the Wei country's prince. From an inconspicuous little strategist, he slowly became the Wei country's most powerful think tank." Gu Jiao's attention was on the poor background and the poor background of the Wei country. "The Wei country," she murmured thoughtfully. Could it be him? While she was thinking, the 5-year-old Xiaoyan ran over with her little brother, bold, sweating. The twins were very delicate. They were white and tender. When they smiled, they had a pair of small dimples. They were very cute. Xiaoyan raised her chubby little face and said with a smile, "Imperial grandmother, mother, Song'er wants to play sleigh." The quiet little handsome boy Xiao Tsong's face darkened. "You want to play? Who likes that kind of childish thing? Go play," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoyan happily pulled Xiao Tsong away. Xiao Tsong, who was just a tool from beginning to end, the Yan country's imperial palace was very big. In order to let the 2 little guys play to their heart's content, Xianxia didn't hesitate to tear down a garden and 2 palaces to make a super big ski resort near the imperial garden. The palace servant brought the light shui sleigh made by Xiaoheng himself. Xiaoyan twisted her little butt and couldn't wait to sit on it. "What are you doing? Come on, little brother." She especially liked to call Xiao Tsong little brother. But in fact, Xiao Tsong never thought of himself as a little brother. Originally, he should have been the first to come out, but this girl kicked him aside and snatched the first place from him. So he was actually the older brother. Xiaoyan spread her hands and raised her eyebrows. "Are you afraid?" Qi Xiaotsong sat on it expressionlessly. The first place was taken by Xiaoyan. He sat behind Xiaoyan. He quietly pinched the corner of Xiaoyan's clothes. Xiaoyan tightened her grip on the reins and said proudly, "Don't tell me you secretly pinched my clothes again?" Xiaotsung's expression froze, but his tone remained the same. "I'm afraid that you'll fall." Xiaoyan patted her chest and said crisply, "It's okay to be afraid. You're the younger brother. Big sister will protect you." "Xiaotsung, don't imitate your uncle." Xiaoyan smiled mischievously. "Sit tight. Wasn't it just a sleigh pulled by a few palace servants? It wasn't that fast either. Did they think that they couldn't sit properly?" Just as Xiaotsung finished muttering to himself, he saw a black horse galloping over at lightning speed. It picked up the rope of the sled and galloped off. Xiaotsung's face turned pale. Why was it little Shi? He didn't have time to jump off the sled or call for help. Little Shi was running too fast. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was blown into a little sad frog. Little Shi ran 3 laps before stopping. The twins' hair was blown into a chamate style. Xiaoyan was so excited that she clapped her hands. "One more time. One more time." Xiaotsung calmly got off the light shui and covered his chest with his hands. With a cold expression, he knelt down in the snow and vomited. On the other side, Xianxia finally saw Jiao Jiao, whom she had been longing for. Everything had changed over the years, but Jiao Jiao was still the same in his eyes. Gu Jiao Jiao was wearing a light green brocade cloak. The edge of her hat was inlaid with a circle of snow-white fur. When the wind blew, the fur swayed gently, making her skin look even more beautiful. "Jiao Jiao." He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart as he called out her name loudly. When Gu Jiao Jiao heard him, she immediately turned around and saw the travel-worn youth across the frozen lotus pond. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up. "Jing Kong." Xianxia used his qinggong and leaped into the air. He wanted to give Jiao Jiao a handsome and competent figure so that Jiao Jiao would be immersed in his charm and be unable to extricate herself. At the same time, he wanted to prove to Jiao Jiao that he was no longer the little wrestling monk from before. The palace maids all screamed. Heavens, which girl could resist such a beautiful youth falling from the sky? Gu Jiao Jiao also smiled as she looked at the youth flying towards her. Just as he was about to land, a crisp and demonic voice suddenly sounded from not far away. "Uncle Jing Kong." "Ah." Xianxuanxi's breath stagnated, his body stiffened, and he fell from the air. It was neither close nor far, and he just happened to fall in front of Gu Jiao Jiao. His handsome face fell, and he fell flat on his face. Gu Jiao Jiao, Shang Wanyan, all the palace maids, the culprit, Xiaoyan, ran over and squatted beside the Uncle Jing Kong. She tilted her head and looked at him curiously. 3 seconds later, she copied the same posture as the Uncle Jing Kong. She buried her face in the snow and positioned herself like a small horse. Everyone again, it was rare for him to act cool, but the result was that he fell like a toad. Xianxuanxi wished that he could die on the spot. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth for 5 seconds before he calmly got up from the snow. Then he saw the little kid who imitated him. The young man's body trembled. "No way, did he fall so ugly? I want to die again," Gu Jiao Jiao laughed. Xianxuanxi looked at her laughing uncontrollably and scratched his head. Alright, if it could make Jiao Jiao happy, it was worth it no matter how ugly the fall was. Xiaoyan was very dedicated. No one helped her up, so she kept her unconscious posture. Shang Wanyan was angry and amused. "Get up." It was Xianxuanxi who lifted her up. He didn't realize that the way he lifted Xiaoyan was exactly the same as the way Xiaoheng lifted him. "Uncle Jing Kong, I miss you so much. You've become more handsome." The way Xiaoyan flattered him was exactly the same as when he was a child. Family was really a wonderful pair of words. "Jiao Jiao, Your Majesty." He greeted Gu Jiao Jiao and Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan nodded with relief. "It's been hard on you. Did you get hurt?" "No." He shook his head decisively. Then he looked around. "Huh? Why don't I see Tsong'er and Xiao Xian?" Xiaoyan sat on his arm and complained with an exaggerated expression. Little brother was sitting in the sleigh and was so scared that he vomited. Xiao Tsong, who was carried by a palace maid, had a dark face again. "I got carsick and vomited." Xiao Xian was the second child of Gu Jiao Jiao and Xiaoheng. He was also born in the 12th lunar month and just celebrated his second birthday a few days ago. He was sleeping. Xianxia knew that the siblings had a lot of intimate things to talk about since they just came back from Jingkong. She smiled and said, Xiaoxian should wake up. You can go and see him. Come to Fengqi Palace for dinner tonight. Okay. Gu Jiaojiao agreed. Xianxia left with everyone. Xianyuanshi put down Xiaoyan and cupped his hands to salute Xianxia. Gu Jiaojiao stared at the handsome and well-educated young man in front of her and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The little boy had really grown up. Xiaoyan could walk by herself. She walked in front of Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong was a little weak after vomiting. Gu Jiaojiao planned to take him from the palace maid. I'll do it. Xianyuanshi said. He stretched out his slender arms and picked up the 5-year-old Xiao Kong uncle from Jingkong. Xiao Tsong weakly called out. He gently looked at the little guy in his arms, don't talk. Gu Jiaojiao looked at him with a slight smile, you've grown taller. After a pause, she said, you've become tanned. The first sentence was quite funny, but the second sentence made him stiff. The dark history of being tanned by his bad brother-in-law came to his mind. His expression changed and he began to look around. Gu Jiaojiao said, your brother-in-law is not here. He went to repair the gun with your brother Qing. Xianyuanshi coughed lightly, I didn't find a bad brother-in-law. Gu Jiaojiao smiled. Are you injured? She asked. I'm not injured. He said firmly. Gu Jiaojiao said, okay, let me examine you later. He choked, and his eyes flashed, no, I'm not a child. I can't show you. There were too many big and small injuries on his body. He didn't want her to see them. What's more, his injuries were nothing. No matter how many injuries he had, Jiaojiao's injuries would only be more serious than his. He hurriedly changed the topic, is Xiaoxian's body better? It was strange. Xiaoxian was clearly a single fetus, and a full-term fetus, but his body was much weaker than a premature boy-girl fetus. Jingkong remembered that after the little guy was born, he was sick almost every month. During the confinement period, he lost weight instead of gaining weight. He had to drink so much medicine that his heart ached. Gu Jiaojiao paused and said, he's much better. While talking, the two came to the second prince's palace. Although Jingkong was a man with a different surname, Xianxia had already decreed that he was allowed to live in the imperial palace. Therefore, no one dared to stop him. When the two were about to come to the door of the palace, they saw a silly little being cutely poking his head out. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here, https://www.zhhbqg. com/896428964286/1040949999. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second, www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The little boy stuck out half of his body and looked around. He had a round little head and wore a clean little monk's robe. A string of small Buddhist prayer beads hung around his neck. He held the door frame with one hand and held the string of small Buddhist prayer beads with the other. He looked very obedient and cute. Xianyuanshi, however, was stunned. Who is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy saw Gu Jiao. He wanted to come out but held himself back. He clung to the door frame and called out in a childish voice, Mother. Xianyuanshi was petrified on the spot. This little monk couldn't be Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian became a monk? Gu Jiao saw his confusion. As she led him towards Xiaoxian, she explained, Xiaoxian's body is weak and he always falls sick every few days. Later, my mother carried Xiaoxian to the temple. The master in the temple said that he was fated with Buddha. Xianxia was flabbergasted. And then, he became a monk? Gu Jiao held little Xiaoxian's hand. Well, you can say that. These clothes were worn by you when you were young. Princess Mother said that wearing old clothes is good luck and can let the child grow up safely. Xianxia mumbled, no wonder it looked so familiar. When Xianxia left home, Xiaoxian was only 1 year old. Now that a year had passed, Xiaoxian didn't remember him. Xiaoxian raised his round little head and looked at him curiously with his big black grape-like eyes. Who are you? Xianxia pinched his little face. I'm your uncle from Jingkong. Do you still remember me? Little Xiaoxian shook his head very honestly. Xianxia smiled. Xiao Tsong, who was lying in his arms, opened his eyes and glanced at his younger brother. Tell your uncle in Jingkong what your name is. Little Xiaoxian nodded obediently and began to introduce himself in a childish voice. My name is Xiaoxian, and my Dharma name is Xianxia. Xianxia, you even have a Dharma name. Xiaoxian looked smaller and thinner than other children his age, but Xianxia learned from Gu Jiao that he didn't get sick as easily as he did when he was 1 year old. Yaoshi and Princess Xianxia felt more and more that raising the little guy as a monk was the right choice. There was a precedent for this among the relatives they knew, Ku and Dao Yuan Baolin. Gu Jiao held little Xiaoxian's hand and walked in. Xianxia looked at the 2-year-old boy who was struggling in the snow. He wanted to ask Jiao Jiao if he didn't want to hug him. Xiao Tsong said calmly, Mother hugs you the most. She rarely hugs the 3 of us. Xianxia was stunned. Gu Jiao gave her love for her eldest son to Jingkong without any reservation. At that time, she didn't know how to be a parent. She and Xiaoheng struggled to raise the little monk they brought back from the mountains. The little monk chased after her all day long, wanting to be her little tail. The little monk always sat on the doorstep and waited for her to come home no matter how late it was. The little monk would act spoiled and ask for kisses. He also liked to stay in her arms. It was her first time raising a child. She couldn't do anything about the clingy little monk. She could only spoil him. Fortunately, she didn't spoil him. The little monk who used to wrestle grew up to be an indomitable black wind rider. Xiao Tsong sighed like an adult. Ah, I'm jealous. Xianxuan's eyes reddened. Heat waves rolled in his heart. His Jiao Jiao, Xiao Tsong reminded him, Uncle, you're hugging me too tightly. I can't breathe. Xiaoheng and Shang Guanqing came back 2 hours later. His harem was getting bigger and bigger. After his first wife, he had 6 more concubines, all of whom had top-grade firearms. Today, his first wife's firearm was broken. It took a long time to fix it. The 2 brothers didn't know that they had come back from Jingkong. As they walked to the twins' bedroom, they said, if Mother knows that you like firearms so much, she'll take them all away for you. Shang Guanqing said, don't tell Mother. Xiaoheng said with amusement, Mother asked me to ask you, are you satisfied with the daughters of the aristocratic family she picked for you last time? Shang Guanqing waved his hand carelessly. I'm not dissatisfied. If she likes them, she can put them in my backyard. Xiaoheng asked, aren't you afraid that your backyard will catch fire? Shang Guanqing put a hand on his brother's shoulder and said cynically, ah, men, you know. Xiaoheng firmly drew a line with him. I don't know. My love for Jiao Jiao is stronger than gold. Shang Guanqing hit the nail on the head. Gold is very soft. Xiaoheng, Shang Guanqing hadn't met his destined daughter yet. He was also very worried. It wasn't that he didn't like women, but he hadn't met anyone who moved him. What could he do? I've said it before. She has to be as good at martial arts as Jiao Jiao, as dignified and gentle as Mother, and as humorous and witty as Mother. Such a woman is my destiny. Xiaoheng glanced at him speechlessly. You can be single for the rest of your life. As the 2 brothers talked, Xiaoyan's voice came from the bedroom. She was patiently teaching her brother. What's 1 plus 1? 1, Xiaoxian said. Xiaoyan touched her forehead. I've taught you this many times. It's not 1, it's 2. Xiaoxian said, 2. Right. On the Kong bed in the warm room, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged opposite her brother. Say it again. What's 1 plus 1? Xiaoxian said, 1. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. 1 times 1 equals 1. What's 2 plus 2? She took out 4 fingers and looked at little Xiaoxian with a mischievous gaze. Xiaoxian said, 2. Xiaoyan collapsed. Xiaoyan sat up and grabbed her clothes. She breathed in and out. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know how to do this, right? Xiaoxian nodded. Xiaoyan taught seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiaoxian answered seriously, Shang, mountain, hit, tiger, head, axe, tiger. Xiaoyan spat out 180 degrees of blood on the spot. After spitting out the non-existent blood, she fell backwards, her small body sprawled out on the heated bed. Next door, Gu Jiao had just finished examining Xiao Tsung's body. He only had simple motion sickness and would be fine after a day or 2 of rest. She asked the nanny to take Xiao Tsung out. Shan Yuanxi also planned to go out. Sit down, Gu Jiao said. Shan Yuanxi scratched his head and smiled. I really don't need it. I didn't vomit. Gu Jiao pressed him down on the chair. The white light from the window shone on the youth's handsome face. He blushed a little, and his ears were visibly red. I'm really fine, he said. Gu Jiao took his pulse and asked seriously, where are you hurt? No. He subconsciously retorted. He thought of something and his eyes flashed. He raised his left wrist and said, are you talking about this? Gu Jiao lifted his sleeve slightly, revealing a red and swollen bruise. He said carelessly, I didn't hold the red tasseled spear properly that day and accidentally twisted it. In the past, he would sit on the threshold and wait to show her his small injury. He would even save his tears for her to see when she came back. Now, he was covered in bruises and refused to say a word. Let me do it. Xiao Heng's voice suddenly appeared at the door. The two of them looked at him in unison. You're back, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng nodded and stepped into the room. He looked at the medicine box on the table and said to Gu Jiao, there are couplets outside. Do you want to take a look? Okay. Gu Jiao left the medicine box and turned to leave the room. Shan Yuanxi pursed his lips reluctantly. What? I just said a few words to Jiao Jiao. Bad brother-in-law. When Xiao Heng saw him at the door, he didn't dare to recognize him. He hadn't seen him for a year and he had grown taller and more mature. He was no longer that immature child. He had the heroic spirit of a soldier and the murderous aura that came from the battlefield. But when he spoke, Xiao Heng was sure that he was still the little monk who fought with him in a battle of wits and courage. Xiao Heng said to him, okay, Jiao Jiao is gone. There's nothing to hide. Take off your clothes. Shan Yuanxi vigilantly crossed his arms. What are you doing? Xiao Heng picked up the medicine on the table and said lightly, if I don't finish this medicine for you, I won't be able to help you if Jiao Jiao asks. Shan Yuanxi chose between letting Jiao Jiao worry or letting his bad brother-in-law worry. Then keep it a secret for me. Don't tell Jiao Jiao. Got it. He unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the mottled scars all over his body. When he was a child, Xiao Heng bathed him. Xiao Heng knew exactly where he had pockmarks on his body. Xiao Heng knew that he would be injured, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Although most of the scars had healed, he must have been in a lot of pain at the time. This was also a child that he had raised himself. You. Xiao Heng's throat swelled with pain. Shan Yuanxi pretended not to see his slightly red eyes. He turned his face and said, hurry up, I'm cold. The tip of his nose was also sore. It was strange. He didn't want to cry, but when his bad brother-in-law's eyes turned red, he couldn't help it. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826/1040894667 HTML genius remembered the website address in 1 second, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Xiaoheng stayed in the room for half an hour before coming out. Just now, he deliberately gave Gu Jiao a reason to leave, not because Gu Jiao really wants to read the couplets. Sure enough, he went next door. Gu Jiao sat there motionless. That quiet look of hers made one's heart ache. Gu Jiao heard him push the door open. She got up and looked at him. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were worried. How is Jing Kong? Xiaoheng entered the room and put the empty bottle of medicine on the table. The answer was already obvious. Such a big bottle, their whole family can't use it in a year. It can be seen how many injuries Jing Kong has. Gu Jiao sullenly put her forehead on his tight chest. He raised his slender hand and gently rubbed her head. When she was depressed, he always comforted her like this. Xiaoheng whispered, "Don't be too sad." I looked carefully, his injuries are all healed. He can calmly explain to her. Just now in the room, he almost couldn't hold it in several times. Fortunately, his embarrassing appearance was not seen by Jiao Jiao, otherwise, he will have no face to see people in the future. She whispered, "He used to have acne. I didn't even want him to leave a small pockmark, so I wrapped his little hand. He sneaked out to scratch himself and was caught red-handed by Gu Chongqing. Now that he has so many scars on his body, her heart must be in pain. Also, he would even tell me when he hurt his finger by hitting walnuts." Xiaoheng doesn't know how to comfort her. Boys are like this. When they are young, they always stick to their mother. But as they slowly grow up, some words, some things can only be known by their father. Probably, this is the price of growing up. It's the child's protection of his mother. Dinner was placed in Sheng Wanyan's room. Because Xiao Tsong just vomited, his body hasn't recovered, so someone has to carry him. Xiaoheng has already carried Xiao Yan and little Xiao Xian, so Gu Jiao went to carry Xiao Kong. But how can Shan Yuanxi let Jiao Jiao be tired? He had to be the one to carry the baby. Shan Yuanxi decisively took Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong sat in his arms with a dark face. "Uncle, can you be a human?" Tonight was the New Year's Eve dinner. Dukan was invited to the palace, and so was Feng Wuxiu. Feng Wuxiu was rather confused. Why would they invite him or his brother to the reunion dinner in the palace every time? However, if the food made by the imperial chef was delicious, he would be happy to come. Shan Yuanqi, Liao Chen, and priest Qing Feng were all stationed at the border and could not return to the capital. During dinner, Shan Yuanqi finally found out that he has been conferred a marquis. To be honest, he doesn't care much about official positions. He didn't go to war to become an official. However, if he can show off to his bad brother-in-law, then he will be very happy. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and said in an accent, "Aya, some people are only the top scorer at 19 years old, but some people are already marquises at 13 years old." At the table, except for Xiao Yan and little Xiao Xian who didn't understand, everyone's mouth twitched. The familiar recipe, the familiar taste, that arrogant little monk is back. But what kind of Versailles is this, only the top scorer at 19 years old? How do you want other top scorers to live? Also, should I remind you that your bad brother-in-law is the young chancellor of the Imperial College at 13 years old, the ceiling of one civil and one martial arts is taken down by the two of you. Shan Yuanqi raised his chin and snorted, "I don't care. In any case, I am better than my bad brother-in-law." Xiaoheng picked up a piece of freshly deboned fish for him. "Eat your food." Shan Yuanqi didn't feel like eating meat when he was 10 years old. In the beginning, he could only drink a bit of meat soup. Later on, he gradually ate a bit of small fish and shrimp. Now, he can also eat a bit of lean meat. He just can't eat too much. Shan Yuanqi snorted and began to eat heartily. At this time, he was a carefree child again. New Year's Eve was also Xiaoheng and Shan Yuanqi's birthday. The imperial kitchen made longevity noodles for the two, and Shan Yuanqi finished it all in one gulp. He never went hungry at home, but on the battlefield he went hungry every few days. This caused everything he ate to be especially delicious. The adults at the table saw him like this and couldn't help but feel some heartache. Dukan smiled and tried to smooth things over. I almost forgot to give you a present. Xianxia took his head out of the bowl of noodles. Oh, there's a present? For me? Dukan smiled. You and Aheng both get one. Everyone gave Xiaoheng books, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings as gifts. The gifts for Xianxia were much more varied. Gu Jiao gave him a newly made 9-section whip. Gu Xiaoshan also designed a hidden weapon on the whip. It could be used to attack, defend, and sneak attack. Xianxia went outside to try it out. The weight and length were just right, and the flexibility was perfect. He liked it very much. He tied the whip to his waist and returned to his seat. He asked Xiaoheng, brother-in-law, what do you have for me? Xiaoheng said. Indifferently, no, I didn't know you were coming back. Just as he said this, there was a sudden whoosh from outside the hall. Immediately after, golden fireworks bloomed in the endless sky. Fireworks. Xianxuan's eyes widened, and he dashed out with a whoosh. Xiao Yan was extremely anxious. I also want to see. I also want to see. I also want to see. The doors and windows were wide open. The position of the reunion dinner was excellent. The angle of the fireworks was also carefully calculated. Sitting down, one could watch the fireworks feast. But the fireworks were gorgeous, so everyone went to the small garden outside the hall. The colorful golden fireworks bloomed again and again. The entire night sky was lit up, and the whole palace witnessed this magnificent fireworks. Bang! 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 Xiao Yan was so excited that she cried out, so beautiful! So beautiful! The quiet and beautiful young man Xiao Tsong also felt that tonight's fireworks were beautiful. Xiao Xian, who was only 2 years old, was scared by the explosion and hid in Sheng Wanyan's arms. There were a total of 13 fireworks. Xianxuan looked up at the sky full of colorful lights. He was reluctant to blink. Gu Jiao came to his side at some unknown time. She also looked at the gorgeous fireworks and softly said, your brother-in-law specially made it for you. Huh? He was startled. Gu Jiao said, when you came back from Liang State last year, didn't you say that Liang State's fireworks were beautiful? Your brother-in-law made it for you. He planned to show it to you on your 12th birthday, but you joined the army. Xiaoheng didn't say it, but he always remembered it in his heart. Jing Kong was a year older, so he made more fireworks. He just waited for Jing Kong to come back safely. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at him. Your brother-in-law loves you very much. Just like how he loved his eldest son, he was strict and picky. But if you want the stars, I will not hesitate to give you the whole galaxy. Xianxuan pulled his slightly red little ears, glanced at his bad brother-in-law who was also watching the fireworks not far away, and whispered, Jiao Jiao loves me the most. After watching the fireworks, Shang Guanqing brought the osmanthus wine brewed by the palace bartender. Xianxuan drank wine for the first time in his life. Well, it was Shang Guanqing who made him drink. He perfectly inherited Gu Jiao's alcohol tolerance. He got drunk after 1 cup, then he also perfectly inherited Gu Jiao's alcohol tolerance. He held the wine pot in one hand and staggered on the grass in the small garden with the other hand. He took a deep breath and began to sing. So what if the lyrics are worn out bones and ashes are all mine, duckweed in troubled times enduring the fire of war to burn the mountains and rivers, although I am humble, I dare not forget my country even if no one knows me. He raised his right hand, turned his body, and said in a dramatic tone, the people below the stage pass by, can't see the old color. The people on the stage sing a heartbreaking farewell song. Love is hard to fall in ink. She sings blood is needed to make peace. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. She is finally a guest. The young man was thin and tall, and his face was as handsome as jade. He was a little tipsy and blurred after drinking. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and his singing was soul-stirring. He was indescribably handsome. Such a young man was truly captivating. The palace maids' hearts were thumping, and they all blushed unconsciously. Shang Guanqing was also drunk. He listened to the song while tapping on his leg. When the song ended, he raised the wine pot and shouted, good. Gu Jiao sat next to Xiaoheng and looked at the young man who looked like a banished immortal. She smiled and said, so beautiful. Xiaoheng was speechless. Wife, look at me. Xianxia drank 2 more mouthfuls and was so drunk that he passed out. Xiaoheng came over and carried him back. I can walk by myself. He waved his hand and refused. Xiaoheng looked at him with anger and amusement. Walk a few steps for me to see. Xianxia was speechless. Xiaoheng carried him up. Xianxia lay on his back and squeezed his shoulder. He muttered, bad brother-in-law. Why do I feel that you have become smaller? You have grown up. How could he become smaller, an 8-year-old child and a 13-year-old child lying on the same back would naturally feel different. Xianxia was drunk, but he did not forget to ask worriedly, Can you carry me? Xiaoheng carried him in the direction of the bedroom. I'm only 27. I'm very young. Why can't I carry a 13-year-old child? Oh. Xianxia buried his face in his shoulder and said vaguely, then promise me. Don't get old. You and Jiao. Don't get old, Xiaoheng smiled. Okay, I won't get old. Xianxia hugged Xiaoheng's neck and muttered drunkenly, it doesn't matter if I get old, you raise me when I'm young, and I'll raise you when you're old. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online are here, https://zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1040757778. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second, www.zhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The 3 children were also tired from playing. Xiaotsong was the first to fall asleep in Wugong's arms. Little Xiaoxian, who was held by Shang Guanyin, was also very sleepy. The little bald head was like a chicken pecking rice. Xiaoyan wanted to light a few more firecrackers, but unfortunately, she ran out of power. She dragged her small body weakly to Gu Jiao's side. At this moment, she really couldn't walk, so Gu Jiao picked her up. And Wugong warmly said, let's send the children back to sleep first. His Majesty should also rest. Shang Guanyin nodded her head and lovingly looked at Xiaoxian, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. She wrapped his cloak tightly. It's cold, it's time to go back. In fact, the twins were usually very sturdy. They generally didn't get sick in the wind and rain. Only little Xiaoxian's body was weak, so she had to be careful at all times. Your Majesty, this old servant will do it. Wu Xixi wanted to take the child from Shang Guanyan's arms and send him back to Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao's palace. The drunk Shang Guanqing suddenly put down the wine pot and strode toward the two. Okay, I'll do it. You accompany my mother back. Shang Guanyan looked at her son suspiciously. She was very worried that he would break her baby in his drunken state. Shang Guanqing has the physique of a wine immortal. He gets drunk quickly and wakes up quickly. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly drink a large table of relatives and friends at Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao's wedding? Don't worry, I won't break him. I don't have an heir, so I'm counting on him to support me in the future. Shang Guanyan glared at him fiercely. After the new year, you must choose a wife for me. Shang Guanqing bitterly touched his nose. He drank too much and talked too much. Why didn't he mention that? He smiled and said, Good, choose, I choose. I'll listen to mother. I'm the most obedient. When Shang Guanyan heard this, she knew that he was being perfunctory. She helplessly shook her head and said, I should knock you out with a stick and throw you into a ditch. Let's see if you have your brother's good luck and be picked up by my daughter-in-law. Shang Guanqing. Mother, you're not serious. With Xiaotsong in his left hand and little Xiaoxian in his right, Shang Guanqing sent them back to Zhaoyang Palace. Gu Jiao carried Xiaoyan and sent Dukan to the palace gate. Dukan could now move freely. He looked at Gu Jiao and the little fellow lying on her shoulder and sighed. I told you not to send them off, but you had to go so far in the wind. What if Yenna freezes? Xiaoyan opened one eyelid. Grandpa, I won't freeze. Dukan could not help but laugh. Xiaoyan had the strongest constitution among the 3 children, and she was also the most energetic one. She had never been sick since she was a child. However, he still didn't dare to be careless. That's all for now. I'm leaving. Grandpa, goodbye. Xiaoyan lay in her mother's arms and waved her small hand at him. Duke. And smiled dotingly and turned to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao looked down at the little fellow in her arms. Okay, let's go back. Before she could finish her words, she saw Xiaoyan close her eyes and snore. She fell asleep in seconds. It's not easy to hold on until now. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Children are really fun. She carried Xiaoyan back to the palace. On the other side, Shang Guanyan also returned to her palace. She sat in front of the dressing table, and the little palace maid came forward to untie her hair. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror and pressed her sore eyebrows. Wu Cixi considerately stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, are you tired? Shang Guanyan laughed and said, I'm getting old. I can't be compared to when I was young. I remember when I was in the imperial tomb, Qing'er always tried to find ways to stay up until the morning of the first day of the new year. Wu Cixi busily said, Look at what you said, how old are you? Although you are over 40 years old, Your Majesty was born with a superior physique. You don't look old at all. Instead, you look very charming. Although your eyes are sharp, they are clean and clear. Shang Guanyan smiled. As an emperor who holds the power of life and death, she doesn't care about her appearance. Wu Cixi wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? She saw Wu Cixi's expression from the bronze mirror. Wu Cixi smiled and looked at the little palace maid who was untying Shang Guanyan's hair. He said, This slave will do it. Shang Guanyan faintly raised her hand. The little palace maid understood and tactfully retreated. Wu Cixi took the pearl hairpin from Shang Guanyan's bun and said with a dry smile, Yan Shanjun, sent another New Year gift. Does Your Majesty want to take a look? In fact, as early as the year when Shang Guanyan ascended the throne, Yan Shanjun asked to remove his royal status. The memorial was suppressed in the cabinet for several years, but Shang Guanyan never allowed it. As for why it was not allowed, outsiders didn't know the inside story. But as Shang Guanyan's confidant, Wu Cixi more or less knew a thing or two. This Yan Shanjun was not a member of the great Yan imperial family. He was the child of the former Empress Dowager and the Tujue. The former Empress Dowager was not the retired emperor's biological mother. Therefore, he and His Majesty were not related by blood. For the first 2 years, he didn't understand Yan Shanjun's thoughts. He thought that he was taking into account the relationship between uncle and nephew since childhood, so he often sent letters and gifts. Until one time, he accidentally bumped into Yan Shanjun, who came to the imperial palace to visit His Majesty. Yan Shanjun put His Majesty on the desk and deeply stared at His Majesty, saying, Shang Guanyan, I told you, when we meet again, I will not be your imperial uncle. My goodness, he only hated that he was not blind and deaf. If he bumped into this, he was afraid that he would be silenced. Fortunately, His Majesty was merciful and didn't mention killing him. His Majesty later pushed Yan Shanjun away. As for whether it was because he disturbed him or His Majesty didn't have any interest in Yan Shanjun, he didn't know. No need, put it in the warehouse. Shang Guanyan lightly said. Wu Cixi opened his mouth. This, Shang Guanyan coldly looked at him from the bronze mirror. What this? If I tell you to do it, then do it. While Wu Cixi was worried about what to do, Shang Guanqing came. Wu Cixi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Shang Guanqing stepped inside. I'll talk to my mother for a while. You go and get me a bowl of hangover soup. Yes. Yes. Wu Cixi hurriedly retreated. No one helped her with her hair, so Shang Guanyan had to do it herself. Shang Guanqing pulled a stool with his foot and sat down beside her. He tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. My mother is beautiful. Those women outside can't be compared to her. Shang Guanyan lightly said, Do I need you to say that? Shang Guanqing curled his lips. Well, you're quite good at it. Song-er and the others are asleep? Shang Wanyan took off the hair clip on her head. Shang Wanqing hummed. Shang Wanyan said, then why did you come to my palace in the middle of the night? Did you drink too much and went to the wrong palace? Shang Wanqing bluntly said, I heard that Yan Shanjun gave you a New Year gift again. I want to see it. Shang Wanyan calmly said, if you want to see it, go see it yourself. Shang Wanqing suddenly changed the topic. He's a nice guy. Shang Wanyan's action of removing the earrings paused. She looked at her son from the bronze mirror. Shang Wanqing was bowing his head and admiring his new official boots. She didn't ask Shang Wanqing how he knew. Shang Wanqing looked unreliable, but he was actually very clever. Many things can't be hidden from him. Are you worried that I won't be willing to find a stepfather for me? No, I'm already so old. Having a stepfather won't affect me much. And, he paused and said, Yan Shanjun is very good to me. There are some things he didn't want me to tell you. I thought it would be better to tell you. I don't want to force you to accept anyone's feelings. I want you to know the whole truth, and then carefully consider your own choice. When I was a child, I always liked to escape from the imperial mausoleum to explore the outside world. Although there were guards following me, I always liked to drill into dangerous places. Several times I escaped from death thanks to Yan Shanjun. He was not in the capital for a few days. People always thought that he liked to travel. Many times, he actually went to find me, but he couldn't say it. He was afraid that Imperial Grandfather would find out and suspect that you colluded with him. He took out a wooden dagger from his arms. There were a few teeth marks on it. It was bitten by the woman who was about to give birth under the Ghost Mountain. When I was 7 years old, he made it for me. Also, when you were dealing with the Crown Prince, he revealed a lot of information about the Crown Prince's mansion to the palace people around you. So, if you don't accept him because you are worried about me, you can dispel this doubt. The next day, Xiaoheng paid the price for carrying the Jing Kong. When he woke up, his waist and back were sore. That kid is too heavy. When he was a child, he always looked a year younger than his peers. How could he grow so much when he was older? At 13 years old, he was taller than Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun, who were 15 years old. Gu Jiao sat up and looked at him. There were so many guards, but you had to carry it yourself. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Xiaoheng put down the hand that was rubbing his back in a second and sat up straight to save face. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and slowly pulled back the quilt behind her, revealing 3 small black heads. The 3 of them looked at him with blinking eyes. Xiaoheng was stunned. Gu Jiao said mischievously, did you hear that? Just now, father said it doesn't hurt. We can go hiking today. Xiaoheng. Digression, ha 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 ha, I can't hold it in anymore. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1040700689. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. In the Yan Kingdom, there was also a custom of burning incense on the first day of the new year. Gu Jiao's mountain climbing actually meant going to the temple to burn incense. They couldn't get the first incense, so they tried their best to reach the temple before noon, burn a few incense sticks, and eat a vegetarian meal. The 3 little ones remembered that they wanted to go out and play, so they came early. Xiaoheng was tired for most of the night, so he was still asleep when the children came. Xiaoyan looked at her father, who was lazing in bed for the first time in her memory, and couldn't help but remember how her father carried her uncle last night. She asked her mother if her father couldn't carry her uncle and was injured. If her father was injured, then he definitely couldn't climb the mountain today. But her father just said that it didn't hurt. Yay, let's climb up. Xiaoyan scrambled to her feet. She first pulled Xiaotsong up, then clumsily carried the 2-year-old Xiaoxian down. She giggled and said, "Daddy, you're awesome. Uncle in Jing Kong is already so old, yet you can carry him." With this flattery, Xiaoheng didn't even have the leeway to go back on his word. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a weak father? He wanted face in front of his wife, but he also wanted dignity in front of his children. He cleared his throat and said without changing his expression, "Cough, of course, your uncle is heavy." Hee hee. Xiaoyan happily brought her 2 younger brothers out of the house. "We're going to climb the mountain." Gu Jiao looked at him with smiling eyes. Xiaoheng grabbed her hands, turned over, and pressed her under his body. He punishingly bit her soft lips and said fiercely, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Gu Jiao guiltily blinked her eyes. "Then are you going to punish me?" Xiaoheng, who was already punishing her, if this wasn't a punishment, then he would have to punish her even more. But after he was punished, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the house today. He took a deep breath and kissed her lips again. "I'll remember this and punish you when I come back tonight." After saying that, he suppressed the urge to be easily aroused by her early in the morning and let go of her. Then he saw her take out 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes of Tao from the small medicine box. Taking the initiative to accept the punishment, he was extremely obedient. Xiaoheng, Xianyuanxi lived in Zhaoyang Palace. After waking up their father, the 3 little kids went to wake up their uncle from Jing Kong. Xianyuanxi had a hangover after drinking a glass of wine. When he woke up, his head was buzzing. "Uncle, uncle." Xiaoyan jumped around his bed. "Wake up. We're going to climb the mountain." "Oh." Xianyuanxi drowsily raised his other hand to block the dazzling light. Coincidentally, at this time, the little palace maid who came into the room to help him wash up came in with a basin. At a glance, she saw the lazy and handsome young man under the morning light. Her eye swept past him and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the slightly moving small Adam's apple. She only felt her heart throbbing. Her footsteps staggered, and the water in the basin spilled. "Get up! Get up!" Xiaoyan turned into a little loudspeaker spirit and kept talking in Xianyuanxi's ear. Xianyuanxi pulled the quilt to cover his head. She put her small head into the quilt and continued to talk tirelessly. Heaven's way of reincarnation. Xianyuanxi, who had been talking to others, finally experienced the despair of his grandaunt and others. He was annoyed by Xiaoyan and sat up without any love for life. Okay, uncle is getting up." After breakfast, a group of people took a carriage to the Lingying Temple in the outer city. Shang Guanyan was not in the entourage. Only Shang Guanqing and Xiaoheng's family were with them. There were too many pilgrims coming to the temple. The carriage could not go any further when it was 1 li away from the foot of the mountain. A group of people got off the carriage and walked. There were too many people here. It was impossible to let the children walk on the ground. Shang Guanqing held Xiaotsong, and Xiaoheng held little Xiaoxian. Xiaoyan poked her small head out from behind Gu Jiao and smiled at Xianyuanxi. "Uncle from Jing Kong." Xianyuanxi's eyebrows twitched. He braced himself and picked up Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan shook her head and talked all the way. Xianyuanxi's head was about to explode. Xiaoheng held little Xiaoxian in one hand and held Gu Jiao in the other, leisurely following behind. Seeing that the former little monk was annoyed by Xiaoyan's quarrel, a certain someone is very happy. "Bad brother-in-law, you're not allowed to gloat." A certain someone snorted coldly. Xiaoheng's smile froze. After confirming that Jing Kong did not turn around, he thought, "Are your eyes on the back of your head? How could you notice this?" The group entered the temple and offered incense. The 3 little guys kowtowed and worshipped Buddha. They looked very proper, especially little Shirshin, who was wearing a small monk robe and small Buddha beads. If he kowtowed again, those who did not know would think that he was the little master in the temple. However, this little master was simply too adorable. Yes, P. Little monk Shirshin, who was little Xiaoxian, tugged at his father's clothes. Xiaoheng pointed at Xianyuanxi. Go find uncle. Little Xiaoxian walked over and raised his little head. Uncle, P. Bad brother-in-law, you're too lazy. Xianxia had already experienced his bad brother-in-law's laziness. He did not have the slightest hope for his bad brother-in-law. He carried little Xiaoxian to the outhouse. We'll wait for you in the meditation room, Xiaoheng said. Got it. Xianxia pursed his lips. On the way from the outhouse to the meditation room, they had to pass by a small plum garden. When Xianxia carried little Xiaoxian and walked on the small path in the plum garden, they bumped into a young lady wearing a pink cloak and a veil. The limestone path was so narrow. Xianxia intentionally gave way. Who knew that the other party was also giving way, and in the same direction? Xianxia hurriedly went to the right again. Coincidentally, the other party also thought the same. After a while, they really could not walk past each other. Xianxia simply turned sideways. Miss, please. The young lady bowed to express her gratitude. Then she turned and walked forward. When she brushed past the two of them, little Xiaoxian reached out his little hand and pulled off her hair clip. Xianxia, sorry. Xianxia first apologized to the girl, then looked at the little guy in his arms. Xianer, return it to her. Little Xiaoxian did not return it. The young lady warmly said, It's all right, it's just a hair clip, it's not worth much. Xianxia said, That won't do, if word gets out, it will damage Miss' reputation. But no matter what he said, little Xiaoxian did not return it. Xiaoxian's body was weak, he did not dare to let him cry, afraid that he would cry until he fainted. In the end, under Xianxuanxi's insistence, he bought the hair clip for 20 taels of silver. After returning to the meditation room, he did not hide anything and told him everything that happened in the garden. Xiaoheng looked sternly at his little son. Little Xiaoxian was so scared that he trembled and threw himself into Xianxuanxi's arms. He was not stupid, he knew that it was useless to throw himself into his mother's arms after getting into trouble. His mother and father were always on the same side, only his uncle was reliable. Xianxuanxi protected the little guy in his arms and softly coaxed him. All right, Xianer, don't be afraid, uncle will protect you. Xiaoheng, your new gun is gone. Xianxuanxi handed little Xiaoxian over in a second and sternly said to Xiaoheng, discipline your own son. Little Xiaoxian, Xiaoheng brought his son to the meditation room next door. Mistakes that should be corrected must be corrected, but he had a principle of not reprimanding his child in front of others. A quarter of an hour later, the father and son came over from the meditation room next door. No one knew what Xiaoheng said to little Xiaoxian, but little Xiaoxian obediently returned the hair clip to Xianxuanxi. Xianxuanxi, no, why don't you give it to me? Xianxuanxi also did not want it. What scholar and beauty meeting by chance, meeting by fate, this kind of scene would not cause a reaction on Xianxuanxi. He felt that the hair clip was very ugly, so he turned around and threw it away. On the way back, Xiaoheng did not take the carriage, but rode a horse with Xianxuanxi. Xianxuanxi glanced at his bad brother-in-law beside him. It's such a strong wind, I don't care if it gets damaged. Xiaoheng was not that weak. He just did not practice martial arts, but he secretly trained his body. But Xiaoheng gave up the opportunity to be intimate with his wife to accompany Xianxuanxi to ride a horse. It seemed that he had something to say. What exactly is it? Xianxuanxi asked. Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment. It was not convenient to Jiao to talk about this kind of thing, so he had to worry about it himself. He paused, leaned the horse closer to him, and asked calmly, You didn't fool around with anyone in the military camp, right? Fool around with what? Xianxuanxi did not understand. Xiaoheng thought about the pearl hair clip and said, You're old. Many children of aristocratic families are already familiar with human affairs at your age, but I don't agree with that. Xianxuanxi half guessed and half explained. Combined with his somewhat indescribable expression, he finally understood what he was talking about. Xianxuanxi's little face darkened. Bad brother-in-law, what are you talking about? How old am I? It seemed that he really did understand. Before he went to the military camp, he was just a simple child. After hanging around with those veterans for a year, he had gained a lot of knowledge. Children grew up too quickly. If one did not pay attention, they would already be half an adult. Xiaoheng suppressed his feelings and said, "You have to take care of your body. You can't act recklessly." "I never thought about this kind of thing." "Okay." Xianyuan, she was still a baby in his heart. But he would not admit it. Perhaps all young men were like this. No matter how childish they were in their hearts, they always had to pretend to be mature on the surface. He raised his chin and snorted. "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself." Xiaoheng asked, "What's wrong with me?" Xianyuanshi raised his eyebrows and said, "I heard that there was a Lu Xiang in Wei state. He came from a lower state and had a low status. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Jiao Jiao once had a close friend in Jiao state. His surname was Lu. His name was Lu Yixing." Digression, Grand Secretary Xiao, mighty and domineering face, add another box of Tao Tao for tonight. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1040584337. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Last night, he carried Jing Kong on his back and was already sore. Today, he took the children to pray for incense for the whole day. Gu Jiao sympathized with her husband and consciously put back 2 boxes of Tao Tao in the drawer. Who knew that her husband was so stubborn that he walked over, opened the small medicine box, and took out the Tao Tao that she put back. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. That's right, he even added another box. Gu Jiao, do you have some misunderstanding about how long you can last? The two of them spent an indescribably charming night, and they didn't stop until dawn. The couple, who were supposed to visit the Duke's residence on the 2nd day of the new year, didn't get up this time. The 3 little kids were sensible children. They rarely went to disturb their parents. Usually, they would disturb their uncle, Shang Guanqing. Now that Xianyuanshi was back, the 3 of them changed to disturb him. Xianyuanshi experienced the despair of being dominated by the little kids again. At dawn, he was pulled out of bed by the steamed bun army led by Xiaoyan. Children were really energetic. The 3 of them wanted to ride horses today. Xiaoyan wanted to ride horses. She voted for the 3 of them, and Xiao Tsung's objection was invalid. Xianyuanshi took the 3 little tails to find little Shi. Little Shi wasn't in the stable at the moment. It went to the Black Wind King to flirt, but it was chased all the way by the Black Wind King. It escaped to the frozen lake and fell straight down. The Black Wind King was the same age as Gu Jiao. It was 24 years old this year, which was considered old for a warhorse. Ordinary warhorses began to enter old age at the age of 16. The horse's back would gradually droop, and its muscles would atrophy and become weak. However, these phenomena didn't seem to appear on the Black Wind King. It was still strong and healthy. Little Shi was beaten up badly. After a year, it thought it was strong, but when it came back, it realized that it was naive. Little Shi felt wronged. However, if one looked carefully, they would still be able to see the difference. In the past, when the Black Wind King beat it up, it didn't even blush or pant. But now, after beating it up, it panted on the spot for a long time. Little Shi stood up with a disheveled mane. She walked over to Black Wind King and rubbed her head against him. It was as if they were asking, "Hey, are you okay?" The Black Wind King left proudly. In the end, its back was not as straight as it was when it was young. Over the past 7 years, countless warhorses from different countries had challenged its authority, but it had never been afraid of challenges. It had used its absolute strength to defend the honor of the Black Wind Riders and created its own legend. Even though it was panting heavily, its footsteps were still graceful and composed, and it carried an innate aura of slaughter and the domineering aura of a king. Little She silently followed behind it, mischievously stepping on its footprints. The Black Wind King turned around. Little 11 stared at it blankly. It opened its mouth wide and smiled at it. The Black Wind King retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward proudly. In the first month, the palace was immersed in the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival. But one day, a piece of news from the border of the Zhao Kingdom broke the atmosphere. The western border of the Zhao Kingdom was breached and more than 10 cities were lost. Was it done by the Liang Kingdom? Gu Jiao asked the imperial guard who delivered the letter. The western border of the Zhao Kingdom was actually bordered by the Yan Kingdom, but the Yan Kingdom did not do such a thing and would not do such a thing. So, only the Liang Kingdom was left. The Liang Kingdom was located southwest of the Zhao Kingdom, but it was farther away than the Yan Kingdom and separated by a long waterway. The imperial guard hurriedly said, I'm sorry. It's not the western border, it's the eastern border. The Chen Kingdom? Gu Jiao still remembered the battle of the ancient Moon City 8 years ago. Why would the Chen Kingdom fight with the Zhao Kingdom? Was Yuan Tang crazy? 2 years ago, the Chen Kingdom's emperor died and Yuan Tang ascended the throne. He had offended Prince Bo and had a falling out with consort Rong's maternal family. His situation in the Chen Kingdom was not as peaceful as it seemed. Why would he attack the Zhao Kingdom? Besides, Yuan Tang had no reason to do so. The imperial guard braced himself and said, it seems, it's not the Chen Kingdom's army, it's the Wei Kingdom's. Gu Jiao had 2 doubts in her heart. Why did the Wei Kingdom attack the Zhao Kingdom? Why could the Wei Kingdom's army enter the Chen Kingdom so smoothly? The imperial guard continued, also, there's one more thing. The Shadow Division has found out the name of that Lu Xiang. He's called Lu Yixing. Although she had already guessed it, when it was confirmed, Gu Jiao was still shocked. The Zhao Kingdom probably never dreamed that the orphan of the Lu family, who was bullied by the Quan Kingdom like a rat crossing the street, would lead the Wei Kingdom's army 8 years later and break through the border of the Zhao Kingdom in one fell swoop and seize 12 cities. Gu Jiao murmured, he's Yuan Tang's cousin. If his army enters the Chen Kingdom, Yuan Tang will give him face. However, the Zhao Kingdom's army is not to be trifled with. How did it fall to this extent? The imperial guard sighed, speaking of which, it's also a coincidence that Marquis Xianping followed Princess Xinyang back to her fief and is not in the court. The old Marquis Dingyan is also old. The most suitable generals to fight are the new commander of the Gu army, Gu Chongqing, and the marshal of the world, Tang Yueshan. Gu Jiao frowned and said, the 2 of them have a high chance of winning. Yes, the problem does not lie with them. The Zhao Kingdom's emperor imitated the Yan Kingdom and let the crown prince represent the emperor in battle to boost the morale of the army. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the crown prince was an idiot and fell into someone's trap? He blindly commanded at the last moment and caused the soldiers of the 3 armies to suffer. That's right. Who is the traitor? The 4th prince. Prince N. In Gu Jiao's memory, there was almost no such person. It was only when he was mentioned that she remembered meeting the 4th prince when she first came to Jiaodu. When Lu Yixing fell ill, the 4th prince was dissatisfied that she treated Lu Yixing and caused trouble for her on the street. Later, she accidentally bumped into Marquis Xianping and the 4th prince finally let it go. However, this person's presence was not strong and was not a big deal. Gu Jiao turned her head and forgot about him. Who would have thought that after lying low for 10 years, he would stab the crown prince in the back like this? Gu Jiao asked. He colluded with the Wei army? The imperial guard answered, yes. Gu Jiao said calmly, he once looked down on Lu Yixing the most. Now, he actually colluded with Lu Yixing. How ironic. Isn't that so? The imperial guard sighed. However, he did not end up well. After the incident, Lu Xiang turned around and exposed him. He also sent all the evidence of treason to Jiaodu and handed it to the emperor. The emperor was so angry that he fell ill on the spot. Now, it is Empress Dowager Zhuang who is handling court affairs. Speaking of this, the imperial guard could not help but sigh. Lu Yixing is really ruthless. First, he tempted the 4th prince to betray the country. Then, he used the fourth prince to bewitch the crown prince. He made the three armies and the people bitterly disappointed. In the end, he even stabbed the emperor in the heart. No wonder he could help the Prince of Wei unify the 13 divisions. This method and strategy were too frightening. The Imperial Guard sighed again. After this battle, regardless of whether Xiaodu falls or not, the future of these two sons is the same as being ruined. The people would not accept a prince who betrayed the country and would not submit to a crown prince who lost half of the country. Who is the general of the army? Gu Jiao asked. The Imperial Guard said, Gu Chongqing. The crown prince was captured. He risked his life to save the crown prince and was seriously injured. He paused and wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao continued for him. If the emperor wants to protect the crown prince, he must find a suitable scapegoat. He must say that everything was done by that person on his own initiative. There is no one more suitable than the commander of the Gu army. If the emperor really does this, it will cause the Gu army to be at odds with him and he will be completely alone. The more the Imperial Guard thought about it, the more he shuddered. This Lu Yixing is really calculating. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately rushed into Gu Jiao's study. Jiao Jiao. I will fight. I will take back the cities of Jiaodu. He grew up in Jiaodu and Jiaodu was his home. Wait for my news in Xingdu. However, this time, Gu Jiao did not let him go alone. In February, Jiaodu lost another city. Gu Chongqing went out to battle with injuries. He and Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family army to fight back and took back 2 cities. However, the Wei army did not seem to care about the plundering in the rear. They only cared about advancing into the hinterland of Jiaodu. If you take a city, I will take another one. Let's see who is faster. Gu Jiao fought with the Wei army under such circumstances. It was a cold spring morning. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. The 2 armies were at daggers drawn at the riverside of Li City. Gu Jiao was wearing red clothes and black armor. She was riding on the back of the powerful Black Wind King with a cold expression. Beside her were Little Shi and Xianxia, who were also wearing armor. Although it was called an army, it was actually only the 2 of them. The others were still on the road. Their horses were not as fast as the Black Wind King and Little Shi. The Wei army was happy. They had an army of 5,000. Wasn't it fun to capture 2 people alive? Who are you? A general of the Wei army asked. His surname was Mo, and he was a young general who was less than 30 years old. Xianxia rode his horse forward. The young man said frivolously, Who are you to ask about my sister's name? Tell Lu Yixing to come out. Gu Jiao and Xianxia had strong auras. However, they were too young. Gu Jiao was 24 years old, but she looked younger than 20. Xianxia was even worse. A 13-year-old child could not pretend to be an adult. Moreover, the 2 of them were almost alone. Therefore, General Mo did not take them seriously at all. Gu Jiao said lightly, I want to see Lu Yixing. General Mo sneered, You think you can see Prime Minister Lu just because you want to? Who do you think you are? I don't mind telling you this. Even if the Prince of Zhao country comes, our Lord will not see him. As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow flashed from behind the Wei army and rushed straight at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not dodge. Xianxuanxi's first reaction was to sneak attack. He was about to shoot an arrow when Gu Jiao gently grabbed his wrist. The little white shadow rushed into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao hugged the chubby little ball and asked in surprise, Little Sure? Meow. It rubbed against Gu Jiao. 9 years ago, it was placed in Lu Yixing's home by Gu Jiao. At that time, it was just a little ball of kitten. Now, it was several times bigger and heavier. It almost filled Gu Jiao's arms. Ah, it's Little Sure? Xianxuanxi was stunned. He had only heard about Little Sure from Jiao Jiao. He had never seen it in person. The Wei army was even more surprised than him. They had already recognized that the cat was the Prime Minister's beloved pet. The Prime Minister loved cats as much as his own life, and took it everywhere with him. It was the only cat that dared to tear the Prime Minister's memorial into pieces without worrying about being punished. It was very delicate. It was very fierce, very hard to please, and did not like to be close to people. Other than the prime minister, no one could touch it. It had even scratched the emperor of Qin country with its claws. Now, it was actually throwing itself into a stranger's arms. Were their eyes playing tricks on them, or did the young man use some trick to trick it? General Mo drew his sword from his waist. Let go of the prime minister's beloved pet. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. Stop. A cold voice sounded from behind. General Mo was startled when he heard the voice. The Wei Kingdom army automatically opened up a path, and a man dressed in Wei Kingdom armor slowly rode out on his horse. Xianxia did not recognize him. Gu Jiao found him familiar. After staring at him for a few seconds, she frowned. Jun Shohan? Jun Shohan was a student of Yan Kingdom's Jianan Academy. 8 years ago, he was Gu Jiao's competitor during the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry commander. He successfully advanced to the last round. However, he took the initiative to give his bamboo tube to Gu Jiao in the bamboo forest and said to Gu Jiao, "I owe someone a favor. Now, I'm returning it to you." Gu Jiao could not figure out who he was talking about. Could it be? Jun Shohan rode his horse to the front of Gu Jiao. Xianxia stopped him with his spear. "Don't get too close to my sister." Hearing the word sister, Jun Shohan's eyes were not surprised. He calmly looked at Gu Jiao and lightly said, "Commander Xiao, we meet again. Lu Daren wants to see you." Digression: Lu Xiang's hole is almost filled. Shang Guanyan's emotional drama will not be written in detail, leaving some room for imagination. Recently, because of the cold, my brain is a bit muddled. Secondly, I'm a bit reluctant to finish it, so I always dawdle. But no matter how much I dawdle, there will be a day when I say goodbye to everyone. I really, really like Jiao Jiao. She is my favorite female lead. I also deeply love other characters in the novel. Aheng, Jing Kong, Long Yi, Great Aunt, Big Brother, Little Feng Feng. Too many, too many. I can't do it. Recently, I'm a bit prone to tears. Good night, see you tomorrow. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1040395546. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Under the dumbfounded gazes of all the Wei soldiers, 2 young people who came out of nowhere were brought to their camp by Lu Xiang's trusted aide. In a spacious and clean tent, Gu Jiao saw Lu Yixing, who she had not seen for many years. He was already 30 years old. He had lost some of his youthful aura and gained some of the calmness and elegance accumulated over the years. He also gained some of the nobility and fierceness of a person in a high position. 9 years could change a person a lot. Gu Jiao had heard people call him Lu Xiang in her dreams when she returned to the Marquis's mansion. She knew that one day he would be conferred the title of Marquis, but seeing him in person was different from what she imagined. Perhaps she didn't expect that he would trample over the mountains and rivers of the Zhao country and return with the determination to take revenge. When Gu Jiao was looking at Lu Yixing was also looking at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had also changed a lot. The birthmark on her face was gone, revealing her sealed beauty. It was unfamiliar, but also pleasantly surprising. At the age of 24, she was as beautiful as a fairy. What didn't change was the vigorous vitality in her body, as well as the pure look in her eyes that didn't contain any impurities. It seemed that no matter how many years had passed, no matter how many things had happened, her heart had never changed. "I'll go out first," Jun Shohan said. "Okay." Lu Yixing agreed. Jun Shohan glanced at Xianxia. "I'm not going out," Xianxia said. Lu Yixing gave a rare smile. It's okay. Jun Shohan was shocked. He had never seen Lu Yixing smile before. Lu Yixing said to him, you go do your own thing. I'll be fine here. Jun Shohan glanced at Gu Jiao and said, her martial arts are very high. Then he looked at Xianxia. This guy isn't weak either. He had seen Gu Jiao's skills and knew that she was a formidable expert who could defeat Han Yi. And according to the information they had, the general beside her should be the Marquis of Champion Xianxia. But he wasn't a person. If they attacked Lu Yixing in the tent, he wouldn't be able to save them. I know. Lu Yixing said. But since Lu Yixing said so, Jun Shohan could only leave first. There was only one attendant in the tent. Anu? Gu Jiao looked at him. Lu Yixing was in a good mood. His eyes were full of smiles. Yes, you still remember. Anu, do you remember Miss Gu? Anu nodded and saluted Gu Jiao. He was a mute slave and couldn't speak. He had grown taller and was a mature and steady bodyguard. Gu Jiao nodded to him. Jing Kong, right? Lu Yixing looked at Xianxia, who was beside Gu Jiao. Xianxuanxi's eyes widened. Oh, you know me? Lu Yixing said bluntly, we've met before. Have you forgotten? Xianxuanxi suddenly realized. Ah, brother Ming-er. I remember now. You saved us. Lu Yixing said pleasantly, then, I've been investigating you for the past few years. Xianxuanxi, oh. He didn't ask why he was investigating him. 9 years ago, when Gu Jiao saw Lu Yixing off, she played the zither for him in the pavilion. That time, she brought Jing Kong with her. Jing Kong asked Lu Yixing about it out of curiosity and found out that he and Gu Jiao were close friends. When he went back, he bragged to his bad brother-in-law that Jiao Jiao and Lu Yixing played the zither together, which made his bad brother-in-law very jealous. Later, when he grew up, he understood that the zither were not meant to be played that way. Moreover, Lu Yixing played the flute with Jiao Jiao in the carriage. Xianxuanxi curled his lips and said, we're here to beat you up, but you don't seem to be asking for it. The main reason was that he didn't feel any murderous intent or malicious intent towards Jiao Jiao from Lu Yixing. He smiled, as if he didn't mind Xianxuanxi's straightforwardness. He came to the short table, sat down, and asked the two of them, would you like some tea? Xianxuanxi didn't want to drink. He curiously looked at the weapons and books in the tent. Feel free to look around, Lu Yixing said pleasantly. Xianxuanxi looked at Gu Jiao. After seeing Gu Jiao nod, he went to look through the books and weapons. Gu Jiao sat opposite Lu Yixing. Lu Yixing picked up the boiling kettle from the stove and made 3 cups of tea. Gu Jiao asked, how did you meet Jun Shohan? Lu Yixing said, his mother is from the Zhao kingdom. Before his father took him back to the Yan kingdom, we lived in the same alley. We met a few times. Once, he fainted from hunger. I carried him home. Gu Jiao suddenly understood, no wonder. Lu Yixing handed the tea to Gu Jiao. His family in the Yan kingdom wasn't very well off. Fortunately, he worked hard and got into the Jianan Academy. You can almost guess what happened after that. I met him by accident and learned about you from him. I guessed that Xiao Lulang was you. Gu Jiao picked up the teacup. During the Black Wind Cavalry selection, he helped me. He said it was to repay someone's favor. Lu Yixing took back his hand, paused, and said, I don't know about that. Gu Jiao looked at him, how have you been these years? Lu Yixing smiled faintly, as you can see, it's neither good nor bad. How about you? How have you been? Gu Jiao said honestly, very good. I like it very much. She liked her current life and everything she had experienced. Lu Yixing smiled with relief and bitterness, is he good to you? Gu Jiao was stunned, my husband? He's very good to me. Lu Yixing lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea, that's good. Do you have hatred in your heart? Gu Jiao asked directly. Lu Yixing clenched the teacup in his hand and stared at the floating tea leaves in the cup. After a while, he said in a low voice, yes. The royal family of the Zhao kingdom slaughtered my entire family. How can I not hate them? I live like a dog. I let anyone bully me. Anyone can step on me. If anyone is unhappy, they can take it out on me and the people around me. No, I don't have any people around me. I only have a mama and a mute slave that I bought halfway. Gu Jiao had heard and seen the scene of him being framed. At this moment, when she heard him mention it again, she suddenly felt that the past was shocking. Lu Yixing's misery that the world saw might only be the tip of the iceberg. He grew up in endless bullying, and the seed of hatred had long been planted in his heart. He laughed at himself, "You shouldn't have helped me. If you had let me die of illness on the street, the country wouldn't have almost been destroyed." "The Zhao kingdom won't be destroyed," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing looked into Gu Jiao's eyes. "You want to fight with me?" Gu Jiao didn't avoid his gaze. "Yes." Lu Yixing smiled sarcastically. "If you want to kill each other, why do you need to know each other?" Gu Jiao said, "It's my duty to save you, and it's my mission to kill you. You are a good doctor and a good general." Lu Yixing put down the cold tea in his hand and stood up lightly. "Why don't we have a bet? If you win, I will immediately withdraw my troops and never invade the Zhao kingdom again. If you lose, you have to promise me one thing." Gu Jiao said without hesitation, "Okay." Lu Yixing frowned. "You don't want to ask what the condition is?" "No." Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing clenched his fingers. "Miss Gu, do you know that people are sinister? If you do this, I will do whatever I can to win you. You should bargain with me and let me know that even if I win, I can't get what I want. Maybe then I won't have such a strong desire to win. What do you want to bet?" However, Gu Jiao replied to him with this calm sentence. "You." Lu Yixing choked and turned his face to calm down. When he turned his face again, his face was calm. "I heard that you are Mr. Meng's disciple. You play a game of Go with me and decide the winner. If it's a draw, you win." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed without hesitation. Lu Yixing looked at Xianxia, who was reading in front of the bookshelf, and said gently, "In Jing Kong, there is a box of Go on the second shelf. Can you pass it to me?" "Oh, okay." Xianxia found the Go box and passed it to him. He set the Go board, grabbed a handful of white Go pieces from the box, clenched his fist and said to Gu Jiao, "Guess first." Gu Jiao picked up a black Go piece. Odd. Lu Yixing opened his palm. There were 3 Go pieces. It was indeed an odd number. Whoever guessed correctly would play black. And the black player would go first. Gu Jiao placed her Go piece first. She placed her Go piece on the upper right corner of the Go board. She didn't have enough control over the corners, but it was a good place for Gu Jiao's swift and decisive personality. Little Sher rolled up on Gu Jiao's lap and closed its eyes comfortably. Gu Jiao played Go while stroking the cat. It didn't seem like a life and death game. She was quite comfortable. Lu Yixing raised his Go piece and glanced at Little Sher. Little Sher felt a chill on its back and curled up in Gu Jiao's arms. "Sir." Outside the tent, General Mo rushed over in a hurry. Glancing at the tightly shut tent behind Jun Shohan, he whispered, "What's going on?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Jun Shohan retorted. General Mo didn't dare to argue with Lu Yixing's confidant. He scratched his head and said helplessly, "I'm just worried about your safety." "Speaking of which, who are those 2 people?" "They seem to be wearing the armor of the Yan Kingdom. Are they reinforcements sent by the Yan Kingdom?" "You don't have to worry about them." "It's none of your business," Jun Shohan said and added lightly, "It's none of my business." "My lord, are you jealous?" "Ahem." General Mo cleared his throat. "We're about to take down the Zhao kingdom. We can't let anything go wrong. The Zhao kingdom has a strong army these years. This is a good opportunity. If we miss it, it'll be difficult to attack the Zhao kingdom again." Marquis Shanping was not in the court. Tang Yuashan stayed in the capital. The crown prince tricked the Gu army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There wouldn't be a next time. Jun Shohan said coldly, "If you can think of it, how can Sir not think of it?" General Mo's eyes lit up. "So we'll continue to play?" In the tent, Gu Jiao put down the last piece. "I lost." Lu Yixing said, "You lost by half a point." Gu Jiao said, "That's still a loss." Lu Yixing said, "I told you that I'll win. In fact, it was very difficult to win." She was so good at chess that he almost exhausted all his energy to win by half a point. Gu Jiao said, "You must accept your loss. Tell me your conditions." Xianxia pricked up his ears. What conditions would Lu Yixing ask for from Jiao Jiao? The way he looked at Jiao Jiao was different. Would he ask Jiao Jiao to leave her bad brother-in-law and be with him? Or would he ask Jiao Jiao to stand by and not participate in the final battle between the Wei Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom? Or would he ask Jiao Jiao to send troops to help him conquer the world? To everyone's surprise, Lu Yixing just stood up and walked to the box. He quietly took out a guqin and put it on the table. "Can you play a song for me?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "This is your request?" Lu Yixing smiled. "If you can, have a meal with me and listen to a play." Gu Jiao took the guqin. Lu Yixing cleared the table. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved, and the sound of the guqin flowed out from her fingertips. It was like the sound of the ninth heaven, like the sound of a mountain stream. She played the graceful grace that she played for him on the day of his departure. The difference was that she added the second half of the reflected shadow. Lu Yixing gently played the flute, just like many years ago on the night when she sent him off. Xianxia listened attentively. After a long time, he realized that he was holding an arithmetic book with familiar handwriting. It had Jiao Jiao's annotations on it. Did Jiao Jiao give Lu Yixing a book before? In the evening, the three of them had dinner together and went to the theater in the city to listen to a play. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. There were no warm words or intimate actions between them, but it was a silent tacit understanding. "I should go," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing stared at her deeply. "Be careful on the road." After this farewell, she didn't know if she would see him again in this life. Gu Jiao nodded and reluctantly returned the little share that she had been carrying all the way to Lu Yixing. Then, she and Xianxia mounted their horses. Lu Yixing suddenly called her. Under the night sky, his eyes were like stars. "Miss Gu, thank you for the book you gave me that year." 3 days later, the army of Wei State withdrew. The soldiers of the 11 cities had all retreated. Lu Yixing didn't take anything with him from Zhao State. His luggage was very simple. Other than a set of clothes, there was the cat in his arms, and the 11 books that she gave him. "I met you at the most miserable age. But you didn't coldly step over my dirty and rotten body. You bent your beautiful waist and stretched out your clean hand to me." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1040198835. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are available here. Zhao's crisis was resolved, but the court's crisis had just begun. The crown prince was ignorant and incompetent, obstinate and self-opinionated. Although he was benevolent, he couldn't take on important responsibilities. More importantly, even Xiao Ji thought that his nephew couldn't take on important responsibilities. Xiao Ji didn't think that an emperor needed to be wise, but at least he couldn't be too stupid. The crown prince wasn't just stupid, he was also a bit narrow-minded in some matters. For example, when he heard that Xiao Ji and Xiao Heng were silent about the memorial to depose him, he actually complained to Empress Xiao. The father and son were holding a grudge against him for taking away Wen Linlang. Who was Wen Linlang? The father and son had long forgotten about this person. He still had the nerve to mention it. With his pig brain, if he succeeded the throne in the future and was instigated by someone with ulterior motives, how could Xiao Heng have a good life in the future? Xiao Ji was originally silent, but now he wanted to drag him down from the throne. Tang Yueshan was Empress Dowager Zhuang's trusted aide, and Empress Dowager Zhuang was Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's backer. Even without Empress Dowager Zhuang's reminder, Tang Yueshan wouldn't speak up for the crown prince. As for the old marquis and the old chancellor, the crown prince didn't even need to think about it. Only now did the crown prince realize how laughable the power in his hands was. The emperor still had 3 princes, consort Yu's son, Rui Wang, consort Shu's son, King Liang, and the 16-year-old 7th prince, Qin Chuyu. Rui Wang had done many things for the court and had a high reputation among the people. He also married Duke Luo's granddaughter, so he had a certain background. Consort Shu was the old marquis's daughter. On the surface, she and King Liang had Marquis Dingyan and the Gu army behind them, so they had a certain amount of support in the court. On the other hand, Qin Chuyu was young and a bully in the directorate, so his reputation wasn't good. Few courtiers proposed making him the crown prince. The emperor's head hurt. On the other side, after Xianxia returned to Yan, he immediately led troops to attack Liang. This was revenge for the civil strife in the southwest. Liang Wen naturally did not admit it verbally, but did it matter whether he admitted it or not? If I want to hit you, I don't care if you feel wronged or not. The one who came to fight was an unexpected person, his brother Ming-er. Ming-er was 6 years older than little Jing Kong. She was 19 this year. In the early years, they had written letters to each other. Later, Xianxia frequently visited the Yan kingdom, so they wrote fewer letters to each other. After joining the army, they could no longer keep in touch. Who would have thought that they would meet again on such an occasion? Unfortunately, Ming-er was not Lu Yixing, and Xianxia was not Gu Jiao. This battle was destined to be unavoidable. Both sides were in a state of frenzy. Xianxia rode on horseback and viciously chopped down with his spear. Ming-er swung the long sword in her hand and blocked his red-tasseled spear. He had a hard time blocking it. It was hard to imagine that this was the power of a 13-year-old boy. The Black Wind cavalry was brave and skilled in battle. The soldiers of the Liang kingdom fell one by one. Ming-er gritted her teeth. You said you wouldn't kill my soldiers. Xianxia sneered. You also said you would retreat 30 miles for me. Neither of them kept their promise. Don't laugh at each other. Xianxia won this battle. Ming-er fell off the horse. Xianxia pointed his spear at his heart. Guards! Tie him up. Ming-er stared at him fiercely. You might as well kill me. You are my brother Ming-er. How can I bear to kill you? Xianxia slowly withdrew his spear and raised his hand to wipe away the blood on his cheek. He said coldly and domineeringly, Isn't it good to use you to threaten the Liang kingdom? You. Ming-er was tied up. He was furious. My mother still cares about you. Xianxia carried the spear on his shoulder and said casually, I will visit the princess consort another day. You don't have to worry about me. Ming-er stomped his feet. Ah. I am so angry. Xianxia fought all the way to Bianjing, the capital of the Liang kingdom. The king of the Liang kingdom was trembling in fear. Someone came up with an idea too. Let the king of the Liang kingdom hand over the most beautiful princess. Since ancient times, even heroes could not resist the charms of beautiful women. However, Xianxia did not even look at the little princess of the Liang kingdom. He plundered a pile of trophies and returned to his country. The second to suffer was the Chen kingdom. Yuan Tang was furious when he heard about this. What did the Chen kingdom do? Why did they attack me? The guard beside him muttered, It was because you allowed the army of the Wei kingdom to pass through and caused the border of the Zhao kingdom to fall. Did you lose your memory? Moreover, you also wanted a share of Baoshan Island. You even wrote a letter to threaten the king of the Yan kingdom. Have you forgotten? Yuan Tang's mouth twitched violently. Even the powerful army of the Liang kingdom could not withstand Xianxuan's attack. How could the small Chen kingdom? After thinking about it, Yuan Tang felt that this trouble was caused by his cousin. He went north to the Wei kingdom without saying a word. He lay down on the bed in Lu Yixing's mansion and said shamelessly, I don't care. I was implicated by you. If I, the emperor, fall, you will raise me. Lu Yixing frowned. Get out. Yuan Tang rolled up the quilt. I won't. The Chen kingdom suffered a severe defeat. Xianxuan was not a belligerent person, but Shang Guanyan was a woman and was looked down upon by the other countries. If they were not beaten until they were convinced, they would become even more aggressive in the future. After the Qin kingdom, it was the turn of the Jin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom. He did not attack the Zhao kingdom. After all, the Zhao kingdom was Jiao and the Zhao kingdom emperor's idea of Baoshan Island was extinguished in the cradle by Empress Dowager Shuang. He fought this war for 2 years. When he reached the Wei kingdom, he was already a 15-year-old teenager. The Wei emperor had already ascended the throne. He looked at the memorial sent from the border with a confused face. I didn't bully the Yan kingdom. Is this guy crazy? He wants to beat whoever he catches? His trusted minister said, he is probably thinking about the matter of us sending troops to the Zhao kingdom. I told you to stop Lu Xiang, but you insisted on competing with Xiao Ji. Who knew that the one who fought in the end was not Xiao Ji? He didn't let Xiao Ji lose face. Instead, he planted a future trouble for the Wei kingdom. The Wei emperor glared at him. The Wei emperor ordered, go and call Lu Xiang. The eunuch went and soon returned to the palace to report. Lu Xiang said that he won't fight with Miss Gu's brother. If you want to fight, you can fight by yourself. The Wei emperor, what kind of unreliable prime minister was this? The eunuch coughed softly. However, Lu Xiang gave you a trick, a honey trap. Lu Yixing's original intention was to let the Wei emperor give himself to Shang Guanyin, the kind that would be wrapped in a gift box. Who knew that the Wei emperor would misunderstand and directly let the female official send his own daughter out? The trusted minister and the eunuch were convinced. Your Majesty, haven't you heard the rumors about this divine general of the 6 kingdoms? How many people have offered him beauties? From princesses and infanta to beauties of the common people, he didn't like any of them. No, he wasn't good looking at all. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for the little princess of the Wei kingdom. The Wei emperor didn't have a son and only had this one daughter. If she angered Xianxia and was killed, the Wei kingdom would have no descendants. When the princess of the Wei kingdom heard that her father wanted to offer her as a bargaining chip to ask for peace, of course she didn't agree. The eunuch advised her not to be willful. The little general of the Xianyuan family was extremely brave and famous. If she fought with him head-on, the ones who would suffer would be the soldiers and common people at the border. The princess of the Wei kingdom clenched her small fists. At worst, I'll kill him myself. The north wind was strong, and 50,000 black wind cavalry were at the border. Xianyuan was wearing the golden armor passed down by the Grand Marshal. His legs were slender and his posture was tall and straight. The cold helmet was put down, covering this face that was the best in the 6 kingdoms. 3 months ago, the Black Wind King and Little Shi had a battle between kings. No matter how unwilling Little Shi was, he had to challenge the Black Wind King. This was the way the Black Wind Cavalry passed down. Only by defeating the Black Wind King and becoming the new king could he lead the Black Wind Cavalry to the next golden age. After a fierce battle, the Black Wind King fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, there was no trace of embarrassment or despair in his eyes. He seemed to have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Black Wind Cavalry welcomed a new inheritance. He bowed down to Little Shi and acknowledged Little Shi's position. The new Black Wind King was born. At this moment, Xianyuan was riding on the back of the new Black Wind King's horse. One man and one horse were like thousands of soldiers and horses. They were unstoppable. General, Wen Renchong reminded him in a low voice, the Shadow Division has found out that the Wei Kingdom is going to use a honey trap. Please be careful. Xianyuan didn't even bat an eyelid. Honey trap? How is that possible? He wouldn't be tempted by those so-called beauties. He said arrogantly, none of them are as beautiful as Jiao Jiao. Wen Renchong's eyes narrowed. Sir, it seems that the Wei army is going to attack. Over there, someone is attacking from there. Indeed, someone was coming. However, after taking a look, Wen Renchong felt that something was wrong. What's this? Riding on a white pony, although the person on the horse was also wearing armor, it was obviously not fitting. The helmet was swaying and looked like it could fall off at any time. Wen Renchong suddenly had a déjà vu of a child wearing an adult's clothes. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Sir, I'll go and fight. He was just a rookie. He could kill him in one move. Xianyuan, where are you? Come out and face your death. The child opened his mouth arrogantly. However, it was unknown whether it was because of fear or something else, but his voice was trembling and somewhat immature. Xianxia frowned and urged his horse to rush out. On the vast battlefield, dust was flying everywhere. The two horses galloped towards each other. That person looked at Xianxia, who was clad in golden armor, rushing towards him like a war god from the ninth heaven. That fierce killing intent instantly frightened him to the point that his face turned pale. I'm here to kill, Wah. I don't want to kill, I want to go home. Little Wei Jun raised his head and cried. The rest of the Wei soldiers couldn't bear to watch. The helmet on little Wei Jun's head, which was already several sizes too big, fell off with a clatter, revealing a small head. His jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and was lifted by the strong wind, brushing past his delicate and lively face. Xianxuanxi's expression froze. The killing intent around him froze, and he abruptly tightened his grip on the reins. The sudden braking caused little Xi's hooves to scrape across the ground, causing sparks to fly. He stopped when he was 3 steps away from his opponent. He stared at him for a long time before he finally called out his name, Light Shui? Xianxuanxia was stunned. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Xianxuanxi's aura was too frightening. She trembled just from looking at him. Xianxuanxia pushed his mask up, but felt that it wasn't enough. He simply took off his helmet. It's me. Xianxuanxia blinked her tear-filled eyes. She asked in a daze, Jing Kong? The solemn god of war youth revealed his first bright and moving smile on the battlefield, Light Shui. Xianxuanxia's eyes widened, Jing Kong. Time seemed to return to many years ago, when people came and went in the state preceptor hall. 2 little kids faced each other, flapping their tiny arms and leaning forward. One was squeaky and the other was babyish. Light Shui. Jing Kong. Light Shui. Jing Kong. Light Shui. Jing Kong. It's really you? Xianxuanxia took a step forward on little 11's back, and the already scared little white horse began to tremble even more. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. You still haven't learned how to ride a horse? Yes. Xianxuanxia nodded, feeling wronged. Then why did you still come to fight? And to kill me, Xianxuanxia said pitifully. I'm the princess of the Wei Kingdom. If I didn't come, I would have been sacrificed to that Xianxuanxia. Xianxuanxi's lips curled into a smile. So that's how it is. Xianxuanxia's horse was scared, and so was she. Both of them were trembling violently. Xianxuanxia couldn't help but laugh and reach out his hand to her. As people grew up, their hearts would gradually become cold and hard. This was especially true for Xianxuanxia, who had fought on the battlefield at the age of 12. His heart had long since built a wall that no one could easily walk in. However, they had met at an innocent age and had spent the most innocent and beautiful time together. She had always been in the depths of his heart, like a family member. She had always been in the softest part of his heart. Xianxuanxia hesitated for a moment before giving her hand to him. She trusted Jing Kong unconditionally. The fair and chubby hand that he had held when they were young had now become a slender young girl's. Xianxuanxia held her in her palm, and with a gentle pull with her other hand, she carried her by the waist and placed her on little 11's back, making her sit in front of her. Xianxuanxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. The fearless little princess was afraid of nothing but riding a horse. Xianxuanxia gripped the reins tightly with both hands and protected her in his arms. Then, he turned his horse around. The soldiers of both countries were shocked. What was going on? Weren't you two going to kill each other? How did you end up on the same horse? Black Wind Cavalry, General, something's wrong with you. Wei Jun, Princess, something's wrong with you. Xianxuanxia was suffering from the after-effects of fainting on horses. Her brain was a little muddled, so she didn't realize what was going on. Xianxuanxia didn't care. He used his broad body to block her petite figure and put his helmet on her head, covering her delicate and beautiful face. Then, he glanced coldly at the Black Wind Cavalry. Everyone lowered their heads in unison. It was so tightly covered that they couldn't see anything even if they wanted to. Xianxuanxia was naive and didn't know what Jing Kong was trying to do. She shook the helmet on her head and giggled. She leaned her back against Xianxuanxi's firm chest. She wasn't someone who didn't know her manners. Normally, she wouldn't get close to any man other than her own father. However, he was Jing Kong. He was the kindest, bravest, purest, and most trustworthy little boy in the world. Shangguan Shui forgot that the little boy in the past was 15 this year. He was a hot-blooded young man. The two of them rode on the horse. The young man protected the person in his arms in a domineering and gentle manner. Compared to when she was kidnapped by an assassin when he was only 5 years old, he could only bite the assassin with his little steel teeth. Now, he had absolute power. No one could hurt her from his hands. Little Shi took a few steps forward. Shangguan Shui's almond eyes widened. I suddenly remembered that you know how to ride a horse in Jing Kong. You're amazing. Shan Yuanxi smiled gently. There are many things that I'm amazing at. I'll tell you about it later. The young man's voice was clean and warm, like the most gentle breeze on the grassland. Yes. Shangguan Shui nodded. I've written many letters to you over the years, Shan Yuanxi said softly. Although Yan Shangjuan's mansion was empty, someone would regularly collect the letters. He didn't know where Light Shui had gone, so he could only send the letters there first. Shangguan Shui frowned. Really? I haven't received a single letter. I've also written many letters to you. But you never replied to me. Shan Yuanxi narrowed his eyes. Very good, the Wei Emperor had detained her. Shangguan Shui sat in his arms and stroked the horse's mane. She asked, is this little Shi? Shan Yuanxi said, yes, you recognize it? Shangguan Shui nodded. She couldn't help but exclaim, wow, little Shi is so impressive. Little 11 raised his neck valiantly and took a step forward without any regard for his family. After knowing that it was little Shi, Shangguan Shui's last trace of fear disappeared. When she was young, she really liked little Shi. She thought of something and asked, but Jing Kong, why are you here? Do you know Shan Yuanxi? Shan Yuanxi smiled. I know him. Is he powerful? Shangguan Shui continued to ask. Shan Yuanxi's expression didn't change as he said, very powerful. Shangguan Shui's face turned pale with fright. Then. Will he kill me and my father? He won't. Shan Yuanxi suppressed the smile on his face. I promise you. Shangguan Shui patted her chest in relief. Where are we going now? Where do you want to go? Shan Yuanxi asked her. Shangguan Shui tilted her head and thought for a moment. I want to see my teacher. Shan Yuanxi said meaningfully, see your parents, huh? Shangguan Shui didn't understand. Shan Yuanxi's lips curved. I said okay. Digression, tomorrow, there will be a chapter about Great Aunt. Also, I'm not sure if I should write about the origins of the Godfather and the medicine chest. It's a bit sci-fi. I'm worried that people won't be able to accept it. If I don't write it, tomorrow will be the last chapter. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. There are millions of novels to read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1040000218. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. Zhao State, Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good appetite these days. Eunuch Qin always asked the imperial kitchen to cook for her in different ways, but she couldn't eat much. Eunuch Qin secretly delivered a letter to the Blue Water Alley but was stopped by Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at him. Eunuch Qin sighed. He knew that she didn't want the younger generation to see her sick, but his heart ached. Empress Dowager, His Majesty is here. Outside the bedchamber, a palace maid reported. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang was sick, Eunuch Qin whispered, "How about this servant go back to His Majesty and tell him that you are resting?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. She pressed down the tiredness between her brows and said, "He must have come at this hour for proper business." "Yes." Eunuch Qin went to invite the emperor in. The emperor stepped into the room and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting on a chair with an official's hat. He asked worriedly, "Is mother feeling better?" This son was a little stupid, but his concern for the Empress Dowager was not fake. It was rare that Empress Dowager Zhuang did not roll her eyes. She said indifferently, "I have been fine for a long time. It is you who make a fuss every day. Speak, it is so late. Why are you looking for me?" The emperor sat down beside his mother and said helplessly, "To be honest, I do have something to discuss with you." "The appointment of the crown prince?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, hitting the nail on the head. The crown prince had already been deposed for 2 years, and the calls for a new crown prince in the imperial court were getting louder and louder. If the crown prince was not appointed soon, there would be a struggle for the throne among the factions. The emperor silently agreed. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him and asked, "What are your plans?" The emperor said, "I believe that Rui Wang is qualified for a great responsibility." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, little Qi has restrained himself a lot in the past 2 years. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the boundless night sky. Little Qi is 18, almost 19. At his age, Aheng has already become the top scholar. Yes. The emperor sighed. Your son is hesitating between Rui Wang and little Qi. I want to hear your opinion. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, I don't have any objections. You are the emperor, whoever you establish is the Qin family's kingdom. Mother. The emperor didn't like her separating herself from him so clearly, as if she didn't belong to this family. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, what? I've worked hard for the royal family of Zhao country all my life. Can't you give me a few days of peace? The emperor frowned. What is imperial mother talking about? You are going to live a long life. All right. I'm not used to hearing those things. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and opened the candied fruit jar. On the table. Inside was the candied fruit that Jiao had made for her. She had been saving 3 pieces a day for 5 days. She took out a candied fruit, stared at it, and said, I only have one question for you. If Rui Wang succeeds the throne, will little Qi be convinced? This? The emperor hesitated. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, if he is not convinced and rebels, will Rui Wang be able to handle it? A trace of disappointment flashed across the emperor's face. He definitely won't be able to handle it. Rui Wang had Duke Luo's mansion behind him, but Qin Chuyu had the entire Marquis Schwamping's mansion behind him. If the relationship between Princess Xianxia and Shaoji eased, she would also help him. He also had his sworn brother, Shan Yuanxi, and the youngest son of the Minister of War. Su Kong Xiaoheng's connections didn't include the emperor's. Another very important point was that little Qi was the legitimate son of the emperor's wife. The answer was self-evident. It wasn't easy to not fight for this position. Even if little Qi wasn't greedy for the throne, how could Empress Xiao be willing? How could the ministers who wanted to succeed the emperor be willing to give up? Empress Dowager Zhuang said earnestly, to be the emperor, you don't have to be the smartest one, but you have to be the most suitable one to stabilize the country. Only by letting Qin Chuyu ascend the throne, the other princes wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the throne. After all, no one had the confidence to succeed in a rebellion under Shaoji's control. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and said, besides, little Qi isn't as bad as you think. Don't underestimate him. A naughty child who grew up in Jing Kong would have been ruined if he didn't have some skills. The emperor pondered for a moment. I understand. After the emperor left, Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't bear to eat the candied fruit and put it back in the jar. Eunuch Qin went forward to pour her a cup of warm water. Seeing her absent-minded appearance, he couldn't help but ask, the matter of the crown prince has been settled. Do you have anything else on your mind? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him deeply and said abruptly, you're old. Eunuch Qin was stunned and then smiled. I'm not a monster. How can I not be old? Empress Dowager Zhuang pursed her lips and wanted to say that she was old too. But she swallowed the words and asked, "You and I entered the palace in the same year, right?" Eunuch Qin smiled. "Yes, but I didn't have the fortune to serve you in the first few years." Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. "You didn't have a godson or anything? If I leave, your pool of little bastards can't really take care of you when you're old." Eunuch Qin suddenly choked. "Why do you always talk nonsense these days? I'm just a lowly eunuch. It's not worth remembering." Empress Dowager Zhuang was never a sad person. She was very calm. "How long has Xiaoshan been in Yuzhou? It's time to return to the capital, right?" Eunuch Qin wiped his tears and said, counting the days, "It's time to go back." Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Xiaoshan went to Yuzhou before the end of the year. He got married 3 years ago. His wife was the daughter of a scholarly family chosen for him by his great-aunt. Their family lived in the capital and their ancestral home was in Yuzhou. He went to Yuzhou to accompany his wife to worship their ancestors. He was also commissioned by the Ministry of Works to go to Yuzhou to help build a royal garden. He took time to take his wife to Qingchuan village. He had long severed ties with the Gu family. Naturally, he didn't go to visit them. He went to visit his third uncle and third aunt's graves. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the village, he would meet his mother, Madame Lu. Madame Lu was fetching water at the entrance of the village. She was a lot older. She was in her 40s and had a lot of white hair. A dirty little girl was squatting next to her. The little girl randomly picked up something on the ground and put it into her mouth. When Madame Lu found out, she immediately hit the little girl's hand. "Put everything into your mouth. I'll eat you to death." The little girl didn't know if it was because of pain or fear, but she began to cry. "You only know how to eat and cry. What else can you do?" Madame Lu scolded a few times. The little girl cried even more fiercely. Madame Lu was so angry that she hit her several times. Gu Xiaoshan couldn't help but remember that when he was a child, he was also beaten and scolded by Madame Lu. And because he was naughty and stubborn, Madame Lu beat him especially hard. If the child was disobedient, he would beat him a few times. He wouldn't hate Madame Lu because of this. He was bitterly disappointed with Madame Lu because Madame Lu never had a son in her heart. Madame Lu only valued Gu Ershun, who was smarter than her and knew how to please people. "Husband, what's wrong?" his wife, Qin Yun, asked. "Nothing, let's go." Gu Xiaoshan helped his wife get out of the carriage. Madame Lu saw him at a glance. "Ah. Is that Xiaoshan?" Auntie Zhao, who had just come over with a basin of clothes, recognized him. Auntie Zhao was very surprised. "Oh my God. I almost didn't recognize you." Gu Xiaoshan had changed too much. When he left the village, he was only a 13 or 14-year-old hooligan. He didn't even walk properly. Now, he was wearing a brocade robe. He was handsome and elegant. At first glance, he looked like a son of an aristocratic family. The woman wearing a veil next to him was luxurious and elegant. She had a dignified manner. She looked like a daughter of an aristocratic family. Who would dare to recognize him? The villagers came over to watch. Madame Lu looked at Gu Xiaoshan in a daze. The bucket in her hand fell into the well. She couldn't believe her eyes. This man, who was more noble than the county magistrate's son, was really her idiot son? Cough, cough, cough. The accompanying imperial bodyguard was sent by the prefectural magistrate. He was afraid that Master Gu would encounter an accident on the road, so he must carefully protect the safety of the couple. He cleared his throat and politely said to the villagers, "Everyone, please don't push. Master Gu came back to visit his family's grave. Please let him pass." "What did you call him?" Madame Lu came over and asked. The imperial bodyguard didn't know her. He only thought that she was an ordinary villager. He patiently explained, "Master Gu. Master Gu is a popular person in the imperial court. This time, he came to Yuzhou to build a mansion under the imperial decree." The imperial court, under the imperial decree, Madame Lu almost fainted. If she had known that Gu Xiaoshan was so promising, She wouldn't have sold him for 20 taels, she should have sold him for 200 taels. No, 2,000 taels, no, what did she sell him for? He was an official, so she was the official's mother. That's right, she was the official's mother. She could hold her head high. Stinky boy, you still know to come back. When you went to the capital, you didn't care about me and your father. Your conscience was eaten by a dog. As she spoke, she rushed towards Gu Xiaoshan. But Gu Xiaoshan was no longer the obedient son that she used to know. She was the one who cut off their mother-son relationship. Gu Xiaoshan stepped back. She pounced on empty air. The imperial bodyguard didn't know whether Madame Lu was telling the truth or not, but he saw Master Gu's attitude clearly. He immediately stood in front of Madame Lu. Not long after, Gu Chonglu also heard the news and rushed over. When he saw the current Gu Xiaoshan, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The hooligan that the Gu family looked down on the most suddenly changed and became a popular person in the imperial court. He tried to talk to Gu Xiaoshan, but he was also stopped by the imperial bodyguard. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. I'm your father-in-law. When he saw that Gu Xiaoshan refused to acknowledge him as his father, he hurriedly asked Qin for help. Women were soft-hearted. As long as she begged for mercy for him, Xiaoshan would definitely listen. Qin didn't even look back. The Gu family didn't have a good life these years. Old Master Gu passed away, leaving behind a mess. The eldest branch and the second branch separated. Gu Dashuan's road to the imperial examinations didn't go smoothly. When the news that Xiao Lulang was the top scorer in the imperial examination spread to the village, his mentality collapsed. After that, he did worse and worse in the examinations. In order to pay for his imperial examinations, his family owed a large debt. Later, although he found a rice merchant's daughter as his wife, his father-in-law saw that he always failed in the examinations and was unwilling to support him. He had no choice but to become an elementary school teacher in town. He was arrogant and had no patience for students. After being fired several times, no private school would hire him. Back then, the second branch dreamed of letting Gu Ershun take the imperial examinations. They sold Gu Xiaoshan for 20 taels and spent it all on Gu Ershun. In the end, it all went down the drain. Xiaoshan. We're your biological parents. You can't treat us like this. Is there any justice in this world? Aren't you afraid that we'll report you to the Yamen? A crime of being unfilial. Let's see if you can still be an official. Do you have any respect for the law? He's my son. My biological son. Gu Xiaoshan pretended that he didn't hear anything. The villagers all knew everything. The matter of the second branch selling off Xiaoshan, who in the surrounding villages did not know. How could a child who was sold out come back to take care of his parents in old age? How shameless! Gu Xiaoshan didn't stay in the village for long. He took his wife to sweep the graves of his third uncle and third aunt, burned incense, and kowed out for Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, and the people of Jing Kong. In fact, Gu Jiao's room had always been filled with memorial tablets of the third branch of the Gu family. Every year, they would worship them on their death anniversary, Qingming Festival, and New Year's Day. If she was away on an expedition, Xiao Heng would also buy incense and paper money to worship them. Gu Xiaoshan returned to the capital in April. When they were close to the capital, Qin suddenly fainted. Gu Xiaoshan hurriedly sent someone to the capital to deliver the news. Gu Chongqing happened to be in Bishui Alley. I'll take you there. Gu Jiao, okay. The two went to the courier station outside the southern gate of the capital. Gu Jiao took Qin's pulse. Then she smiled and said to Gu Xiaoshan, Xiaoyun is pregnant. It's too stuffy in the carriage. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. I'm going to be a father? They had been married for 3 years, and this was their first child. The joy in his heart was indescribable. When Qin woke up and found out that she was finally pregnant, she was so excited that she almost cried. She had been married for 3 years without a child. She was in despair. Although no one in the family urged her, she always hoped that she could bear a child for her husband. The group of people sat in the carriage. Gu Chongqing rode alone on the side of the carriage. He silently guarded his sister in the carriage, as well as his sister's family. This was an ordinary afternoon. Even the late spring weather was the same as before. This was destined to be an ordinary day. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Gu Chongqing turned his head to look at his sister who had lifted the curtain. He asked, "Is something the matter?" Gu Jiao looked at him under the sunlight and smiled. "Brother." Gu Chongqing's heart was struck. The afternoon sunlight shone directly into his heart. On the other side, this year's imperial examinations had also finished. When Zhuang Yuhing was exiled, he had been stripped of his scholarly achievements. However, the emperor did not say that he would not be allowed to take the imperial examinations again. He just never appeared in the examination room. It was because of this that Empress Dowager Zhuan understood that he did not want to return to the capital. However, this year, he appeared in the capital's examination hall and took first place in the palace examination in March. He became the first person in the history of the Zhao country to walk through the main gate of the imperial palace twice and parade through the streets on horseback. He went to Rinzhou Palace and knelt on the ground. He kowed out heavily to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He lowered his eyes and said in a tearful voice, "Great aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Zhuang Yuhing, who was over 30 years old and thin. She waved her hand for him to come forward. Zhuang Yuhing held back his sobs and walked forward on his knees. Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her handkerchief and punched his shoulder. She punched again and again. Her eyes were red and her throat was swollen. "You just came back, you just came back." In May, Xiaoheng handled a vicious bribery case that involved more than half of the Hanlin Academy. Although there were no fish in the clear water, there was a limit to everything. More than half of the Hanlin Academy's officials were involved. This was an extremely terrifying matter. When the results of the investigation came out, Xiaoheng never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be the current Hanlin Academy scholar. In the prison cell, the scholar of the Hanlin Academy confessed to his crimes. He accepted bribes and manipulated the examination of the scholars. He enrolled the scholars with low scores into the Hanlin Academy and falsified their qualifications and political achievements so that they could enter the 6 ministries. In the interrogation room, Xiaoheng, who was wearing a purple official's robe, sat on a chair. He looked at the scholar of the Hanlin Academy opposite him with a complicated expression. "Why?" Ning Ziyuan smiled bitterly. "Lu Lang, not everyone is born in the clouds. I'm just an ant from a poor family. I don't know how much effort it takes to climb up step by step. I'm not afraid of suffering, but sometimes, suffering is useless. I know you want to say that you also relied on yourself to get to where you are today. I admit this. No matter how the world misunderstands you, I always believe that you relied on your own talent. But Lu Lang, I don't have your talent. I had an ambition that didn't match my talent. I didn't keep my heart." Xiaoheng calmly walked out of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Many years ago, in a certain room of the Hanlin Academy, Ning Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder and said with great ambition, "Don't look at me because I was born in a poor family. I have no background and no connections. Sometimes I dream that one day I can climb up. I don't need to climb too high. Becoming a 5th-rank Hanlin Academy scholar is my life's dream." He clenched his fists, as if he wanted to force out the contempt he had suffered along the way from his bones. "I'm thinking, when I have such a day, when I take charge of the Hanlin Academy, I will not appoint people for their money, for their connections, and for their obedience. I will not allow people to make trouble for me." A bolt of lightning flashed. A hole seemed to be opened in the sky and rain poured down. He stared at the endless rain, a trace of confusion flashing through his eyes. After a while, his eyes regained their firmness. He opened the umbrella and walked into the rain with firm steps. Empress Dowager Zhuang's health had been fluctuating this year, sometimes good and sometimes bad. She couldn't eat the candied plums and jujubes that Gu Jiao and the old chancellor had personally made for her. She had accumulated a lot of candied plums. Xianyuan sat at her bedside and said softly, "Great aunt, eat as much as you want. I won't tell Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled. "Where's my little granddaughter-in-law?" Xianyuan's ears turned slightly red. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "You're the same as your brother-in-law. Don't learn from him. You've been married for so many years before you can eat it." In August, Gu Jiao brought Xianxia and Guo from the countryside. Guo was a year and a half younger than Jing Kong. He was 14 this year and was a handsome young man. Empress Dowager Zhuang lay on the soft phoenix bed and looked at the figure walking towards her in the light. She asked weakly, "Is it Xianxia?" Xuanningshiang knelt on the ground and held her great aunt's hand. She choked with sobs. "It's me, great aunt, it's me, where's Guo?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Guo stood beside Xuanningshiang, but her eyesight was no longer good. Xuanningshiang felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She pulled her son aside. "Guo!" quickly kowtowed to the Empress Dowager. Guo knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Why do you keep kowtowing? You're hurting the child." Empress Dowager Zhuang took out a piece of sesame candy from under her pillow and handed it to him. "Guo, eat." Guo loved sesame candy the most when he was young. Xuanningshiang covered her mouth and cried uncontrollably. Gu Jiao brought the 3 little ones to live in Rinshou Palace. "You're not noisy." Empress Dowager Zhuang occasionally said to the 3 little ones, "Your uncle from Jing Kong was really noisy when he was young." It wasn't that the 3 little ones weren't noisy, but they were very quiet in front of her. Even Xiao Yan, the little loudspeaker, sensibly suppressed her natural instincts and primitive strength. Xiao Heng, Shan Yuanxi, Gu Xiaoshen, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaobao also visited her every day. Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng also came often. It was worth mentioning that Gu Chongqing and Yuan Baolin had a daughter, but Gu Chongqing still believed that he was fulfilling the agreement. Yuan Baolin told him, "A woman needs a son to live the rest of her life peacefully." The one-track-minded Gu Chongqing began to fulfill the agreement to give Yuan Baolin a son. Gu Jiao was shocked when she learned about this. She never expected Gu Chongqing to be so one-track-minded. She asked Yuan Baolin, "What if you have a son? How will you coax him into bed?" Yuan Baolin raised her chin and said, "Then I'll tell him that a son is too lonely. If anything happens in the future, he won't have a brother to support him. You see, you have 5 brothers." Gu Jiao silently gave a thumbs up. Empress Dowager Zhuang was asked about her well-being by everyone in the room. She hummed and said, "Don't you have something to do?" The old chancellor also came. However, he always stayed there quietly and didn't say anything. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't see, so she naturally didn't know he came. In the 12th month, Empress Dowager Zhuang's memory deteriorated and she often called the wrong person. She would call Xiao Xian Jing Kong and Gu Xiaobao Gu Yan. She also asked Gu Jiao where Xiaoshan went and whether Lu Lang went to the prefectural city for the exam again. She listened to the snow outside the window and said, "It's cold. Did Lu Lang bring enough clothes?" The exam shed in Yuzhou is cold, unlike the capital. "He brought enough." Gu Jiao said, "Great aunt, don't worry. Xiaoshan went to the academy for lessons." Great aunt pulled the banknote in her hand and touched Gu Jiao's hand. "Give it to him for me. He fell out with the Gu family and went to live in the academy. He can't be full easily." Gu Jiao took the banknote. "Okay, I'll go to town to get it for him. Do you want to eat candied fruit? You can eat as many as you want today." Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and fell asleep. Gu Jiao quietly lay down beside her, pulled open her arms, and gently buried her head in her arms. On New Year's Eve, Shan Yuanxi welcomed his 16th birthday and Xiao Heng also welcomed his 30th year. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in good spirits. When she got up, she ate 6 candied fruits in one breath, which made eunuch Qin very happy. Originally, the birthday banquet was to be held in Rinshou Palace, but Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to play the leaf card, so the family returned to Bishui Alley. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Auntie Lu, Granny Zhou, and Auntie Lu gathered at the table. Since Great Aunt's eyesight deteriorated, Gu Jiao made the leaf card into mahjong, which could be touched with hands. The old chancellor stood behind Great Aunt and served her tea obediently. He also handed over his private savings. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows and snorted, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you lose less." The neighbors actually wanted to go easy on her, but they found that there was no need. Even if the old lady became like this, she still beat the whole Bishui Alley. The neighbors lost miserably. Yaoshi was making pastries in the kitchen, and Princess Xinyang went to learn from her. Gu Xiaobao and Xiaoyi, the two older children, led a few younger ones to set off firecrackers in the alley. Xianyuan didn't join in the fun. He moved a chair behind Empress Dowager Zhuang and gently rested his delicate chin on her shoulder. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with disgust, "What? Is it sticky?" "That's right, sticky, go away." Gu Yan came over and pushed Xianyuan away, leaning on Greytant's shoulder. Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded, "You're 27. What is this? You don't want to find a wife. Xiaoshuan's son can already buy soy sauce." Xiaoshuan's baby, who was still in her stomach. Gu Yan stuck to her and said, "Then you can talk to my mother and let me marry you ya." Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and thought, "You're talking nonsense. This kind of thing depends on fate. How can everyone be happy?" She only wanted him to live, and he did it. She had nothing to be dissatisfied with. She pushed the cards in front of her and said, "Draw'll win." In the afternoon, Empress Dowager Zhuang slept in her room for a while. Xianyuan also lay down to accompany Great Aunt. "When I was young, did you really want to sleep with me? You always dragged me to your room." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "That's because I want a little great-grandson." Xianyuan said, "I don't care, you just like me." Empress Dowager Zhuang. Such a shameless person. "Xiaoji, give me back that shy little monk." Xianyuan wanted to tease Great Aunt, but he really fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark. He called Great Aunt beside him. Great Aunt didn't respond. He was so scared that his face changed. "Great Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "What are you arguing about? Do you think I'm going?" Xianyuan hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant." Empress Dowager Zhuang lazily said, "Don't worry, today is New Year's Eve. I won't leave on New Year's Eve. I won't turn your and Aheng's birthday into the anniversary of my death." How sad would that be? On the first day of the new year, a large family from Baishui Lane entered the palace to give her a New Year's greeting. She held Gu Jiao's hand and had Gu Jiao take good care of eunuch Qin. Empress Dowager Zhuang passed away on the third day of the first month. She had been in good spirits for the past few days, and her memories were no longer in chaos. Everyone thought that she had gotten better, but nobody expected that she would sleep and never wake up again. She passed away in her sleep, and she left very peacefully. She didn't leave behind any last words. She just heard eunuch Qin say that she took out a book of poems that she had written before she got married and looked at it. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been in power for dozens of years. The people only remembered her fierce and overbearing methods, but they forgot that she had once been a gentle daughter of a noble family. She had dedicated her life to the country of Zhao. She had countless opportunities to completely leave the imperial family and live a carefree life outside. But she didn't do this. It was for the sake of the country, and it was also for the sake of her children not being shamed because of her. The imperial palace was a cage that had imprisoned her for her entire life. The Empress Dowager had passed away, and according to the ancestral rules, she would be buried in the imperial mausoleum with the previous emperor. Xiaoheng submitted a memorial, requesting that a separate tomb be built for Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was not in the name of Empress Dowager Zhuang, but in the name of Zhuang Jinsei. She had been imprisoned while alive, but she had to be freed after death. On the day that the tomb was built, Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, Jing Kong, Gu Yan, Gu Xiaoshen, Gu Xiaobao, Gu Chongqing, and Zhuang Yuheng came to support the coffin of their grandaunt. Their grandaunt did not leave behind any children in this world. But they were all grandaunt's children. If there is an afterlife, I hope that you will not enter the imperial family. Digression, everyone's comments seem to be about wanting to read about the Godfather and the small medicine chest. Then I will try to write about it. The time of the update is uncertain. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1039810077. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www. ZHHBQG. Bikuga mobile reading website, MZHHBQG. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Galaxy K93. In the vast and boundless universe, a silver-white spaceship was nimbly shuttling through a dark red asteroid belt. The celestial bodies that looked small through the telescope were actually huge, and they had their own trajectories. Plus, the spaceship itself was moving faster than light. It looked like a very dangerous dodging game. But this wasn't a problem for it. After all, it wasn't an ordinary spaceship, but the strongest battleship of the Imperial Marshal. It had accompanied the Imperial Marshal through the long and glorious years of war, setting the pinnacle of the entire galaxy and even the entire Federation. There were many rumors about it. Some said that it was a battleship that the Imperial Marshal spent a lot of money to get someone to custom make it. Some said that it was a secret weapon that the Imperial Marshal's grandfather left him. But there were also rumors that it was originally a nanny robot, the kind that made milk for the little Marshal and changed his diapers. The cute AI's voice sounded, and it seemed to be a little excited. Obstacles can't be avoided. The elimination plan will be implemented. Do you want to stop it? The man sitting on the back of the chair with his eyes closed didn't even lift his eyelids. The AI's voice became even more excited. The elimination plan is officially activated. Warm reminder, halfway through the sentence, the man casually raised a hand that was still slender and beautiful even though he was wearing white gloves. With a click, he fastened the safety buckle on the back of the chair. The AI made a satisfied mechanical sound like an old father. Baby is so obedient. The man's thin lips opened slightly. Call me baby again and I'll smash you. It was unknown if it was threatened, but the AI really didn't say anything. However, it didn't give up and flashed a line of words on the screen, as if to show its last bit of unyielding will. Can't be smashed. The man still had his eyes closed, but he seemed to have guessed its little action. He said calmly, cancel the autopilot. The AI admitted defeat in a second. Marshal is so awesome. Next, it began to focus on eliminating the unavoidable asteroids. Under normal circumstances, the Federation's battleships wouldn't randomly destroy celestial bodies in the universe. However, this mission was urgent and they couldn't care less about the Federation's laws. At the same time, on an orange planet, a total of 30 battleships were ready to set off. This was a newly risen group of space pirates in the star system. Most of them were fugitives who had escaped from prison. They had already successfully robbed 10 space supply stations of the Federation and 2 supply planets of the Empire. The Federation attached great importance to this matter and had once sent a legion to encircle and annihilate them. However, there were traitors among them who were very familiar with the Federation's battleships and fighting style. They did not fight head-on and fled after firing a shot. They were extremely cunning. The Federation had a huge headache over this. Recently, they had set their eyes on another supply planet controlled by the Will family and were planning to take action tonight. However, before they could set off, a dark spaceship suddenly appeared in the dark night sky above their heads. It slowed down after entering the planet's atmosphere and hovered steadily above the 30 battleships. The first to discover it was a gun-wielding sentinel. At first, he thought that it was their accomplice, but later he found out that it wasn't because the bottom of the black battleship was impressively printed with a huge federal military emblem. It's a Federation battleship. It was as if he was facing a great enemy, everyone was on their guard. Just like Xianxia, they found it inconceivable. What about their defense system? Did it fail? Why was there no interception or warning? Why did they let this battleship barge in as if it was unmanned? The galactic pirate leader gave the order to prepare for battle. How many battleships are there in total? The pilot at the side said in a daze, One. The Federation only sent 1 battleship? The galactic pirate leader was dumbfounded. One had to know that the Federation had sent out the same number of battleships, but they were still unable to annihilate them. Could it be that the Federation was not here to fight with them? But to negotiate, at this point, he smiled smugly. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Destroy it. Negotiate, that was impossible. He gave the order, but there was no response from the other battleships. He frowned. What's going on? The pilot pointed at the battleship in the sky in horror. Look, look. The battleship in the sky started to light up in large patches. Its black outer shell was like a layer of scales that had been flipped over. Layers of dazzling silver light appeared. Along with this unforeseen event, its enormous body was revealed before everyone. The galactic pirate leader's body shook. This is the #1 battleship in the Federation's galaxy that accompanied the Empire's Marshal to conquer the entire Federation, World Terminator. Through the spacious viewing window of the battleship, a man in a black uniform looked down at everyone from above. This was the most handsome man in the entire Empire, but also the most brutal and cold-blooded man. He was tall, and his uniform fitted him perfectly. Even the buttons were buttoned up to the top of his collar. He was strict and ascetic. His skin was deathly pale under the cold light. He held a golden scepter with the star of the Empire in his hands. This was a symbol of his status and also a signal of death. The Empire's Marshal was not here to negotiate. He was here to annihilate the pirates. The kind that did not leave anyone alive. The galactic pirate leader, who was still feeling smug a second ago, was completely panicking at this moment. Didn't the Empire's Marshal go on an expedition to the K-34b galaxy? He would not be back for at least a few decades. Why did he? If the Empire's Marshal had not left, they would not have dared to rob the Federation's supply planet and space station even if they had 100 guts. What should we do? What should we do? The galactic pirate leader broke out in cold sweat. Not only him, but the rest of the galactic pirates were also scared silly. This was the Empire's youngest general, the only marshal in the entire galaxy who had intimidated the entire Federation. He was born into a fallen aristocrat and had the lowest resources, but he still managed to carve out a bloody path for himself in the Federation. No one dared to go against him. Run! Run quickly! It was unknown who shouted this, but everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They all jumped onto the battleship and prepared to escape. The Empire's Marshal looked coldly at the galactic pirates who had killed countless civilians. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants who did not know where to go. The Terminator is requesting to execute orders. The AI's mechanical voice became cold and domineering. The Empire's young Master Marshal said word by word, extermination plan, execute. The AI's mechanical voice sounded again. Extermination plan is about to begin. Civilians, please evacuate. Extermination plan is about to begin. Civilians, please evacuate. Extermination plan is about to begin. Civilians, please evacuate. Countdown begins. A row of blinking numbers appeared in the boundless starry sky. It was a 2-minute countdown. The galactic pirates were extremely fast. In just a minute, they had already left in their respective battleships. At superluminal speed, they could travel to several planets in a minute. Even though there were no longer any battleships on the ground, the countdown in the night sky continued. Until the last second, the Terminator began to chase after the fleeing battleships. 30 seconds later, the universe returned to peace. In the cockpit, the Terminator's AI resumed its cute mechanical voice. Baby, it's time to eat. Tonight's dinner is very sumptuous. However, the Empire's Marshal did not manage to eat this dinner. On their way back, they encountered the collapse of a star. This huge star had collapsed for a long time and had been relatively stable. It was estimated that it would burn for at least 100,000 years. However, for some unknown reason, it had burned out prematurely. In the last few seconds, it suddenly collapsed to form a black hole. The Terminator was captured by the black hole's gravitational force. An alarm that had never been sounded before sounded in the cockpit. They could not return. Star System K-93. The Empire's Marshal calmly welcomed his death. He had gone on expeditions everywhere. There would be a day when he would die on the way. He stroked the control panel and said softly, Terminator, your service ends here. You are the glory of the Empire. The AI was silent for a long time. Then, it said solemnly, Marshal, you too. The next second, it said calmly, "Hibernation chamber activated." The interior of the cockpit changed rapidly. The original visual window disappeared and was replaced by a wall with a screen. A luxurious hibernation chamber that could supply people for hundreds of years rose from the ground. The Empire's marshal frowned. "Terminator, what are you doing?" The AI sounded very calm. "Hibernation chamber separated. Medical cabin activated. Weapons cabin ready to attack. Welcome the black hole's gravitational force. Goodbye, Marshal." As soon as it finished speaking, a terrifying impact swept through the entire hibernation chamber. The Empire's marshal's brain waves vibrated to the extreme. Then, a strong sense of dizziness hit him and he lost consciousness. On the screen, a few lines of words flashed: "Habitable planet captured. Positioning. Virgo supercluster, Milky Way, Earth. Digression, little first aid kit, I'm a person who served the army. Give me some mysterious energy." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels to read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1038988737. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. The Marshal woke up in a warm ocean. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to call for the Terminator. Following the sound of air leaking, the hibernation pod above his head slowly opened. The gentle AI voice sounded. "The medical pod is at your service. You have slept for a total of 1,221 days. Welcome to your awakening. We will now conduct a full body checkup for you." He lay motionless in the hibernation pod, allowing waves of red light to scan his body. The AI said, "Checkup complete. Your vital signs are normal. Overall evaluation, excellent. You are indeed the most powerful marshal in the Empire." "Awesome." This was the voice and program set by the Terminator. However, the Marshal knew that it did not have the consciousness of the Terminator. The consciousness of the Terminator would forever remain in the battleship that was engulfed by the black hole. The rumors were right. The Terminator was initially a nanny robot that accompanied him through his lonely and bullied growth period. After he modified his own battleship, he retained the intelligence of the nanny robot. This led to the creation of the Terminator. And the Terminator seemed to have awakened its own consciousness through the modifications and updates. "Baby, today is also a day for you to eat obediently." The AI's cute voice sounded in the medical pod. This was also one of the programs set by the Terminator after it had awakened its consciousness. The Terminator was unbelievably huge. Its medical pod was also huge. It would take at least an hour to walk through every corner. Of course, the Marshal was not so free. As he ate his dinner, he connected the medical pod's equipment to the planet's data. This planet called Earth was at the stage of a first-level civilization. It had yet to develop the energy of the other planets in its galaxy. The life forms on Earth had very low energy levels and their lifespans were only a few hundred years. After they died, it was almost impossible for them to feed back to the habitable zone. The K93 galaxy also had all kinds of life forms. They were also called humans. The difference was that the life forms on K93 had extremely long lifespans and high energy levels. After they died, they would disintegrate and the energy they contained would feed back to the entire galaxy. After learning more about Earth, he roughly compared the differences between himself and the people on Earth. He was probably equivalent to a teenager on Earth. In the hibernation chamber, people would not grow. Not counting that period of time, he was actually more than 30 years old. However, in the K93 galaxy, where lifespans were extremely long, those under 35 years old were considered young. If he hadn't lied about his age when he went to the imperial capital to join the army, he wouldn't have been able to get in. He learned more about the people on Earth and then began to check the medical cabin's reserves. The AI reported in an orderly manner. When it read, "The hibernation chamber is operating normally," he was stunned. He had already come out, so why was the hibernation chamber still running? "Which hibernation chamber?" he asked. The AI said, "Hibernation chamber number 2. The general opened the number 2 hibernation cabin and saw a baby inside. It was only then that he remembered that he had passed by a supply planet that had been robbed by space pirates a few days before he left the K93 galaxy. It was there that he had picked up a dying child. The baby was too weak and had been lying in the healing chamber the entire time. When the Terminator was born, the healing chamber automatically entered hibernation mode and became the number 2 hibernation chamber. The AI said, "Vital signs are weak. Do you want to switch to the healing chamber and continue the treatment?" The Imperial Marshal looked at the sleeping baby. This was perhaps the only companion from the K93 galaxy. "Switch," he said. The medical cabin sat on top of a mountain. As it was hidden in another space, no one here could see it. The general walked out of the medical cabin and planned to go down the mountain for a walk. Unexpectedly, the gravity here was different from that of K93, and he fell to the ground. The general hadn't been in such a sorry state for a long time. Just as he struggled to get up, he heard a quarrel nearby. He had already learned the language of this area and could understand what they were arguing about. It was a young man and woman. The woman, with her big belly, grabbed the man's arm and said through gritted teeth, "You have to make things clear today. What is going on between you and that woman?" The man coldly withdrew his arm and said impatiently, "Can you not be unreasonable?" The woman raised her phone angrily. "I am unreasonable? Surnamed Gu. I caught you in the act." The man looked at the photo on the phone and frowned. "When did you secretly take this?" The woman coldly said, "Do I need to secretly take a photo? You two are so open and aboveboard. You are just short of living in my house." The man bluntly said, "Don't talk nonsense. We are not in the kind of relationship you think we are. We are just colleagues who had a meal together. Don't be so suspicious. It's getting late, I should go back to the company. You can take a taxi back yourself." After saying that, he left the woman behind and walked to the top of the mountain. The parking lot was probably on the other side of the mountain. The woman angrily chased after him. "Surnamed Gu. I am pregnant and you are planning to leave me here alone." The two of them pulled and tugged at each other until the woman accidentally bumped into the Imperial Marshal when they brushed past him. Because he hadn't adapted to Earth's gravity, the general couldn't avoid it. The woman's ring cut the back of his hand and fresh blood flowed out. The woman didn't apologize. He looked at the blood on the woman's ring and said in the local language, "Give me the ring." "Scram. I have to compensate you with a ring for bumping into you. In your dreams." "Where did this little rascal come from?" the woman scolded. She wanted to say "Where did this little rascal come from?" but when she saw the excessively handsome face of the youth, she suddenly choked. The youth was tall and wore a neat black uniform. His whole body emitted an ascetic and strict aura. The woman was stunned. Just at this moment, the man walked away. The woman didn't have time to pay attention to the youth in the military uniform and quickly chased after him. He looked at the woman's gradually disappearing back and deeply frowned. "You better not get hurt." Unfortunately, the woman was injured in the process of stopping the man from getting on the car. 2 months later, a white and chubby baby girl was born. Her cries were loud and clear, and she was more beautiful than ordinary newborns. Her family gave her a pleasant name, Gu Jiao. Digression: all children under 35 years old are cubs. Long E, ha ha ha, the latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1038843335 HTML genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. AD 2222 was the 8th year since he came here. He finally found the child who had infected his blood on the hillside that day. It should have been the woman who had cut him with the ring, but for some reason, the energy in his blood had been absorbed by the child in the woman's belly. This was the only human who could survive after absorbing the energy of the K93 system. He brought her back to the medical cabin with the intention of studying her. The little girl was small and was soaked in the rain. Her large black eyes looked at him with vigilance and curiosity. This was a pretty little girl with an abnormal calmness. However, she was still a child. She maintained her calm appearance, but her small fists were clenched tightly by her side. "Lie down." He pointed at the cold operating table and said. The little girl stared at him for a long time before obediently lying down. He put on sterile gloves and began to take her blood and hair. He also did a series of ECG and brainwave tests. The little girl was very cooperative and quiet throughout the process. She didn't even resist when the needle was inserted into her blood vessels. "Does it hurt?" he asked. She shook her head. This pain was nothing. "Come here and eat something." He took off his gloves and said calmly. The little girl jumped down from the operating table and looked at his back. She said in a daze, "My clothes are wet. Do I have a change of clothes?" "Of course, there isn't anything suitable for you." He took one of his pajamas and tossed it to her, pointing to the bathroom. The little girl took the clothes into the washroom and came out half an hour later. Her hair was wet and her body exuded a faint cold aura. The large pajamas on her small body were so loose that it almost reached the ground. He looked at her and frowned. "You didn't use hot water?" The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. Is there hot water?" There was, but the Imperial Marshal was used to cold water, so he turned off the hot water function. It was his negligence. He had never raised a child and had never been close to anyone. He had forgotten that the people here were different from the K93 system. But this girl was also strange. Did she not know how to use it? How did she survive all these years? Was it okay to take a cold shower? Dinner was a tasteless steak prepared by the medical cabin. The stool at the dining table was very high. The little girl tried for a long time but still couldn't sit on it. Instead, she was sweating all over again. Even so, he did not hear her ask him for help. In the end, it was he who lifted her onto the stool. She grabbed the knife and fork clumsily and ate with relish. His movements were slow and deliberate, with the elegance of an ancient aristocrat. Then, he realized that the little girl was imitating him. She straightened her back and did not even let go of his habit of folding his handkerchief to wipe his mouth. The results came out the next day. The amount of K93 energy in her blood was too high. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be so calm. He had seen people who were infected by his blood. They either died or suffered a fate worse than death. "Don't you feel bad?" he asked. The little girl was holding a cup and gulping down water. Hearing this, she raised her head and looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" He said, "Physical discomfort? It's very painful. Your heart is burning and your lungs are hot. It's like 10,000 ants are gnawing at your body." These were all the feelings he got from the few survivors. Everyone was different. She thought about it seriously and shook her head. Forget it. She was infected in her mother's womb. She was born in this terrible torture. She had never experienced a day of normal life. For her, discomfort was normal. After another 3 days, he went out. When he came back, there was a trace of his opponent's blood on him. She lost control. After waking up, she did not remember the damage she had done. She just could not find her cup. She probably understood something. When she saw him, the first thing she said was, "I'm not a little monster. A month later, he brought her back to the organization. In the past few years, in order to better adapt to life here, he joined an organization called Kuanping and became an assassin. "Do you remember what you wanted to call me?" he asked her. She nodded and said obediently, "Godfather." "Godfather, how old are you?" she asked him. He looked at the dark corridor like the mouth of an abyss and said indifferently, 16. Converted to the age of the earth, it was about this number. Gu Jiao showed amazing talent in the organization. When she was 13, she got her own code name, Shadow. This meant that she finally became an official member of the organization. She was no longer an 8-year-old girl who did not know anything. She already knew that she was different from ordinary people. There seemed to be some strange and violent factors in her body. When she encountered blood, she would lose control. There was no cure, only control. When she was 15 years old, she received her first mission, to retrieve stolen information. There were 8 people in total, and they had a lot of guns. She was wearing a white knee-length dress. Her waist was slender, and her long black hair was soft and shiny. She had a clean and young face. She had the purest spirit of a young girl. She stood on the side of the road with her hands behind her back. From time to time, she would look at the passing cars. Her pitiful appearance was enough to arouse the desire of any man to protect her. As expected, a small truck with goods stopped beside her. The person in the truck was her mission target. She thought that she was acting alone. Little did she know that in a tall building in the distance, a man in a black trench coat was staring at her. The man's eyes were cold and his eyes were cold. He had one hand in the pocket of his trench coat and the other hand was holding a sniper rifle. Her acting was terrible. Her smile was not good at all. Soon, she was exposed. In the end, she had to use violence to get through. She kicked the man who was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She curled her lips and said in disdain, "Can't take a beating at all." She turned and left with the results of today. After walking about 30 to 40 meters, the unconscious man on the ground suddenly woke up. He pulled out the gun at his waist and aimed at Gu Jiao's back. However, before he could pull the trigger, the man upstairs picked up the silenced sniper rifle in his hand and shot him in the head without even opening the sniper scope. At that moment, a rumbling truck sped past Gu Jiao. The loud rumbling noise covered the sound of the bullet piercing through the air. Gu Jiao had no idea that she was in danger. When she arrived at the meeting place, her godfather's black pickup was already waiting for her on the side of the road. "Huh? Godfather?" She tilted her head and walked over in surprise. With her hands behind her back, she bent her slender waist and looked at him through the window. "Isn't Cheetah here to pick me up?" He put one hand on the steering wheel and said expressionlessly, he had a last-minute mission and left first. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. He said calmly, "Seat belt." Gu Jiao obediently fastened her seat belt. Then, she showed him a small metal box that she had won this time. She said proudly, "All the data is inside. Am I awesome?" He nodded indifferently and started the car. The soft and warm wind blew in, and her smooth black hair was gently blown up. She turned around to look for food in the back seat. This action closed the distance between the two of them. Her hair, which exuded the fragrance of a young girl, brushed against his face. It was a little itchy. After returning to the organization, he said to Gu Jiao, "Come over in a bit. We need to take blood." Oh. Gu Jiao would come to the medical cabin every month to take blood. She was used to it and never asked why. The Marshal of the Empire should be called Godfather now. After taking Gu Jiao's blood, the Godfather went to the equipment for analysis. The results were the same as before. K93's energy substance had an extremely strong replication ability. The concentration in the blood showed no signs of decreasing at all. This was a very strange phenomenon. Since he came here, he had been in a state of constant consumption because he couldn't supply K93 with energy. To put it bluntly, his life would be shorter than if he was in K93. However, the energy substance he needed could be replicated infinitely in her body. He still couldn't explain why, but what he was sure of was that he could use her energy to replenish his life. The stronger she was, the faster the energy substance in her body replicated, and the more beneficial it would be for him to extend his life. Godfather, the food is ready. Today sweet and sour fish is your favorite. She suddenly appeared at the entrance of the examination room. Her cute young girl head poked in. Her eyes blinked, as if they could speak. She wasn't like this to outsiders. Only in front of him would she let down all of her defenses. He calmly turned off the equipment. She was just an experimental subject, an energy supply to extend his life. He wouldn't develop any feelings for her. While eating, her phone lit up. He sat across from her and casually glanced at it. She picked it up and looked at it. She suddenly said to him, "I don't have any missions this weekend. Can I go out and play?" Someone asked me out. His hand that was picking up rice paused. Man or woman? Gu Jiao said honestly, Senior. No. He said calmly. Oh. Gu Jiao lowered her head and continued eating. He looked at her coldly. Are you disappointed? Senior said he would take me surfing. I'm looking forward to it. She was born different from normal people. She had almost no friends. This was the first person who said he would take her out to play. It's not far, she said. It's in Coastal City. It's less than a 2-hour drive. He put down his chopsticks and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth with the napkin on the plate. Go if you want. The listless little quail raised her head and looked at him energetically. Godfather, do you want to go? He said calmly, no. Childish. Gu Jiao happily went to pack her things. The next morning, she went to the agreed place to meet with her senior. Her godfather went to the organization. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into his assistant in a hurry. Because he was too anxious, he didn't see him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Today, he was probably free. For the first time, he asked, what happened? The assistant was startled. King? It's like this. There's a mission in Coastal City. It was supposed to be assigned to Cheetah, but I can't contact him. This kid probably went somewhere to pick up girls last night. I'm going to contact Black Eagle. Coastal City? He asked. Yes, the assistant said. He said calmly, no need to contact Black Eagle. I'll go. As soon as he said that, the assistant was shocked again. But it's just an E-grade mission. How long has it been since you took on a mission below S level? Digression, Jiao Jiao. Both hands raised little fist. Today is a day of freedom, no one can control me. Even breathing is the smell of freedom. * mission levels from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, S. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1038647222. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels that can't be found online can be found here. The senior who was dating Gu Jiao was called Shiyi. He was 17 years old this year and was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. He was the school beau and the top student of number 1 middle school. He came from a wealthy family and was good at basketball. Many girls were chasing after him. However, he was attracted to Gu Jiao, who was always alone. Others said that Gu Jiao was very strange. She always gave people a cold and unapproachable feeling. Being glanced at by her would make one's hair stand on end for a few days. However, in his opinion, this kind of girl was special enough. There's a bonfire party tonight. I booked a room. Don't worry. It's 2 rooms. Shiyi scratched his head shyly. Of course, if you don't want to stay here, I can send you back earlier. It's okay. I want to watch the bonfire party. Gu Jiao looked at him and smiled. This is the first time someone has invited me out to play. Shi was mesmerized by her smile. She was usually cold and aloof, but when she smiled, it was even more beautiful than the spring scenery in March. Shi hurriedly said, If you like, I can take you out to play every day. Gu Jiao reached out her hand to him. Shi was stunned. Ah, were they going to hold hands? He was so excited that his throat moved. His palms were sweaty and he wiped them on his clothes. Just as he was about to take her hand, he heard her say, room card. Shi was so embarrassed that he quickly pulled his hand back. He took out a room card and handed it to her. It's a room with a sea view. The one with the best view. Actually, it wasn't. The presidential suite with the best view had already been booked. However, the 2 rooms that he booked were also very good. Gu Jiao took the room card and went to room 709. When she opened her backpack and was about to change into her carefully prepared swimsuit, she was instantly dumbfounded. She held up a ball of colorful and ugly fabric. Where's my bikini? How did it become a one-piece swimsuit? And such a long skirt. Who touched her bag? How infuriating, such a conservative and old style. It was obvious that it was the Godfather's style. When he wore his own clothes, even the top button on his collar would be fastened. What? I'm not even allowed to wear a bikini. Gu Jiao muttered. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She called the front desk and said, I want a set of bikinis. The receptionist's gentle voice came from the phone. I'm sorry, madam. Our hotel is out of bikinis. Gu Jiao looked at the deserted beach and said, I don't see many customers. Why are they sold out? The receptionist looked at the young man in a black trench coat and sunglasses in embarrassment. She covered the microphone and said in a low voice, It's sold out. And it was all bought by this handsome guy alone. Who would have thought that he was such a pervert? The receptionist hung up the phone and laughed dryly. She handed over the room card and said, The clothes will be sent to your room later. The Godfather took the room card and left without looking back. The assistant's voice came from the Bluetooth earpiece. There's a change of plans. He'll arrive at night. Do you want me to book a room for you? The Godfather said indifferently, No, it's already booked. Huh? On the other end of the phone, the assistant looked at his phone in disbelief. For a moment, he suspected that he had dialed the wrong number. The Godfather hated spending the night outside the most. He actually booked a room for himself. Did he know in advance that there was a change of plans? He opened his mouth and said that. The Godfather hung up the phone. In the end, Gu Jiao could only put on the ugly and old-fashioned one-piece swimsuit with a look of disgust. When Shi, who was drinking on the beach, saw her in this outfit, he almost choked to death. Was she really not stealing his grandma's swimsuit? He almost thought that his grandma had caught him on a date just by looking at the swimsuit. However, Gu Jiao had a good foundation. She was a 15-year-old girl with a slim body. The areas that should be developed were very well, and the areas that should not be developed were not fat at all. Her waist was so thin that it could be held with one hand, and her legs were long and straight. Her snow-white skin was like jade, and there was a tattoo of a fallen angel on her right ankle, which made her legs look even more white. Of course, students couldn't get tattoos. This one was pasted on. Shi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the presidential suite that faced the beach, the Godfather was wearing sunglasses and standing on the sunny balcony. He had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine. He was staring at a certain reckless girl with a dangerous look in his eyes. Gu Jiao was wearing the most old-fashioned clothes, but it couldn't hide her white skin and beauty. Not only was Shi infatuated with her, but many people also came to talk to her. Gu Jiao didn't have time to pay attention to them. She wanted to surf. It was her first time surfing, and Shi taught her step by step. The young man and woman were full of youthfulness and the sour smell of love. Eyesore, the Godfather said as he drank the red wine. The assistant's confused voice came from the Bluetooth earpiece. What eyesore? The Godfather stared at the little girl who was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. Nothing. Gu Jiao was a fast learner, and surfing was no exception. After an hour, she was better than Shiyi. Shiyi was exhausted. He hugged his surfboard to the beach and panted as he looked at Gu Jiao, who was enjoying herself. She was as excited as a little sparrow, as if she had endless energy. So nice, so cute. Shiyi sat on the beach with his hands on the sand behind him. He looked at his girl with a smile and felt very satisfied. Gu Jiao played until it was dark. She was hungry, so she put away the surfboard. The two went back to the hotel to change their clothes. Shiyi booked a barbecue stall. There were already many guests there, and the aroma of barbecue and cumin filled the small square. Shiyi let Gu Jiao sit while he ran around to get the ingredients and set up the stove. The young master of the Shi family was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It was the first time he was so attentive to a girl. He had practiced at home, and the taste of the barbecue was not bad. Gu Jiao said, "Honey, honey. I like sweet things." But the godfather didn't let her eat too much, saying that it would spoil her teeth. Okay. Shiyi brushed a layer of crystal clear honey on the barbecue with his face full of soot. Is it good? Shiyi asked her. Gu Jiao ate the barbecue. Her mouth was very busy, and she nodded like a little hamster. Shiyi smiled happily. On the other side, the godfather was ready to take action. Tonight's mission was to intercept a batch of goods. The reason why it was only rated as classy was because the other party's background was not big, and their armed forces were not strong. According to the initial information, the operation was supposed to be carried out in the afternoon when there were few people around. However, the other party came late, and the number of people on the beach doubled. It was a bit tricky. What was more tricky was that the organization's information was wrong. It was not 10 pounds of goods, but 50 pounds, and it was taken over by another big shot. Things were getting troublesome. The godfather jumped down from the roof and came to the trading room. He raised his gun with a silencer and shot one person at a time, knocking down a large number of people. At this moment, two accomplices who had just returned from outside opened the door. The two of them saw the corpses on the ground, closed the door, and fled. Do they have any more goods on them? The godfather asked the investor who was kneeling on the ground coldly. The investor nodded in fear. The godfather opened the door vigilantly and put the silencer back into the holster on his waist, covering it with his windbreaker. At this time, Gu Jiao and Shiyi had just finished their barbecue and went to the snack booth. Shiyi bought her an ice cream. She lowered her head and licked it, dipping her mouth in the cream. Shiyi smiled and reached out to wipe her mouth. She suddenly turned her head and looked at a figure flashing by in the night. Godfather? What? Shiyi did not understand and thought that she was deliberately avoiding his touch. He quickly reached into his pocket and awkwardly handed her a tissue. Gu Jiao did not take it. She stuffed the ice cream into his hand and walked away. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. Shiyi called out twice but failed to stop her. He grabbed the ice cream and chased after her. Gu Jiao did not catch up with the godfather. Instead, she turned her head and saw a man in a silver suit holding Shiyi with a knife as he walked out from behind a flower bed. Shiyi was just an ordinary high school student, so he could not help but show some fear in this situation. But to Shiyi's shock, Gu Jiao's eyes were calm. The man in the suit shouted, "Don't move. Don't come over. Or I'll kill him." Gu Jiao's aura suddenly changed. She began to emit a chilling murderous aura. Let him go. The man in the suit's eyes flashed. The blade of the knife was pressed against Shiyi's neck and directly cut a line of blood. He whispered, "Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you." But Shiyi did not listen to him. Shiyi suppressed the fear in his heart and trembled as he shouted, "Watch your back." No one saw how Gu Jiao did it. She turned around and pierced the throat of the sneak attacker with the spike in her hand. Blood splattered all over her face. The man fell to the ground in disbelief. Even in death, he did not close his eyes in horror. Gu Jiao kicked the gun up and held it firmly in her hand. She turned around and shot the man in the suit in the thigh. This gun was also equipped with a silencer, so the sound was not loud. Gu Jiao originally wanted to shoot the man in the head, but in order not to scare Shiyi, she chose to shoot the man in the thigh. The man was in so much pain that he let go of Shi and fell to the ground. He hurriedly tried to pull the gun out, but Gu Jiao shot him in the wrist and shattered it. After making sure that he could not fight back, Gu Jiao came in front of Shi. Looking at the blood on his neck, she frowned and reached out with her fingertips. Shi subconsciously took a step back as well. Gu Jiao's hand froze in midair. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him in a daze. She did not understand what he was afraid of. Shi looked at Gu Jiao in horror and then looked at the half-melted ice cream in his hand. He wanted to protect her even if he had to risk his life. But he was also frightened by her. How could she? Gu Jiao could not read his emotions. She thought about it seriously and pointed the gun at the man in the suit on the ground. Are you afraid that he will hurt you again? Then I will kill him. Stop. Shi roared. Gu Jiao looked up in a daze and looked into his red eyes. She did not understand and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shi looked at this junior who could kill without blinking and still be so calm. He suddenly felt that he could not breathe. He stepped back until he turned around. He did not know if it was out of fear or disgust, but he quickly left the place. Gu Jiao looked at his back and murmured, "I just want to protect you." The night wind blew. She looked a little lonely. Her little head drooped as she slowly walked back. As she walked, she saw a shadow on the ground. She subconsciously looked up and saw her godfather, who was wearing black trousers and a white shirt, sitting on the flower bed with his hands in his pockets. The flower bed was quite high, but his legs were longer. Gu Jiao did not say anything and did not continue to walk forward. "Do you like him a lot?" the godfather asked faintly. Gu Jiao said in a low voice, "It's my first time making a friend." The godfather's expression softened. He stood up elegantly and coldly, picked up the windbreaker beside him and went to Gu Jiao. He waved his hand and put it on her. Her cold little body was instantly enveloped by his breath and warmth. She did not feel wronged, just a little stuffy. But at this moment, she suddenly felt wronged. She smacked her forehead against his strong chest. The godfather raised his slender hand and gently patted her head. "My legs are numb," Gu Jiao said. The godfather sighed helplessly. He carried her on his shoulder and walked towards the hotel with his long legs. When he passed by the man in the suit whose right hand and right leg were injured by Gu Jiao, the man in the suit hurriedly took out his gun with his left hand. The godfather did not even look at him and shot him right in the heart. After returning to the presidential suite, the godfather ordered room service. Gu Jiao looked at the ice cream in front of her, which was obviously many times more expensive than the one in front of her. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "For me?" The godfather counted the goods and said indifferently, "You didn't get to eat it just now, did you?" Gu Jiao's eyes sparkled. "Then how many can I eat?" The godfather, "Half." Gu Jiao's face darkened. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, sipping the ice cream cone in her hand. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was still room service. Gu Jiao thought it was delicious food again. "Come in." The door opened and the waiter brought in a row of sexy bikinis that were late. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "Digression, Jiao, are you buying so many for me?" "Oh, the godfather, no, Jiao. Are you going to wear it yourself?" The godfather. As for whether or not Xiaoheng was the godfather's reincarnation, you can find the answer in the details. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1038455015. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Shi Yu returned to H City that night and never contacted Gu Jiao again. Even if he met her, he would avoid her and never have anything to do with Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao's life went on as usual, but she didn't try to make friends easily anymore. Also, as the intensity of the training increased, she lost control more and more often. She needed to control the stimulation that blood gave her, so her godfather started to let her study medicine. When she was 16, she was in her second year of high school, but she was admitted to the Imperial Medical College as the top scorer in science in the province. When she was 17, she started to accept missions above D level. When she was 18, she received her first S-level mission. She was the first member other than her godfather to receive an S-level mission as soon as she reached adulthood. As expected of her godfather's child. The mission was to assassinate a drug lord in Continent F. Gu Jiao completed it very well. During the month she was in Continent F, her godfather rejected all the missions sent by the organization. Gu Jiao didn't know that he had rejected the missions and thought that he was doing well in the country. However, the organization noticed something. When Gu Jiao and her godfather returned to the organization, Alan, one of the three bosses, called her godfather to his office. "You've been paying too much attention to Shadow recently," Alan said straightforwardly. "That's my business," her godfather said calmly. Alan held a glass of red wine in his hand. He smiled and said, "I know you brought her back and you've been training her, but you should know the rules of the organization. If you just want to sleep with her, you can, but don't fall in love with her." Ignoring him, her godfather turned around and left. Alan looked at his back coldly and took a sip of red wine. Then, he looked at the video on the computer and said to the people in it, "We'll accept that mission, but I want 10 times the commission." Gu Jiao received another mission not long after she returned to China. The mission this time was a little special. Someone wanted to ruin the marriage between the two big families and had arranged for assassins to assassinate the bride during the wedding. After negotiating with the groom, it was decided that Gu Jiao would step into the church instead of the bride. Cheetah and Flying Eagle would lie in ambush in the dark. Once the other party made a move, they would quickly kill him. It sounded easy, but the killer had a powerful background. He was second only to King in the underworld, so this was actually a very dangerous mission. If anything went wrong, Gu Jiao's life would be in danger. Cheetah and Eagle are no match for him. Sitting on the office chair, the godfather frowned. The assistant sighed and said, "But the mission has already been assigned. It's impossible to call them back. Also, you've been refusing to accept missions recently, which has already made the higher-ups unhappy. Don't get involved in this mess anymore." The day of the mission. The godfather still went. He did not replace Cheetah or Eagle, nor did he hide in the dark. Instead, he chose to replace the groom. His disguise was so good that even Fei Ying and Cheetah did not recognize him at first glance. Gu Jiao didn't even look at the groom. The godfather asked, "Sir, do you take the lady next to you as your wife? No matter whether she is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with her?" He said, "Yes, I do." Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She looked up in surprise. The godfather said again, "Madam, do you take the groom as your wife? No matter whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with him?" She looked at the man in front of her in a daze. "Godfather?" The godfather raised his slender hand and gently stroked her cheek. He looked at her deeply and asked, "Do you?" "I." Gu Jiao was so shocked that she could not speak. At that moment, the killer who had disguised himself among the guests shot at Gu Jiao. Everything happened in a flash. Gu Jiao did not have time to react. The godfather stood in front of her and was shot twice in the chest. He also shot at the killer. The killer was shot. The scene was chaotic. The cheetah and the eagle took a long time to aim at him. This was because he was injured and could not run fast. If the godfather had not appeared, Gu Jiao would have died today and the killer would have escaped. "Godfather." Gu Jiao supported him. The blood on his chest dyed her white wedding dress red. He forced himself to say, "Take me back to the medical cabin." The medical cabin existed in another space. The entrance was in a villa under his name. Gu Jiao sped all the way and ran countless red lights. She finally took him back to the medical cabin before he fainted. He took out the bullet and lay in the medical cabin. Every time he was injured, the energy in his body would dissipate. He was so weak that he fell asleep soon. When he opened his eyes again, he found that Gu Jiao was also lying in the medical cabin, lying motionlessly beside him. The medical cabin sensed his awakening and lit up with a soft light. With the light, he could see the situation in the medical cabin. Gu Jiao's blood was continuously flowing into his body. She didn't know how long it had been since she lost, but her rosy cheeks had become deathly pale. Even her lips had lost their usual color. "What are you doing?" he asked with a hoarse voice and a frown. Gu Jiao's eyelids moved slightly. She did not open her eyes. She was still lying on her side like a well-behaved kitten. "Don't you want my blood?" she said softly. These words came out of nowhere. At first, he thought she was talking nonsense because she was too weak. But the godfather still understood. She knew everything. He brought her back, carefully cultivated her, and made her strong at all costs. It was all so that one day he could use her blood to prolong his life. "I'm willing." She leaned her forehead against his firm shoulder and said softly, "I'm willing to give my life to you." Gu Jiao fell ill. Her constitution was different from ordinary people. This was the first time she had been so sick in her life. She had a high fever of 41 degrees. Holding her was like holding a hot stove. The godfather cooked some vegetable, meatball, and ginger soup for her, which was rare. Gu Jiao drank a mouthful and instantly sobered up. Her head was no longer buzzing, and her nose was no longer blocked. She broke out in a cold sweat. It was really the worst drink in the world. The effect seems to be good. The godfather looked at her eyes that had turned from dull to sober and said, "I'll cook it for you again tomorrow." In order not to be poisoned by the godfather's dark cuisine a second time, she forced her fever to go down that night. Even his cells despised his culinary skills. The godfather did not let her return to the organization immediately. She stayed in the medical cabin for an entire month. In this month, she unlocked many new skills, such as cooking, wine, and songs from 100 years ago. She was not a good drinker and got drunk in one gulp. She did not stop when she was drunk. She held the wine bottle with one hand and stepped on the table with one foot. "Little Mia." "Music." The cute AI's voice sounded. "Music will be played for you." The godfather sat on the sofa expressionlessly and looked at someone who was drunk. The godfather had accidentally discovered a year ago that the Terminator's consciousness had not completely dissipated. However, after experiencing the impact of the black hole and the trip to space, its consciousness was in a very weak state and sometimes it did not work. Anyway, it worked when she called it. It even acquiesced to the nickname she gave it. So how did she know that her blood was very useful to him? The case was solved. It was really hard to guard against a thief in your own home. She was very engrossed in singing. She came to his side with a wave of her hand and looked straight at him. In the next second, she changed her tune. In the brothel she sang about meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Every step she took was filled with longing below the stage. "She won't recognize the old acquaintance on the stage," he said about the wedding night. Everyone congratulated the beauty and the talent. Didn't hear a sigh of love in the play. Usually, her acting skills were terrible, but her singing was quite good. Glancing back with a smile, it was probably nothing more than that. He lowered his eyes and drank the champagne in his glass. He had a good tolerance for alcohol, but at this moment, he seemed to be a little drunk. Gu Jiao looked at him with misty eyes. "If you go to ancient times, you will definitely be the top scholar." "Yes, the top scholar in martial arts." "Then I will be your wife, he he he." She laughed like a little fool. The godfather, you are so drunk that you don't even know what you are talking about." After another hour, Gu Jiao finally stopped. He thought that she was tired and stood up to clean up the place. Unexpectedly, she leaned in front of him with her hands behind her back. She raised her flushed face and looked at him without blinking. "I will tell you a secret. I like you." She spoke very softly, and there was a hint of drunkenness in her tone. The godfather was slightly stunned, but said in a normal tone, "You are drunk." The AI sounded. Warm reminder, the medical system has detected that your heart rate is too fast. Do you need emergency treatment? The godfather glared at the camera on the wall. Gu Jiao looked at him stubbornly. The godfather's expression didn't change at all. It was still as cold as snow. Don't forget the rules of the organization. Gu Jiao said, I like you secretly. I don't want them to find out. The godfather said coldly, it is useless even if you like me. I will never be with you. Since you already knew, you should know that I have always been using you. I took the bullet for you because I needed you to live, to prolong my own life one day. In the living room of the medical cabin, a song suddenly sounded. I did not mean what I say. Did I make you sad? I am only using tough words to disguise my weakness. I did not mean to leave you out. The godfather's face darkened. Gu Jiao looked at him stubbornly. I don't believe you. He walked past her coldly and said in a cold tone, it is useless if you don't believe me. I will never like you. The song in the medical cabin changed. Oh yeah, I love you in my heart. I don't know what you are thinking. Oh, I love you in my heart. The godfather clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. The destroyer of worlds, he walked out of the living room without looking back, leaving Gu Jiao alone on the spot. The Terminator continued to court death. The song changed seamlessly. For all the pain of love, for all the pain of hate, I can no longer differentiate between love and hate. Is this it? Blood and tears fall together. My heart is broken. My trembling hands cannot stop. Unforgivable. The godfather couldn't take it anymore. He switched off the smart mode in a second. The Terminator, the godfather went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. The heat in his body didn't dissipate for a long time. The people of the K93 galaxy had extremely long lifespans. Their genes didn't have a strong desire to reproduce. As a result, they didn't fall in love so easily. Moreover, the stronger a person was, the less likely it was to fall in love. So, had he become weaker, or had he been on this planet for too long and gradually been assimilated by them? He stood under the shower, and the cold water poured mercilessly on his toned body. He was 195 meters tall. Years of training had given him a body that could make one's blood boil. Chest muscles, 8-pack abs, Apollo's belt, everything was just right. They contained vigorous strength, but they weren't exaggerated. Even the lines on his arms were tight and well-defined. After a full hour, he finally managed to suppress the heat of his passion. The medical cabin had a water circulation system, so he didn't have to worry about wasting water. However, it took too long. Was he so unsatisfied? What was even more tragic was that he had finally calmed down. As soon as he opened the hibernation chamber, he found that Gu Jiao had actually fallen asleep inside. This girl was so drunk that she couldn't recognize her own hibernation chamber. Terminator. He spoke, but the AI didn't respond. Only then did he remember that he had switched off the smart mode. He stared fixedly at the little girl who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness and lay down beside her without batting an eyelid. The hibernation chamber was quite spacious for one person to sleep in, so the two of them had to be close together. She lay on her side, her soft body pressed against his unbearable body. He felt the strangeness in his body and helplessly closed his eyes. That 1-hour cold shower was for nothing. Her fragrance was pervasive. It was like a drug that confused the mind. The more he resisted, the more it went into his bones. His exquisite Adam's apple moved. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. You slept in the wrong place. Don't blame me for being rude. He propped himself up and caressed her soft face. He lowered his head and kissed her domineeringly. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1038066766. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Her lips were unbelievably soft. He originally wanted to just have a taste, but who knew that it would get out of hand. Gu Jiao was awakened by his kiss and groaned in a daze. Inadvertent teasing was the most fatal. He almost threw away his armor when she was whispering. He restrained himself and let go of her. His chest was heaving up and down and his breathing was short. If it wasn't for the dim light in the hibernation chamber and Gu Jiao being so drunk, he would probably be able to see her slightly red face. Gu Jiao looked at the handsome face close to her with blurred eyes. She raised her slender fingers and pinched his hot cheeks. She said drunkenly, "Eh? Why am I still dreaming about this?" She pinched, and pinched again. He allowed her little hands to mess around on his face. His heart slowly calmed down. She was drunk. He really shouldn't take advantage of her at this time. He planned to lie back down, but who knew that Gu Jiao would grab his collar and look at him fiercely. He didn't know what she was doing, so he could only let her grab him. She was so drunk that she should be asleep, but her eyes were wide open. She looked at him very seriously, as if she was trying to discern whether he was real or fake. "No. It's not a dream," she said in surprise. "You secretly kissed me?" He said without changing his expression. "This is my hibernation chamber. You came in by yourself." Gu Jiao blinked. The effect of the alcohol was still there. Her head was buzzing, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this logic. "Wait, it still wasn't right," she said seriously. "There's more than one hibernation chamber." He said, "I recognize the bed." The inexperienced Gu Jiao was successfully led astray by him. "So, it seems like I'm wrong. Then, could it be that I took the initiative just now?" He forced himself to look at her calmly. "You said you liked me before lying in my hibernation chamber. What do you think?" Gu Jiao looked down. She changed her grip on his collar from 2 hands to 4 small fingers. She only pinched a little. She felt very guilty. After a while, she closed her eyes. "I'm asleep." "Godfather." The godfather looked at her face that was pretending to be asleep. His eyes scanned her facial features and finally landed on her swollen lips that he had kissed. In the end, he couldn't hold on her and kissed her again. Gu Jiao looked at him with her watery eyes. "I didn't take the initiative this time." He lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of her lips. In a hoarse voice, he said, "It's me. Are you sober?" Gu Jiao nodded. He placed his hands on her sides and stared at her deeply. Suddenly, he opened the hibernation chamber and carried her out. Gu Jiao curled her lips and said, "You've already kissed me. Why are you still putting me back?" He didn't stop when he passed by her hibernation chamber. Gu Jiao was stunned. He carried her out of the medical cabin and walked all the way to the 2nd floor of the villa. He came to her room and imprisoned her on the soft bed. Her unique fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He could feel his blood surging, and even his heart, which had always been calm and indifferent, was beating twice as fast. Gu Jiao wasn't any better than him. She stared at him blankly. His cold eyes were tinged with desire. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead, and his exquisite Adam's apple moved. Gu Jiao felt drunk again. The moonlight that night was very beautiful. But she felt that he was better than the moonlight. In a daze, she heard him say, "When you graduate, I'll take you away from the organization." She remembered that she had said yes, they would leave together. Unfortunately, that day didn't come. In a dark secret room, Gu Jiao was lying on the cold operating table. She had been injected with drugs and neurotoxins. The neurotoxins were to prevent her from losing control, and the drugs were to erase her memory bit by bit. A red light lit up on the instrument at the side. A man in a surgical gown looked at the data on the monitor and said, "This is the maximum dose. She'll become a fool if we inject her again." On the side, another doctor in a surgical gown paused and said, "The last dose. No, the risk is too high. She's still useful to the organization. The higher-ups didn't say that she should be disabled." then half a dose. Gu Jiaoshi completely fainted after the last dose. In September of the next year, Gu Jiaoshi, Xiaoheng, Long Yi, and Chongjing crossed the ice field and went to Dark Night Island. This year, the ice field seemed to be colder than the previous years. On the way, they encountered a snowstorm, which caused the young couple to be separated from Long Yi and Chongjing. It was strange. In such a heavy snowstorm, Xiaoheng drove the dire wolf in the right direction. Every time, his body emitted a cold aura that was different from the imperial court. The two arrived at Dark Night Island first. 2 days later, Chongjing and Long Yi also arrived. Gu Jiaoshi was very surprised. Chongjing and Long Yi are both people of Dark Night Island. They have been with the dire wolf since childhood. You're actually faster than them. Being praised by his wife, Xiaoheng was very proud in his heart. But soon, he couldn't be proud. Because Gu Jiaoshi went to see that man again, he knew that accompanying Long Yi back and accompanying Chongjing to visit relatives were all excuses. She came to sweep that man's grave. Yes, that man died miserably. In order to plant the living purple grass, he didn't hesitate to be buried in Dark Night Island and used his flesh and blood as nourishment. But she always thought about him in her heart. He was also very jealous. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and inserted his hands into the warm hands. His face was dark and his legs were shaking non-stop. Chongjing came over with a plate of washed fruits and asked him, "Do you want to eat?" No. He expressionlessly refused. He wasn't in the mood to eat. From his angle, he could clearly see the direction of the cemetery. Gu Jiaoshi braved the biting cold wind and cleaned the snow on the grave. She was very serious and didn't care that her hands were cold and red. Xiaoheng gritted his teeth. After shaking his left leg, he shook his right leg. His small eyes were cold. Chongjing gorged herself on the fruits. Xiaoheng glanced at him. "Don't you know how to help? You only know how to eat. Don't you see how cold her hands are? If you help her, she won't have to pay tribute to that man. You really don't know how to share the burden of your future brother-in-law." "I don't want you to be my brother-in-law." "You're out." Chongjing ate by herself, but she didn't forget to leave half for Feng Wuxiu. She had promised Feng Wuxiu that she would bring back some fruits, fish, and prawns from Dark Night Island on the way back to Zhao country. Long Yi. Xiaoheng looked at the hand of Gu Jiao, which was completely red from the cold, and angrily said. She was already an adult, but she didn't know how to care for herself. What would happen if Long Yi did this kind of thing? Long Yi was in the secret room and couldn't hear Xiaoheng's voice. Xiaoheng swore that he was definitely not curious. He simply went to call Long Yi out to work. He indifferently stood up and gracefully brushed off the snowflakes on his robe. Then, he coldly walked into the secret room behind the study. The passage in the secret room was already opened by a small medicine box. This was the first time Xiaoheng had come here. The corridor was pitch black and there was an unlocked door at the end. White blazing light illuminated the area, adding a bit of mystery. A strange feeling welled up in the bottom of Xiaoheng's heart. He was sure that this was his first time here, but for some reason, he didn't feel unfamiliar. He pushed open the unlocked door. Long Yi was sitting cross-legged on the colorful floor. He was holding a photo album in his hand. In the photo album, there were only 3 people, his godfather, her previous life, and infant Long Meng Meng. When he was a child, he was very weak. He was unable to leave the healing chamber and was also unable to grow. It was his father who gave him a lot of his blood. Only then did he wake up in the healing chamber. Xiaoheng arrived behind Long Yi. He had no intention of peeping at other people's privacy. He didn't look at the thing in Long Yi's hand, rather asked, "Why are you in a daze? Didn't you hear me?" "I miss him." Long Yi honestly said. Who he was, it was self-evident. Xiaoheng dangerously narrowed his eyes. Very good, Long Yi had also started. Xiaoheng endured the sea of jealousy in his heart and looked all around. He discovered that all the doors were open except for the wooden door on the right side. He subconsciously asked, "Eh? Why is that door closed?" Long Yi smoothly said, "Oh, that is father's hibernation chamber. Only he can enter." After he finished speaking, he realized that Xiaoheng had arrived. This room had a security system. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, they would be attacked. Long Yi woke up from his dream. He quickly put down the photo album and stood up. He wanted to block Xiaoheng behind him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The green light of the detector had already landed on Xiaoheng's body. The source light flickered twice and an ice-cold mechanical voice slowly resounded, "Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate him?" System pause. System error. System restart. The last time Gu Jiao came here, she also encountered the same situation. In the end, accompanied by the mechanical voice of system overload, the system crashed. Long Yi thought that this was also the same kind of malfunction. Who would have thought that the AI prompt of system overload wouldn't resound? Instead, system authentication. System restart. Reauthentication. Authentication complete. Marshall, long time no see. End of text. Digression. Thank you for your companionship. See you in Xinwen. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10378139. HTML Genius. 1 second to remember the address of this site, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. End of chapter 1008. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.